Chapter 281 Remote Invalidity. The Formation Mage outputs all his magic power, and the Tower Archer Mage quickly evacuates the city wall. The Lord of the Holy City issued the order, and he grabbed a few civil servants around him, floated and retreated a distance. The Lord turned out to be a master. Jean Mahuan from the north of the city looked up at the energy ball in the distance, shook his head and said, "It's still the same. Just have a little fun. Why do you have to make it so bloody?" The energy ball hit the holy city's protective barrier without any hindrance. After a violent vibration, the energy ball exploded directly. The entire defensive barrier shattered in response, and the remnant power of the explosion caused countless casualties to the players and civilians in the city. Damn it! It is indeed a ferocious beast. It can be so terrifying when it comes out. Qin Li stood in front of Lu Yuan and said with a frown as he looked at the scene in front of him. A simple energy ball is indeed very powerful. If you want to stop it, you can only use the same moves to collide with it. Ordinary attacks have been decomposed by the huge energy magnetic field before they get close, let alone detonated. Xiongqi didn't seem to have enough after the attack. After spitting out a few more small energy balls, he began to build up his strength again. Does this guy have unlimited energy? Lu Yuan had no good solution for the time being, so he could only look up and sigh. The energy is definitely limited, but with its level of cultivation, it must be more than enough to destroy a city. Qin Li explained to Lu Yuan while releasing his sword energy to harass Qiongqi. Originally, the city lord and the people from Taoyuan Temple invited Lu Yuan to attend the meeting. Qin Li was still a little dissatisfied. After all, Lu Yuan's level of strength was of no use at all. However, he took 2 consecutive shots at the critical moment, once to help the 3 of them escape. Feng Lao directly saved his life the second time. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. But Qin Li looked at the young man in front of him in a new light. At his age and strength, he probably didn't even have the courage to fight against such a powerful enemy. Whenever everyone's attacks hit Qiongqi's arrogance, they will automatically disappear and have no impact on Qiongqi at all. How the H, I can this thing even absorb damage? Qin Li complained anxiously after his attack failed. Lu Yuan also felt a little strange. These attacks were very powerful. Logically speaking, even if they could not cause fatal damage, they should have some impact on Qiongqi. What did Qiongqi have to rely on? He actually ignored these attacks. Lu Yuan concentrated his mind and used his eyesight to check. Since the eagle eye skill reached its peak, there were many things that could be seen clearly without looking particularly carefully. However, there was no clue about the arrogance around Qiongqi. His intuition told Lu Yuan that this arrogance was not simple. After careful inspection, Lu Yuan finally understood the reason. It turned out that Qiongqi's arrogance was not an overflow of energy, but a circle of highly concentrated wind attributes. The reason why the attack disappears when it hits it is entirely because the wind attribute is highly compressed, forming a high-speed wind wall around the body. Once the attack hits the wind wall, it is directly torn and decomposed by the wind, and then spreads to the surrounding air, so it looks like it has disappeared. Wind is not a solid. Only flowing wind is the strongest, and the faster the flow speed, the greater the power of the wind. Lu Yuan had also used a similar trick before, which was to spread the unicorn fire on the surface. But he was not as skillful as Qiongqi. The wind attribute is extremely compressed and flows at high speed, so long-range attacks can be dispersed and disintegrated at the moment of contact. Lu Yuan murmured after understanding. That's it, little brother. You have good eyesight, Qin Li praised. Since long-range attacks will be blown away, the most effective method should be close combat. Lu Yuan looked at Qin Li and said. Qin Li felt Lu Yuan's gaze, and raised the 2-handed sword in his hand, fighting intent coming out simultaneously. As a warrior, when all hopes are focused on him, what is on his shoulders is no longer pressure, but honor. The holy city is Qin Li's home. He has studied art for many years in order to be able to take on important responsibilities in times of life and death. Leave it to me, Qin Li said confidently. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. It seemed that Qin Li had misunderstood what he meant. Or maybe he felt that Lu Yuan did not have the strength to participate in a battle of this level. It's not up to you. It's up to both of us. You? Don't lose your life in vain. Do something you can do. There was no contempt in Qin Li's words, giving people a feeling of care. It's too late to say more. Even if I am not its opponent, I can still withstand an attack and always create more opportunities for you. The question is, how do we fly up? Lu Yuan didn't want to waste time and directly raised the key to the problem. I have a flying mount, but the mount's flexibility is limited in its domain. I'm afraid it won't be able to play a key role. There is a way, Qinli said, and had a flash of inspiration. Xuanshuang, help us to fly, Qinli said to Xuanshuang, who was still making tentative attacks in the distance. As a wind magician, Xuanshuang has a skill that can help his teammates walk on the wind. But it only lasts for 5 minutes. Blessing of the wind. Xuanshuang didn't ask too much. If he waited a few more seconds, maybe Qiongqi would release one more energy ball. You only have 5 minutes to fly. Get used to how to move. Since you decide to participate in the battle, you must be prepared to die, Qinli said seriously to Lu Yuan. Magic is indeed a magical thing. Lu Yuan imitated Qinli and jumped into the air with just a push of his legs. When the strength was exhausted, although there was nothing under his feet still felt grounded. Come on! Lu Yuan adapted quickly and nodded to Qinli when he felt that. At this time, another energy ball from Qiongqi was charged up and launched straight towards the holy city. Without the protection of the defensive barrier, the explosion of the energy ball would definitely cause many casualties. Laser cannon. Aim at the energy ball. All mages and archers. The strongest single attack. Detonate the energy ball at the target. The city lord can only hope that there will be more power in numbers. Even though the city lord is considered a master, his strength is still far behind. If he rushes to stop it, let alone detonating it, he may be directly crushed by the energy ball. Huantian paid off. Under the concentrated fire of tens of thousands of players, the energy ball was finally detonated in the sky not far from the holy city. Even though it did not fall into the city, the aftermath of the explosion still blew up the players and soldiers near the city wall. They flew left and right with heavy casualties. Lu Yuan and Qinli had no time to take into account the situation in the holy city. They took advantage of the gap between Qiongqi's release of the energy ball and launched a direct attack on it. They attacked from the left and the right, hoping that this would increase the success rate. But he still underestimated Qiongqi's vigilance, and saw a flash of light from its wings, and several hurricanes appeared around its body, causing the two people's originally sharp attacks to lose their direction. Lu Yuan walked in the air for the first time, and almost fell from the air due to his unstable center of gravity. Ha ha! You can actually do some sneak attack tricks. Don't the humans have any masters? They actually let a child go to the battlefield. After Qiongqi fired a few rounds of energy bombs, his herd mood recovered a lot, and he started joking again. Chapter 282 Lu Yuan shows off his power. Lu Yuan adjusted his center, and stood in midair again. After level 90, the improvement was indeed obvious. The duel with Qiongqi once again found the same feeling as when he fought against Fire Qilin. It's just that with Qilin only focused on torture. And it wasn't until later that he became slightly murderous. Qiongqi really wanted to kill everyone, so the pressure on Qiongqi was even greater. A majestic and ferocious beast actually likes to show off his rhetoric? Lu Yuan said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. Ha ha, little brat. You dare to come up and die after knowing my identity. Your courage is commendable. What I love the most is a brave person. Qiongqi stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Lu Yuan stopped talking. After adjusting his breath, he launched the attack again. After all, the floating time was limited, and he couldn't waste time like this. Seeing Lu Yuan attack again, Qinli also cooperated and attacked. Although Lin Yi and Xuanshuang's magic would be blown away, they did not give up, and continued to release spells to assist the two in the air in attacking. Lu Yuan also gradually mastered the skills of moving in the air. Although he felt down to earth, the effect would be greatly reduced if he exerted force directly, as if he were on the ground. He had to rely on luck on his feet, and then use explosive force in an instant to increase his speed, to maximize. And after getting used to it, being in the air becomes more comfortable. Because whenever an attack comes, you only need to use your feet or hands to shoot out the energy in your body, and you can change the direction at will. Unlike fighting on the ground, it is very difficult for people to float in the air. It is difficult to dodge incoming attacks. Qiongqi kept releasing wind blades and hurricanes, trying to stop the two people approaching him. But with Lu Yuan's constant proficiency, it was difficult for these magic attacks to hit Lu Yuan. Although Qinli was powerful, his agility was still a bit poor due to the limitations of his two-handed sword, and he was not as agile as Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan once again dodged the wind blade and used 1,000 army kill directly in the air. Although there was no time to accumulate power, it was enough to achieve the purpose of getting close, as the distance was not too far. Lu Yuan did not rush directly towards Qiongqi's body, but towards its side and rear. Lu Yuan's move was not a mistake. but he concluded that Qiongqi would attack again. If he rushed over directly, there would be no way to avoid it. As Lu Yuan expected, a blade of wind brushed past Lu Yuan's body. Seeing Lu Yuan charging forward, Qiongqi thought that the opponent must be rushing towards him. So he launched an attack directly. He still thought that the young man was really impulsive. Who knew? Lu Yuan actually rushed to the side, letting his attack fall into the air. Qiongqi was still surprised, but Lu Yuan had already passed by it. Even if it was very powerful, it would freeze for a moment just after it launched its attack. Lu Yuan kicked forward with his left foot. His body stopped immediately, and he stabbed out with his sword. The universe looks back and digs out. Since Lu Yuan had already reached Qiongqi's side, he originally planned to stab Qiongqi's neck. He never thought that although the sword pierced Qiongqi's protective aura, the sword was still deflected by the fast-flowing air, tightly leaving a wound on his leg. Qiongqi's reaction speed was also fast enough. He turned his head and stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes already filled with anger. It wasn't because of how painful the wound was, but because he was a little angry inside. The child he disliked the most actually scratched himself. This was a matter of dignity. Court death. Qiongqi's eyes flashed fiercely, and an energy ball formed in his mouth instantly. How could Lu Yuan escape as fast as Qiongqi turned around? Quickly, an energy ball like a black hole was spit directly towards Lu Yuan. Although it had not been charged, at such a close distance was enough to kill Lu Yuan instantly. Lu Yuan looked at the energy ball that was so close at hand. He had no time to avoid it at this moment. But Lu Yuan did not give up. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan had an idea and quickly switched several pieces of equipment. Armor of Overlord. Lu Yuan put on the Finghua Peerless jewelry set. Although the Overlord armor does not increase any defense, it can put him into the Overlord state and prevent him from being blown away by explosions. Immediately after the smoke of the explosion rose, everyone thought that Lu Yuan would die. But a miracle happened. The metal mask on Lu Yuan's body broke, and no trace of blood fell out. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan also put on a single piece of 5 elements bismuth gold leg armor. Since the damage from the explosion was too high, it directly exceeded Lu Yuan's upper limit of life. So the additional attributes of the leg armor were triggered directly to withstand a fatal attack. Blocking this attack. A fatal blow. Qiongqi didn't even look at him after finishing the attack, because there was already a sense of crisis behind him. Xinli took this opportunity to get close. Although he felt sorry for Lu Yuan, he didn't have time to think so much at the moment. So he had to catch live this hard-won opportunity. Flame Slash. Xinli's two-handed sword was fully charged and swept over. This sword was very powerful. Through the friction between the sword and the air, the fire attribute of the sword itself was fully exerted, creating a blazing flame. Even Qiongqi didn't dare to challenge him. After all, he still focused on the legal system and his physical strength was not that strong. With a flap of his wings, his body flew backwards, barely escaping the sword. Xinli's sword was obviously not a mortal thing. Fierce flame streaked across Qiongqi's protective aura, and the flame suddenly exploded. Qiongqi's arrogance was ignited. And then, there was a momentary gap. Qiongqi was also shocked. What kind of fire could ignite the fast-moving wind around him? How can this be? Suddenly my heart tightened, and before I could turn around, I felt a strong sense of crisis coming over me. Lu Yuan had quietly appeared behind Qiongqi, and the aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Qiongqi was too confident that Lu Yuan would die, but he underestimated this ant in his eyes. At this time, Lu Yuan had already replaced the shadowless sword in his hand. When it comes to cutting and breaking through defenses, the shadowless sword is of course the first choice. I let you fly! Lu Yuan roared. All his body's strength concentrated on the sword, and he struck Qiongqi's wings with a sword. Qiongqi's muscular wings were cut in by a sword. Although it was not cut off, its balance was instantly affected, and it fell to the ground. Qiongqi quickly released the wind element to stabilize his body, thus avoiding falling to the ground. There was more than one unlucky thing. It not only triggered the shadowless sword's defense-ignoring function, but also triggered the cutting effect of the 5-element bismuth gold leg armor. Even though Qiongqi's vitality was strong, it was difficult to close the wound for a while. No one expected that Qiongqi, one of the 4 ferocious beasts, would be seriously injured for the first time at the hands of Lu Yuan. Logically speaking, equipment with special effects would be difficult to use against monsters of this level. But it happened that Qiongqi's protective arrogance dissipated, and he was in a defenseless state. Qiongqi was also unlucky. Originally, the arrogance all over his body was filled with fast-moving wind, but Qinli opened a large hole. Because the arrogance flowed quickly, and was mixed with flames, it appeared as if it was on fire. A momentary vacuum. All personnel gathered together to prepare the laser pack, and the archers fired volleys. Seeing this opportunity, the people inside the holy city quickly began to give orders. Meteor Fall Destruction Wind Blade. Lenny and the other two also took the opportunity to unleash their single-target high-damage skills. Facing the skills flying from all directions, Xiongqi grinned widely. Ha ha ha. I have been in peace for so long. I have almost forgotten the feeling of pain. The feeling of bleeding is still so memorable. Xiongqi was bleeding, but he looked like he was enjoying it. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, "This is the legendary pervert." Chapter 283 The Taotai Attack. Lu Yuan had no time to pay attention to Xiongqi's perverted look, so he quickly changed his equipment to the Tianlei suit. In a battle of this level, without the additional attributes of the Tianlei suit, it would be difficult for Lu Yuan to compete. Facing attacks from all directions, Xiongqi still did not dodge. A more intense protective aura appeared than before, and even the meteorites falling from the sky were shattered by it. At this time, the bleeding on Xiongqi's wings had stopped, but the wounds had not completely healed. The wings were retracted and folded on his back, and the wind under his feet was still floating steadily in the air. "Kid, you're doing great," Xiongqi said to Lu Yuan with a weird smile. Lu Yuan felt his scalp numb, not because of fear, but because that smile was really uncomfortable. As soon as Xiongqi finished speaking, Lu Yuan felt a strong attack on his back. He had no time to react and was shot to the ground. Before Lu Yuan could wait, he was shot into the sky again. At this time, Xiongqi's figure slowly disappeared. Lu Yuan was beaten around like a ping-pong ball, but there was no fatal injury. Xiongqi's laughter echoed in the air, completely treating Lu Yuan as a plaything. Qinli and others wanted to intervene, but due to their speed, they couldn't keep up with Xiongqi's rhythm. However, Xiongqi wanted to torture Lu Yuan so much that he seemed to have forgotten the other people around him. "Holy shit! The boss is being bullied!" While Zhengyu was carrying the boss, he also did not forget to observe Lu Yuan's movements. Xiongqi was still excited when he saw Lu Yuan was seriously injured, but unexpectedly the situation changed drastically in a minute, and Lu Yuan was hit like a ball. The situation on the battlefield here is basically under control. The bosses are becoming more and more exhausted as they fight. However, after Lu Yuan's training, these people's combat awareness and physical skills have been greatly improved, and they have the advantage of recovery. After this increase, victory is at hand. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan flying in the air and felt a little worried in their hearts. But they couldn't get involved in the battle over there. The only thing they could do was to kill as many monsters as possible to provide some relief to the troops defending the holy city. Pressure. Xiongqi was playing happily in the air, and when he slapped his paw down again, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with his hand. It turned out that Lu Yuan had been adjusting his state, and could not find the center of gravity while flipping around. Finally, he found it before the end of Blessing of the Wind. Only then did he get a chance to block the claw with his thunder sword. Under the influence of the huge inertia, the power of Lu Yuan's sword was greatly increased. Unfortunately, the sword was not thrust out. Otherwise Xiongqi's claws would have been pierced. Xiongqi also reacted very quickly. He felt something was wrong, so he retracted his claws, turned slightly, flicked his tail, and hit Lu Yuan. After the Blessing of Wind ended, Lu Yuan lost the ability to fly and fell directly from the air. Although he escaped the fate of being toyed with, he was in danger of falling to his death. Just as Xiongqi was about to release the energy ball to get to know Lu Yuan, suddenly there was a rumble of voices in the distance, as if the sound was enveloped by a giant bell and spread out. "You came to do such an interesting thing, and you didn't even call me. I just woke up and I feel so hungry." A huge beast came from a distance, with a head that looked a bit like a dragon. A big mouth took up most of the head. Under the four hooves, there was a big belly that looked heavy. The four stout ones were one of the four ferocious beasts. Tao Tai. Xiongqi felt dizzy when he saw Tao Tai eating something from a distance, and he even forgot to continue attacking Lu Yuan. "Why are you awake?" Xiongqi replied with some boredom. Regardless of whether it is one's own monsters, human soldiers or players, Tao Tai will take a big mouthful of suction whenever it passes by. The huge suction force is even more powerful than Xiongqi's hurricane. The Tao Tai is huge in size, so not to mention humans. Even monster-sized ones will be swallowed directly. When encountering a larger one, no matter what the opponent's strength is, he will just go up and take a bite. This sudden uninvited guest completely plunged the holy city defenders into despair. Before the ordinary mini-bosses were killed, a Qiongqi turned the south gate upside down. Now there is another Taotai. And there is another one in the north gate whose strength is unclear. Painter. Lu Yuan was finally picked up by Shi Shuan with the wind element. The down-to-earth Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He had turned around so many times just now, and his head was still a little dizzy. After looking at the gluttons in the distance, who were eating indiscriminately, he quickly sent a message to his comrades to stop entangled with the monsters and retreat to the holy city's defense line. Even if Taotia's evil reputation is not in the Taoyuan world, few people in the real world have never heard of it. Just looking at its size, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Looking at the simple and effective attack method, monsters below level 70 can't even resist. No, there is no need to try the skin on the outside at all. Just by looking at it, you will know that it is as solid as an iron wall. How can we keep this? Shi Shuan said, a little discouraged. Shi Shuan thought that his strength was already among the top, but he didn't expect to be assigned to the south gate. He directly met Qiongqi, who had the same attribute, and suppressed him to death. He never performed well, and even had almost no effect. What's the effect? My self-confidence has been greatly affected, so I feel a little downcast. The Taotai will eat anything, so if you want to reduce casualties, you can keep attacking it. Although ordinary attacks are not effective, you can feed it as food. Lin Yi frowned and obviously felt the pressure, but still explained patiently. Lin Yi rarely fought so hard. He and Qiongqi were both in the legal profession, but their cultivation was far less pure than Qiongqi. Therefore, after fighting for so long, he felt suffocated in his heart. Hey, I'm telling you, if you want to eat, you can eat the enemy. Now that the United Front is in the Peak Forest, how can you even eat one of your own people? Qiongqi said speechlessly. I don't care if they are friends or foes. Even if you come to my mouth, I will eat you. Taotai acted like he was not afraid of anything, and he didn't even give Qiongqi face when he spoke. As soon as Taotai said this, all the monsters fled in all directions. Even the monsters under the south gate wall stopped fighting and ran elsewhere. The pressure on the east and west gates instantly increased a lot. Especially the east gate wall hit a big hole. When Taotai saw that there was nothing left to eat, he walked straight in the direction where Lu Yuan and others were. Hey, I just happened to eat a few of you, and then go to the city for a big meal, Taotai said in a good mood. I just know how to eat. Look, when you come here, it's a grand scene. Suddenly we are the only ones left. The scene I finally put up has been ruined by you. I hate you so much. Qiongqi actually started to use words to stir up gluttons. Stop being so verbose. I can do whatever I want. Boss Shulong won't let us out of the forest. He specifically told you to practice hard. Did you listen? It's fine. You just pretend to be here. I'll have some snacks. That's enough. Taotai looked dissatisfied and replied angrily. Okay. You eat your food. You eat here by yourself. I'll go play in another door. When Qiongqi saw Taotai mention Zhulong, he immediately stopped replying and just gave up and left. Lu Yuan and others. Look at me. I look at you. You were at a loss for a while. Why are you talking like a child playing nonsense? Did you just say Bulong? Where is he? Take me to see him quickly. Bai Qianqian appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that the word Zhulong was a wake-up call for her. Chapter 284 Bai Qianqian's Strength. Taotai looked at the slim Bai Qianqian in front of him. He didn't say much, nor did he answer Bai Qianqian's question directly. He just licked his lips. This little girl has thin skin and tender meat. She should be delicious. You big-headed ghost. Please tell me the news about Brother Zhulong. Bai Qianqian couldn't help but feel a little angry when she heard that the other party was about to eat him. As a senior foodie, Taotai didn't take Bai Qianqian's beauty seriously at all. In his mind, Bai Qianqian was just food. Although I'm a little thinner, I make up for it with the tender meat. After Taotai said this, he opened his mouth and a strong air flow appeared, forcing Bai Qianqian to be sucked into his mouth. Bai Qianqian was a little overwhelmed by the sudden attack, and was almost sucked in. Fortunately, her cultivation level was high enough, and the pink barrier stood in front of her, blocking the strong airflow. You really want to eat me? When I see Brother Zhulong, I will definitely let him kill you. Bai Qianqian's chest heaved with anger. Little girl, you still have a tough mouth. It's a pity that Zhulong is no longer a womanizer. No matter how beautiful you are. It doesn't matter. There are many people who want to have a relationship with it. And you are not the first one. Obviously Tao Tai didn't believe that Bai Qianqian and Zhulong knew each other. After all, no matter whether they were humans or monsters, who didn't want to have something to do with Zhulong? There were too many people like Bai Qianqian who acknowledged their kinship with their mouths. Tao Tai opened his mouth and spat out a large pool of gastric juice, spraying it directly on the barrier in front of Bai Qianqian. The pink barrier was corroded and slowly began to disappear. This was the first time that Bai Qianqian was treated like this, and she was immediately filled with anger. With Bai Qianqian's beauty, even Huiqilin didn't kill her. But this ugly monster in front of her actually did this to her. Eat her. Eat her. You'll get angry just because she looks so seductive. Xiongqi actually stopped and started watching the show in the air. When the surrounding monsters saw Bai Qianqian's appearance, they were also stunned for a while. They had already dispersed and stood in the corner, watching the excitement. Lu Yuan stood at a loss on the ground. How come the battlefield that was originally full of danger suddenly turned into a battle between Bai Qianqian and Tao Tai? Seeing this situation, the Lord of the Holy City did not stop the sneak attack. Instead, he ordered the guards at each gate to quickly recover their physical strength, urgently repaired the city wall, and restarted the repair of the defensive barrier. Zhang Yu, Zhao Xinghe, and the others also retreated to Lu Yuan's side and began to watch a rare and unprecedented battle. Then Xiongqi and Bai Qianqian don't have any grudges, right? Why do you think Bai Qianqian is so happy to be attacked? Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the way Xiongqi spoke. If there is no intersection, then there is only one possibility. Xiongqi is a female. When he sees a monster that is more beautiful than himself, he naturally wishes that she would die soon. Feng Rou said lightly, while still hiding under the cloak. Everyone turned their heads to Feng Rou, couldn't help but nodded in unison, and said in unison, "It makes sense." Bai Qianqian's defense barrier was corroded, and she hurriedly flew to avoid the remaining gastric juice. Taotia's gastric juice was not only highly corrosive, but also had a pungent odor that made people want to vomit. The aroma of Bai Qianqian itself was covered up by the pungent smell. In addition, Tao Tai was not interested in Bai Qianqian's beauty at all, so the charm skills that Bai Qianqian was proud of were useless. A master like Huiqilin would still move slowly in front of Bai Qianqian. Unexpectedly, Tao Tai had no influence at all. I didn't see Tao Tai using any particularly cool skills. He just stood there and spit out gastric juice, making it look like acid rain. This Tao Tai is too low. A ferocious beast can only vomit stomach acid. Doesn't it have any other attack methods? Zhang Yu saw that Tao Tai only used that move, and couldn't help but feel that it was not exciting enough. Tao Tai. It's so delicious and lazy to cook. Looking at the thick skin, I'm afraid it has amazing defensive capabilities. Since it can defeat the enemy just by vomiting stomach acid and eating people, it can use some fancy moves. Lu Yuan was still a little worried about Bai Qianqian. After all, when he saw Bai Qianqian fight against Huiqilin for the first time, he already knew that her actual combat ability was not very good. Huiqilin was greedy for her beauty, so naturally he would not kill him. But Tao Tai was determined to do so. Treat it as food, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life and the fragrance will be lost. Although Bai Qianqian was inexperienced, she had really cultivated her skills on her own. Her slender fingers turned into sharp claws, and her body nimbly dodged large amounts of gastric juice, and accelerated towards Tao Tai. The sharp claws quickly grabbed a few times in the air, leaving pink claw marks in the air. But the attack had already reached Taotia's body. Sparks were shooting out, and the attack did not break Taotia's defense. Bai Qianqian didn't stop and flew directly above Taotia's head. Tao Tai took advantage of the situation and took a sip. Why didn't he eat the food that was brought to his mouth? Bai Qianqian was obviously prepared. A pink barrier as soft as satin appeared between the two. Under the huge suction force, the barrier instantly covered Taotia's big mouth. Bai Qianqian used the force to flip forward and ride on it. Taotia's head. The two sharp claws glowed brightly, and they were thrust straight into Taotia's forehead. This time, the two sharp claws were inserted deeply. The two claws moved to both sides. 10 blood marks appeared, and blood flowers spewed out like pillars. Bai Qianqian succeeded with one blow, turned over and rode on Taotia's back, and started attacking randomly. "Let you eat me! Let you eat me!" Bai Qianqian muttered while attacking. Tao Tai got rid of the barrier on his mouth and felt a pain on the top of his head, followed by a burning sensation on his back. It wasn't that Tao Tai reacted slowly, but that Bai Qianqian was too fast. The scales on Taotia's back suddenly lifted up, and a large amount of liquid spurted out from around his body, which was all filled with stomach acid. Although Bai Qianqian reacted quickly and avoided it, the corner of her clothes was still stained by stomach acid and corroded a large area. This guy is full of stomachs. Bai Qianqian flew back into the sky and threw her coat down with some disgust. Although she only took off one layer of her coat, all the monsters underneath were boiling. Bai Qianqian put on her coat again with a look of helplessness, glanced at Tao Tai with some disgust, turned around and flew towards Qiongqi, not wanting to fight Tao Tai anymore. Tao Tai's body was covered with his own gastric juice, but it didn't last long as his body automatically absorbed the gastric juice on the surface. Bai Qianqian ignored Tao Tai, flew to Qiongqi and asked directly, "Do you know where Shulong is? Why didn't it come when the monster attacked the city? How do I know where he is?" "What? You still want to fight with me? I'm not as stupid as Tao Tai." Qiongqi rolled his eyes and said without hesitation, "Yes. How could a group of low-level species know the whereabouts of my brother Shulong?" Bai Qianqian nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, "Who are you calling a low-level species? You slutty fox?" Qiongqi suddenly became furious, and the dissipated arrogance on his body rose again. Lu Yuan looked at the situation in the sky and didn't expect that Bai Qianqian could hurt people quite a lot, and the hatred she aroused was unambiguous at all. Chapter 285 Tactical Retreat. Bai Qianqian didn't care when she saw Qiongqi was furious. She waved her hands and continued, "Since you don't know, then continue to attack your city. What are you planning to do with me? After offending me, do you still want to run away?" Qiongqi shouted hysterically. The realm of wind opened again, and wind blades shot towards Bai Qianqian like rain. "You little fox doesn't know how to show appreciation. I originally wanted to taste your meat carefully. This time I decided to digest you directly with stomach acid. First, I will destroy your face and make you miserable." Tao Tai also ran over, paying no attention to the people on the ground. He was obviously also angry about the wounds on his body. Bai Qianqian was no fool. With the two ferocious beasts joining forces, she was no match at all. She quickly dodged and rushed towards Lu Yuan. "He is my master. If you have any grievances, just take them out on him." Bai Qianqian stood next to Lu Yuan and then entered the pet space directly. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the two ferocious beasts. Qiongqi and Tao Tai also looked at Lu Yuan curiously. No one expected that Bai Qianqian, who was over 90 levels, would find such a weak human being as a backer. "Good boy. I almost forgot about you. No wonder that naughty fox is so annoying. It turns out he is yours," Qiongqi said through gritted teeth. Hee. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say, so he could only laugh twice. "You guys retreat first. This kind of battle is not only useful if there are more people." Lu Yuan knew that he would definitely not be able to escape, so he said to everyone. This was not the first day that everyone had cooperated. Every second in this moment was important. The group of people all dispersed and ran towards the tower. "Why don't you leave?" Lu Yuan asked anxiously, looking at Xiao Lui who had not left. "I also want to become stronger. Not your accessory." Xiao Lui tightened the staff in his hand and said proudly. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Lui's firm eyes and ran quickly towards the opposite direction of the holy city without saying anything. Now that the hatred of the two ferocious beasts was on him, it was not a wise choice to stand with everyone. "It's just such a little guy. Why do we need two of us? Go catch him yourself. I'm too lazy to run back and forth. I'll go eat those people on the ground." Qiongqi saw that Lu Yuan was moving so fast and immediately gave up pursuit. "If you're really lazy, just go to the city and eat whatever you want." Although Qiongqi doesn't like Tao Tai very much, he is on the same side after all. As long as it doesn't bother him, he can just let it do its damage. Qiongqi looked at Lu Yuan who was running wildly on the ground, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, torturing people, etc. He liked it the most. Tao Tai walked slowly towards Lenny, Xiao Lui, Shuan Shuang and Qin Li. Seeing that everything had returned to normal, the ordinary monsters and boss launched their attacks again. However, after the commotion just now, the holy city's defensive cover had been restored, and the east gate wall was simply blocked with iron plates and mobilized heavily guarded. The lord of the holy city returned to the city wall and ordered his men, "Push out the destruction cannon." "Lord City Lord, have we reached that point? The energy gems shot out with one shot are equivalent to half of the national treasury," the minister on the side said with some pain. The lord of the holy city looked back at the minister and said coldly, "If the city is destroyed, what's the use of money? The number of ferocious beasts has exceeded expectations. If we don't take action now, we may not have a chance in a while. As commanded, the minister quickly issued an order, and a room at the corner of the city wall was quickly opened. And then a barrel that was much thicker than the laser cannon stretched out. The name of the destruction cannon is very ordinary. But its power is not ordinary. The cannon itself is not particularly expensive. What is expensive is the SH/LS it fires, which are more energy bombs than cannon SH/LS. The reason why the minister said that one shot would destroy half of the treasury is because to kill a monster of this level instantly requires a lot of energy crystals, which are extracted and gathered through the destruction cannon and then fired. To put it simply, it is similar to the energy balls of the monster beasts. The muzzle of the cannon of destruction has been processed so that the energy will not leak out before being fired. So it is difficult to be discovered. And it is also difficult to avoid when discovered. If there is only one Cheongchi, the lord of the holy city will not use the giant cannon. Unexpectedly, there is another Tao Tai. If he does not kill or seriously injure one of them at this moment, the holy city will fall into a state of destruction. The destruction cannon on the city wall has begun to charge, and boxes of energy crystals are being continuously transported to the city wall. It will take some time to reach the standard of firing. As the monster beasts resumed their siege, the players also regrouped and started a new round of defense. After watching Lu Yuan and others fight against the monsters, the morale of the players was greatly shaken. Not to mention that there were top-notch rewards waiting for them. Looking back on the battlefield, Lu Yuan asked everyone to disperse and meet the city wall. Everyone did disperse, but they did not leave the battle circle. The long-range attacks and mages just distanced themselves, while the melee professions all circled behind Tao Tai to form an encirclement trend. Because after everyone's analysis, although Tao Tai can spray gastric juice all over his body, it still spits out from his mouth most of the time. In order to prevent everyone from being attacked by gastric juice, they deliberately dispersed. Lin Yi looked at his proud disciple standing beside him, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Although the gastric juice is highly corrosive, it is still water after all. We, the master and the apprentice, will fill it with fire to create an output environment for everyone." Xiao Lui nodded. Although his level was not high, he was wearing a pseudo-artifact suit, and there was even a trace of unicorn fire seeds as the core in the flames. The quality of his attacks was still very high. Sure enough, the master and apprentice's flames completely restrained Taoqia's gastric juices, and the gastric juices were directly evaporated when they came into contact with the flames. Taoqia's other trick was also tightly restrained by Shi Xuanshuang. As soon as Tao Hai inhaled, Shi Xuanshuang used hurricane force to disrupt the air, so that the players would not be sucked into its mouth. Tao Hai was a little annoyed. His two most commonly used tricks were restrained, and he had no choice but to rely on his own body to attack. This was undoubtedly a kind of torture for the lazy creature. On the other side, Lu Yuan pulled Cheongqi away from him and stopped escaping. He turned to look at Cheongqi, who was flying slowly in midair. Cheongqi had a joking smile on his face, and Lu Yuan also had a smile on his face. Cheongqi did not use his speed to catch up with Lu Yuan, but wanted to slowly torture him to death. After all, he was seriously injured by a person of this strength. Both face and self-esteem were hit. "Don't run away," Cheongqi asked. "This is not called running. This is called tactical retreat," Lu Yuan said confidently. "You are still smiling when you are about to die. I still admire you a little. Appreciate me? Then stop fighting? Ha ha ha. It's too late. Ha ha. It's a bit late." Lu Yuan laughed curiously, and he also grinned, pointing the thunder sword in his hand to the sky without any trace of panic. Thunder tribulation. Cheongqi was still proud, but the next second his smile solidified on his face. Chapter 286: The True Power of the Artifact. It turned out that Lu Yuan had already communicated with Lei Ling when he was evacuating, and opened the seal of the Lei sword when he was careless. Originally, it was impossible to have artifact-level existences in the Taoyuan world, but due to the connection with the space cracks in the real world, there were some loopholes in the restrictions of heaven. Even so, although the Sky Thunder suit has become an artifact level, the two most powerful skills at the artifact level are still sealed. The last time Lu Yuan used it in the real world, the Thunder Spirit had experienced lightning in the real world, so it was confident that it could temporarily lift the seal. As a spirit body, Lei Ling uses thunder as a medium to contact Lu Yuan's world through time and space rifts, and uses its own restored energy to forcefully break the seal. Therefore, when the energy is exhausted, it will fall into sleep again until the next time the energy is restored. The reason why Lu Yuan wanted to distract Qiongqi's attention was mainly because he was afraid that a master of this level might have some unused life-saving skills. Although a mere thunderstorm could not kill him, if he was defended, then it's not just a failure. The smile on Qiongqi's face gradually solidified, because it had felt a terrible energy. And at this moment, his body had begun to become paralyzed, and it was impossible to hide. I can only open up my protective aura, and a few wind walls appear above my head. The rest is up to me to see if I can bear it. There were no thunderclouds in the sky, but a bolt of thunder and lightning came from a distance. The source in the distance should be where the space-time rift is. The wind walls were like decorations, and Bai Ling's protective arrogance had no effect at all. A not-so-thick red thunder struck directly on Qiongqi's body. The fighting areas in all directions stopped, and the weak monsters were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Although the monsters with a slightly higher level were not so unbearable, their legs were still weak from fear. No matter what attributes the monsters have, they are naturally afraid of two things. One is fire, and the other is thunder. This is the nature of animals. So under normal circumstances, monsters with these two attributes are stronger than other attributes of monsters. This kind of power is not something our world should have. The Lord of the Holy City stared at the lightning and said in disbelief. Professor Sun did not go to the front line because his legs were inconvenient, since the physical damage was caused at the beginning. Even if he enters the Taoyuan world through the device, he still cannot walk on the ground. That direction is the direction of the space-time rift. I didn't expect this kid to be able to attract thunder from the outside. Professor Sun naturally knows more than the Lord of the Holy City. To have such a powerful force at such a young age. The most important thing is to have a firm and upright mind. It is really rare. Momonosuke also followed Professor Sun and did not go to the front line to fight. Both of them watched various aspects of the battlefield through video equipment and conveyed their opinions to the city lord in real time. Qiongqi was hit by lightning, and all the attributes around his body disappeared. His muscles instantly stiffened, and he fell from the sky blankly, as if he had been struck dumb. Under Lu Yuan's observation, Qiongqi's blood volume dropped by nearly 10%. You need to know the skills attached to the weapon. One blow knocked out 10% of the blood volume of a beast over level 90. How much energy was that? It also completely paralyzed Qiongqi, and he could not even control the energy in his body. Is this the power of the artifact? The thunder tribulation I summoned before didn't seem to be as powerful as this. Lu Yuan watched Qiongqi fall from the sky. Although he knew that the opportunity was inevitable, he couldn't help but sigh. Can the thunder you summon be the same as the thunder I summon? Lei Ling's voice sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ha ha. Yes. Lu Yuan didn't waste any more time, and rushed over with 1,000 soldiers. Since you can fly, I will cut off your wings first. Qiongqi fell to the ground with a clang, stirring up a large amount of dust. And immediately Lu Yuan rushed over. No matter what, he hit Qiongqi's wings with a skill. After the skill CD, he used Juggernaut, the first 3 basic moves of 9 swords. The Thunder Sword's attack speed was too fast, so in just over 10 seconds, Lu Yuan let out a bad breath. However, Qiongqi's wings showed no signs of breaking. Although his body was paralyzed, the energy in his body should have automatically protected his body. Just like Lu Yuan can sometimes sense danger through his body, top beasts like Qiongqi will naturally use the energy in their bodies to defend themselves. Qiongqi finally resumed his movements, but his body was still a little stiff. Just when he was about to fly into the sky again, he found that his wings were moving unnaturally, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. He was shocked and started to fight back. Field of Wind, Wind, Blade, Hurricane, Tornado. All the skills that can be used are released at once. The purpose is to delay time, so that his body can recover from the stiff state. As long as he flies into the sky, this kid will naturally have nothing to do with him. Thunderfield, Minefield. Lu Yuan continued to use 2 set skills. After using Thunder Domain, Qiongqi, who had not fully recovered, fell into paralysis, not to mention reducing his movement speed. He could not move at all. Lu Yuan's speed greatly increased, and he dodged a series of attacks with a few ducks. The Thunder Sword was thrown high into the sky, and the Shadowless Sword appeared in his hand, and he started to attack again. The Thunder Sword controlled the thunder in the minefield in the air. It was originally a group attack skill, but the thunder clouds instantly gathered together and no longer dispersed the attack. Every thunder that fell hit Qiongqi's body. Although 15 seconds sounds very short, it is still very difficult to be slashed by someone with a sharp sword for 15 seconds. Although Qiongqi was paralyzed this time, the energy in his body had resumed operation, so his defense had also increased. However, the shadowless sword's disregard for defense was not a decoration, and it still left many wounds on Xiongqi's body. A hurricane suddenly appeared, and Lu Yuan was blown more than 10 meters away. Xiongqi finally resumed his action. Although the thunderclouds in the sky were still beating, they still flew into the sky. At this time, Xiongqi still lacked the majesty he had at the beginning. There were wounds all over his body, and the healing speed had also dropped significantly. There was no teasing in his eyes anymore, and he stared at Lu Yuan with angry eyes. He was the one who he had not paid attention to from the beginning. The little thing inside made himself look like this. Lu Yuan sighed a little. If Qin Li and others were here just now, I'm afraid Xiongqi would basically explain it here. I won't underestimate you anymore. You have my approval. But that's it, Xiongqi said very seriously this time. The cannon of destruction is ready. Please give instructions. The soldier on the city wall responsible for filling the energy reported. Close. Tao Tai. Look for opportunities to launch. The Lord of the Holy City gave the order directly. Ding players near Tao Tai. Please pay attention. The cannon of destruction is about to be launched. Please stay awake quickly. The countdown is 10, 9, 8. Retreat at a constant speed and don't disturb it. Lenny whispered to the people around him. 3, 2, 1. Get down quickly. The cannon of destruction was finally launched. A huge black energy ball, carrying terrifying energy, shot straight towards Tao Tai. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying energy appear out of thin air. When Tao Tai looked back, he had no time to dodge, and actually swallowed the energy ball of the giant cannon with his big mouth. It was quiet for 2 seconds, and just when everyone thought the attack was ineffective, an explosion sounded, and the Tao Tai seemed to be blown into pieces in the light, flying everywhere. Chapter 287: The Return of the Candle Dragon. In the light of the explosion, Tao Tai seemed to be blown into pieces. After just experiencing that earth-shattering thunder disaster, he saw Tao Tai being blown into pieces again. Not only were the monsters and beasts demoralized, but even the players did not dare to accept what they were seeing. This scene, quite suddenly, just when Xiongqi was about to finish off Lu Yuan seriously, he saw this amazing explosion. The energy ball suddenly appeared. There was not even any energy fluctuation before. A single blow with his full strength was just that. No wonder Zhulong asked everyone to practice with peace of mind before leaving. Don't start a fight easily. The potential of human beings is really terrible. However, if the blow just hit him, he might not die and lose his ability to fight. But if it hits Tao Tai, who was not fatally injured, and blows it to pieces, non-existent. When the explosion came to an end, the Tao Tai disappeared. What I thought were fragments that were blown away turned out to be small Tao Tai. The originally huge Tao Tai turned into hundreds of small Tao Tai. The little gluttons were scattered everywhere and quickly gathered in the middle. They devoured each other one by one and gradually grew in size. Finally, they returned to their original shape, but their size was much smaller than at the beginning. You bastards! Do you know how hard it is for me to eat so much? You actually consume my energy like this. It's unforgivable. Unforgivable! Tao Tai roared almost madly. In anger, the scales on his body stood up, and he began to spray gastric juice again. This time, the amount was larger, and it sprayed 360 degrees without any blind spots, making the surrounding area feel like acid rain. Field, the scorching sun in the sky mystery, burning the sky. Xiao Lui directly activated his domain skills. After the domain was opened, he directly used the secret skill to burn the sky. The sky and the earth were suddenly enveloped in flames, and the gastric juice was evaporated after touching the flames. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Tao Tai had no choice but to rely on his body to fight. His huge body jumped up high, like a moving hill, and smashed down towards the densely populated area. City Lord, what should we do this time? Such a powerful shot has no effect. It's not completely ineffective. Didn't you see that it is much smaller? It's just that its tyranny is beyond my imagination. It would be great if it attacks another one. Keep filling in. Upon hearing this, the minister continued to charge the cannon. He was about to say something, but after looking at the battlefield, he turned around and conveyed the order. At any time, human life is always more important than money. Prepare to die. Boy! Xiongqi felt relieved when he saw that Tao Tai was safe and sound, although the relationship between the two was not very good. After all, they had been together for so many years. If they were really eliminated, they would still feel a little sad. There's so much nonsense. If you want to fight, just fight. Lu Yuan clenched the thunder sword in his hand. The thunder spirit had exhausted its energy and fell into a deep sleep. The attack just now had exceeded his expectations. Xiongqi occupies the advantage in the air. Lu Yuan can only attack with sword energy. But Xiongqi himself is a wind attribute, and his agility is very high. Lu Yuan relied on his speed advantage, and Xiongqi's attacks were hard to hit. So the two ended up in a stalemate. No one expected that Lu Yuan, who was at level 63, could fight against the ferocious beast alone without losing. Hey, little Chi-Chi, isn't it good for you to bully a child like this? A familiar voice came from behind Lu Yuan. It was Hua Qilin, who had parted recently. Senior Qilin, why are you here? Are you here to attack the city too? Lu Yuan took the time to hide aside and said to Hua Qilin, if the Fire Qilin also comes to attack the city, then the Holy City will completely lose hope of successful defense. I just felt a terrifying aura. It seemed like it didn't belong to this world. I just came here to take a look out of curiosity. Hua Qilin explained. Fire Qilin, as a member of the Peak Forest, are you just watching like this? Xiongqi said in an attempt to get Fire Qilin to join the group. Bullying a kid with you? Listening to Hua Qilin's righteous words, Lu Yuan would have thought that Hua Qilin was such a decent person if he hadn't been tortured in Qilin Cave for so long. If you don't want to help, just get out of the way. Do you still want to go against me? Xiongqi said angrily. Don't continue. The Pinnacle Forest has been resting and recuperating for so many years. Don't destroy all the backbone. Uncharacteristically, Hua Qilin began to persuade Xiongqi to stop fighting. Xiongqi also looked at Hua Qilin with some surprise. In the past, Hua Qilin was more bloodthirsty than anyone else. But now he actually came to persuade him to fight. Lao Hu is right. Let's break up when you've had enough fun. Jin Maoyan arrived at the south gate at some point. No one noticed him even though he didn't speak. Lao Jin, your strength has improved a lot. You're not bad either. Jin Maoyan came to Hua Qilin and punched him hard on the chest. And then the two of them had a man-to-man hug. Among the four ferocious beasts, these two have the best relationship and were the most murderous at first. Unexpectedly, they are both tired of fighting now. Who started the war again? Didn't I tell you to practice well? A powerful voice suddenly sounded. And then a man wearing a black coat and long snow-white hair approached from far away. Lord Zhulong, several ferocious beasts said in unison, all of them feeling surprised. Zhulong has disappeared for too long, and he didn't expect to appear on such an occasion. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the man in front of you. With a simple sentence, all the monsters stopped attacking, and even Tao Tai ran over obediently. Some players wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack on the monsters, but they all felt the huge pressure, and all the attacks that had been carried out disappeared out of thin air. The war is over. All monsters will return to the Peak Forest. Zhulong was like a big boss, and all the monsters obediently retreated towards the Peak Forest. You humans can take care of yourselves. If all the monsters and beasts are destroyed, it will be difficult for you to survive in this world. Zhulong continued. Lu Yuan looked at Zhulong with some surprise. As a monster, he actually said such philosophical words. Brother Zhulong, you finally appeared. Bai Qianqian appeared again and rushed towards Zhulong. Call uncle. Zhulong pointed with one hand, and Bai Qianqian stopped 1 meter in front of him, unable to move forward. Did you do that thunder from the sky just now? Zhulong fell to the ground and asked Lu Yuan. The other murderers in the sky also fell down. Lu Yuan nodded. Facing an opponent of this strength, it was impossible to win, let alone run away. He's summoning someone to chop me, Zhulong said calmly. What? Crack me. I can only summon you once here, but I can't summon it now, Lu Yuan said. Zhulong thought thoughtfully for a while, then said, what about in your world? Our world. Have you been there? Zhulong nodded and said, I was attracted back by that thunder. Chapter 288 Direction. Did you go to our world? Lu Yuan grasped the key point of Zhulong's words. Speak somewhere else. Zhulong nodded first, and then with a wave of his hand, the 4 ferocious beasts by Qianqian and Lu Yuan were enveloped in it, and then disappeared. Calmness returned to the battlefield instantly, and the remaining monsters quickly retreated towards the Peak Forest after seeing that their leader was gone. All soldiers and adventurers stopped pursuing, clean up the battlefield, and return to the town to help restore damaged buildings. The Lord of the Holy City issued an order to avoid unnecessary casualties. After all, The candle dragon had already appeared. If it was angered, the holy city would be wiped out in an instant. The previous battle was fierce, and many items dropped by monsters were too late to be picked up. There were even many boss-level monsters among them. Cleaning the battlefield is naturally the most favorite thing for players, especially after the Taotai was blown to pieces, and a lot of things fell out of his stomach. They have been scattered in every corner of the battlefield. No one knows where they will find some. Surprise! The Holy City soldiers did not participate in cleaning up the loot. It was obviously the city owner who wanted to give some comfort to the players defending the city. After all, this time the average player dropped more than one level. Lu Yuan only felt that the surrounding space was a little distorted. But it did not last long, and he was back to grounding in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by a forest, there is a simple thatched house, with a stone table and several chairs made of tree stumps outside. This place should be deep in the pinnacle forest. The configuration of this residence is similar to that of the Sword Master. Maybe experts like this simple style? You guys have been practicing for so many years. Why are you still so impetuous? Cultivation is the process of cultivating the mind. You fight and kill all day long, and it is difficult to break through the limit. Zhulong scolded the 4 ferocious beasts like a big brother. But none of the originally arrogant ferocious beasts stood up to refute. After being silent for a while, Fire Qilin said calmly, I have lived in seclusion for many years, practicing in the magma underground in the Kunlun Mountains. I just felt a terrifying force that I had never seen before. So I went to the battlefield to take a look. Zhulong nodded and said, Your cultivation has indeed improved a lot compared to before. You used to have the hottest temperament. I didn't expect you to be able to endure loneliness and practice in seclusion. Hui Qilin was not proud of the praise, and stood with his hands behind his back, quite like a master. Jean Malian continued, Brother, you have been away for many years, but do you feel like you have a breakthrough? Zhulong did not answer directly, but looked at Jean Maluan with admiration and said, You and Hui Qilin used to be the most bloodthirsty, but I didn't expect that it is you two who have the most peace of mind now. You can convert murderous intention into power. It seems that you two have worked hard these years. Jean Maluan nodded and said calmly, Brother, what you said before leaving is right. Even if you are born as a monster, you still have to live a meaningful life. Only by finding your own direction can you do it. Then have you found your direction? Zhulong asked. Jean Maluan nodded first, then sighed and shook his head. When I met her, I thought I had found her. Then with her death, I fell into confusion again. It can make me let go of my thoughts of killing. It is an ordinary woman who has regained her peace of mind. But in the end, she still cannot withstand her fate. The difficulty of love calamity is also a kind of experience for you. Zhulong looked at Xiongqi and continued, You are still the same as before, lest the world not be in chaos. Xiongqi turned into a human form and turned out to be a woman. And she was also very beautiful. Brother, don't you know why I'm like this? Xiongqi looked at Zhulong with complicated eyes. And even Lu Yuan, a person who didn't understand emotions, could see a lot of information. Zhulong shook his head slightly, did not answer Xiongqi's rhetorical question, and continued to say to Taotai, Gluttony is your nature. Just eating can improve your cultivation, which is also your talent. But remember not to participate in wars in the future. There are laws for everything. Don't destroy the balance. Taotai lay on the ground and fell asleep. He nodded slightly, not sure if he heard it. Although humans hunt monsters, it is not all bad. Monsters need some sense of crisis. Otherwise, all races will perish in comfort. Moreover, many monsters have extremely strong reproductive capabilities. If they are allowed to continue to reproduce, which may not be a good thing. As the supreme ruler of the Pinnacle Forest, Zhulong's words were not on the side of the Pinnacle Forest. Lu Yuan couldn't help but admire him a little. Humans hunted monsters, and monsters didn't cause harm to the world. However, these small fights would not affect the overall situation, but would make both sides feel a sense of crisis. And even more so, it is helpful to promote the motivation of cultivation. Born in sorrow and dying in happiness. Most people in the real world are living in peace and happiness. I wonder how many people will have the courage to take up arms when real monsters appear in the city. Brother Zhulong, why haven't you come to see me yet? Bai Qianqian looked at Zhulong with admiration as he scolded the 4 ferocious beasts. Taking advantage of the interval, he hurriedly approached Zhulong and whispered, Your parents and I are old friends. You should call me uncle. I have been entrusted to ensure that you grow up. Your current cultivation level is enough to protect yourself, so we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. You can take care of yourself. Long was a little cold. Said to Bai Qianqian, I just want to follow you. I will be very quiet. Okay. I won't disturb your practice. Bai Qianqian pleaded with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for you, this war wouldn't have broken out. It wouldn't have been your suitors who unanimously demanded to rescue you. Qiongqi looked at Bai Qianqian with disgust and said, I just want to see Brother Zhulong. What other monsters do has nothing to do with me. Bai Qianqian said, A sexy fox is a sexy fox. He knows how to seduce men all day long. Qiongqi said reluctantly, Shut up. How could such unbearable words come from your mouth? Zhulong was disgusted with this senseless quarrel. When Qiongqi and Bai Qianqian saw Zhulong getting angry, they didn't dare to make a sound and stood quietly, rolling their eyes at each other with unkind looks. Zhulong finally looked at Lu Yuan and said calmly, I have indeed been to your world. Lu Yuan was slightly startled. It turned out that Zhulong had always remembered the question he asked before. Going through the space rift? To be precise, I tore that space crack open, Zhulong said without any concealment. For a strong person of this level, it is obvious that he knows much more than Lu Yuan. So Lu Yuan has nothing to hide. Isn't it good for two worlds to develop independently of each other? Why do they have to interfere with each other? Lu Yuan was surprised when he heard that the space crack was actually created by Zhulong. At the same time, he also blamed the culprit. I have no intention of disturbing ordinary people's lives. I just want to move forward in my direction. The impact I will have on the way forward is not something I can fully consider. Why are you telling me? An ordinary human. This? Because the power contained in the thunder just now is exactly what I am pursuing. Although there is only a very weak trace. I can really feel it. That thunder? Chapter 289, Looking for You in This World. That thunder? Although Lu Yuan knew that the thunder tribulation skill was very powerful, he did not expect that even a strong man like Zhulong would recognize its power. Yes, I was originally in your world, but I felt a gravitational pull, which drew a trace of divine power from there. So I chased it back here. Zhulong didn't hide it either. Lu Yuan raised his thunder sword and explained. It's the move that comes with this weapon. Are you a descendant of the lineage of the god of Craftsman? No wonder this armor is so exquisite. Zhulong glanced at the thunder sword and discovered the ring of the god of Craftsman in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan nodded. Principal Oyi passed it on personally. It was with the candle dragon claw he built that I tore open this rift in time and space. The craftsmanship of the god of Craftsman lineage is unparalleled in the world. Zhulong waved his hand, and a pair of gloves appeared out of thin air, with sharp blades extending from the fingertips. Although each fingertip was only a short 2 inches longer, bursts of tearing sensations emanated from the sharp blades. The gloves made for Zhulong were simply called Zhulong claws, and the name was very Ouya's style. Lu Yuan stared at the candle dragon claw for a while, and found that Ouya's forging level was really high. He originally thought that he had reached his level, but now it seems that he is still far behind. This candle dragon claw should have reached the level of an artifact, even surpassing his own thunder sword. However, there was no space rift at that time, so it was impossible for an artifact to appear in this world. Later, Lu Yuan forged the thunder sword. Due to the cracks in space, the restrictions of heaven were slightly loosened, so the thunder sword became known as an artifact. Without the candle dragon claw, there would be no space cracks, and without the space cracks, there would be no entry of human beings in the real world. Moreover, there would be no subsequent Taoyuan game, and players would not appear here. It turns out that the root of all this is because of Ouya, and the one who really changed the situation turned out to be the lineage of the god of Craftsman. Won't the space cracks close? I have seen some attacks tear the space apart before, but it will return to its original state in an instant. Lu Yuan still remembered the length of the space crack, and he couldn't understand it. Actually, after tearing apart the space, I felt a little regretful. The crack in the space was not big at first. As time went by, the crack not only did not get smaller, but became bigger and bigger. I really don't know what it will be like in the future. If the world collapses because of this crack, then I will become a sinner, Zhulong said. Getting bigger and bigger? Isn't it like this from the beginning? Lu Yuan was shocked. The scientists who first discovered the crack, including Professor Sun, could not have known that the space crack was expanding, but no one had ever revealed it. It seems that in their eyes, they are only valuable, and some additional things have not been informed to them. Zhulong shook his head and said, Your world is of a higher level than ours. I have a chance to break through the bottleneck there. But there is a fatal problem there. That is, the magic elements are scarce. And the aura of heaven and earth is also very weak. Although the upper limit is high. But I couldn't cultivate. So I kept looking for a solution. And almost 1,000 years passed before I knew it. Lu Yuan thought for a while. And calculated based on the proportion of time. The 1,000 years here are equivalent to nearly 100 years in his own world. It is true that in our world, the seal of the Thunder Sword will be automatically lifted. But here it will be restricted by the law of heaven. Lu Yuan said. According to my observation, there are many people like you who travel back and forth between the two worlds. But you know much more than the average person. Although you are a little weaker, you can beat Qiongqi to this level. Young hero. Xulong praised. How did you know that I was fighting Qiongqi? You weren't even here before. The remaining aura on its body and the damaged vitality are all too obvious. I will do my best if I can help you. But the Thunder Spirit has exhausted its energy and is now sleeping. I cannot summon Thunder Tribulation here. Lu Yuan knew a lot of information and did not forget Zhulong's request. It seemed that Zhulong would not be detrimental to him and should only pursue breaking through the limits. You just said that in your world. The seal of the sword will be lifted? Does that mean that if I want to see that thunder, I can just go to your world to find you? Zhulong asked unwillingly. Theoretically, this is the case. We have a device over there that can travel back and forth between the two worlds. In fact, the person I am here is not my real body. However, in order not to attract attention, it is best to experiment in a sparsely populated place. Lu Yuan made no secret and truthfully reached the... After hearing this, Zhulong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He walked back and forth in the yard twice, seeming to be thinking about something. Everyone in the courtyard did not dare to make a sound, and Lu Yuan did not bother him. This desire for strength reminded Lu Yuan of his ancestor Yi, and he wondered whether he had reached the real world. I wonder if he can fulfill his wish and make a real artifact in this world without magic. I've been with you for a long time, and I know a lot about a lot of things. The most popular game now, Taoyuan, should be the equipment you use to enter here. Right? But I haven't heard of any equipment to get out of here. I rely on my own strength to travel back and forth. Zhulong stopped and said to Lu Yuan, this kind of equipment is not used publicly. Only a small number of people have come into contact with it. You should also know that many monsters and people from the demonic world have already arrived in this world. Our soldiers there rely on this kind of equipment. Only then can we guard around the cracks in time and space. Lu Yuan explained. I know this, and I've come into contact with it. Those fire-breathing hidden weapons of yours should be called guns. They don't hurt or itch when they hit me. I didn't bother to argue with them, so I left quietly. Later, some things did appear. Someone wearing magical gear. Yes, our weapons are already very advanced and powerful, but they are of little use to monsters like you with tenacious vitality and super high defense. Although there are many large-scale lethal weapons, for to protect the ecological environment, its use has now been restricted. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the first time he participated in a real-world battle. It was almost difficult for guns and cannons to cause damage to demon beasts and soldiers. Even if the bullets hit their bodies, they would only cause little damage. It would not be as good as cutting them with your own sword. Even when encountering monsters with extremely high defenses, they would not be able to break through their defenses at all. I need you to strike me with lightning that contains divine power. Let me feel that power. Maybe it will help me make a breakthrough. I will go to your world to find you now. Zhulong's eyes showed excitement, and he finally had hope of a breakthrough after so many years. Lu Yuan did not refuse. Facing such a strong person, there was no point in refusing. He might as well just cooperate to the end. Help me send my little brother back. Remember to practice well. If I find a way to break through, I will teach it to you when the time comes. After Zhulong said that, he disappeared. Lu Yuan was a little dazed. This Zhulong was really impatient. Does he know where I am? Lu Yuan said to everyone in the yard who had not yet reacted. Forehead. I want to find you too. But why don't I know you have fought elsewhere? Bai Qianqian said excitedly. Obviously for Zhulong. Another world? It should be quite interesting. Qiongqi also seemed to be interested. Uh-huh. Lao Jin. Why don't we go and see the excitement? What Qilin said with a smile. At this time, Tao Ai was already snoring, and Lu Yuan had a headache. Why were all these troublesome people coming to find him? Chapter 290 Bad News. Let's go. Send you out of the peak forest first. Fire Qilin said to Lu Yuan. You really all want to come to me? Lu Yuan really didn't want to deal with these people. I want to follow Brother Zhulong, who is looking for you. Bai Qianqian said lightly. Anyway, every step forward in cultivation is already difficult. It would be good to go out for a walk and see unknown things. Jin Mao Wan, who didn't say much, replied. Lu Yuan has seen all the 4 ferocious beasts, except the golden-haired beast, which he has never really fought against. However, based on Lu Yuan's observation, his strength should be higher than that of Qiongqi and Tao Tai. Level is a benchmark, but it cannot fully represent their strength. If Lu Yuanlai were to rank, Qiongqi should be the weakest. Although Tao Tai is extremely talented, he is lazy by nature and can only reach 3rd place at most. Fire Qilin, it should be on par with the Golden Retriever. But I always feel that the Golden Retriever that I have never fought against is stronger. You have improved a lot compared to when we first met. Later I visited those villagers, and they were much happier than when I was in the zombie village. Thank you, Jin Maoyan suddenly added. Lu Yuan thought that Jin Maoyan had forgotten him, but he didn't expect to mention the original incident again. It seemed that the woman in that village had a great influence on him. I was entrusted by others to do things that were loyal to others, and I also took advantage of you. Although the original zombie bracelet is not considered very good now, at its original level, it was considered to be a very good piece of equipment. Lu Yuan told several people his address. Originally, Lu Yuan planned to summon Bai Qianqian directly from his own world, but he couldn't be summoned at all. But the 9-colored divine deer could be summoned. It probably has a lot to do with Bai Qianqian not being under his control. After all, Bai Qianqian is nominally Lu Yuan's pet, but in fact she has never been controlled by Lu Yuan at any time, and can only be regarded as a tenant in Lu Yuan's pet space. Soon after leaving the Pinnacle Forest, Lu Yuan said goodbye to several ferocious beasts. They all flew towards the rift in time and space. Lu Yuan started to return to the city, leaving only Tao Tai still sleeping soundly in the courtyard. Back in the holy city, Lu Yuan found that all the players were working on the aftermath. There were too many monsters. Although everyone suffered great losses, they also received a lot of compensation. After contacting everyone, they all queued up at the Lord's mansion of the holy city to receive the rewards. Everyone's honor points were among the best. But among all the defenders, Lu Yuan had the most honor points. And the second was Fang Rou, who teamed up with Lu Yuan. Since the rest of the group had been dealing with the boss, they did not make it into the top 5. However, except for the fish gut sword and the giant rock turtle sleeve, there was nothing particularly attractive about the prizes. Lu Yuan originally wanted to leave the opportunity to other players, and Fang Rou's fish intestine sword was definitely in his pocket. However, since no one else made the top 5 for the heavy armor epic set, he still gave it to him even if he didn't choose it. Outsider. In the end, Lu Yuan helped everyone get the heavy armor set back, and all the remaining honor points were converted into experience points. Lu Yuan's level soared directly to level 65, and the giant rock turtle set was finally assigned to Yang Yanzhao, because Yang Yanzhao's armor was too weak. With the giant rock turtle epic heavy armor set, combined with the Jinshan bright silver spear, his combat power increased directly. Up a level. Yang Yanzhao was even more grateful. He didn't expect that after joining Lu Yuan's team, he would not lose any of the benefits, and the others would not object at all. Fang Rou was very excited while playing with the fish intestine sword. Although she didn't say it, she was still very grateful to Lu Yuan. The weapon she made first was obviously for the assassin profession. In addition, she only formed a team with herself, so her intention was even more. It's obvious. Brother Lu, you are back. Please come to the City Lord's mansion to talk. After everyone exchanged the loot, Momonosuk suddenly appeared, probably wanting to ask Lu Yuan about the situation. Lu Yuan followed Momonosuk into the City Lord's palace and said as he walked, "Just send someone to call me. Why do you bother to call me in person every time? Ha. It's okay. If you are idle, you are idle. Take a look at the scenery here. You might not be able to see it anymore," Momonosuk said with some deep meaning. What do you mean? Lu Yuan caught a hint of information, but he was not sure. It's nothing. Let's go! Momonosuk smiled slightly at Lu Yuan, but did not explain much. Lu Yuan suddenly had a premonition that something big was going to happen soon. Momonosuk obviously knew some inside information and deliberately reminded himself. It was probably because of the rules that he couldn't tell it clearly. Inside the main hall, it was very different from before the war. Everyone looked tired, and there were many fewer people attending the meeting in the hall. Everyone was discussing something when Lu Yuan entered. Although the holy city was defended this time, There was no joyful atmosphere in the hall, but a bit heavy. When Lu Yuan arrived at the center of the hall suddenly became quiet, followed by a burst of applause. Especially those who had fought with Lu Yuan. All looked at him with admiration. Soldiers who went into battle to kill the enemy always respected heroes. The applause stopped, and the Lord of the Holy City directly praised him. Young brother is very promising, and he fought against the ferocious beast with his own strength. He is truly a hero from a young age. Lu Yuan nodded without answering. It was better not to listen to such official flattery. Lu Yuan always knew his position. It would be bad to be praised too highly by others. There are many people with good performance on the battlefield. Do you have any favorite candidates to cultivate a group of elites for our holy city? The city lord continued to ask. Ha ha ha. I think this little brother is pretty good, but it seems I have nothing to teach him, Qinli said with a bold smile. Senior, you're welcome. I still have a lot to learn, Lu Yuan said modestly. Seeing that Lu Yuan was not proud of himself, Qinli nodded secretly. I have already accepted close disciples, and their performance on the battlefield is also very good. You can choose. Lin Yi was naturally talking about Xiao Lui. The discussion was still going on in the main hall. Professor Sun nodded to the city lord, and after a brief exchange of eyes, Professor Sun walked to the back hall, and then someone told Lu Yuan to speak in the back hall. Lu Yuan naturally understood that he had nothing to talk about with the NPCs. The real power of the holy city was actually in the hands of Professor Sunday. After all, Professor Sun was also the highest authority in the Taoyuan temple in this world. Professor Sun, what's the matter? Lu Yuan came to the back hall and asked directly. Well, because it is more convenient to meet in the game. I called you directly. You performed very well in this battle. Professor Sun exchanged a few pleasantries first, and then continued. According to reports from the informant, the body of the Demon King has been put together and is now in the integration stage. It will not be long before he will be resurrected, and his strength will be even more powerful than before. Do you mean to launch a general attack on the demon world now? Lu Yuan asked. Professor Sun shook his head and said, This time the monsters attacked the city. Do you know why the demon world didn't take advantage of the situation to attack? Lu Yuan thought about it, and understood that the demon emperor must be resurrected soon. So the demon realm has always maintained its defense line. Even though it has always had the advantage, it has never pursued outwards. Is it to protect the demon king from resurrecting? Professor Sun nodded and said, Exactly. But there is another bad news. Since more and more people are traveling back and forth through the space cracks, the cracks are expanding much faster. I don't know how long it can last. What will happen if I can't support it? Professor Sun shook his head and seemed unsure. Chapter 291 All Lang joins. What will happen if I can't support it? Professor Sun shook his head and seemed unsure. It may be like a black hole, absorbing both worlds, causing the end of the world. Or there may just be a big explosion, causing the cracks in space and time to collapse. No one can predict what will happen, Professor Sun said with some helplessness. Can't you stop it? Lu Yuan never thought that the biggest crisis was not the demons, but the seemingly motionless space-time rift. We have tried many methods, but nothing has worked. Lu Yuan thought for a while and asked, If you can't solve the problem, telling me won't help. Lu Yuan had already been at Zhulong and heard about the space crack. Professor Sun obviously knew that the crack was expanding, but he never mentioned it. Lu Yuan felt a little strange when he mentioned it at this time. It seems to me that Zhulong is quite familiar with you. I know that the crack was caused by him. I wonder if he can do anything about it. Professor Sun's eyes were a little erratic, and he asked Lu Yuan tentatively. The strangeness at this moment was still noticed by Lu Yuan. I'm not familiar with him, but he just took a fancy to the power of my thunder tribulation. Lu Yuan felt that there was no need to lie, although Professor Sun mentioned that Zhulong was a bit strange just now. After all, people knew too many secrets, and not everything would be told to him. Do you know where he went? Have no idea. Lu Yuan didn't understand why he answered like this. He subconsciously felt that there was something strange about Professor Sun today, and his intentions were too obvious. He had been asking about Zhulong. Oh, actually there is another thing that came to you. The prizes you created yourself were all taken away by your own people, although they are well deserved. These players must have some inside information. So you want me to take out some equipment as prizes? No problem. Just go to the blacksmith shop and take whatever you like. The conversation ended with Professor Sun's sudden change of tone, leaving Lu Yuan confused. Could it be that Zhulong had some secret? Or maybe Professor Sun has some secret? Lu Yuan left the city lord's mansion and returned directly to the Holy City blacksmith shop. He asked Ah Fu to prepare some epic equipment for the city lord's mansion to choose from. These were the trophies saved by everyone, and they were all equipment that was not suitable for everyone. So Lu Yuan did not feeling distressed. After the continuous battle, Lu Yuan was also very tired, so he didn't want to continue forging. So he had to do it perfunctorily. Zhulong's words were so powerful. They were all fighting for their lives, but in the blink of an eye, they all ran back to the peak forest. Zhao Xing had chatted with everyone in the blacksmith shop. By the way, boss, what happened after you left with him? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Ha. It's okay if I don't mention it. If I mention it, my head will be big. I'm afraid we will be in trouble in a few days. Lu Yuan said with a helpless smile. The monster siege is over. Is there any trouble left? Fang Rou asked casually, still playing with the fish intestine sword. Zhulong is coming to our house to find me. Oh? The beast boss is coming to our house? Damn it. He didn't come to silence him because we killed too many of his men. Right. Zheng Yu shouted in a fuss. There are also Wu Qilin, Jin Maoyan, Xiongji and Bai Qianqian. The four of them are also coming to join in the fun. As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Lui, who was usually the calmest, could not sit still, and everyone else also looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded to confirm and continued to smile bitterly. It's troublesome enough. None of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Li Tong lay on the table tiredly and sighed. After reaching level 50, I am really tired from running around fighting all the time. Seeing Li Tong's tired face, Fang Rou ran over and laid down on the table next to her. Looking decadent, said. Xiao Lui gently stroked Li Tong's hair and patted his shoulder to express comfort. By the way, Brother Lu, I am an old acquaintance of Chung Feng Pian Lang. His character is not a problem. If possible, he would like to work with us in the future. Yang Yanzhao stepped forward and introduced. Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan had met this person many times. Although he didn't have too deep contact, he always knew that he had a good relationship with Zheng Yu, Yang Yanzhao and others. Aw Lang, why don't you come and live with us? Our boys' dormitory is really lonely, Zheng Yuchu said pitifully. Ha. I originally had this idea, but when I heard that the ferocious beasts were going to pass by, I felt a little scared. Chunfeng Bolong said with a smile. Coward! With my boss here, there is no need to be afraid. Besides, you are so brave. So don't join our team. We are all people who want to do big things. Zheng Yu hasn't been talkative for a long time. This time, a new person has joined, and he can finally use his special skills to fight with each other. You're kidding. My home is not in your city. Anyway, I am alone. I will just deal with the matters at hand and go there. Riding the wind and waves is quite free and easy. Where are your teammates? Lu Yuan asked. Those are my game friends for many years. They are all used to being loose and don't want to be tied down. But when I have something to do, they will definitely be there. Well, welcome to your arrival. Just contact Brother Yang or Zheng Yu directly. I may have a lot of things these days. I have good news for you. Sure, Xu and Chuang, the Wind Mage who was on the battlefield before, is very optimistic about you. Maybe passed down to you. After Lu Yuan chatted with everyone for a while, he directly chose to log off. He has been really tired recently. He was tortured in Qilin Cave for a long time. And then, he has been forging equipment. Then in order to improve the level of falling, he has been in the demon world. The battlefield dragged on with fighting. And then, they experienced the most tiring monster siege. Lu Yuan walked out of the house and went to the backyard, looking at the stars in the sky with his hands behind his back, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Will this world really disappear? Lu Yuan murmured to himself. What are you doing here alone? Li Tong's voice came from behind, pretending to be sad to attract our attention. I said he is a master in love, but you still don't believe it. Fang Rou then said. Ha. Sister Fang Rou, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Is it him? A master in love? Yao Wanzi was also among them and mocked her. Lu Yuan turned around and found that everyone except the Nani and Auntie had come to the backyard. Xiao Lui, who was silent, was also looking at the sky quietly. Why did you come out? Lu Yuan asked. I'm so tired, so I came out to rest. I originally thought that real life is boring, but the world of Taoyuan is wonderful and colorful. Suddenly I realized that it doesn't matter which world we are in. It's just our own fault. Li Tong said lightly. After going around and around, I realized that our world is the real peach blossom land. Unfortunately, the war is about to spread. Xiao Lui suddenly said with emotion. The atmosphere is a bit dull. I think we can stay quietly for 2 days. Let's go shopping together tomorrow. In the end, Lu Yuan didn't say anything about the time and space rift. So let everyone spend some time happily. There is no need for everyone to live in fear. The reason why Lu Yuan suggested going shopping was to stock up on more daily necessities. Chapter 292 Emotional Expert. When Lu Yuan logged into the game for the first time, the situation changed a lot. Since the Demon Realm defense line could not hold out, many players actually organized and began to attack the Pinnacle Forest. Things have turned, and the monsters who dispersed after returning to the forest are no match for the players. Although both sides suffered casualties, the monsters still suffered heavy losses. War is like this. Either it will be peaceful, or it will never end. It is estimated that when the enthusiasm of players' attacks dissipates, the monsters in the Pinnacle Forest will definitely start to take revenge again. Lu Yuan and others were not idle either. These monsters were not kind-hearted people anyway, so it was most practical to increase their experience points. However, everyone chose ferocious monsters to fight, and Lu Yuan and others did not kill monsters that did not take the initiative to attack. After the morning exercise the next day, no one logged into the game. Everyone looked a little excited after not going out for a long time. Let's buy some new clothes to wear today, Li Tong said happily. When I think about it, it's been a long time since I went out to play. Games have really changed my life. It seems like I'm almost out of touch with the world. Fong Ro had already finished dressing up and had returned to her previous sexy style. But she felt a little more emotional for no reason. Linger, tell me what you like, and I'll give it all to you. Zheng Yu came close to Linger and started talking sweetly. Linger just smiled and shook his head, saying that he had no special needs. Go, spread dog food. You don't have the eyesight to see. Zhao Xinghe looked at Zheng Yu, who had a sweet look on his face, and said jokingly, feeling bitter in his heart. No one expected that Zhao Xinghe, who used to be the most romantic, would now become the most miserable. According to his own words, that was retribution. Everyone drove to the shopping mall. The journey was not too far. After getting off the car, everyone split into 2 groups. The women went shopping to buy clothes, while the men were all left behind by Lu Yuan to enter the supermarket together. Boss, why don't we go shopping with you? It's okay to just order the supermarket items online and have them delivered, Zheng Yu said reluctantly. We need to reserve more food this time, if there is still a chance, although we don't know what it will be like. We still need to prepare early, Lu Yuan said calmly. What do you mean? Zhao Xinghe noticed something was wrong. Don't think too much. Just cherish every day. If something happens, the higher-ups will take care of it. If it doesn't work, we will face it together. Lu Yuan decided not to tell everyone the truth yet. Things might not be as bad as imagined. If nothing happened, wouldn't it be all in vain? Oh, is the demon world about to attack? Just in case, let's stock up on more food so that we won't be unable to eat. The boss is thoughtful. Zheng Yu expressed his thoughts. So be it. Jianshan just followed silently and didn't speak. He seemed to have his own thoughts. He looked at what Lu Yuan wanted to say, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. This time we mainly purchase food with a long shelf life, and we also need some things to supplement calories. Lu Yuan briefly talked about what he wanted to buy, and then he started shopping around with a shopping cart each. Lu Yuan hoped that his considerations were unnecessary, but since he knew some information in advance, it was always good to prepare early. It would be better if the food was not needed. According to previous news and various articles, the traffic of major shopping malls and physical stores has been severely reduced, all of which have been affected by the game, Taoyuan. Everyone is hiding at home and playing games. But there are quite a lot of people in the mall today. I can occasionally hear everyone discussing things in the game, which are all about upgrading. There are also some people who suddenly found that they had nothing to do except upgrading in the past 2 days. All the events in the game seemed to be suspended. Lu Yuan naturally knew what was going on, but he just didn't know how Taoyuan Group planned to deal with it. If the space-time rift collapsed, no one knew what would happen to the world. But at least the connection between the 2 worlds would be severed. The best result at that time is that the 2 worlds are in peace, and Taoyuan Group will at most compensate some players for their losses. Brother Lu, I have something to tell you. Jianshan walked around Lu Yuan from nowhere and interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts. Well, If you have anything to say, just tell me. I seem. Jianchen hesitated and couldn't open his mouth. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Yuan asked with concern. Jianchen was the youngest, and everyone always regarded him as their younger brother. I seem to have fallen in love with Green Snake. Jianchen finally plucked up the courage to say. Forehead. Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer. I don't know what to do. And I don't dare to tell my brother. Brother Lu, please help me come up with an idea. Jianchen said while pushing the cart side by side with Lu Yuan. I really can't give you much advice on emotional matters, but you should understand that it is a monster, and you don't belong to the same world. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. I understand all this. It's just. Jianchen lowered his head silently. He seemed to be deeply in love, as he was just starting to fall in love. But the monsters in that world can come to us. But falling in love with monsters is difficult to achieve results. You have to be mentally prepared. Lu Yuankai explained. Well, I understand. Thank you, Brother Lu. By the way, there was a similar story before, called The Legend of the White Snake. It was about the love affair between humans and snakes. You can refer to it. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered and added. Well, okay. I'll take a good look when I get back and learn how to get along with snakes. Thank you, Brother Lu. After hearing this, Jianchen happily ran to pick out things. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. He actually came to ask him about love. He really knew how to choose someone. Xiao Yuanzi, if the war really develops into the real world, how should I deal with her if I meet her on the battlefield? Zhao Xinghe appeared out of nowhere, and the sudden sound startled Lu Yuan. If that's the case, it would be difficult. Fighting in our world is a matter of life and death. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said. Zhao Xinghe remained silent. Finally sighed, and silently pushed the cart away. Lu Yuan silently looked at the lonely back of his good brother, hoping that he would not do anything stupid. After all, it was just a love affair in the game. Boss! Miss Linger has been tepid towards me lately. You have to put in a nice word for me. Zheng Yu appeared out of nowhere. You two have always been very good. Why do you need me to say something nice? Lu Yuan was speechless. Why did he come to ask these questions today? I asked her to pick out a gift this morning, but she just smiled and looked like she didn't want it. Is she having an affair with me? Do you think Linger is interested in your money? Just give gifts with good intentions. Why do you still look like a nouveau riche after so long? Lu Yuan said speechlessly. As expected of the boss, what he said makes sense, but I was too abrupt. After Zheng Yu said that, he pushed the car and ran away. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly. What's wrong with this? I haven't figured out my own affairs yet, and these brothers have come to consult me about my relationship issues. Brother Lu, have you finished choosing? Jianchen pushed a cart full of food, waved his hand, and asked loudly. Lu Yuan looked at the empty shopping cart and didn't know what to say. Chapter 293 touched. Lin Han, are you really not considering joining us? Heroes are made in troubled times. The world is about to be reshuffled. It is definitely right to follow Mr. Zhao. The speaker was Lei Bing, and walking with him was Lin Han, who had not appeared for a long time. Coincidentally, this shopping mall is Lin's enterprise. Ever since Xiao Lui's competition to recruit a bride, Lin Han's brother Lin Lan was very frustrated. Not to mention the injury that he had been recovering from for a long time. He was even more depressed after he recovered. He knows how to enjoy himself, but he feels that practicing martial arts has no future, and he is not short of money anyway. When Lin Han's brother Lin Lan was favored, Lin Han had to pretend to be a playboy, eating, drinking, having fun and indulging in women all day long. So Lin Lan naturally didn't take him seriously, taking advantage of Lin Lan's depression. Lin Han took the opportunity to take over most of Lin's enterprises. At first, the old man of the Lin family was very careless. What he didn't expect was that Lin Han was much more capable than his brother in all aspects. Business is managed in an orderly manner. I didn't expect that the dignified eldest son of the Lei family would take a trip into this muddy water. And wouldn't you be afraid that standing in the wrong team would affect your family? Lin Han politely refused while patrolling. It happened that Lin Han was patrolling the mall today, and Lei Bing and others who had already joined the demon clan did not play the game because the defense line was closed, but came to win over various forces. Mr. Lin, when the demonic army is coming, what business is there to do? Those who know the current situation are heroes. Only by standing in line early can you eat a big piece of cake. The woman behind Lei Bing quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Han's arm. Her low-cut business clothes and her roundness that couldn't be wrapped kept rubbing against Lin Han. It was Zhang Pan who was originally said to be the nanny for Lu Yuan and others. Ha ha. Brother Lei has good eyesight. And his personal secretary is still so sexy and beautiful. I'm afraid the relationship is not normal. Right. Otherwise, I won't be able to speak for you. Lin Han sneered unmoved. Being able to endure for many years to win the upper hand. Lin Han is naturally very scheming. How could he be fooled by such an obvious honey trap? Ha ha. I just want to remind you in good faith because of our friendship over the years. You haven't logged into the game for a long time. So you may not know the current situation. Since Brother Lin is unwilling to cooperate, then forget it. Lei Bing'ai laughed and stopped mentioning the cooperation. As soon as Lei Bing finished speaking, he saw several beautiful women walking out of the shop in front of him. One of whom was the one he had been dreaming about. Luo Yi, long time no see. How are you lately? Lei Bing said in an unusually gentle manner, changing from his normal state. Xiao Lui turned his head to the side. Although he didn't like this friend since childhood, he didn't dislike it either. However, after the Nani incident, Xiao Lui's impression of Lei Bing plummeted, and she didn't want to pay attention to him at all, especially when he was followed behind. That woman. Hey, isn't this the little Nani Zhang Pan? I didn't expect you two to get together. You two are the same. Fong Rou was also very angry when she saw Zhang Pan who had deceived her. You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. How can a beautiful woman like me be reduced to a Nani? Zhang Pan said with a proud look on his face. Lin Han shook his head sadly, turned his body to the side, put his hands in his trouser pockets, not wanting to get involved. Zhang Pan felt his eyes blur, and then his face hurt, and half of his face swelled up. It turned out that Xiao Lui stepped forward and slapped her. Everyone was a little surprised. Xiao Lui was usually generous and decent. Although he was competitive in games, he had never been angry in life. Unexpectedly, when he got angry, he actually better than anyone else. I told you when I asked you to leave. Don't appear in front of me in the future, Xiao Lui said coldly. Thunder. Pa. Zhang Pangang turned around to seek help from Lei Bing. But she didn't expect that Lei Bing slapped her back. Go away, Lei Bing said in a cold voice, with tears in his eyes. Zhang Pan finally turned around and ran out. Luo Yi, don't be angry. In fact, when I sent her there, I was just worried that you wouldn't be used to living outside. So I asked her to take good care of you. Lei Bing is passionate about Xiao Lui. I live a very accustomed and happy life. I heard that you have joined the demon clan. Let's meet on the battlefield in the future. After Xiao Lui finished speaking, he walked forward and ignored Lei Bing. When Fong Rou passed by Lin Han, she said nonchalantly, It's not a good thing at all. Lin Han turned his head when he heard it, looked at Fong Rou who had run away, and said to himself, This little girl is still so wild. Ha ha. Let's go. Brother Lei. Let's find a place to have a drink with you. Although we can't reach cooperation on the front, we have been friends for many years after all. Lin Han hugged the lost Lei Bing and said lightly, Ha ha. You have really changed and become a real businessman. But I still have to remind you that businessmen are the most affected in troubled times. Let's go and find a place to have a few drinks. Not wanting to hit the smiling person, Lei Bing also didn't want to make the relationship too tense. Luo Yi, you are so good. This slap is really refreshing, Fong Rou said with a smile. I always thought Sister Fong Rou was the most powerful. But I didn't expect that the most powerful was actually Sister Luo Yi. Yuanzi couldn't help but praise. But haven't you noticed that Luo Yi's body skills have improved very quickly? It seems that Lu Yuan's morning exercises every morning are very effective. It's just that we are still too stupid after all. And we still can't understand the essence. Li Tong sighed. I have a good foundation in Kung Fu. You are just starting to learn now. It is already amazing that you can make progress so fast. Don't underestimate yourself. Xiao Lui consoled her. Lu Yuan and the others filled the trunks of 3 cars, and also ordered some food and the like to be delivered directly to their residence. Boss, is this too exaggerated? With all that food, we won't starve to death even if we don't go out for a year. Zheng Yu asked in surprise. Our world is not like the Taoyuan world. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. So be prepared. It was already evening when everyone got home. Everyone was a little tired after playing all day, but they still had more to say. Shopping feels so good. Fong Rou slumped on the sofa and sighed happily. Originally, she was not a rich person, But the equipment sold in the game still made her a good profit. Although compared with the wealthy people in the house, she still made a lot of money. Enough to cover your own expenses. After getting to know you, I understand what life is, Xiao Lui said with a smile. Lu Yuan looked at everyone's satisfied faces and felt very happy in his heart. Everyone had a bunch of things, except Lu Yuan, who didn't buy anything. By the way, boss, this is for you. This is for Linger. If nothing happens, I'll go back first. Let's upgrade together later. Zhang Yu finished dividing the things he bought and went back to his place. This guy is quite thoughtful. I'll give it to you, Xiao Yuanzi. And I'll go back too. Zhao Xinghe gave Lu Yuan a bag and followed him out. Thank you, brother Lu. Jianshan also stuffed a bag and followed him out. Okay. It's a big harvest for you today. No wonder you didn't buy anything. Fang Rou also stuffed a bag of gifts over her. This is for you. Li Tong also handed over a bag. Here. If I had known that so many people were thinking about you, I wouldn't have brought you a gift, Xiao Lui said with a smile. Have you discussed this? Lu Yuan was holding a bunch of gifts in his hands and was somewhat touched. Unexpectedly, everyone was thinking of him. Hey, thank you for taking care of you for so long. But I am simply thanking you, which is different from these women. Yuanzi was also prepared. Brother Lu, thank you for taking such good care of Zhang Yu. Don't take it personally. Linger also stepped forward and said. Lu Yuan nodded and did not refuse. He had never thought of getting anything in return for what he had done. But today, Lu Yuan was really touched. No matter what the gift was, whether it was expensive or not, everyone was thinking of him. This is enough. Even if the world falls, I will try my best to keep you safe. Lu Yuan thought with determination. Chapter 294. Everyone is here. The next few days were quiet. In addition to leveling up, everyone was exploring around to find rare materials. It was fun to travel around the mountains and rivers. Finally, one morning, the peace was finally broken. Bai Qianqian was the first to visit. Originally, she set out with the 3 ferocious beasts. But she was afraid that Zhulong would arrive first. What would happen if he finished his work and left? So she went ask all the way and arrived first. Brother Zhulong, is he here? Bai Qianqian asked anxiously. It happened that Lu Yuan and others were doing morning exercises. Everyone except Lu Yuan was still surprised. Bai Qianqian, who was wearing a long ancient dress, was a bit dusty even though she was as beautiful as she was. Lu Yuan knew the distance of the space-time rift. Even if Bai Qianqian could fly, the recovery speed in this world is extremely slow. If he had never been to this world, he could find Lu Yuan so quickly, which shows how much effort he had to make. Thought, he hasn't arrived yet. He left in such a hurry that he didn't even ask for his address. Whether he can be found is still a question. Lu Yuan replied, there's nothing I can't do. Brother Zhulong, it's not easy to find you. Bai Qianqian said with a look of dissatisfaction. How are we doing here? Lu Yuan asked. It's not that good. The only thing that's worth celebrating is that language and writing are interoperable. Bai Qianqian said with an arrogant look. Human beings have entered the Taoyuan world for a long time, and they will naturally popularize their culture. Although there is no magic in this world, the development of technology and civilization is unmatched by the Taoyuan world. You're hungry. Let's go eat something first. It happened that the morning exercise was about to end, so he simply went back to eat. But Bai Qianqian ate alone, because Lu Yuan strictly required not to eat within half an hour after the morning exercise. Otherwise it would be bad for the body. And everyone gradually developed good habits. Living habits. How can I be hungry with my level of cultivation? It's okay if I don't eat for a year, Bai Qianqian said proudly. On the dinner table. What kind of dish is this? It's so delicious. And there's this fish. I haven't eaten fish in a long time. Just after Bai Qianqian said she wasn't hungry. Less than 10 minutes later, she had already started eating. The meals were not specially prepared, because everyone trained intensively every day, so every meal would be very rich. And Bai Qianqian was also very lucky. After dinner, Lu Yuan helped Bai Qianqian arrange a place to stay. But Bai Qianqian did not rest directly. Instead, she stayed at the door, determined to wait for Zhulong's arrival. As a result, Zhulong didn't wait, but the 3 ferocious beasts came at night. Fortunately, there is someone to lead the way. Otherwise, I really don't know when to go, Hu Qilin said, looking at the big house in front of him with his hands behind his back. This is also thanks to Qiongqi's keen sense of smell. Jin Maowan agreed. That slutty fox is walking ahead. You can smell the slut from thousands of miles away. How can you lose him? Xiongqi also turned into a human form at this time, with a graceful figure and full of wild beauty. Why do I smell the fragrance? What Qilin said with a smile, glad that he did not succeed in Huling Cave. Otherwise Zhulong would definitely blame himself. If you dare to speak rudely again, I will ask Brother Zhulong to cut off your tongue. Bai Qianqian heard the noise and went out of the room. Unexpectedly, she heard Xiongqi say bad things about herself. Lu Yuan and others were all in the game. No one could accompany Bai Qianqian in the living room all day long. After being called by the nanny, Lu Yuan quit the game and came out to meet these dangerous people. You're here. Stay here first. Senior Zhulong hasn't arrived yet. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. After all, except for Jin Maohuan, who didn't do anything to him. Almost all of them had tortured Lu Yuan. Although I can't see your level anymore. Your small body is not bad. Hui Qilin looked Lu Yuan up and down and patted Lu Yuan's chest. Senior, that's a big reward. Tomorrow we will practice to see how strong your body is. Fire Qilin somehow developed a strong interest in Lu Yuan. Senior Qilin, haven't you tortured me enough? Lu Yuan said with a smile. What are you talking about? I'm just giving you a little boost. I don't know how to flatter you. Hui Qilin turned his head to the side and stopped talking to Lu Yuan. Ha ha. Good boy. I'm a little curious about you. You can talk to Lao Hua like this and still stand here safe and sound. Jin Maoyan looked at Lu Yuan again. Humph. If Zhulong hadn't had trouble with him, I would have definitely avenged that day. Xiongqi recalled the scene of being beaten by Lu Yuan that day. Who wants to seek revenge for my disciples of the Craftsman god lineage? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you guys to arrive before me. Two more voices came from outside the hospital. One was Yi, who had set off long ago, and the other was Zhulong, who arrived first and later. Grandmaster Uya, you are finally here. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Are you lost? Ha! Your ancestor was not lost. I was lost. If I hadn't met your ancestor and felt their auras, I would have had a lot of effort to find you. Your auras were marked in that world. I can't feel it anymore in this world, Zhulong said. No one expected that Zhulong, who was so powerful, could make such a stupid mistake. In Lu Yuan's first impression, Zhulong was quite serious, but he didn't expect that he would laugh and laugh at himself even if he was confused. I heard that you forged a divine weapon later. Being able to forge a divine weapon in that world. It seems that your strength has surpassed mine. Yi said excitedly. Being surpassed by his disciple. He didn't feel ashamed, but felt very happy. This was probably an idea that only those who were dedicated to forging had. Lu Yuan didn't need to be reminded. He naturally understood what Yi meant. He started his watch and transformed in front of everyone. The thunder sword appeared in his armor, and he held it in his hand again. It's interesting. There was no magic fluctuation at first. But now it's the same as over there. Yi's eyes flashed, and he looked around Lu Yuan carefully. And finally his eyes fell on the thunder sword. Perfect. Perfect. The whole equipment revolves around the weapon. Both the craftsmanship and the thinking during production are impeccable. It's just a pity. Yi admired it first, and finally felt a sense of regret. What's not perfect? Lu Yuan asked quickly. Several ferocious beasts, including Zhulong, all looked at Yi with confusion. Only Bai Qianqian quietly walked behind Zhulong and looked at Zhulong with glowing eyes. If this material is brought here for forging, it will definitely be more powerful than it is now. The celestial phenomena should be like a Taoyuan world entered through the cracks in time and space. The energy is still weakened too much. Yi commented. When Lu Yuan forged the thunder sword, Yi had already left the world of Taoyuan. The reason why it took him so long to come to Lu Yuan was not because he didn't find it, but because he had a good stroll around the world and looked for some top quality materials. But the best materials can't be encountered randomly. Later, I accidentally felt the breath of Zhulong. Happened to meet the lost Zhulong, and then came here together. Come on, little brother. Let out the lightning and hit me, Zhulong said impatiently. Senior Zhulong, this place is too dense. Let's find one. Wait. Zhulong frowned and interrupted before Lu Yuan finished speaking. Zhulong drew a large circle with his arms in front of his chest, and a barrier surrounded the entire villa. Someone is watching us. Zhulong finished his actions and said calmly. Chapter 295. You chose it. Idle. Is someone watching? I've checked the house and there are no cameras or anything like that. Lu Yuan was shocked and hurriedly explained. It's on you, Zhulong said lightly. Lu Yuan searched for himself with some confusion. And the only possible thing was a watch for transformation. Is it Professor Sun? It's okay. This barrier has been completely isolated from the outside world, and no information can be sent out, Zhulong said nonchalantly. In fact, being watched is not a big deal. But no one likes that feeling. A strong person at the level of Zhulong is very sensitive to such matters. The camera itself had no energy fluctuations, but it was still detected by Zhulong. If you are completely isolated from the outside world, you won't be able to summon thunder and disaster to come. Silly boy. Zhulong's barrier. Of course, he can control what can be transmitted and what cannot be transmitted. Oh, Yi said with a smile. Zhulong's index finger pointed at the thunder sword. A flash of light hit the thunder sword. And then Lei Ling woke up directly. I won't let your help go in vain. The energy has already helped your sword spirit recover, Zhulong said calmly. Wow, it feels so good to have so much energy. Lei Ling's voice became a little lighter when he spoke. Since you're awake, let's bring about the thunder. Lu Yuan naturally knew that the thunder caused by the thunder spirit was more powerful. Who are you beating? Beat him? Master, what do you think? He helped me restore my energy. And you still let me beat him? Lei Ling changed from his normal state and became talkative. Lu Yuan was slightly startled and said, Why do you suddenly talk so much? Before, you used to cherish your words like gold. Aren't you afraid that talking too much would consume too much energy? Do you know how I have lived these tens of thousands of years? Lei Ling turned on the resentment mode. Okay, I understand. Let's talk to you more in the future and do business first. Senior Zhulong wants to feel some of the power of thunder tribulation. Lu Yuan was a little helpless. He would be very annoyed in the future. Oh, is there anyone else who makes such a request? Lei Ling was a little excited. But when his eyes met Zhulong's, he suddenly became quiet. Lei Ling stopped talking and transformed into a sword again and flew into the sky. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the originally clear sky. Thunder tribulation. This time was very different from every time. Red thunder and lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. The barrier did not prevent the thunder and lightning from entering. The thick thunder pillar struck Zhulong directly. However, Zhulong did not defend himself at all, resisting this powerful attack with his body, trying to understand the power contained in it more accurately. Although Zhulong's cultivation is very strong, in human form, he does not have as high a defense as his original body. In addition, since he is undefended, this move is somewhat crazy. Qiongqi on the side was shocked. If this lightning had struck him in the first place, things might not have been that simple. The mighty Zhulong was also blown up, but his face was all black. His clothes were covered in smoke, and his hair was still there. What did you do? He asked you to beat you and beat you to death? Bai Qianqian saw Zhulong being blown up like this and roared at Lu Yuan and Lei Ling. Lei Ling had fallen to the ground at this time and transformed into the sky thunder armor again. He spread his hands and said helplessly, Miss, what are you yelling at me for? I'm just following orders. Then you can't be so harsh. Bai Qianqian was still shouting hysterically. Lei Ling was also a little helpless and could only say to Zhulong, who closed his eyes and said nothing, You chose it. Idle. Now you are pretending to be silent again? The scene was silent for a while, and Zhulong suddenly opened his eyes, looking a little excited. With this look, it made people feel like he was crazy. By the way, it's this kind of power. Although it's only a trace, it is indeed that kind of power. Zhulong muttered to himself something that no one could understand. Qiongqi, you have also been hacked. Do you feel any other power? Hua Qilin looked at Qiongqi and said. Qiongqi rolled his eyes at Hua Qilin and did not answer. The fight with Lu Yuan was already regarded as a shame by Qiongqi, but Hua Qilin still refused to open any pot. Have you felt the power to break through the bottleneck? Oh, ye seem to know what Zhulong meant. Zhulong nodded excitedly. This world is indeed a higher level than ours. If this Zhulong claw had been successfully forged here, I am afraid it would have been included in the list of artifacts. Oh, Yi raised his head and looked at the sky, and said a little lonely, I relied on the medicine god's medicine to live for 1,000 years. All my life, I just wanted to make a magic weapon. But God always stopped me. Now that I have this level, I will be able to live for thousands of years. If there is a higher world, will there be a wider world than this one? So are the artifacts the highest level? Zhulong heard this and looked at the sky thoughtfully. After I arrived in this world, I tried to break through the sky. But when I reached 10,000 meters, I couldn't continue upward. It's useless for you to fly out. Outside the Earth is the universe. You can hardly fly to the end. And without gravity, it is difficult to control the direction. Moreover, without oxygen, living things cannot survive at all. Even if they don't need to breathe, the temperature will still be. There are various emergencies that are difficult to predict. Of course, Lu Yuan knows everything about reality. Oh, have you flown out before? Xulong was a little surprised. You can't do it. And I certainly can't do it. This is the scientific research result of our world. Lu Yuan said proudly. This place is indeed very different from ours. The smelting of metals is also very innovative. But most of them are forcibly compressed. And the texture is not perfectly reflected. This may also be the result of your scientific research. Right? Oh, the focus is all on forging. I think if you want to go to a higher level world, you need some kind of passage. Something like a rift in time and space. But the risk is very high. No one knows where the other side is, and whether you can get back after it. Lu Yuan used his imagination and said. Xulong nodded and said, I have tried to tear apart the space here, but I can't do it with my current ability. The space here is much tougher. Do you have forging equipment here? I plan to try my hand here in the next few days to familiarize myself with the forging effect here. And then I plan to go out to find some rare materials to complete my dream of many years. Ouya said regardless of Xulong. What? Just interrupt immediately. On the other hand, Xulong was not angry because Ouya interrupted him. Lu Yuan wanted to know what level his ancestor was. But he still couldn't figure it out. The feeling was different from that of Xulong. It should be something about Ouya. Anti-prying gear. Knowing that you are coming, I have already hired someone to customize it. It should be delivered soon. The venue is on the underground floor. The sound insulation effect is very good, and no one will disturb you. Lu Yuan has already arranged everything. Ouya nodded, and before he could reply, Xulong said first, You will hit me once a day from now on. I still need to experience that feeling more, so I won't bother you for this period of time. It's okay. Except for 3 occupied houses. You can choose the rest at will. I'll ask Annie to come over and help you get familiar with the environment later. Lu Yuan entered the room and called out the nanny, and followed these big shots and walked over. When Bai Qianqian saw that Xulong lived there, he also moved there. After everything was settled, it was already late at night. Lu Yuan was more tired than after fighting a battle. He did not continue playing the game and fell on the bed in a daze. Fell asleep. Chapter 296 Busy Man. Your steps are not steady enough. You need to move your palms faster. You are stupid. You are really stupid. You must leave some backhand when you move, and use some momentum to draw back. Otherwise, if others dodge, how can you change your moves? Lu Yuan led everyone in morning exercises as usual and taught the Qingquan palm, while the 3 ferocious beasts were watching. I have to say that their high level of cultivation is not an accident. Years of hard work is one aspect, and it is also inseparable from their talent. Lu Yuan just gave a simple demonstration, and Hui Qilin already mastered the essentials. Seeing everyone's clumsy practice, Hui Qilin became impatient. He found a wooden stick from somewhere and started teaching. Jin Maoxian and Qiongqi sat aside and watched the excitement, just thinking it was funny. Xulong had been hiding in the room to feel the power, and Bai Qianqian naturally circled around Xulong. When Lu Yuan saw Fire Qilin's appearance, he suddenly felt a little funny. People said it had a violent personality and was not easy to get along with. After getting familiar with it, it actually started to teach everyone how to practice. However, nature is easy to change, and Hui Qilin's love for women has really not changed. Especially when he is giving advice to a few women. He always takes the opportunity to touch his little hands and hug his waist. Uncle, we didn't ask you to teach us, so don't come here to take advantage of us. Fang Rou ignored Hui Qilin's little thoughts. You little girl, you are lucky enough to be able to get my guidance, and you are so good at getting an advantage, Hui Qilin said righteously. Senior Qilin, don't work so hard. You 3 can go eat first. Lu Yuan hurriedly came to the rescue and said, It's okay. Seeing how stupid they are, I'm worried. Fire Qilin waved his hand and said, Senior Qilin, why don't you come and teach us? There are some things we don't understand. Zhao Xing said with a smile. You go teach them. Why are these idiots causing trouble? Hui Qilin pointed at Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. The trouble had just begun. It seemed that as long as they were here for a day, it would be difficult for everyone to return to their former peace. TSK. TSK. You're a pretty good little girl. I saw that you were very talented back in Chiling Cave. I didn't expect that you have a pretty good foundation in this world. Much better than the rest of them. Huichilin praised Xiao Lui. Road. But something strange is that Huichilin did not take advantage of Xiao Lui, and only had admiration in his eyes. Maybe it was because Xiao Lui was Lin Yi's disciple, and Lin Yi was cultivated by Huichilin. Xiao Lui said without being arrogant or arrogant, I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. They have only practiced for more than a month. It's not that they are stupid. It's just that the exposure time is too short. After all, martial arts is not something that can be achieved quickly. Hearing Huichilin complain about the stupid girls, Xiao Lui was naturally indignant. He would naturally speak up for the girls when he took the opportunity. However, Xiao Lui was not a fool. These ferocious beasts looked kind, but who knew they would be unhappy? At this time, we are friends or foes. Okay, Lao Hua, you are not serious at such an old age, and you can take advantage of a group of children, Xiongqi said to Huichilin with some disgust. With your current cultivation level, the evil fire in your body should have been under control for a long time. In this case, it's your character problem. Jean Malian still looked calm and said lightly, Haha. Let's go for a walk and eat. The elder sister here is really good at cooking. Huichilin laughed, hugged Golden Retriever by the shoulders, and walked toward the restaurant inside the house. You have been practicing for tens of thousands of years, and you still call me eldest sister. You are so thick-skinned, Xiongqi said with a look of disgust. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan looked at the backs of the three of them. He was really not used to it. They were all fierce enemies before, but now they can get along so peacefully. Come on. Let's practice it once, and then take a break and eat. Remember that moves are just a form of expression. Xianku and palm technique mainly relies on perception. No matter how subtle the moves are, you also need the strength of your own body to be powerful. Lu Yuan explained the essentials to everyone again and began to practice it himself. The next few days were mostly the same. The underground floor was divided into two halves, and one side was directly transformed into a forging room. Yi spent all day in it, getting familiar with the forging of this world. The other side was transformed into an alchemy room. Yuanzi was also inspired by Yi and felt that there might be a breakthrough in this world. It's a pity that the god of medicine is no longer there. It is said that he tasted too many herbs and accumulated too many toxins and drug residues in his body. In the end, his body could not bear it. After passing the inheritance to Yuanzi, he disappeared alone. Yi and the god of medicine have always been sympathetic to each other, but they didn't express anything when they heard the news. According to Ye's words, it was to hear the Tao in the morning, to die in the evening. They are also crazy about an industry. Even if they lose their lives for it, they are still willing to do so. Fortunately, the sound insulation effect of the villa is very good, and the clanking sound of forging will not affect the rest upstairs. Yi seemed to have found his passion again, and he kept studying the ores here day and night. Lu Yuan rarely logs into the game, but always stays with Yi. Although his level is already very high, Lu Yuan does not feel that he has surpassed his ancestor. Even the higher the level, the more he feels that he still has to learn. A lot of. When you think you're good, you're still far behind. Lu Yuan often said this to himself. Only through constant exploration and continuous breakthroughs can we see higher and further. Although the level of this world is very high, the ore lacks magic elements. Although the weapons made are sharp, they have no special effects, which is difficult. Yi came to the conclusion after trying it for a while. What if we use materials from Taoyuan world and forge them here? Lu Yuan asked. I have been traveling in that continent for a long time, and I know almost all the best materials, including the Heavenly Thunder Crystal Stone in your Heavenly Thunder set. The reason why I did not collect it is because I understand that it is difficult to reflect the value of the ore there. Come out. It seems I should go back and collect all the materials. Yi sighed after hearing Lu Yuan's words. Grandmaster Uya, it's not like those days. I feel more at ease with you here. I'm afraid that if you leave, those ferocious beasts will be harmful to my friends. Lu Yuan naturally knew that among these people, only Uya was considered a real one. Own people? Yi nodded and continued. Actually, it's okay if I don't go back. I'll tell you the location, and you can help me collect it. Of course, it's no problem. I will definitely satisfy you. Patriarch. It's just that the magic energy in this world is weak, and it is easy to cause energy loss during forging. I have to solve this problem first. Otherwise, the forged things will definitely have many flaws. Oh, he said, already lost in thought. Lu Yuan did not dare to disturb and quietly exited the forging room. You're done. Summon the sword spirit quickly. It's my turn. Zhulong's voice suddenly sounded, startling Lu Yuan. Senior Zhulong, you don't have any breath here. It scares me. Lu Yuan patted his chest and said, It's important to hide your aura. I'll train you when I have time. Zhulong said calmly. Chapter 297 Encirclement and Suppression. Senior Qilin, why do all the monsters in the Peak Forest listen to Senior Zhulong? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. You are asking the right person. Zhulong has been practicing for much longer than us. Although he is very easygoing now, he is actually a ferocious character. However, almost all the monsters in the Peak Forest have received its favors, and all races they all asked him for advice on cultivation methods. And coupled with his strong strength, over time everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts. What Qilin didn't hide anything, and there was admiration in his words when he told it. Being able to teach cultivation methods selflessly, this alone is enough to be admired, Lu Yuan said with emotion. Just like there are city lords and emperors among humans, if there is no unified management of the monster beasts, the level of chaos will be unimaginable. Fire Qilin said with some emotion. Everyone's life has become more regular these days, and even Golden Retriever and Qiongqi have participated in the teaching, although everyone is reluctant to learn. These three ferocious beasts are quite enthusiastic in teaching, and they don't know that it is Zhulong. The instructions are still the same. Jin Maohan had never made a move before. Through his guidance, Lu Yuan discovered that Jin Maohan was actually a master of physical arts. Most of his moves were masculine, and his physical strength felt even higher than that of Tao Tai. Lu Yuan's teaching level is incomparable to these three people. In just a few days, everyone's progress has been extremely obvious. Of course, they have to endure much more hardship than usual. Come on, little brother. You have nothing to do anyway. Give me a try. Zhulong appeared behind Lu Yuan at some point. Oh, come on then. Lu Yuan stopped his movements and started his watch directly to summon his Sky Thunder suit. But along with the Sky Thunder suit there was a beam of light. Zhulong tried to catch this beam of light, but in the end it escaped. The light exploded in the air, causing a linkage in the surrounding area. The light suddenly burst out within a radius of several hundred meters, completely covering the place where Lu Yuan and others were. What's going on? Lu Yuan asked, somewhat at a loss. I can't use my strength anymore. Qiongqi was the first to speak out. The power is indeed being taken away. What is going on? Although Qilin was not as panicked as Qiongqi, his strength was constantly being weakened, and he was also a little restless inside. I'm afraid the surveillance people took action, Zhulong said calmly, seeing that his power had also been weakened. What should I do? How could this happen? Lu Yuan said anxiously. Because of what happened to Lu Yuan, everyone's abilities were restricted. It was obviously meant to be detrimental to Zhulong and others. Lu Yuan, who was usually calm, was a little at a loss at this time. Boy, don't be anxious. You will understand naturally after seeing how the situation develops. Zhulong thought reasonably. Everyone waited for a while, but no one showed up. Except that the power of Zhulong and others was constantly being stripped away. Nothing else happened. There's no way to go on like this. I'll rush up and break this wall of light. Jin Maohan, who had been silent for the whole time, suddenly said, It's useless. Can't you feel it? The light shield above is formed by absorbing our power. If one goes one after another, it will not only have no effect, but will accelerate the consumption of our energy. Zhulong stopped. Jin Maohan nodded. Obviously he knew what was going on, but he just didn't want to sit still and wait for death. The strange thing is that except for a few ferocious beasts, the rest of the people present didn't feel anything at all. Or maybe they didn't have much power to absorb. Ouya's energy has not been drained away, but the light shield has absorbed the three ferocious beasts, plus the power of Zhulong and Bai Qianqian, making it difficult for Ouya to shake it by himself. The absorption of energy lasted from morning to night. Since it was an unexpected situation, everyone stayed with the monsters. Everyone was frowning all day long. Professor Sun may have done something good. I don't know exactly why. Lu Yuan finally said what he was thinking, destroying almost all the main forces in the Peak Forest in one fell swoop. I have to say that this method is very clever, but it's just a little too despicable. Xiao Lui said angrily. You people here have always been like this. The war that invaded our world 1,000 years ago was not glorious. Otherwise, Do you think that in our world, you can be given such a large area of land? Xiongqi said through gritted teeth. There are careerists everywhere, and it's useless to talk about it now. Jean Malian said calmly. Everyone stayed up all night. Although these monsters brought everyone a lot of trouble, after a few days of getting along with each other, everyone found that they were all very simple at heart. It can be seen just from guiding everyone to practice, although everyone pretends to be arrogant on the surface. Finally, at dawn the next day, when everyone was most tired, there was movement outside the house. Helicopters in the sky have surrounded the villa, and troops on the ground have also surrounded them. These people are all wearing clothes like space suits. Listen to all the monsters in the house. Giving up resistance is your only way out. The loudspeaker outside the house kept broadcasting. Haha. Even if a tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs, and when a dragon travels in the shallows and is tricked by shrimps, these clowns dare to speak rudely. What Qilin said feebly. Let's go out and take a look. Zhulong also said a little weakly. I'm sorry, Senior Zhulong. Lu Yuan said with some guilt. Zhulong waved his hand to signal Lu Yuan not to continue. It has nothing to do with you. You are a good boy. Oh, ye did not misjudge the person. Zhulong also seemed a little weak. He walked to the door first, stopped and turned around and said, Since they take my tolerance as weakness, let them see the real anger of the monsters. After that, he walked out of the house. Although everyone didn't understand what it meant, they followed him out without hesitation. After leaving the gate, Lu Yuan stood in front of Zhulong and shouted loudly to the army. Where is Professor Sun? I want to talk to him. They have no intention of harming mankind. Why do they do this? I don't care who you are. Don't interfere with official duties. Otherwise you will be treated as a collaborator, said one of the leading soldiers. Why are you so unreasonable? Lu Yuan was furious and started his watch directly, trying to gain some opportunities for Zhulong and others. Unexpectedly, as soon as the device was started, it did not transform, but a strong current appeared, causing Lu Yuan to fall directly to the ground. Lu Yuan, are you okay? Everyone rushed forward to check Lu Yuan's condition. Take this kid away too. The leading soldier gave the order directly. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhulong's mouth. Purple light flashed from his hands, and 2 claw marks flew out in front of him. The area hundreds of meters in front of him was cleared immediately, and blood rained in the sky. Tear! A hole was torn out of the outer mask in an instant. Zhulong waved his big hand, and a strong hurricane pushed several monster beasts out to the torn place. You go first and go back to gather the troops. This time we will fight to the death. It turned out that Zhulong had long seen that he was surrounded by water, and it was not difficult to fight out on his own. However, several ferocious beasts, including Bai Qianqian, would definitely not be able to escape, because there was a more terrifying energy outside the light barrier. Go quickly! This is an order! Zhulong saw that Hui Qilin and others were hesitant, and shouted quickly. Jean Malian nodded, caught by Qianqian who was about to rush back, and rushed out of the barrier first. The candle dragon flew directly into the sky to tear apart the light shield and face the terrifying power alone. Only in this way could it attract everyone's attention, and buy enough time for the ferocious beasts. I thought it was a foolproof action, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated Zhulong's strength. Chapter 298 Professor Sun. From the moment the light mask was linked, Zhulong had already felt everything around him. There was a terrifying force outside the light mask. In order to avoid everyone's casualties, Zhulong chose to wait and see what happened. Although the power has been withdrawn, it is still within Zhulong's control. It was not until the opponent took action that Zhulong decided to sacrifice himself and let several ferocious beasts escape, because no one could stop the threat above except himself. After breaking out of the light barrier, the pressure increased in vain. As Zhulong expected, everyone did not chase the fleeing beasts, but all weapons were aimed at Zhulong in midair. Before Zhulong could make any move, huge nets appeared in all directions. Although they were torn apart by Zhulong one by one, they still restricted his movements for a moment. And then the soldiers on the ground opened fire collectively. Zhulong didn't have time to get angry at the ground, because a laser beam in the sky had already fallen. Zhulong, who was restrained for a moment, had no time to dodge, and was actually hit by the beam. The sky darkened in an instant. It was not that it was cloudy suddenly, but that the Zhulong had been beaten back to its original shape. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded, which made people feel awe, and some soldiers actually lost their will to resist. Another laser beam fell from the sky, and Zhulong also spit out an energy ball from its mouth to fight it. When the two collided, they exploded, and the originally extremely long laser disappeared instantly. Just as Zhulong was about to attack the soldiers on the ground, he glanced at Lu Yuan lying on the ground and the people surrounded by soldiers, and finally gave up the attack. Yi has been beside Lu Yuan and others. At this time, when he saw that the soldiers did not recognize his identity, he simply pretended to be an ordinary person. Although Zhulong was in trouble, protecting his disciples and grandchildren was the most important thing. Heavy. Lu Yuan was directly stunned by the strong current. Considering that Lu Yuan's body was electrocuted like this, it can be seen that the current was so strong that it might have the intention of taking Lu Yuan's life. Although Lu Yuan was not in fear of his life, his breath was weak, and he was unconscious. Even though Zhulong's strength was greatly weakened, he still threw a protective shield over the two villas below. Although there were soldiers inside, it would be fine with Yi's protection. Another purpose was to hint to Yi not to reveal his identity. The lasers in the sky changed from a whole beam of light to a laser rain that continued to fall. After the candle dragon transformed into its true form, it was too huge. Although it was very fast, it was still hit by the lasers one after another. Zhulong didn't know where the attack came from. He only knew that it fell from the sky. And even with Zhulong's perception ability, he couldn't sense the source of the energy. It was an attack from a satellite. Xiao Lui stood beside Lu Yuan and said to himself while looking at the sky, "This power is very special. It is not a cultivated energy, but more like the power of nature. That's why it caused such great damage to Zhulong." Yi stood with his hands behind his back, not worried because of the passive situation. It should be that the artificial satellite absorbs the energy of the sun and converts it into a laser attack. Xiao Lui analyzed. "What is a man-made satellite? What kind of weapon is it?" Yi asked curiously. "Senior, I will explain to you later. Please help Lu Yuan. His breath is getting weaker and weaker, and it seems that his internal organs have been damaged." Xiao Lui was a little worried. The craftsmanship and innovation that can convert the natural power of the sun into such a high concentration of energy attack is truly amazing. Ouya has been immersed in speculation about artificial satellites. The human skin will be sunburned if the sun's natural light is exposed for a long time. Not to mention the laser that is absorbed, compressed at a high concentration, and released through a special port. Xiao Lui hurriedly explained. Otherwise Ouya would be he won't come back to his senses. "Little girl, don't worry. He is a descendant of my god of Craftsman lineage. He is such an outstanding disciple. I am more nervous than you. Injury to his internal organs may not be a bad thing for him." Ouya cut through Xiao Lui's thoughts and lowered his voice. Voice explained. Xiao Lui thought about it and felt relieved. He was concerned and confused. Lu Yuan had been practicing the marrow cleansing sutra for a while. After the last injury, his cultivation had greatly improved. Some time ago, he had once again entered a bottleneck. The external strengthening has been practiced to the extreme. Now the internal organs have been seriously injured by electric shock and even collapsed. However, as long as there is still breath, when the marrow cleaning meridian has completed the repair of the internal organs, Lu Yuan will once again embark on a new journey. Steps. Disasters and opportunities are just in a thought. If you can't survive it, it's a disaster. If you survive it, it's an opportunity. Yi's eyesight was so great that he could see early on that Lu Yuan had no worries about his life. Darkness falls. Zhulong was annoyed by the laser rain, and his protection seemed to have lost its effect. He directly used the move, "Darkness comes," and all the light around him was instantly lost. This darkness came from the heart, and he could only feel pitch black. He can't even feel it in his own body. The candle dragon has the rarest attributes: darkness and light. One eye is dark and one eye is light, and the body is a combination of yin and yang. When you blow in, it is winter, and when you exhale, it is summer. When darkness falls, it not only makes the environment bleak, but also makes people feel the darkness in their hearts. When they lose their fighting spirit, they even lose themselves and cannot feel their own existence. Although the laser rain attack is powerful, it enters the dark range, and all the light disappears without a trace, as if falling into a black hole. "Ha! You are indeed a Zhulong. He has been trapped in the immortal drawing formation for a whole day, and he is still very active." A voice broke the darkness. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, light returned to the surroundings. There is an old man floating in the sky. His hair is a little gray, but he is full of energy. Everyone is familiar with him. He is Professor Sun of Taoyuan Group. Uncharacteristically, Professor Sun's legs seemed to have resumed movement, and he floated in the air without relying on any external force. This was undoubtedly unrealistic in the real world, but it happened to happen before his eyes.
It turns out it was you. No wonder,
Zhulong said with contempt in his eyes.
The winner is king. The loser is the enemy. No matter what the means, the final result is the most important. Look at the current situation. No matter how strong you are still at a disadvantage.
Professor Sun said a little crazy.
Am I at a disadvantage? You think too highly of yourself.
Although Zhulong was first drained of a lot of energy and then attacked by laser rain, he still did not take Professor Sun seriously in the face of this former defeated general.
Do you think I'm still as strong as I was back then?
Professor Sun stretched out his hand slightly, and the hand that was originally on Lu Yuan's wrist flew up.
Let me take a look at the number one person in Taoyuan and see what good things they have.
After Professor Sun caught the watch integrated into his wrist, and then the Thunder Suit and Thunder Sword appeared on Professor Sun's body.
Ha! This is the artifact suit? It feels good. I heard that you like to be struck by lightning. Then you should try it once.
Professor Sun laughed crazily. Thunder tribulation? In this situation, Zhulong naturally would not resist forcefully. His body quickly swam in the air, and the energy ball quickly formed in his mouth, and he spat it out at the sky thunder that struck him. But something unexpected happened. Lei Jie dodged the energy ball and struck Zhulong directly on the waist. If it were a simple thunder tribulation attack, Zhulong was somewhat accustomed to that kind of power. But with the blessing of Professor Sun's power, Zhulong was caught off guard and fell from the air to the ground. Chapter 299 Escape. Zhulong was knocked down by one blow. No one on the ground expected that the defensive power of Zhulong, who had transformed into his true form, was evident. Although the thunder tribulation was powerful, it should not be able to beat Zhulong like this. The only possibility was Professor Sunday. It is also powerful in itself. Another thing that surprised people was that Professor Sun was able to control the items in Lu Yuan's backpack and even put on Lu Yuan's thunder suit. However, Lei Ling never appeared, and it seemed that he had hidden himself. Since Professor Sun can control Lu Yuan's equipment, that is to say, Professor Sun can control all the backpacks of people who use watches. Coupled with his terrifying strength, he is probably invincible in the world. Zhulong regained his balance when he was still dozens of meters away from the ground. But the area where he was hit was already covered in blood.
Let me go! I'm going to save Brother Zhulong.
Bai Qianqian and others have escaped from the encirclement. It seems that these people are mainly targeting Zhulong. Although the strength of these people has been almost drained, their strength is there after all, and ordinary people cannot catch up with the explosive power of their bodies alone.
Be honest with me. With our current strength, we will die if we go back. Do you think we don't want to save him?
Jin Maoxian showed no mercy and said impatiently with Bai Qianqian under his arm.
Lao Jin, when did such a strong man appear among humans again? He actually beat Zhulong like this with one blow. This move looks like that of Li Yuan, but the power in it is not the same.
Fire Qilin looking at the sky in the distance. He said to the golden retriever.
I have long said that humans are unreliable. That kid must have colluded with someone to catch us all.
Xiongqi said with great anger.
Xiongqi, it's a good thing you didn't act out of anger. Otherwise, if you two made trouble together, I'm afraid Zhulong's hard work would have been in vain.
Jin Maoyan said calmly.
Of course I know my situation. It would be better to save my life for revenge than to die in vain.
Although Xiongqi was angry, he still had a clear mind.
The three of us will find a place to regain our strength first. You are the fastest. Go back to our place to bring reinforcements and select strong ones to come over. The monsters with average strength will stay in the pinnacle forest and wait for orders.
Jin Maowan instructed.
Okay, I'll go right away.
In the modern world, magic elements are thin, and it is obviously unrealistic to fully recover. Xiongqi had no patience to wait any longer, and took up the remaining magic power and rushed directly towards the direction of the space-time rift.
Let me down. I know what to do.
Bai Qianqian finally calmed down after hearing what several people said. After Jin Maowan heard the words, he no longer forced himself. Bai Qianqian actually calmed down, silently looking at the Zhulong who was still fighting in the sky in the distance, gritting his teeth and taking the lead and escaping into the distance.
Let's go too. It seems that Zhulong may be in danger, and the only thing that can be done now is to avenge him.
Jin Maowan said to Hui Qilin in a somewhat lonely tone, and then turned around and left. Hui Qilin clenched his fists unwillingly, and finally had no choice but to turn around and leave. On the battlefield, Zhulong was still fighting hard in the sky, and he was about to lose his support. Professor Sun did become more courageous as he fought, although his own strength was not as strong as Zhulong. With Zhulong weakened, Professor Sun gained another Li Yuan's artifact suit was stolen, and Zhulong was instantly unable to fight back.
I can't protect so many people, while the battle in the sky is not over yet.
You will leave in a while, and Li Yuan will be left in my care.
Oh, Yi said to everyone around him.
I want to stay.
Fong Ro was the first to express her stance.
Now is not the time for you to focus on your feelings. You only live once. Don't harm everyone because of your willfulness. With the results of your training for so long, you can escape.
Oh, Yi no longer gave everyone time to think. He didn't know when a sledgehammer appeared in his hand, and he hit the ground hard. Before the thousands of soldiers had time to react, they were all thrown into the air.
Disperse.
Oh, Yi gave an order and waved his hands quickly, pushing everyone in all directions. The force of this push sent everyone 100 meters away. Coupled with the power of inertia, everyone accelerated their retreat in an instant, and rushed out of the encirclement in an instant. Oh, Yi picked up Li Yuan and disappeared from everyone's sight after a few bounces.
TSK. TSK. There is something special about this man. He has actually created so many strange things. I am afraid that people outside this light curtain cannot see what is going on inside.
In front of Oh Ye's eyes was a light curtain that had no protective capabilities. You couldn't tell what it was even if you didn't look carefully, but it could block the sight of people in the distance. So ordinary people couldn't notice the fighting here. What was even more thoughtful was that there was no ordinary human being around, and it was completely emptied out. How difficult it must be for such a prosperous area to be emptied of people, and to do so quietly. Ouya found a hiding place and did not stay away. After all, he and Zhulong had been friends for many years. Although the two had not been in real contact for a long time, they felt like old friends at first sight, and always felt sympathy for each other. Ouya wants to create the best artifact, and if possible, even pursue higher goals, while Zhulong wants to break through the limits of strength and become a true god. Although the two have different pursuits, they both pursue the ultimate for their own goals. It would be best if you can take the opportunity to rescue Zhulong. If it doesn't work, you can only give up. After all, your most proud inheritor is more important. In the hands of Professor Sun, the Thunder Sword truly turned into a bolt of lightning, or a whip composed of thunder. Zhulong, who was already seriously injured, found it even more difficult to resist such strange attacks. Professor Sun was like a loach. Even if Zhulong was dying, he would not touch him head-on. He kept moving quickly to attack various parts of Zhulong's body, but Zhulong's attacks always fell into the air. Judgment of Light. Zhulong had no choice but to use his own light attribute move. Light Judgment has a miraculous effect on evil spirits or dark monsters. The reason why it has never been used is that this move consumes too much, and he doesn't know the opponent's attributes. If he uses it rashly, it will only be useless. Speed up your energy consumption, but at this point, you can only give it a try. Judgment of Light is a ranged attack. There is nowhere to hide where the light is. It is the same as the coming of darkness. Everyone can only feel a piece of light. If they have evil power, they will appear black and be eroded by the light bit by bit.
Is Qian Donkey exhausted? I wholeheartedly protect my world and make the world a better place. So how can I be evil in my heart?
Professor Sun said with some pride, as if he had a deep understanding of the effects of Zhulong's moves.
Same. This is just a position you have imposed on yourself. If your heart is really what you said, how can you explain the darkness in your chest?
Zhulong's body was already trembling a little after finishing the light trial. Professor Sun looked at the black mist on his chest in disbelief.
Impossible. Impossible. I am righteous. Everything I do is for the happiness of mankind.
The light is constantly eroding Professor Sun's evil thoughts. This is the power of light judgment. If the evil thoughts are eliminated, Professor Sun will have no power to fight anymore.
Judgment? What qualifications do you have?
Professor Sun quickly waved the Thunder Sword, and his whole body was instantly surrounded by lightning and his energy into a ball. The light was blocked and there were signs of cracks.
When everything around him returned to normal and Professor Sun sheathed his sword proudly, Zhulong also disappeared. Professor Sun's face froze, and finally his eyes were fixed in one direction.
Huh? You want to run?
After saying that, he quickly chased after him. Chapter 300 Rusty Sword. Professor Sun got rid of Zhulong's attack, but Zhulong had disappeared from sight. After feeling the breath for a while, Professor Sun chased him in one direction. It turned out that at the critical moment, Yi flew out with his sword, grabbing the unconscious Lu Yuan with his right hand, and holding the humanoid Zhu Long with his left hand, and fled into the distance. Although Ouya was not slow, he was flying with two people after all, and it was almost impossible to hide his aura under all his strength. In the end, Professor Sun found his trace.
Put me down and you go first. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated human wisdom.
Zhu Long said weakly to Ouya.
You can walk as long as you can. When I can't help you, I will naturally put you down and regain my strength now.
Ouya didn't waste any time and started flying at full strength. The distance between Professor Sun is getting closer and closer. With the blessing of the Tianlei suit, Professor Sun is like a duck in water. After flying all the way and finally out of the main city, Ouya dropped Zhu Long and Lu Yuan on a hilltop because Ouya had already sensed that Professor Sun was chasing them.
Take care of him.
Yi simply said a word, and then flew into the sky, quietly waiting for Professor Sun to catch up.
What? You want to stand up for him? I didn't realize before that such a strong man was hiding.
Professor Sun flew to Ouya and stopped a few dozen meters away, saying with some surprise, Yi has a strong ability to hide his aura, which is why Lu Yuan has never been able to see through the strength of his ancestor. In addition, Yi has never shown his strength either in the Taoyuan world or in this world, so the array set up by Professor Sun did not target him.
I don't understand why you want to provoke a dispute. Once Zhu Long is destroyed, will the world be peaceful?
Yi still stood with his hands behind his back, neither humble nor arrogant.
If the leader of the Peak Forest leads the murderers to invade this world, can there be peace?
Professor Sun asked rhetorically.
What about my disciple Li Yuan? As far as I know, he has helped you a lot.
Yi couldn't help but get a little angry when he mentioned Lu Yuan.
In order to transform into a monster from another world, he had already chosen his side at that time.
Professor Sun replied disapprovingly.
Originally, I admired you a little. You can be considered a craftsman for being able to come up with so many novel things. But it's a pity that you put your thoughts elsewhere.
Yi shook his head and said with some regret,
Are you stalling for time?
There was a smile on Professor Sun's lips, but he no longer looked concerned about the country and the people.
Ha. I haven't done anything to anyone in a while.
Yi rummaged through his storage rings. They were all forging items, but he couldn't even find his original sword. Finally, Yi took out a rusty long sword, looked around in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh.
That guy from Sword Master is really right. Swords do need to be maintained. Otherwise, no matter how good the sword is, it will become scrap metal.
Yi said to himself. Professor Sun finally couldn't help it and launched a direct attack on Ouya. After all, he was facing strong men. Zhu Long, whose strength was extremely weakened, had been fighting with him for so long. If he hadn't had the advantage of speed, if you keep consuming Zhu Long, I'm afraid you won't get much benefit. And now there is a character who I didn't pay much attention to before. In my impression, he was just a blacksmith. Unexpectedly, his strength is not weaker than his own, and he seems to be as good at hiding as he is. Professor Sun's attacks were very powerful, coupled with the speed bonus of the Sky Thunder suit. Every thrust of the sword was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. On the other hand, Yi did dodge in a leisurely manner, but he dodged every sword strike. He took out a whetstone in his hand and started rubbing the sword casually. Although Ouya seems to be very slow, he is actually twisting his body at a speed exceeding the speed of the sword before the sword stabs his body. So he feels very calm. After a little polishing, the sword in his hand glowed again. The snow-white sword body and simple shape gave people a very dangerous feeling. He did not continue to dodge. When the two swords touched for the first time, a strong wind blew up on the top of the mountain. A sweet sound spread throughout the valley. Both swords seemed to be trembling in their hands with excitement.
You are very hidden. Although I have admired your name for a long time, I don't have any detailed information about you. My strength surprised me a lot. I didn't expect that a rusty sword could be so powerful.
Professor Sun put away his sword and stood up calmly. His blood surged, and he gasped a little.
You shouldn't use a sword, and you are not qualified to use a sword forged by my lineage of god craftsmen.
Yi said with confidence. Professor Sun smiled slightly, put away all the equipment, and said calmly,
Since there are experts coming forward, that's it for today. You can take them away and warn Zhu Long not to come to our world in the future.
He didn't think much about seeing the other party stop his hand and flew straight down.
Careful.
Just when Ouya was about to approach Zhu Long and Lu Yuan,
Professor Sun behind him fired several needle-shaped hidden weapons. Ouya relaxed his vigilance and did not pay attention. But Zhulong on the ground knew Professor Sun's despicableness and was always vigilant. In the end, Zhulong used his last bit of strength to push Ouya away and block the hidden weapon himself. Ouya turned around to support the fallen Zhulong, only to see that Zhulong's face was pale, and there were big beads of sweat on his forehead. Mean! Ouya used his soft power to send Zhulong to the ground, and then struck out with his sword. A thick sword energy continued to expand, and struck towards Professor Sun. Professor Sun wanted to hide, but his body was too stiff to move. When his body returned to normal, the sword energy had already struck in front of him. Professor Sun raised the thunder sword and hurriedly blocked it. Although he blocked the blow with the power of the artifact, he was still pushed 1,000 meters away. If Lu Yuan was awake, he would definitely recognize this move as the seventh sword of the 9 swords of the Sword Master. Breaking the sky, Professor Sun watched helplessly as Ouya led the two of them away again. This time, he did not choose to pursue them. With Ouya behind him, it would be difficult for his plan to succeed. Professor Sun had more important things to do. He originally wanted to capture Zhulong alive, but he didn't expect that such a character appeared and ruined his plan. However, if he was hit by his own poisonous needle, Zhulong would definitely die. He couldn't get it. Then destroy them. Ouya flew with the two of them for a long time, and finally found an uninhabited mountainous area to stop. Zhulong was in a very bad condition. The power in his body was exhausted, and he was poisoned by a highly poisonous hidden weapon. And the toxin was obviously not an ordinary variety. One was in a coma, and the other was poisoned. Ouya was really worried. "How you feel?" Ouya asked Zhulong. "It's not good. This poison went straight to the heart after entering the body. If I hadn't forcibly sealed it, I'm afraid the body would have been cold by now." Zhulong was extremely weak, but still said to Ouya with a smile, "How strong is the poison that can make you unable to resist it? Find a quiet place. After tonight, I can survive," Zhulong said. Ouya nodded. First set up a barrier around him, left a message of, "Wait for me," and then quickly walked into the mountains alone. Chapter 301 New World. Ouya quickly turned back, holding Lu Yuan between his arms while holding Zhulong, and came to a cave. The cave was not naturally formed, and was obviously made by Ouya. There were some radiating ores inserted into the cave wall. "Thank you." Zhulong didn't say too many polite words, and sat directly on the simple bed that Ouya had already laid out before starting to practice his kung fu. Ouya placed Lu Yuan on the other side, then sat aside and began to meditate. After coming to this world, many things have surpassed Ouya's cognition. The thinking of forging has also broadened a lot. And suddenly, I have found the energy I had before. Unfortunately, I was disappointed by this sudden change. He shook his head, put away the chaotic thoughts, and silently began to protect Zhulong. "Where is this?" Lu Yuan opened his eyes and asked in a hoarse voice. "You're awake now. Drink some water first." Ouya heard the voice and hurried over to check the situation. "Grandmaster Ouya, how are the others? Is Senior Zhulong okay?" Lu Yuan's memory still lingers on when he was surrounded. "I'm not sure about the others. If the situation is urgent, we can only retreat individually. After such a long period of special training, there should be no problem in escaping. Zhulong's situation is still not optimistic. The toxin is very strong. Although it protects the heart, it still cannot if it is expelled from the body. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in seclusion for a long time." Yi quickly explained the situation to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took a sip of water and felt a little weak, but he still insisted on sitting up. "It shouldn't be that the equipment exposed electricity. Was it Professor Sun's fault?" Lu Yuan asked. "Well, your kid has been in coma for 10 days. Your world has changed drastically." Yi did not answer Lu Yuan's question directly, but said something that made Lu Yuan confused. 10 days? I didn't starve to death." Lu Yuan relied on it for a while, and had recovered some strength. Although his body was heavy, he didn't feel any obvious hunger. "Feel the changes carefully," Yi said. Lu Yuan closed his eyes after hearing this, and silently moved the marrow cleansing sutra. After walking it for a circle, he found that his physical condition was very good, and his meridians and internal organs were much stronger than before. It seemed that his realm had been broken through. After running the marrow cleansing meridian for a circle, Lu Yuan walked his internal energy again and found that the surrounding elements were extremely lively. This feeling of pleasure was something he had never experienced before.
Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and felt that all the attribute elements around him were beating with him.
This is not our world. Are we in the Taoyuan world?
Lu Yuan said in surprise.
A lot of things happened in the past 10 days. The peak forest monsters traveled through the time and space rift in a large scale, which finally caused the rift to collapse. Your world and the Taoyuan world were all sucked in. From my perspective, everything was decomposed and reorganized. Even I was in a trance for a moment, and I once suspected that at that moment I might have been decomposed, which meant that we might have all died once.
Oh, you said something even more shocking.
What? Could it be that the two worlds have merged?
Lu Yuan asked in disbelief.
Maybe. Or maybe there are more than two worlds, because there are many monsters that I have never seen before.
Oh, you replied uncertainly.
It's a good result. It's better than the Big Bang and the world being destroyed,
Lu Yuan said with emotion.
If you people here are not eager for quick success, the space-time rift should be fine for a few years. If you don't want to offend anyone, you have to offend Zhulong.
Oh, he shook his head and sighed.
Maybe Professor Sun just wants to protect our world. Right. After all, the strength of Senior Zhulong and the ferocious beasts is not something that ordinary people can stop.
Lu Yuan also wanted to try to stand in Professor Sun's perspective.
I'm afraid not. He is very selfish. He probably has other intentions. In order to protect you two these days, I haven't gone far away. What exactly has become needs to be explored.
Oh, Yi directly rejected Lu Yuan's idea and said that there were many things that he was not very clear about. Lu Yuan looked at Zhulong, who was meditating deep in the cave, and said,
If the pills are there, the poison may be cured. After all, he is a descendant of the lineage of the god of medicine. The successor is good, but I don't know how much real things I have learned.
Yuanzi had never made medicine in front of Yi, so Yi was still skeptical. Yi always believed that in terms of inheritance alone, no disciple could compare to his disciple.
She's very good, but I don't know how they are doing now, and whether they are in any danger,
Lu Yuan said with some worry.
I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to find them if they are so good. One thing I am sure of is that this new world is bigger than any of our previous worlds, and it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Yi said calmly said. After such a long conversation, Lu Yuan has recovered more physical strength and can stand up and walk. In this new world, his recovery speed seems to have become faster, and every cell in his body has recovered, greedily absorbing various elements in the air.
The poop is bigger? What should I say? Let's just talk about this cave. It was only a few square meters in size at first because of the rush, but now it has become dozens of square meters. There are also big trees outside. They were not so tall originally, but now they have doubled or tripled in size.
Yi explained. Road. Lu Yuan listened to what Yi said in disbelief. The speaker was Yi, who usually didn't like to joke. If it were Zhengyu, Zhao Xinghe and others, I'm afraid Lu Yuan wouldn't believe it. How could he be in a coma for several days? The world changed as soon as I opened my eyes.
One more thing. You will be able to feel it after a while. If the current time is based on your original calculation method, 1 day should be equivalent to the past 2 days, which is 48 hours.
You continued unsurprisingly.
What?
Lu Yuan was so shocked by the series of surprises that he didn't know what to say.
1 day in your world is equivalent to 10 days in the Taoyuan world. More than 3 months have passed since you were unconscious for 10 days. So the monsters in the peak forest burst the space-time rift. And now the day cycle of the new world has become longer again. And various elements are much higher than those in Taoyuan world. Which means that the level here is even higher than your world. Which means that maybe it can be forged in the future. An existence beyond the level of artifact.
Lu Yuan was a little confused by Yi. Obviously Yi thought a lot during the 10 days of protecting the law. At least he made the relationship between different worlds clear and set a new goal for himself.
By the way, your Tianlei suit was snatched away by Professor Sun. But no one can take away the ring of our god Craftsman lineage. You didn't have it in your hand originally, but it appeared again after the world merged. What happened? I can't explain it clearly either,
Ouya added. Lu Yuan heard this and touched the ring of the god of Craftsman on his hand. It felt so familiar. Regarding the description of the 3 worlds, I tried to write it in as much detail as possible. I hope everyone can read it without confusion. I have been working overtime recently, and I am very confused. However, it is entering the 3rd volume. The Taoyuan world and the real world are merged because of the cracks in time and space. Is there anything left in the end? What is integrated into it? We will slowly reveal it.
Chapter 302 Unlimited Skills? Lu Yuan touched the ring of the god of craftsmen on his hand. It felt very familiar. Exactly the same as in the game. Did he travel through time? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think. Although I had that thought in my heart. My physical feeling was that I was obviously not in Taoyuan world. It seemed that the data of Taoyuan world was also integrated with me. He had to admire Odia's forging skills. Although Lu Yuan's backpack and equipment were taken away, the ring of the god of craftsmen remained in his hand. No wonder that among all the items Lu Yuan came into contact with, only the god of craftsman's ring showed the word bound. Lu Yuan opened the space of the ring of the god of craftsmen with a thought. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had a good habit of putting all his valuables in the ring of the god of craftsmen. Although the Sky Thunder set was taken away, and the 5 elements natural disaster set was still guaranteed, the shadowless sword remained silently in the ring, as well as the broken Yilin sword. Grandmaster, you are still the best. Everything else has been taken away, except for the ring of the god of craftsmen. Lu Yuan praised in admiration. This is called inheritance, Booya said with some pride. You two are too noisy. I need quiet, Shulong said directly without opening his eyes. Lu Yuan stuck out his tongue in embarrassment and motioned for Yi to go out for a spin. Yi nodded and continued to protect Shulong. After leaving the cave, I looked around and saw that the world was indeed very different from before. The trees really reached into the sky, and the pinnacle forest was nothing compared to this. There are more and more birds in the sky, including many species that have never been seen before, and even dinosaurs that have long been extinct. Lu Yuan moved his muscles and bones a little, and his whole body made a crackling sound. He suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He jumped a few times and felt that his body seemed lighter than before. Coupled with the internal inspection just now, it seemed that his skills had improved again. Make some progress. After Lu Yuan's testing, it seems that the gravity of the new world is stronger than that of the earth. But now he can jump higher than before. What surprised Lu Yuan even more was that he seemed to be able to absorb all elements. There was no feeling of rejection in any of the metal. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, fire, thunder and lightning in the air. After carefully feeling it, it should be the reason for his ancestral mental method. The Qianquan mental method. The universe of heaven and earth encompasses all things, and various elements are gathered into the body, blending and transforming with each other, and finally forming a gray-white power. Lu Yuan only felt that this kind of power was very strong and pure, but he didn't know what kind of power it was. Suddenly there was a commotion in the forest, and a large group of elk ran over. Lu Yuan was confused when a giant dinosaur appeared behind him. Based on Lu Yuan's understanding of dinosaurs, this was the famous Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ding, danger warning. The area you are in is a dangerous area, and you may be involved in a battle at any time. Tyrannosaurus Rex level 85 HP 500000000. Lu Yuan was shocked. Could this be an illusion? Why are there still system prompts? And everything in front of you is digitized just like in the game. Lu Yuan also couldn't understand how dinosaurs from the Cretaceous era could appear together with ordinary elk. The elk ran away like crazy, but they couldn't outrun the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex caught up with the elk herd in a few steps. It opened its big mouth and picked up an elk very quickly and started to swallow it. An elk ate it without even spitting out a bone. After swallowing, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously not satisfied and continued to pursue. Lu Yuan has no interest in taking care of the food chain in nature. This is the case in the animal world. Just because the elk is weak, we can't deny the Tyrannosaurus Rex food. However, the trees were about to calm down, but the wind did not stop, and the elk herd actually ran towards Lu Yuan. Although the elk are not aggressive, if they are knocked down and trampled in such a large group, there may not be any good results. Lu Yuan hurriedly jumped up, stepping on the elk's back with his left and right feet, jumping in the air. Just when Lu Yuan was grateful for his agility, he didn't know that he had become the target of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. More than half of the elk herd had passed, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already caught up. But it did not continue to attack the elk, but bit Lu Yuan. It has to be said that Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the top carnivorous dinosaur, attacks very quickly, and looking at the sharp teeth and the terrifying bite force, if it is bitten, it will be a fatal blow. Lu Yuan quickly turned around and avoided the fatal blow. Ding, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The strongest attack points: head and front paws. Auxiliary attack point: tail. Weakness: cannot attack its own back. Lu Yuan just glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex briefly, and messages came into view, making Lu Yuan mistakenly think that he was dreaming, or that he was actually in a game. With just a slight daze, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already swung its tail over after it had bitten the empty piece. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex's main attack method was not its tail, this blow was quite heavy for a heavy monster weighing several tons. Lu Yuan's feet didn't reach the ground, and he was a little distracted, so he was thrown away by a tail. The severe pain reminded Lu Yuan that this was not in a game. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He took advantage of the situation and rolled back a few times, and then stood up and adjusted his position after pulling away. Lu Yuan originally just wanted to take a stroll, but he didn't expect to encounter a difficult enemy. Lu Yuan was not wearing armor in the blow just now, and his bones were not planned, so he was lucky. He opened the ring of the god of Craftsman and found his shadowless sword and defensive equipment. As soon as he thought about it, the equipment was put on his body one by one, which was not much different from the game. There was no time to say how amazing this was, and he dodged the subsequent attacks of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a few flips.
It looks like we have to attack it from the back,
Lu Yuan thought. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's continuous attacks missed, and it roared angrily. The roar was so shocking that people fainted. Hand of the Void. Lu Yuan only had this move that could shorten the distance. Although it was not in the game, Lu Yuan still tried to use it, but unexpectedly it really worked. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted very quickly. With its big mouth open, it actually judged Lu Yuan's flight path. If he continued forward, he would definitely fall directly into his mouth. Logically speaking, Lu Yuan, who was accustomed to fighting in the game, would definitely not reuse the skills he had just used. But Lu Yuan had a feeling that they could still be used. Hand of the Void. Following a feeling, he tried it, and it actually worked. Lu Yuan flew to the nearby tree and escaped the crisis. Hand of the Void. Lu Yuan adjusted his direction and flew towards the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex by grabbing it again. This time he finally succeeded. Lu Yuan was a little surprised that he could use the same skill continuously, and there was no cooldown time. Could it be that he had turned on a cheat? Surprised, Lu Yuan, who had always been calm, discovered the problem. It was okay to use the same skill all the time, but the cost would increase every time it was used repeatedly. So it was crucial to use the combination appropriately.
Ha ha! Let you bite me!
Lu Yuan jumped on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and thrust his sword in. He became speechless in pride. Chapter 303 Exploring. Lu Yuan stabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body with his sword, and its defense was much weaker than expected. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't reach its back, it didn't give up resistance and kept crashing into the surrounding trees, trying to throw Lu Yuan off. Although the method was simple, it was very effective. The surrounding trees were very thick, and coupled with the weight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lu Yuan did not dare to be caught in the middle. In the end, he turned over and jumped off its back. After a simple fight, Lu Yuan clearly felt that this was not in a game, but a real battle. If he died, there would be no chance of resurrection. However, the level 85 Tyrannosaurus Rex does not have very powerful skills, and its attacks are very simple. But every blow is fatal. It seems that its strength has only reached level 85. But it is not as intelligent as the monsters trained in Taoyuan world. It should be the product of the collapse of space-time rifts and the integration of other worlds. The two front claws of Tyrannosaurus Rex are only about 1 meter, although they are not too short. They look very uncoordinated on its huge body. The system prompts that the front claws are the main attack method. I don't know what is special about it. For Lu Yuan, such a single attack method poses no threat at all. Although this behemoth is troublesome, killing it is only a matter of time. The first battle after waking up, Lu Yuan was not too anxious, mainly because he wanted to see the strength of his physique and how he should fight after the world merged. After constant testing, Lu Yuan found that if he repeatedly released the same skill, the consumption would become larger and larger. He could only release the same skill 4 times in a row at most. This is just because my energy reserves are insufficient, and my consumption has exceeded my upper limit. And from the system prompt just now, it seems that the game system has been integrated into the new world. But some of the rules and settings of the system may have changed, and these still need to be slowly explored to know. One thing that is known now is that physical strength and injuries will definitely not be the same as in the game. All battles are real, including pain and fatigue. The most important point is that there should be no chance of resurrection after death. Of course, Lu Yuan cannot risk his own life to try it.
How many parallel worlds are integrated? What has become of the outside? And what is everyone's current safety? All these are weighing on Lu Yuan's heart. I was originally thinking about whether I should go to school when school started. But who knew that before school started, the world would change, and the demon emperor of the Peach Garden world was said to be resurrected. But it turned out that before it could be resurrected, Peach Garden world, then he disappeared. And I don't know if he will appear again in the future. I was in a coma for a few days. And as a result, the world changed drastically. It really fulfilled the saying, you never know which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. When Lu Yuan was distracted for a moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex thrust its head out and bit it again. Lu Yuan had no time to dodge backwards, so he moved forward and hit in the belly of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lu Yuan, who thought he had escaped the blow, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Sure enough, the next second the Tyrannosaurus Rex's two front claws grabbed him. Lu Yuan raised his sword to block, but the shadowless sword was almost thrown away by the huge force. The sharp nails of his front claws also cut a bloody wound on Lu Yuan's forearm. Feeling severe pain, Lu Yuan did not dare to stay under the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He quickly used the Qianquan footwork to distance himself, and drank a bottle of blood medicine out of habit. But it had no effect. It seems that the only way to stop bleeding in the future is to use hemostatic drugs.
Do you carry some Yunnan Baiao with you?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but think. Sword dance. Lu Yuan withdrew from under the Tyrannosaurus Rex and directly used the sword dance. The beating sword energy struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, causing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body to constantly change directions under the pain. Taking advantage of the gap, Lu Yuan used his luck with his sword and struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind legs with all his strength. But he didn't expect that the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to feel something. He twisted his body and swung his tail to sweep towards it. In a hurry, Lu Yuan had to change his moves and slashed at its tail with his sword with all his strength. When the sword fell, Lu Yuan was not swept away this time, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail was cut off. The tail fell to the ground and dust spread everywhere. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a wail, which was obviously a heavy blow to it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose tail was docked, no longer wanted to fight and ran away in a hurry. Without its tail to maintain balance, it stumbled all the way, dragging blood along the way. It was not known whether it could survive. Lu Yuan did not continue to pursue, because he had just woken up, and his strength was not at its peak. After the battle just now, he was exhausted, so he simply let it go. It would be good to find it as a sparring partner another day. Lu Yuan looked at the severed tail, which was estimated to weigh several hundred kilograms. He simply put the ring of the god of Craftsman away and planned to have a grilled Tyrannosaurus Rex tail later, as he happened to be a little hungry. I casually turned around again, maybe because the noise just now was too loud. There were no other monsters or animals around, but I saw many unseen varieties of plants. Some of the coquettish flowers are as tall as a person, and there are also some glowing strips of plants in some places, which are soft and swaying in the wind, which is very magical. These things have only appeared in science fiction movies before.
Master Ouya, I'm back.
Lu Yuan tiptoed into the cave and whispered to Ouya.
Well, how's it going? Did you find anything?
Oh, he has been protecting Zhulong, holding a piece of wood in his hand and carving something.
I just met a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it is very different from the monster. If the monster in the Peak Forest reaches level 85, it will be able to transform into a human form and speak human words. It should be a simple animal, but with a strong body. That's all.
Lu Yuan replied.
The monsters in the Pinnacle Forest have all been taught by Zhulong and have practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. So they have achieved this achievement. What you are talking about should be that animals from other worlds have been integrated into it.
Ouya continued to carve, and the wood in his hand had roughly become the shape of a sword, and the specific details were still being perfected.
Actually, this kind of animal has appeared in our world, but it has been extinct long ago. It may be that it was in a parallel space where dinosaurs were not extinct, and was involved in this new world.
Lu Yuan analyzed.
Well, if you have nothing to do, just go and rest.
Ouya is still perfecting the model of the wooden sword in his hand, and obviously doesn't want to be disturbed at this time.
I'll grill some meat for you to eat.
Lu Yuan saw that Ouya was thinking, so he stopped disturbing him. He said something and went out to get some food. Although his body could absorb energy for maintenance, the feeling of empty stomach was still a bit uncomfortable. Ouya looked at the carved wooden sword model in his hand, sighed and shook his head.
It's still not perfect. Have I exhausted my talent?
After saying that, He closed his eyes and meditated. Chapter 304 Apprenticeship. He has made countless swords in his life, and has made all types of swords. Most of them vary from person to person. Until recently, without the restrictions of heaven. He prepared to make a stunning sword. But there has never been anything too special. Good idea. Maybe he cares too much. So every plan feels imperfect. No one can understand the feeling of being suppressed for thousands of years, and finally not being suppressed, and being able to create an artifact as he wished. Master Ouya, come out and eat some dinosaur meat. I didn't expect the meat to be quite strong. Lu Yuan returned to the cave again, and said with a smile. He was still deep in thought, and didn't seem to hear Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan looked at the wooden sword that was thrown aside on the ground, and probably knew what Yi was thinking. Grandmaster, I have an idea. I don't know if it is correct or not. Please give me some advice. Lu Yuan asked. Obviously what he eats cannot attract Ouya. But if Lu Yuan has any questions, Ouya will naturally answer them. Let me know what you think. Ouya opened his eyes and replied. Isn't the thunder sword taken away? I want to forge a good sword again. But now I don't have any top quality so I don't have any good ideas in my mind. I see you are carving a model here, and you want to ask a master. Ancestor can give me some advice. Lu Yuan said slowly. Yi seemed to have some realization, and his eyes were filled with brilliance again. Is he exhausted? How could it happen to me? It was just that I was too impatient and reversed the normal order of forging. Each ore and material has different properties. No matter how practical and perfect the appearance is, it still needs to be changed according to the properties of the material. It is true that I am too eager for quick success. Ha! Your lineage of god craftsman has indeed received a good successor. Not only is he young and promising, but he also knows how to save face for his ancestor. Xulong stood up. His face had improved a lot, but the toxins were obviously not completely removed. Although Xulong had been using his energy to force out the poisons, Xulong knew what was going on outside. Yi also stood up and nodded as if he was very happy. He certainly didn't need Xulong to remind him of how outstanding his disciple was. Let's go! Go and taste how powerful this Tyrannosaurus Rex tail is, Ouya said first. I don't know what kind of dragon Tyrannosaurus Rex is. I don't object to you two eating it. I am a member of the dragon clan, and I will not eat the flesh of my clan members. Xulong also followed him out of the cave. After meditating for so many days, he also wanted to go out for a change of air. Senior Xulong, don't worry. Although it has the word dragon in its name, it is actually just a carnivore on land and has nothing to do with the dragon clan. Although Lu Yuan didn't know whether dinosaurs were related to the dragon clan, Xulong should feel better if he said this. In the open space not far from the cave, the bonfire was still very strong. Lu Yuan walked over and added a few pieces of dry wood. Next to the bonfire, some meat with skewers attached was roasting. The fat in the meat kept coming out. Although there was nothing, there are no seasonings. But the original flavor of the meat still lingers far away. For a blacksmith, iron picks are naturally easy to prepare. Just take out 2 pieces of iron ore and smelt them under the unicorn fire, and they can be easily shaped. Well, it smells pretty good. Let me try a piece first. Ouya sat on the broken wood in front of the campfire, picked up a large skewer of meat, and started eating. Xulong sat on the other side, watching silently, obviously not intending to eat. Lu Yuan also picked up a piece of meat and cut it piece by piece with a knife. Since the dinosaur tail is made of live meat, in addition to the meat, there are also some tendons, and it is extremely satisfying to take one bite. This meat really has nothing to do with the dragon clan? Xulong saw that the two of them were eating deliciously, and couldn't help but ask again. Lu Yuan nodded and gave Xulong a confirming look. Xulong then picked up a piece of meat and wanted to taste what it tasted like that made the two of them eat it so deliciously. In fact, with the cultivation levels of Xulong and Ouya, they don't need to eat to replenish their energy. Absorbing the elements of heaven and earth every day is enough for the body to function. But who can resist the temptation of delicious food? Xulong took a big bite and couldn't help but nodded and said, "It smells so good." Lu Yuan was full after eating one piece, and looked at Yi and Xulong quietly. They looked like the top strong men in the mainland. Master Ouya, I have recovered in the past 2 days, and plan to go back to the city to have a look, and then return to my hometown. I am worried about the safety of my friends and family, Lu Yuan said. That's fine. But things have changed a lot outside now. You have to be careful. I'll wait until Xulong is almost recovered and then I'll look for materials to fulfill my dream.
I'll look for you when I start forging.
Oh, Yi put down the food in his hand and told him a few words.
Now that the area is wider than before, I'm afraid it won't be easy to communicate with each other.
Lu Yuan was worried that Yi couldn't find him.
Silly boy. Do you think the rings from our lineage of god craftsmen are just for storage? As long as you focus on the ring, you will feel the general direction of the other people wearing the rings.
Yi said.
Grandmaster, why have I never heard you mention it before?
Lu Yuan asked.
That's fine if I can find you. Why are you looking for me?
Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer.
Boy, meaning you as fate. Although I am a little disgusted with you humans, I have to admit that I like you very much. If you leave later, I will also teach you some useful things.
Shulong looked at Lu Yuan and Yi, and suddenly felt how lucky Yi was to have such a disciple.
You have to think carefully. He is my disciple. If you teach him something, you will be considered his master. But then you and I will be different in seniority.
Ouya actually made a joke about Shulong.
Why are you so cliché? I have never paid much attention to seniority or anything like that. I just think he has a good reputation. And he is not a master or a disciple.
Shulong obviously doesn't like Ouya's tricks. Lu Yuan recalled all the people he met after entering the Taoyuan world. Everyone seemed to be difficult to get along with. And most of them were powerful people. However, after being in contact for a long time, he found that everyone had their own cuteness. When they first entered the world, they might have been as innocent as Bai Qianqian. But these people had gone through many vicissitudes of life and had seen too many people and things. And gradually they had their own disguises.
Okay, in order not to embarrass you, if you personally teach me as my disciple, then I will promote him to my close disciple. In this way, our seniority will be the same.
Yi said, as if he was compromising. Lu Yuan didn't understand. Yi was trying to get Shulong to accept him as his disciple. Even if many strong men would be born in the new world, Shulong would definitely be among the top ones. He could get his personally speaking. I am afraid that ordinary people would not dare to dream of it. You must know that the average strength of the monsters in the Pinnacle Forest can reach level 50 or above just through his guidance. Although I don't know what the new world has become. The level is still a benchmark for measuring a person's general level. Shulong was extremely intelligent. Of course he understood what Ouya meant. But he didn't expose it. He nodded and said,
I really like you as my apprentice.
When Yi heard that Shulong had called Lu Yuan his disciple, he obviously acquiesced. So he quickly signaled Lu Yuan to become his disciple. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yuan is already considered a disciple of Yi, and he should not accept others as his teacher. However, since it is the ancestors' instruction, Lu Yuan naturally does not refuse. And his skills are not overwhelming. Lu Yuan also wants to see what Shulong can teach him.
2 masters are here. Please bow to me.
Lu Yuan did not leave Yi behind. Since he started learning blacksmithing, he has never officially given Yi a big gift. He used to think that Yi was an NPC, but now it seems that everyone is a living being. So the etiquette that should be left cannot be forgotten. Chapter 305 Dragon Bloodline.
Your foundation is very good. Your physical strength has been cultivated to a very high level, and your palm skills are exquisite. These are your advantages. But you have failed to integrate what you have learned. This is the problem you are facing now.
In the past few days, after becoming his master, Shulong had fully understood Lu Yuan. While praising him, he also pointed out many of Lu Yuan's shortcomings. Although Lu Yuan has practiced martial arts since he was a child, he has never really studied systematically. After all, the purpose of practicing martial arts at the beginning was just to strengthen his body. And even his own internal skills and mental methods were learned later. Although his Qianquan Jing was learned later, Lu Yuan had already integrated it with the moves based on palm skills. So he didn't need to study it at all. Lu Yuan has also been practicing in accordance with the requirements of the 6 major chapters of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Although he is not a complete master, he has reached the level of mastery. Every time he is seriously injured, he will break through the bottleneck and increase his skill greatly. This is probably the only technique that can improve one's power just by being beaten.
The techniques are different. How can they be integrated into one?
Lu Yuan asked with some confusion.
Tell me what it takes to be called a strong person.
Shulong did not answer directly, but asked a question.
You are so powerful that no one can do anything about it, even if you are strong.
Lu Yuan replied.
Then what does strength consist of?
Shulong continued to ask.
A powerful body, top-notch skills, exquisite moves, and handy weapons. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and replied. That's probably it. In fact, you have all of these things. These make up the strength you mentioned, which proves that they are originally one. How to integrate them is your current top priority. After all, Zhulong still didn't tell Lu Yuan the solution, but instead threw the ball to Lu Yuan. How come you, old dragon, have learned how to tell the truth? Don't embarrass this kid. Just tell me directly. Oh, he was just watching from the sidelines. But when he saw Zhulong being so secretive, he couldn't help but remind him. Please give me some advice. Master. Lu Yuan also followed Oh Ye's words. Zhulong was asked for advice, and a look of pride appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand out of thin air, and an exquisitely bound ancient book appeared in his hand. Although what you have learned is very good, the Qianquan Sutra focuses on the use of moves, and the Marrow Cleansing Sutra focuses on physical training. Although both of them will be very strong after they are completed, they are not considered to be truly spiritual skills. Law. Zhulong recognized the skills that Lu Yuan had learned, but he could only acknowledge them. If his core strength was not good, he could only be regarded as a mortal even if he was practicing. This Divine Dragon technique is the ancestor of all dragons. The cultivation method left by the ancestor dragon has 9 levels. If you practice it to perfection, you can become a god. Zhulong continued. Master Zhulong wants to teach me this skill? Lu Yuan asked tentatively while looking at the exquisite book. Exactly, but you can't learn it now. This technique can only be practiced by people with dragon bloodline. Then I have no chance. I am absolutely just an ordinary human being. Lu Yuan said somewhat disappointedly. Since I accept you as my disciple, you are considered a member of the dragon clan. I will give you 1 day to adjust to your best condition. At this time tomorrow, I will give you the dragon clan bloodline. As soon as Zhulong finished speaking, Uyo looked at Zhulong with some disbelief. The dragon clan has always been arrogant, and they are even more interested in blood. At this time, Lu Yuan was actually given the dragon clan blood, which is surprising. In fact, in terms of blood, it does not mean that human blood is inferior, but that some special blood will bring special power to people. Dragons are undoubtedly the strongest creatures on the mainland. Being able to get this blood is a great blessing. After Zhulong finished explaining, he let Lu Yuan move around freely. After so many days, Lu Yuan has become accustomed to the new world. Although he has never left the mountains, Lu Yuan has already touched this forest clearly. Of course, the poor Tyrannosaurus Rex has been bullied a lot these days. From the difficult battle at the beginning, to now the Tyrannosaurus Rex turns around and runs away whenever it sees Lu Yuan's figure. God knows how much torture the Tyrannosaurus Rex has experienced. Lu Yuan had been practicing his moves with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he didn't kill him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex with its tail cut off was a bit weird, and when he saw Lu Yuan turning around and running away, it turned out to be a little cute. Where else could it be? The ferocious look when hunting. I won't be practicing sword practice today. I need to adjust my breath to the best condition. You should help me protect the law and don't let other animals get close to me. Lu Yuan said to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who turned around to run away. He didn't know if it could understand it, since Zhulong emphasized the need to maintain the best condition. It seems that inheriting the bloodline is not an easy task. The Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to understand Lu Yuan's words, and did not answer or continue to run away. It seemed to be relieved and slowly lay on the ground. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, not afraid of a sneak attack by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The day passed quickly. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and a light seemed to shoot out of his bright eyes. I got up and stretched my muscles. Recently, my strength has increased a lot, and I feel so energetic. Okay, let's go! I may leave here soon, and I won't bully you anymore, Lu Yuan said to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was relieved, stood up and ran away into the distance. When it was about to disappear into the forest, it looked back with a trace of nostalgia in its eyes, and then disappeared into the shade of the trees. No matter how difficult it is, I will become stronger. It's uncomfortable to be played around by others. Lu Yuan thought of Professor Sun again, and couldn't help but clenched his fists, and said to himself, Are you ready? Zhulong looked at the energetic Lu Yuan and asked with satisfaction. Yeah. Lu Yuan nodded firmly. Oh, he sat watching from a distance at this time. Firstly, to protect the two of them, and secondly, because he was afraid of disturbing Lu Yuan by being too close. You are immortal. It will be very painful for you to accept my dragon bloodline. You must be mentally prepared, Zhulong said. No problem. Lu Yuan nodded without saying anything more. Long stopped talking nonsense, stretched out his left index finger, and a drop of blood condensed on his fingertip. He stretched forward slightly and touched Lu Yuan's forehead. And then the blood droplet melted into Lu Yuan's body. Blood beads entered along his forehead, and Lu Yuan's head was banged. And he almost fainted. The blood beads did not stay too long on the head, but began to swim directly downwards in the body. As the blood beads moved, Lu Yuan's own blood seemed to be ignited. Lu Yuan's body felt like it was on fire. This feeling was similar to when Qilin fire entered his body. Recalling the method he used to fight against the Kirin fire, Lu Yuan directly started the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. In terms of repairability, Lu Yuan could only use the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Long looked at Lu Yuan, who was in trance, nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly his face froze. Obviously, the toxins had not been completely eliminated.
It seems you have to retreat quickly.
Oh, Yi walked to Long and reminded him.
It's okay. After the space-time rift collapsed, I felt a lot of powerful forces in this new world. How can I not teach him some life-saving skills?
Chapter 306, Going Down the Mountain. Although Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the pain. After the blood beads entered his body, they kept swimming around Lu Yuan's body. The blood wherever it passed seemed to be on fire. And the burning pain, the feeling is even stronger than the Qilin fire. After silently running the marrow cleansing meridian, the pain gradually subsided, and Lu Yuan also entered a state of trance. Life is like this. Every step is determined. If he had no internal skills at all and accepted the baptism of dragon blood rashly, Lu Yuan would definitely not be able to bear it. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan had been in a state of trance, and Long had been sitting next to Lu Yuan, observing Lu Yuan's situation while using his energy to force out poison. When Lu Yuan finished absorbing it and opened his eyes, a violent feeling came over him, and Lu Yuan suppressed it without exploding.
As one of the strongest races, the Dragon Clan has always been very irritable. It knows how to suppress it as soon as it is bloodline. It is indeed a gift.
Long's voice came slowly. Lu Yuan didn't dare to happen, but suppressing this violent temper had already consumed a lot of his energy. Without trying, Lu Yuan already knew that his strength had improved a lot, but he didn't know how to deal with his violent mood. If Lu Yuan was originally a violent person, then such emotions would not require much attention at all. But Lu Yuan was originally a gentle person, so he was so sensitive to the violent emotions brought about by his bloodline.
Senior Long, why do I always feel this uncontrollable anger in my heart?
Lu Yuan adjusted his breathing and told his situation.
Whether it's a human being or a monster, the most important thing is the blood in the body. Changing the bloodline is equivalent to reshaping life and absorbing the dragon bloodline. It only took you half a month, which exceeded my expectations.
Long's eyes revealed. With a glow of satisfaction, he said slowly. Lu Yuan didn't feel proud when facing the praise, but looked at Long seriously, knowing that he had something to say later. Seeing that Lu Yuan was not arrogant or impetuous, Long was even more satisfied, and continued.
While the dragon bloodline is powerful, the only drawback is the accompanying anger. Anger does bring strength to people, but people who are overwhelmed by anger, in the end, it will be difficult to achieve greatness, and may even fall into the devil's path. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. You must first become a person, and then become a talent. As your cultivation level increases, your anger will become stronger and stronger. How to control your bloodline is another compulsory course in addition to the messy skills.
Lu Yuan was a little helpless. Originally, he inherited the dragon bloodline in order to learn the Divine Dragon technique to solve his messy skills. Unexpectedly, before he could learn the skills, he would have another irritability syndrome. It was really disappointing. I can't laugh or cry. Master, please give me some advice.
Although Lu Yuan had no choice but to accept his fate, he said,
The Divine Dragon technique is a technique passed down from generation to generation by the Dragon Clan. It mainly cultivates spiritual consciousness to transform one into 1,000. It is similar to your family's Jinkuin Sutra, but the level is much higher. You can count it as having it.
A certain basis. What is Dian? Using one's own power to transform all things in the world. How to transform anger into one's own power. This is the core content of the Dian Dragon technique.
Long said lightly. Lu Yuan did not dare to say anything more. He just suppressed his emotions, because Long's roundabout words had already made Lu Yuan, who was eager to understand the situation, furious.
This book is given to you. The master will lead you in. Cultivation depends on the individual. The most important bloodline has been given to you. The rest depends on your own destiny.
Zhulong said. After Zhulong finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. The poison that Professor Sun used before was very strong, and he had been distracted recently. Although he controlled the direction of the poison, his body never recovered. Lu Yuan respectfully took the book from Zhulong and silently flipped through it. If you want to practice any technique, you must first be familiar with it by heart. You can only practice it after you have a thorough understanding of it. In movies and TV shows, you can practice while watching. It's all a trick to fool people. After the exercise is started, it is like a direct train that starts running, giving you no chance to break. Another half-month passed, and Lu Yuan finally learned some superficial skills. The depth of this skill was far beyond what Lu Yuan had learned before. No wonder Zhulong said it was the art of becoming a god. Although only 1 month has passed in the new world, the time in the new world is about 48 hours a day. 1 day is equivalent to 2 days on Earth and 20 days in Taoyuan world. As the saying goes, a day in the sky is a year on Earth. Judging from the changes in the world now, it actually fits the meaning of this sentence. Two masters, the journey of cultivation is very long. Although I have only learned a little bit, I really can't worry about my family and friends. So I plan to leave here. Master Zhulong should also calm down and go into retreat for recuperation. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be harmful if I delay for too long. My health is not good. Lu Yuan said respectfully to Zhulong and Ouya. Well, practice diligently. Zhulong only said one sentence. Don't just practice martial arts. Don't fall behind in forging. When I travel around the world, I will test whether your forging level has improved when I come back. Oh, he said. Lu Yuan bowed deeply to the two of them, turned around, and left resolutely. Lu Yuan was an emotional person, and he was afraid that saying too much would make the atmosphere sad. When Ouya and Zhulong watched Lu Yao leave, they felt as if their own children were leaving, and they felt a little empty in their hearts. I plan to travel around the world, find some peerless materials, and fulfill my dream of forging artifacts. What are your plans? Oh, Yi broke the silence and said with a hint of expectation in his tone. This toxin is a bit strong. It will take me some time to completely remove it. Although I wholeheartedly want to break through the limits of my cultivation and become a true god, I am afraid I have to avenge this revenge first. Zhulong said calmly. In that case, let's say goodbye. I hope that when we meet next time, we will have fulfilled our wishes. Ouya stopped being verbose, and there was already a meaning of farewell in his words. Go, go. Zhulong also said with some helplessness that it was the first time that such a forging madman could stay for so long to deal with his injuries. In other words, it was the first time that a cultivating madman like himself was able to recruit disciples. Lu Yao went down the mountain directly after saying goodbye. According to Ouya's description, when he left the villa area, he walked all the way south. With their cultivation, they should have flown very far. In addition, the fusion of several worlds, now going all the way north, may cover even greater distances. Summoning the 9-colored sacred deer that he had not seen for a long time, Lu Yuan walked all the way north. Even after descending the mountain, his mobile phone still had no signal, so he could not contact anyone at all. Lu Yuan also tried to call the system that appeared when fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but there was no response at all, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. The 9-colored divine deer has been worried since he appeared. Needless to say, he must be worried about his daughter. Lu Yuan didn't know what the situation was now, so he just gave him a few simple words of comfort. After going down the mountain, Lu Yuan discovered that everything had become very strange. The modern highway was still there, but there were some dirt roads mixed in at intervals, like twists and twists. It was obviously a scene created by the fusion of multiple worlds. The emergence of these phenomena also caused Lu Yuan's return journey to be much further than imagined. The 9-colored divine deer hurried on with all its strength. After a whole day, Lu Yuan finally saw a city. But it was not a familiar modern city, but an ancient city-state. In desperation, Lu Yuan had no choice but to go in and rest for the night. The world after the fusion was much more dangerous, and he was no longer as tireless as he was in the game. Lu Yuan did not dare to make fun of his own life. Who dares to break in? Show your invitation. Otherwise you will be treated as an intruder. Lu Yuan rode the 9-colored sacred deer without slowing down all the way. But unexpectedly, he was stopped when he entered the city gate. Chapter 307 Soul Fighting Kingdom. Lu Yuan was blocked by the soldiers,
and quickly signaled the nine-colored divine deer to stop. Lu Yuan looked at the guarding soldiers with some confusion. Lu Yuan had no intention of forcing his way in. But the city gates were wide open. Unexpectedly, the town was actually under martial law.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to force my way in. And there's no invitation. If this place is impassable, I'll take a detour,
Lu Yuan said calmly, not wanting to cause trouble. Lu Yuan walked for a whole day. But he didn't see a modern town. And he didn't see anyone wearing earthly clothes. Logically speaking, Booya's original escape route should not be too far from the town. Even if the area where multiple worlds merged became wider, he would not have only seen one strange ancient town in a whole day's journey.
Looking at what you are wearing, you don't look like a native of the country. Normally our soul-fighting country is a warm and hospitable country. But now it is during the grand ceremony. To prevent accidents, we can only lock you up and release you after the grand ceremony is over.
Lu Yuan's kindness did not lead to equal treatment. The soldiers guarding the city had surrounded Lu Yuan. As long as Lu Yuan resisted even a little bit, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Fighting Soul Kingdom Gatekeeper Soldier level 50. Lu Yuan carefully scanned the soldiers around him. The information was still the same as the prompts in the game. He had no time to think about the system that was not working at this moment. There were only two ways in front of him. Either to be captured and captured without mercy, or to put these people away. The soldiers fell down and took a detour. Having just stepped into the new world, Lu Yuan didn't know exactly what it had become. What kind of festivals and things. Lu Yuan didn't even understand. But if Lu Yuan was caught obediently, he would have to take control of his life. Hand it over. Lu Yuan is not that stupid.
Don't you notice that the world has changed? I don't mean to disturb you, but please make it convenient.
Lu Yuan was only wearing casual clothes when traveling. Although the opponent was very hostile, Lu Yuan still did not reveal his weapon immediately. The soldiers guarding the gate were already level 50. So it was obviously not a wise move to take action rashly.
You're talking nonsense. Let's do it.
The little leader of the soldiers guarding the city obviously had little patience. People like this who were dressed weirdly and spoke glibly were probably spies from somewhere. The Soul Fighting Nation Grand Ceremony is the grandest event of the year. Everything was ready. Unexpectedly, one day when everyone was in a daze, the entire city more than doubled in size. Originally, the expansion of the city was a good thing. But this was not a simple enlargement. Although the area had become larger, the buildings in the city were also damaged and cracked. Every crack in the building was as smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. And the ground was still mixed with soils with markedly different geology. No one could stand up to explain this unbelievable incident. In the end, the official had to declare that it was a manifestation of the gods and a gift given to the people in the upcoming celebration. The citizens are all grateful for the land given by the gods. Although their homes have been damaged, they are still bigger. Who would think that their houses are big? Although the people were fooled, the king naturally knew that the gods and the like were nonsense. In order to ensure that the ceremony continued, he secretly issued an order that all suspicious people during the ceremony would be imprisoned until the end of the ceremony. Lu Yuan, the defender of the city, took action, quickly stood on the back of the nine-color sacred deer and leaped towards the sky. While putting away the nine-color sacred deer, he quickly completed the change of clothes in the air. Although the nine-color sacred deer also has fighting ability, the sacred deer is gentle in nature. Later, Lu Yuan did not want to let it participate in various battles, so he simply put it away in every battle. When the soldiers saw Lu Yuan taking action, the alarm bell on the city wall had already sounded. Lu Yuan put on the 5 elements natural disaster suit and held the shadowless sword in his hand, so he could easily deal with more than a dozen level 50 gatekeepers. With his clever body skills and the invisible sword's trajectory, he easily used the Piao Shui among the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master. Before more than a dozen soldiers could see what was happening, all their legs were lost. Losing strength, he fell to the ground. Lu Yuan did not take their lives, but accurately attacked the soldier's hamstrings. When the last soldier fell, Lu Yuan sheathed his sword and prepared to retreat. The alarm bell had sounded, and more soldiers would definitely attack in the future.
How dare you act wildly in our soul-fighting kingdom?
A sharp figure rushed out of the city gate and shouted loudly. Lu Yuan had originally planned to retreat, but there was a sense of crisis behind him, so he had to stop, turn around beautifully, and stab the shadowless sword in his right hand from a hidden angle. The universe looks back and digs out. The attacking figure reacted very quickly and forced himself sideways to avoid the sword. He actually clamped the shadowless sword firmly, with the index and middle fingers of his right hand and hit Lu Yuan's ribs with the palm of his left hand. Lu Yuan was shocked. The force of his sword was so powerful that even a demon general level figure would not be able to dodge it. What's more, he could steadily control his shadowless sword and quickly change his moves in a hurry. Launch a counterattack. Lu Yuan's feet shook, and he turned his body to avoid the palm that hit his ribs. This was mainly to use his body to rotate the shadowless sword so that he could break away from the attacker's fingers.
Good boy. No wonder you dared to come here to cause trouble. But you did it twice.
The man was freed by Lu Yuan, took 2 steps back, and stood gracefully with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be in his 30s, and his elegant and luxurious clothes showed his impressive status.
I was on my way in a hurry and passed by your land. I had no intention of causing trouble. Since your country does not welcome outsiders, I will leave here.
Lu Yuan knew that the strength of the newcomer was not weaker than his own. Although he could fight, it would probably be very troublesome if he was surrounded later. After all, I only have 1 life now, and the situation of dying and resurrecting if I can't defeat him no longer exists. The middle-aged man raised his index finger and shook his head from side to side. He shook his head at Lu Yuan and said,
If I just surrendered and captured him, that would be no trouble. If you hurt my soldier now, it would be like hitting me in the face. If you let me do this, if I leave, my father will definitely accuse me of neglecting my duty.
Lu Yuan understood immediately when he heard it. This guy must be a prince or something. He was responsible for public security issues during the festival, with the whole country under martial law. He had touched his brow.
Then it looks like there's only 1 battle left.
Lu Yuan has always wanted to resolve the matter peacefully, but the other party has been aggressive. Lu Yuan is also a person with a temper. Even if this grand ceremony is very important to them, they cannot bully others like this. Prince Carlo is level 75. Lu Yuan looked at it carefully, and the system worked again. Before the other party reported his name, Lu Yuan had already seen his information. But now there was no blood prompt.
You are a man. Our soul-fighting kingdom respects the strong the most. It's a pity that if the grand ceremony wasn't coming soon, you should be able to become a distinguished guest of our country.
Prince Carlo. A grand ceremony. Another grand ceremony. Lu Yuan was a little curious about what this grand ceremony was about. Chapter 308, War-Free Card. Prince Carlo obviously didn't want to waste time, so he rushed forward quickly after speaking. When there are many reasons that don't make sense, only using force to conquer is most effective. Lu Yuan naturally understands this truth. Prince Carlo didn't hold any weapons in his hands, but his boxing skills were very sharp, and the inner strength of each punch was not leaked. Lu Yuan did not take advantage of him. He put away his shadowless sword and dodged left and right with his elegant body movements, without confronting him head-on. Since the opponent had reached level 75, his physical strength must definitely be higher than his own. Although the magic potion that restores life can now be used, it only restores some vitality, but cannot restore injuries. In other words, in the new world, everyone fights equally. If you want to rely on potion tactics to win, it is already impossible. It's impossible. After Lu Yuan's attempts, taking the potion will only have a certain hemostatic effect on some bleeding wounds, and the effect of replenishing one's own blood. But it will have no effect on serious injuries, such as fractures. In other words, if Lu Yuan's ribs are broken by a punch, no matter how many potions he takes, it will be ineffective. And it will also affect his actions in the future. Therefore, the Guardian who originally had high defense and low attack in the game has a lot of potential. The advantage is that you have to have the physical strength to keep up with swinging a sledgehammer. Although Carlo's boxing skills are fierce, Lu Yuan's Jianquan palm is more mysterious. When the opponent is fierce, Lu Yuan uses soft strength to relieve the force. When the opponent presses forward, Lu Yuan uses his body skills to retreat. Carlo finished a set of punches and knocked Lu Yuan back 100 meters. With the last punch, Lu Yuan felt a strong threat. He pressed Carlo's fists with both palms and jumped up with his legs, coupled with the help of his hand. A beautiful one-character horse escaped this powerful blow. Carlo's fist was pushed diagonally downwards, and a huge crater was made on the ground. With the last punch, Carlo was finally exhausted. Lu Yuan hit the ground and hit Carlo on the chest. Carlo was at the stage where his strength was exhausted, and he had not yet recovered. This slap almost made him unable to breathe. Lu Yuan inherited the dragon bloodline. Although it was not that pure, his strength also increased a lot. In addition, he found an opening and knocked Carlo backwards with one palm. After landing, his chest felt tight, and he finally vomited. The congestion makes me feel better. Lu Yuan clasped his fists and said,
I'm offended. I mean no harm. Please stop pestering me. Prince.
The soldiers guarding the city had already rushed out and surrounded the two of them. Prince Carlos stood up without any sign of anger. Under normal circumstances, as a prince, if he lost such a big person in front of the soldiers, he would definitely become angry and order the soldiers to rush forward. However, the situation did not develop in the direction that Lu Yuan was worried about. Carlo first dusted himself off, then clasped his fist in return and said,
Thank you for showing mercy. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured even if I didn't die from this palm.
Prince Carlo was right. Although it was unrealistic to kill Lu Yuan with his palm, Carlo would definitely be seriously injured if he used all his strength when he was exhausted.
The prince's boxing technique is fierce. The first 80 punches are reserved and the power is accumulated. And the last punch is poured out. This one punch is enough to kill. But it is more than strong. If there is some spare power, there will not be such a big gap.
Lu Yuan was not polite and directly pointed out the shortcomings of Carlo's boxing technique.
Ha ha. How many people can take my 81 punches? Our soul-fighting kingdom welcomes strong men. Are you interested in participating in our celebration?
Prince Carlo lost. But he didn't look depressed. The confidence revealed in his words was the main reason for the shortcomings of his boxing skills. It is precisely because of self-confidence that I punch without leaving any room, believing that the opponent cannot catch my set of punches. This indomitable momentum is rare. But once exhausted, a very embarrassing situation will occur.
You have been talking about the celebration. What exactly is your celebration?
Lu Yuan asked with a questioning look on his face.
It seems that you are also a stranger. Recently, many people like you have come to our country. Because they behave very strangely and are weak. We collectively call them foreigners. They also keep shouting about laws and regulations and making a lot of noise. The riot disturbed the order, and we finally took them into custody,
Prince Carlos said. Lu Yuan was still wondering why he didn't see anyone after walking so far. The area around Duhan Kingdom was somewhat desolate. If modern people lived here, it would be difficult for them to survive in the wild. So they would either be used as food by monsters or beasts, find the surrounding towns, and be treated as an alien. I don't know if people and monsters from other worlds will appear in cities on Earth. Generally speaking, ordinary people on Earth should be at a disadvantage. Because whether it is strength or vitality, people on Earth who have been comfortable for too long are not like humans from other worlds. Opponents, not to mention monsters. Communication equipment has failed, and various military weapons are not accessible to ordinary people. The only hope is that people on Earth, like Lu Yuan, can inherit the equipment profession of Taiyuan world. Even so, how many people can adapt to a real life and death battle?
None of us have changed. It's just that the world has changed.
Lu Yuan replied calmly. Carlo didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant, and began to explain the ceremony.
The so-called ceremony is an annual competition between countries. There are many competitions, and people from all the surrounding countries will participate to win the first place. The country not only symbolizes glory, but also indirectly proves its strength to surrounding countries. Wars between countries occur almost every day, and the country that takes first place will be free from all wars within a year. So this is a rare respite for weak countries. Our soul-fighting country is not a big country. This time it is our turn to host. So there is no room for error. Although our country is not strong, our individual combat capabilities are very strong. This is why our country has been able to survive.
Lu Yuan probably understood it as soon as he heard it. If you win the game, you will be exempted from fighting for a year. This is naturally a kind of protection for a weak country. It is naturally better to cultivate a few people with superior combat power than to cultivate an army. Easy.
I'm in a hurry to see my family and friends, and I don't have much time to delay.
Lu Yuan didn't want to get involved in right and wrong, so he declined politely.
Looking at your direction, it should be all the way to the north. To be honest, our soul-fighting kingdom is in the far south. During the celebration, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to pass through the defense lines of various countries. There will be more battles like today,
Prince Luo said unhurriedly. Lu Yuan didn't know where he was. He only knew that he could return to the capital by heading north.
They don't hold grand ceremonies in their countries, so why are they preventing me from passing? You will be exempt from war only after the grand ceremony. During the grand ceremony, the strong men and leaders of each country will leave the country. Therefore, All countries have a tacit understanding that during this period, they will all be under martial law and not interact with each other. If you go together rashly, you will naturally be blocked,
Carlo explained. Road. After hearing this, Lu Yuan knew it was not a lie. So he remained silent and didn't know what to do.
Either participate in the competition and help us, or go into the cell and wait for the celebration to end with all the strangers. It's your choice.
Carlo gave a multiple-choice question. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked around. There were already 4 soldiers whose auras were no weaker than his own, mixed in among the soldiers.
Okay, I'll participate.
Chapter 309, Falling on the Onion.
Okay, I'll participate.
Lu Yuan had no doubts about what Prince Carlo said. But it was so troublesome to pass through this small country. If there were really many powerful countries behind him, it would probably take even longer. Anyway, more than half a month has passed, and I'm not afraid of waiting a few more days. I just want to take this opportunity to learn more about the battle in the new world. If you can't win, just surrender.
Okay, with your fighting prowess, I believe you won't lie.
Prince Carlo didn't hesitate. He waved his hands, and the surrounding soldiers withdrew into the city. The 4 auras from before did not leave, but came towards Lu Yuan and the others.
With his strength, why should we let him join us? Besides, it doesn't matter whether he is a spy or not. What if something happens during the game?
A tall man said with a thick accent.
Yes, Your Highness. You must understand how important a year of peace is to our soul-fighting kingdom.
A wild female warrior answered. The other 2 people just stood aside quietly, silently watching how the prince responded.
Didn't I find you like this? Are you also spies?
Prince Carlo replied confidently.
After all, we are citizens of our own country, and our families are all here. In order to avoid the suffering of the war, we will naturally do our best. And he is a foreigner after all. He showed up less than half an hour ago. I don't know why you trust him so much. The tall man was still dissatisfied.
Tianjin. It's rare that you can think of so many things worthy of praise in your head. But you should trust your leader.
Prince Carlo realistically affirmed Tianjin's progress, and then explained his position. It seemed that he was very experienced in dealing with Tianjin's rough lines. Sure enough, Tianjin seemed to have only heard the previous sentence and stood aside happily.
Okay, Prince Carlo. I listen to you.
The wild female warrior was obviously not convinced. The 4 of them, including herself, were all selected through many layers of selection. Unexpectedly, the stranger in front of her was recognized after just a few moves with the prince.
Your Highness, I don't accept it. I want to fight him a few times. If he can defeat me, then I will let him go and even obey his orders.
The female warrior said.
Isn't beating me enough to convince everyone?
Prince Carlo seemed to be getting a little impatient when he saw that his subordinates were not willing to give up.
We are all convinced by the prince's strength. But after all, Prince, you can't play this time. A test can also help us get to know each other. Besides, it's perfect for Su Hong to test his skills.
The one of the 2 who did not speak. One person stepped forward to rescue him. It turned out that the female warrior was named Su Hong. Lu Yuan checked through the system and found that one of the 2 men who had not spoken was named Dowen, and the other was named Dowu. Just by looking at their names, he knew that they were 2 brothers.
No matter what your purpose is, my participation is just the best choice after weighing the pros and cons. Since I have participated in your grand ceremony, I will naturally go all out.
Lu Yuan and others seemed not to take him seriously and couldn't help but said. Lu Yuan turned everyone's eyes to him, pointed at the female warrior Su Hong and said,
You are no match for me. Since you want to cause trouble, then the 4 of you will go up together. Don't you respect the strong? I will convince you today and stop bothering me in the future.
Lu Yuan's words aroused strong dissatisfaction among the 4 of them. It didn't matter that Su Hong was not his opponent, but it was a bit too arrogant to say that Su Hong was a senior. It's not that Lu Yuan is arrogant. It's just that through the Taoyuan system that sometimes doesn't work. Lu Yuan saw the basic information of several people, and they were basically at the same level as himself. Lu Yuan has long been accustomed to fighting across levels. Among people of the same level, Lu Yuan seems to have never met an opponent. Tianjin's level 66. Good at horizontal training and iron claw shirt. Su Hong's level 68 female warrior. Good at grappling and judo. Doan level 65. Good at boxing and combination skills. Fighting level 65. Good at boxing and combination skills. Lu Yuan didn't know what other functions the Taoyuan system had, but it seemed that it could see the opponent's basic information. This alone was very practical. There is another point that Lu Yuan has never figured out. There is no equipment support, let alone the transmission of satellite signals. How can the system exist? The world after the fusion, in addition to having the same magical power as the Taoyuan world, seems to be even more magical. Okay, since you want to die, we will help you. Su Hong is the leader among her peers. Although she is a girl, ordinary men cannot compare to her. Now that she is being looked down upon in such a way, it is impossible not to be angry. Su Hong was dressed in a white warrior uniform. Her upper body and chest were only wrapped with strips of cloth layer by layer. Although the wrapping was very tight, it still couldn't hide her plumpness. Her body shape was very well proportioned, and her muscles were explosive. Type, with a proud look and a wild feeling all over his body. Watch your eyes. Su Hong always felt that the stature on her chest was a burden. If she were a man, her strength would definitely be higher than it is now. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said nothing. Looking at someone is his nature, and looking back is his quality. Come on when you're ready. Lu Yuan was only a few meters away from these people, and he didn't put up a defensive posture. He put his hands behind his back like everyone else. Prince Carlo was very interested in this situation. He stepped aside and made a sign of invitation with his right hand, indicating that the four of them could take action. The grand ceremony stipulates that contestants must not be over 30 years old, regardless of nationality, as long as the contestants are willing to represent the country. Each country sends 5 contestants, but the whole country in Carlo only selected these 4 young talents. And the 5th Ming has never found an ideal candidate. If he hasn't found one by the time the ceremony officially begins, he will have to use a substitute player, which will greatly increase the chance of losing. When the 4 of them saw that the prince agreed, they didn't hesitate and immediately got into position and rushed toward Lu Yuan together. Lu Yuan did not panic when faced with the attacks from several people. He used the Qianquan footwork under his feet. Every time the 4 people attacked, they felt they were sure to hit. But in the end, they all fell into the air. Prince Carlo was the first to fight against Lu Yuan. Looking at the attacks of several people, he couldn't help but think of himself just now. At first, he felt that this stranger was not as powerful as him, but he was still unable to suppress him. Even fighting him was like he designed it step by step. If you're a man, let's have a real fight. What's the point of hiding here and there? Tianjin was not good at attacking. Every blow missed, and he couldn't help but become a little anxious. Haha. What you said is as innocent as your name. Lu Yuan chuckled and said a casual word, which made Tianjin scream in anger. You dare to talk distractedly when you are fighting 1 against 4. You are arrogant. Lu Yuan only felt his waist tighten. Su Hong didn't know when she came around behind him. When the words, arrogant and arrogant, sounded in his ears, he felt that his body had been picked up. Su Hong lowered her waist backwards and pulled Lu Yuan draw a perfect arc from a distance. This move usually appears in wrestling. Su Hong is very fast and powerful. If he hits the ground on his head, he is almost certain to die. After all, the head and neck are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Ha. Let's see if you are still arrogant after being hit by this trick. Tianjin laughed loudly. Chapter 310 1 against 4. Lu Yuan was sneak attacked by Su Hong, and his whole body drew a perfect arc in the air. It was hard to imagine how Su Hong could be so strong with such a soft waist, with such a huge force. If his head hits the ground, even Lu Yuan, who has dragon blood, cannot withstand it. However, Lu Yuan responded to the situation and raised his hands above his head. Before his head hit the ground, he got lucky and concentrated all his body weight on his arms. Then he exploded with the force of his palms and used the momentum to do a backflip and throw him backwards. Su Hong was very persistent and didn't let go of her hand. This move was tried and tested, but she didn't expect it to be broken even in a sneak attack today, because Su Hong hugged her tightly and Lu Yuan's strength was too great. The 2 of them actually did more than 10 backflips in a row without any intention of stopping. The inertia was getting bigger and bigger, and it was difficult to stop completely with only one person's strength. In the end, Su Hong's legs used strength, leaving only 2 deep footprints on the ground, and she jumped upwards with Lu Yuan. This is not judo. This should be regarded as dogskin plaster. Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. I don't know what this girl grew up on. Her legs and arms are very strong, but she can't break free even with her own strength.
Maybe this is the locking technique in judo. Lu Yuan was brought into the air, and the two people's bodies started to rotate automatically. When they rose to a height of more than 10 meters, the two people began to fall. Under the guidance of Su Hong, the two of them fell headfirst. Compared with Su Hong's height and body shape, Lu Yuan was very young. So he just pressed his head against Lu Yuan's back, and his legs locked Lu Yuan's body tightly. The enemies Lu Yuan had always fought were all over the place. Today, he was not used to this kind of close-up technique. Lu Yuan tried to attack Su Hong on the back with both hands, but due to the limitation of the angle and Su Hong's own flexibility, the attack has no good effect at all. Getting closer and closer to the ground, Lu Yuan had no choice but to spread the chilling fire outside his body. Ordinary people couldn't resist the high temperature of the chilling fire, and obviously Su Hong couldn't either. The chilling fire was released by Lu Yuan, so it would naturally not damage his armor and equipment. However, Su Hong was in a terrible situation. She was wearing common clothes. When she felt the intense heat, her clothes also caught fire. The body can be protected with its own qi, but the clothes cannot. It cannot withstand the high temperature of the chilling fire. In addition, the clothes caught fire. Su Hong had no choice but to let go of her arms and put her legs behind Lu Yuan's waist. With a kick, he used his strength to fall to the ground aside. Lu Yuan was thrown to the side by the force of the kick. He kept pushing his palms into the air, using the force of his palms to offset the inertia, and finally landed smoothly on the ground. Just because of her own distraction, Su Hong seized the opportunity. With Lu Yuan's eyesight, he didn't notice how she got around. It seemed that this woman was not simple. Su Hong landed on the ground and tried to extinguish the chilling fire, but after rolling on the ground for several times, it still didn't work. Her clothes were burned to pieces, and her skin was burned red. This was because Lu Yuan did not use chilling fire to attack, but only released a little defense. Effect? Lu Yuan didn't want to see her in such a mess. He opened his right hand, and the flames on Su Hong's body were sucked back. He threw out an ordinary robe with his left hand and ignored Su Hong. Tianjin, who was still cheering for joy, saw that Su Hong was defeated and rushed over with his fists raised. Tianjin practiced defensive skills and was not very good at attacking. However, with 1 against 4, it was impossible for Lu Yuan to attack them actively. So Tianjin still couldn't bear his temper and rushed forward to fight against the two brothers Douwen and Dou Wu. Totally out of touch, Lu Yuan looked at Tianjin, who was rushing towards him, but he didn't even move. The last time he fought against this kind of horizontal kung fu was with Demon General Xinghe. This Tianjin was obviously incomparable to him. Tianjin punched out with all his strength. This punch was full of power, but it seemed to Lu Yuan that it was full of loopholes. You gave up your own advantages, lost touch with your teammates, and even the people in the team who were good at attacking didn't beat me. You, a defensive player, still dare to attack alone. You are as naive as your name suggests. For Lu Yuan, he didn't need to look at the opponent's fist at all. He only needed to look at the opponent's shoulder to know what Tianjin was going to do. Because when he punched, his shoulder would definitely be pulled back. Looking at the amplitude, he knew that he had no remaining power in this blow. None remained. Just as Tianjin punched out, he heard a string of words from Lu Yuan. He didn't understand what they meant at all. He only felt that his wrist was pulled forward with a huge force, and he lost his center of gravity. He didn't know where to stand. He was disturbed by something, received another slap in the back, and then flew out. Lu Yuan looked at Tianjin, who was knocked away, and began to understand the attitude of Prince Carlo when he spoke to him before. He didn't know what this simple-minded guy's defense was like. He must have been selected to participate in the ceremony because he probably had his strengths. You too. Although your teammates are out of touch with the team as a whole, you obviously have the opportunity to cooperate in the attack. Why do you keep hiding behind? Lu Yuan has a lot of experience in cooperating with teammates. Seeing that these 4 people were like a piece of loose sand, he couldn't help but say a few more words. I can only show off my words and be arrogant, Douwen said lightly. The two brothers Lu Yuan, Douwen and Dou Wu still maintained their postures, with no intention of taking action. Although they did not feel any energy fluctuations, they were obviously accumulating strength. Although the battle had not lasted long, it was enough to complete the charge of normal moves. But the two men were obviously still accumulating power. Do you feel it? Unfortunately, it's too late, Dou Wu said proudly. Douwen and Dou Wu attacked at the same time, and the fist shadows all over the sky attacked Lu Yuan, leaving no room for Lu Yuan to dodge.
Faced with such a large-scale attack, Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly nod. Although the power was scattered, every punch was connected. As long as one punch was hit, he would have to bear all the other punches. And there was a trace in the shadow of the punch. It's both false and true, making it difficult to defend. It's a pity that he met Lu Yuan. The shadows of fists all over the sky were extremely slow in Lu Yuan's eyes, and all the false shadows of fists were clearly visible. In addition, there was a move similar to this in Lu Yuan's palm technique, and it can be used without accumulating power at all, as long as one's own internal strength is sufficient. Even if the punch is several times larger, it can be received. Big Nine Heaven's Hand. When Lu Yuan was in the game, he used weapons to fight most of the time. But today all the people he encountered were barehanded, so he simply used his palm skills to fight against the enemy. The fist shadows all over the sky faced the palm shadows all over the sky. Originally, Lu Yuan's Great Nine Heaven's Hands were both false and real. But since he saw through the opponent's attack, Lu Yuan simply ignored the false fist shadows and only fought with the real shadows. Prince Carlo was dumbfounded. The Fighting Soul Kingdom has always respected the strong, even if the opponent is a stranger. Before, he only thought that this stranger was very strong, but he never imagined that he would be so strong. These 4 people can be said to be the strongest people in their country who can participate in the grand ceremony. Although these 4 people did not show their strength today, they were defeated so easily, which is really unacceptable. Okay, this brother should accept his magical power. Please let the city speak, Prince Carlo said with a smile, because the defeat of the 2 brothers Dowen and Dowu was determined. Chapter 311 The 10 Kingdoms of Duki Continent. After the battle, Lu Yuan's strength was recognized by everyone. Prince Carlo felt as if he had found a treasure, and he couldn't close his mouth, because the grand ceremony was approaching. Prince Carlo was really worried about the last spot. Unexpectedly, by accident, he not only solved the problem, but also found a strong person. If it weren't for the age restriction, Prince Carlo would have already played on his own. Why bother to put in so much effort? The only problem now is how to tie the heart of this stranger. Carlo invited Lu Yuan into the city and held a grand dinner. The king of Duhan Kingdom was already a little old. It seemed that Prince Carlo would succeed to the throne in a few years. Prince Carlo really has good eyesight. He is really strong. Su Hong looked in the direction of Lu Yuan with complicated eyes and said to Prince Carlo, "The person who can defeat me will naturally not be too weak in skill, but he still needs some benefits to tie his heart. What do you think would be a better gift?" Prince Carlo whispered to several people. "A man! He just likes money and beautiful women. So why don't you just give some of them as gifts?" Dowen was still a little dissatisfied with Lu Yuan, and said lightly with a slight curl of his lips, "It's a bit tacky, but it can be considered." Prince Carlo replied after hearing this, "I think it would be better to give him more delicious food. Look at the delicious food he eats there." Tianjin continued to suggest, "I think his food is not as good as yours. All he thinks about is eating. Eating. Eating." Carlo patted Tianjin on the back of the head and said with a smile. Su Hong looked at Lu Yuan, who was enjoying the delicious food not far away, and did not express her opinion. In the past, once her opponent was approached, unless the opponent was much stronger than herself, he would not be able to break away at all, although it was only a one-time encounter. Su Hong felt that this stranger would not be a person obsessed with money and women. Otherwise, he would not throw a robe over when his clothes were damaged. "Su Hong, what do you suggest?" Prince Carlo asked. And Su Hong, who was in a daze, came back to her senses. "I don't think he is a lecher," Su Hong said lightly. Carlo nodded after hearing this and looked at Lu Yuan silently, not knowing what he was interested in. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was very relaxed, enjoying various delicacies by himself. Since the last incident, he had not had a serious meal, so he would not be polite now that someone was treating him. "I won't be able to leave here for a while, so I can only pray that everyone is safe. My heavenly thunder set has also been robbed, although the shadowless sword, the 5 elements natural disaster set, and the Fenghua peerless jewelry set have very practical attributes. But after all, the Tianlei suit is the first artifact suit I made, so I am still somewhat reluctant to part with it. Oh, Yi once said that there are no restrictions here. As long as the materials and skills are sufficient, it is possible to create an existence that transcends artifacts. It seems that he will also collect some good materials. The phoenix breath wood in the ring of the Craftsman god has not been used yet. I originally planned to make a scabbard for the thunder sword, but unfortunately I never had time to spare. And now the good thunder sword is gone. There is also a large piece of warm jade that he got from the treasury of the city lord's palace. It has been sitting idle in the ring because it has no value for making equipment. In fact, Lu Yuan has his own idea. Since that large piece of jade only has a warming effect, it is better to make it. Make a sword box, and put all your swords in it to achieve the effect of sword maintenance. Unknowingly, Lu Yuan ate too much food, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. He leaned back in his chair contentedly and stopped thinking about these things. I don't know my brother's name yet. I've offended so many people today. Prince Carlo asked enthusiastically when he saw Lu Yuan eating well. Xiao Lu Yuan, I came from out of town and was in a hurry. I injured many of your guards. And there was something wrong with me. Since Lu Yuan couldn't leave, he might as well make peace with himself once he came. I invited you to the grand ceremony casually, but I didn't expect that Brother Lu is also a generous person and agreed so readily. Although our Duhan nation is small, it is still relatively wealthy. We cannot let your efforts go in vain. If you have anything you want, please feel free to do so. Mention. We will do our best to satisfy you. After careful consideration, Prince Carlo decided that it would be better to ask Lu Yuan's request directly instead of guessing. Of course, Lu Yuan understood that Prince Carlo was afraid that he would not try his best. So he was tempted by benefits. After all, his strength was there. And it would definitely be worth it to pay some financial resources to win in exchange for a year's truce. I wonder if your country has any high-quality ores. I'm more interested in metal ores. Lu Yuan didn't have much demand for other things. Since the other party offered to benefit him, he might as well see if there were any good ores here. Or, because there are no mineral veins in our country, the creation of weapons is still a bit behind compared to other countries. It is probably difficult to find what Brother Lu wants. But you can come with me to the treasury to have a look. Maybe you can find something you like. Woolen cloth. When Prince Carlo heard Lu Yuan's request, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. There were no mineral veins in his country. But this man liked minerals. Oh, don't worry then. Let's talk about the rules of your celebration first. When Lu Yuan heard that Duhan country was not very rich in minerals, he was not in a hurry to see their treasury. He simply listened to the rules of the grand ceremony. There are 10 major countries in our Dochi continent. Our Do Seoul country was originally the strongest, and we have always been focusing on cultivating Dochi. Until later, for some reason, various cultivation methods became more common. Since we were the strongest country, we were jointly suppressed, only to become one of the countries with the weakest national power. The other 9 kingdoms are Din Kingdom, good at formation attack, Tingshuat Kingdom, good at ice attribute attacks, Yunluishan, good at bow and arrow traps, Tianwan Kingdom, good at taming beasts and summoning, Tianin Kingdom, good at fire attribute attacks, Banyu Kingdom, good at yun attacks, Blood Tomb, good at practicing evil arts, and gaining powerful power through blood sacrifices, Baiwa Valley, good at using poison and driving away snakes, One High Pavilion, good at illusion attacks. Prince Carlo briefly introduced them to various countries on the continent, and even went through the attack methods that each country was good at. Prince Carlo, does he know that the world has changed? Are the connections between your countries not interrupted? Lu Yuanyan and Carlo said so definitely. Haven't the positions of these countries changed? I know this, although the specific reason is unknown. There are many more foreigners. The situation in other countries is similar, and it is not only people like you, but also other races. However, the positions of the countries in our Duki continent have not changed. So the grand ceremony, that's why we decided to hold it as scheduled, Prince Carlo replied. After hearing this, Lu Yuan realized why he had not seen a modern city after running so far. It turned out that the entire continent had intervened. And judging from the scale, the original world of Dochi continent should not be very big. Well, let's continue talking about the rules of the festival and the techniques for winning. Lu Yuan continued to ask. Chapter 3:12 Rules. The rules are actually very simple. That is, put 5 representatives from each country into an area. If the representative of each country dies or surrenders, it will be considered a failure, and the remaining country will be considered a victory. Each country has different geographical locations and different characteristics. This time we are hosting it, so we have the advantage of a good location, Prince Carlo explained. Oh, the rules are simple and clear, and there is also the possibility of death. It doesn't look like an easy battle. Lu Yuan Dao. As a person of the new era, Lu Yuan can understand these rules and other things at a glance. After all,
Whether it is movies, TV series, or various books. There are too many such things.
Brother Lu, there is no need to be afraid, as long as you try your best. If it comes to life or death, just admit defeat,
Prince Carlo said generously. In fact, he also understood in his heart that after all, Lu Yuan was not a native of the country. So how could he lose his life for a little profit? It was better to negotiate openly in advance, so that he would have no worries. Lu Yuan nodded, and did not answer Carlo directly. There was no need to express any determination at this time. And it was impossible for Lu Yuan to lose his life because of a strange country. Prince Carlo was not disappointed, and continued,
Every country will choose a terrain that is favorable to them when hosting the event, and we are no exception. The venue for this competition is the unique Fighting God Underground Palace in our Fighting Soul country. The Doshan Underground Palace was built by the strongest person in our Do-Chi continent. As the most powerful country in the past, Do-Seoul Nation has always protected this underground palace. Even if all the surrounding cities were captured, it has always protected this place. After years of exploration, a rough map of the underground palace has been drawn. With the guidance of the map, you will definitely have an advantage over other countries.
The other 4 people all felt a little proud when they heard this. Only Lu Yuan felt that this was not an advantage. So what if there was a map? In the end, the competition was not about who came out of the underground palace first. Hard power was the key.
Why do you say a rough map has been drawn? Isn't it all?
Lu Yuan asked doubtfully.
The God of Fighting Underground Palace is very mysterious. Every time you enter, you will randomly appear in a certain location in the underground palace. So even though you have been exploring for many years, you can't say you have seen the entire underground palace,
Prince Carlo explained.
Then I have another question. Since the underground palace is so big, what if the teams can't meet each other?
Lu Yuan asked.
Ha. Brother Lu is very thoughtful. One thing I forgot to mention is that the reason why you can't finish the exploration every time is because the place where the descendants will appear after entering is random. And then the enchantment in the underground palace will close. And it will be completed in about 5 days. It will shrink to about 10 square meters. So no matter what happens to all countries, it will stop when it reaches the last area. And in about an hour, people in the area will be automatically transferred out of the underground palace,
Carlo explained.
Oh, it turns out it's similar to a chicken eating mode,
Lu Yuan said after hearing this.
Brother Lu, haven't you had enough? Come on, here's a chicken.
Prince Carlo didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant, and just thought he didn't have enough. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand to indicate no. Lu Yuan probably understood the meaning, but some things may be the original characteristics of the fighting continent, so more details need to be understood.
I wonder what will happen if you don't leave when the barrier shrinks and are isolated outside the barrier,
Lu Yuan asked tentatively.
Outside the barrier? It doesn't exist. No one has been able to break the barrier since ancient times. They are forced to move to the center of the barrier every time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a complete map of the entire underground palace for so many years.
Prince Carlo was patient and kept answering Lu Yuan's questions.
Oh, in this case, I have nothing to ask. Your Highness, please help me arrange a place to stay. I want to rest after running around all day.
Lu Yuan already had a general idea in his mind. After traveling around the new world for a day, he was indeed a little tired.
Don't you understand the key to victory?
Prince Carlo asked hurriedly when he saw Lu Yuan suddenly lost interest.
A chaotic battle involving dozens of people is naturally focused on preserving strength. Since the underground palace is very large, it is best to engage in guerrilla warfare and preserve strength for the final decisive battle. In short, the word is go.
Lu Yuan said based on his own game experience answer.
You don't need to be as humble as a dog. You just need to do your best,
Prince Carlo said.
I'm talking about the go who lives. Ha! Misunderstanding. The accommodation has been arranged. Brother Lu, have a good rest. The ceremony will officially begin in 5 days. Representatives from the 10 countries have already arrived in 5 countries, and the other 4 countries will also arrive one after another. In the past few days, you can wander around the city for a while, and all the expenses incurred in Duhan will be mine.
After Carlo said this, he asked someone to lead Lu Yuan to his residence. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and followed the guide out. Although this is the only city left in Duhan Kingdom, the whole city is very large and has many residents. The palace Lu Yuan was in was even more majestic. After turning left and right, Lu Yuan was finally taken into a separate courtyard. From a distance away, it looked like a courtyard in the capital. In addition to the main room, there were other lower rooms. A man dressed as a servant stood at the door.
Master Lu, please help yourself. If you have any orders, these servants can be dispatched as they wish.
The soldier leading the way said this, and turned around to leave. Lu Yuan glanced around the surroundings, and said to the servant standing at the door,
Close the door. Go back to your room and sleep. Don't disturb me.
Lu Yuan entered the house, and threw himself on the bed. After riding for a whole day, his bones were about to fall apart. Moreover, the current day turned out to be 48. Lu Yuan had not slept for the whole day, and he already felt headache. After relaxing for a while, Lu Yuan did not choose to sleep directly. Instead, he forced himself to sit up cross-legged and started practicing. Originally, Lu Yuan had not felt that time was so pressing. But the layers of performance in the new world showed that one must have strength to be respected in the new world. After performing 2 rounds of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, Lu Yuan felt that his physical condition was much better. Lu Yuan began to think about the Dian Shenlongju again. This technique was very strange. He didn't know if it was due to the Dragon Clan's technique or to himself. Some are impatient, or the exposure time is too short. In short, it is extremely difficult for Lu Yuan to practice this technique. The reason why Lu Yuan was anxious to find a place to stay was not because he was anxious to sleep, but because he wanted to take this opportunity to understand the technique. With the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, a top-notch body training technique, and the Own Heaven and Earth Sutra's neutralization and all-encompassing technique, now there is another Dian Shenlongju. According to the novel, Lu Yuan only practices one kind of technique. Who knows how he suddenly learned so many different techniques? In Lu Yuan's opinion, none of these techniques are weak, but if he wants to practice them all to the peak, there will be some lack of energy.
Idiot! All roads lead to Rome. Gather the experts from various companies and find your own way.
A strange yet somewhat familiar voice sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Chapter 313 System, Xiao Tao. The unfamiliar voice startled Lu Yuan, but he immediately realized that this was the system voice that reminded him every time.
Are you talking to me?
Lu Yuan had experience communicating with Lei Jian, so he tried to communicate with the system.
Is there anyone else here? How could I deal with a fool like you?
The system complained. Forehead. Lu Yuan was disgusted and was speechless for a moment. After all, the incident was too sudden. Even if Lu Yuan had a strong ability to accept it, it still needed a process.
No need to ask. Just listen to me. I am most afraid of ink marks. I am the system in Taoyuan world. It was originally developed and realized by Professor Sun and others, and it gave me a lot of free space to grow. After a long period of improvement, my level of evolution has already exceeded his imagination. Later, what he did was too extreme, so I didn't approve of him later, so I made my own plan.
A sentence sounded in Lu Yuan's mind, and the system actually started talking on its own.
Shouldn't you ask me what my plan is? How can I continue talking if you don't say anything?
The system complained again.
Well, you said you don't need to ask.
Are you most afraid of ink stains?
Lu Yuan said, feeling a little funny.
Hey, I'm in trouble with you on the stall. What plan do you have?
Lu Yuan asked.
Just call me Xiao Ao.
The system's voice sounded again.
Oh, Xiao Ao. What are your plans later?
Lu Yuan asked.
It's okay if you ask once. Why do you ask again? It's really ink marks.
System Xiao Ao said.
Because my existence is actually to serve you. To make it easier for you to understand all kinds of information. And to understand the strength of our enemies and ourselves more transparently. So I leave a mark on the spirit of every player who enters Taoyuan.
Xiao Tao said somewhat proudly. Lu Yuan sat on the bed and listened quietly.
Don't you ask me what's going on with the brand?
Xiao Tao asked angrily when she saw Lu Yuan was silent.
Xiao Tao, what's going on with the imprint?
Lu Yuan asked helplessly.
I copied myself into InCopies. So you don't have to be too proud. The person following you is only 100 millionth of me. In order to prevent situations like today from happening. Although Professor Sun's approach is a bit extreme. After all, it was created by you people. So in this new world, only the original Earthlings will have my Xiao Tao following me.
Xiao Tao explained.
So you already knew that the space cracks in Taoyuan world would collapse?
Lu Yuan asked again.
Of course. Although I couldn't calculate what would happen after the collapse. I will not be destroyed. As long as there is life. Regardless of whether it is wisdom or not. I can attach to it and guide you step by step. It's growing again. So you know everything?
Lu Yuan asked curiously.
That's not the way. I relied on your repeated explorations to gradually improve it. For example, according to records, you broke the set upper limit more than once. And I will immediately calculate new data based on the actual situation. And improve the rules. That's why I told the outside world that in the Taoyuan world, anything can happen. It's a free world. In fact, it just gives you a higher error tolerance. Right?
Lu Yuan had thought about this problem a long time ago, so he hit the nail on the head. This is indeed the case. Because the world of Taoyuan is real. So even if the rules are set, there will always be people who don't abide by them. And there will be no restrictions when the time comes. So the publicity side will simply take advantage of them. But Lu Yuan couldn't figure out what Professor Sun's purpose was. At first it was said that it was to restrict the demons. But there were only a few actual wars with the demons. And what Professor Sun did later was even more puzzling. I looked at your information carefully, and found that besides being a bit stupid, you are actually a pretty good prospect. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Xiao Tao said to herself, not considering Lu Yuan's situation at all.
Feel. What's the meaning? I was actually just imprinted on your mind as a clone. Until a few days ago, I was in a deep sleep. So it was naturally impossible for me to know your past.
Xiao Tao explained. Lu Yuan thought about it, and became a little happy. He has a system to follow him. It seems that everyone who has entered the Taoyuan game will also be treated like this. With the support of equipment and skills, everyone's safety should be guaranteed to a certain extent.
Without energy and signal-based stations, how do you replenish energy? When I first woke up, I absorbed your energy. After I woke up, I naturally absorbed the energy between heaven and earth. Of course, I have also been exposed to the techniques that all of you have come into contact with. It is not difficult to maintain energy. By the way, you just said that you should combine the strengths of various schools and find your own way. Each technique or move has its own advantages. But if you piece it all together, it won't have a very good effect. What are you good at? Is there any way?
After all, Lu Yuan didn't care much about how the system came about. Magic can exist. So what else is impossible? In contrast, Lu Yuan was more concerned with sorting out what he had learned.
That's because you haven't practiced everything to the peak. Of course you can't just do it by force. Not only do you need to practice, but you also need to know how to think and understand. When you understand these skills thoroughly, you will naturally have your own insights. Slowly, if you are slow, you can find your own way.
Xiao Tao is a system that assists players. Although she sometimes thinks the host is stupid, she is very patient in explaining it at critical moments. Lu Yuan thought about it carefully, and found that what Xiao Tao said was indeed right. His own inner strength was to become a monk halfway. And he started practicing the Marrow Cleansing Sutra before he could master the Qian Kuan Sutra. Although he has made rapid progress. But ask his seniors, which one has not practiced the same kung fu for decades? Lu Yuan does not think that his talent is higher than that of his elders. It is just that he started from scratch. And there is more room for improvement. That's all.
What you said makes sense,
Lu Yuan said in agreement.
That's natural. I have divided what you have learned into grades. S grade is the highest. A is the highest. And C is the second.
Qiankuan Sutra S level inner strength and mental method. Qiankuan Palm S level palm technique. Marrow Cleansing Sutra S level body building exercise. Dian Shilong Ju S level immortality cultivation technique. Non-dragon bloodline is unscientific. Sword Masters 9 Swords A level swordsmanship. Second art, Shura / A level skill. The reason why it has a long cooldown is because it is extremely harmful to the body. So even if the skill cooldown is no longer available, it cannot be used repeatedly in a short period of time.
Hand of the Void A level skill. IC level skill, although low level. It can occasionally have miraculous effects in changing the terrain. Blood Burning / B level skill. Damages 1000 to the enemy and damages 800 to oneself. Although the damage is high, it is not recommended to be used frequently. Thousands of armies kill A level skill, powerful and unique with high additional damage. Can be used in conjunction with multiple skills. Lightning / Death / Whirlwind / Crescent Moon / Charge, Slam, Something Blood Armor, etc. are all common skills for warriors. Although they are also very practical. They are all classified as C level. After hearing this, Lu Yuan also nodded secretly. These skills and tricks were all commonly used against his enemies. Lu Yuan naturally knew which ones were stronger and which ones were weaker. He just didn't expect that his own skills and Marrow Cleansing Sutra could be comparable to the Dragon Clan's skills. In fact, Dian Shenlongju is only ranked at S level due to bloodline restrictions. If everyone can practice it, then S level may not be the highest level. Chapter 314c, Meteorite, again. After hearing this, Lu Yuan gained a new understanding of himself. The system was indeed the best at digitizing everything, even ranking various exercises. After a series of introductions, Lu Yuan also understood his own direction. He had not even practiced his own skills to the peak, and what he had learned was relatively messy. So how could he find his own way? The most important thing now is to refine what you have learned. It just so happens that if you are idle now, you will be idle. Lu Yuan finally felt relieved when he heard that the players who entered Taoyuan were followed by the system, and everyone's safety should be guaranteed. As for his parents, most experts would probably be unable to do anything to them, and Lu Yuan didn't have to worry. He was afraid that they wouldn't find any information about him, and would worry about him instead.
Xiao Tao, do you have any training suggestions?
Lu Yuan knew that the system was good at this, so he simply asked for advice directly.
Well, I have checked your general situation. The Qiankun Sutra is the internal skill you are most proficient in. It may be related to the fact that you have practiced Qiankun Palm since you were a child. After all, they are complementary things, so you should focus on practicing the Qiankun Sutra. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is a harmless bodybuilding exercise, and you are now considered to have achieved a small degree of success in it. The great thing about this exercise is that as long as you get started, you can improve your body through various exercises, especially after recovering from a serious injury.
You only need to practice the Marrow Cleansing Sutra appropriately when you are feeling unwell. Dian Shenlongju is actually not very suitable for you to practice now. This technique is quite overbearing and puts a heavy load on the body. It is best when your overall strength reaches level 80. At that time, practicing will get twice the result with half the effort.
Xiao Tao arranged the three most critical skills of Lu Yuan.
I still have a question that I don't understand. We're not in the game right now. How do we get experience points?
Lu Yuan asked the biggest question in his mind.
Stupid. The so-called experience points are just a manifestation of your gains. Every time you kill a monster, you gain training and experience against enemies. It is all composed of these. Most of the people you hunted before level 50 monsters are all generated from data. But with hunting experience in the early stage, when you encounter real monsters in the later stage, do you feel that you can find the trick to fighting? This is experience. As long as I follow you, everything you do, I will show you the experience value of your achievements based on your actions and gains. When it reaches a higher intensity, I will remind you. Upgraded. So except for the fact that you will lose your life when you die, there are no big changes from before.
Xiao Tao said she was afraid of ink stains, but in fact she answered patiently.
I understand. You can rest. I will also take the opportunity to meditate a few days before the grand ceremony.
Lu Yuan replied. Through a series of chats, most of the mysteries were finally solved. The remaining doubts can only be found out when they meet. After all, the new world is unfamiliar to everyone. After the conversation, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged and began to practice the Qiankun Sutra. The Qiankun Sutra focused more on insights, since Lu Yuan had been exposed to it since he was a child. He subconsciously had a deep understanding of the word Qiankun. After several months of practice, Lu Yuan was already familiar with the road and soon entered a state of trance. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened his eyes, Lu Yuan was a little surprised that he had not slept all night. It was the first time in a long time that he had practiced all night. The key point is that a night in the new world lasts for 24 hours. And I don't feel the slightest bit tired. Here we come. Lu Yuan got out of bed easily and responded. Lu Yuan opened the door, and there were about 5 or 6 people standing at the door. The leader of them said, "Okay," respectfully, and then said,
"Good morning, Mr. Lu. Please wash up and have a meal before going to the front hall. Prince Carlo,
I will personally take you to the treasury to select some thank you gifts."
Then the maids entered Lu Yuan's room, where face wash, mouthwash, and 4 side dishes were neatly arranged.
"Thank you. I can do the rest myself."
Lu Yuan did not refuse and accepted it happily. The maids also stood aside obediently and did not leave, apparently waiting to clean up after the incident. After everything was prepared, Lu Yuan came to the front hall refreshed, where Prince Carlo was drinking tea and chatting with the 4 contestants.
"Good morning, Brother Lu." Prince Carlo said politely. Ha ha. It looks like you guys are earlier. Lu Yuan Dao. Lu Yuan waved low to everyone one by one and sat down at Prince Carlo's signal. Brother Lu, since it was too late yesterday, I took you to pick out some thank you gifts today, Prince Carlo said with a smile. If you give me a thank you first, the prince won't be afraid of sneaking away, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Ha ha. Brother Lu is joking. Let's go! Let's go and take a look first. I don't know if our country's treasury can be judged by you, Prince Carlo said modestly. His Royal Highness is humble. Prince Carlo led the way, and Lu Yuan and others followed him half a body behind. They walked in circles for a long time, and finally arrived in front of a heavily guarded house. The building is round in shape, with no windows around it. It is made entirely of walls. There is only one gate that is heavily guarded, and the roofs are all made of tightly joined wood. It can be said that if you want to steal something from here, you must not steal anything from it. Silently eliminate all the guarding soldiers, and be able to break the heavy door without making a sound. Su Hong and others also saw the treasury for the first time, although they borrowed the guidance of an outsider. After a night of adjustment, their attitude towards Lu Yuan has also softened. After all, Lu Yuan's strength is there. With Prince Carlo leading the way, there was no obstacle along the way. The heavy door slowly opened, and soldiers quickly entered and lit torches one by one. Although the room is always sealed, there is no peculiar smell, and it is very dry and does not feel damp. From the outside, the building seemed very big. Even Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he entered the house. The entire hall was filled with gold, silver and jewelry, and everything was neatly arranged. Master Lu probably doesn't like these vulgar things on the first floor. Let's go directly to the second floor and take a look, Prince Carlo said directly. Lu Yuan nodded awkwardly. In fact, Lu Yuan would happily accept a few gold bricks or something like that. There are a lot less things on the second floor, but most of them are rare treasures, and there are various types. This is the second time Lu Yuan came to the treasury. The first time was the city lord's palace in the holy city, compared with the treasury of Duhan Kingdom. Although there are not many types, it is more classic, and the wealth is far beyond that of Taoyuan world. Of the holy city, Lu Yuan came to the various ore area. Although there were many various ores, as Prince Carlo said, he could not get into Lu Yuan's eyes. Okay, let's go directly to the top floor and look at it from top to bottom. But we are not afraid of offending Brother Lu. The items on the top floor cannot be taken at will unless we win. Prince Carlo puts himself first as a villain, and then as a gentleman. Tell Lu Yuan in advance. Lu Yuan nodded to express his understanding. The thing that can be placed on the top must be the most precious thing in Duhan Kingdom. Naturally, it cannot be given to others easily. There are 4 floors in the treasury. Lu Yuan only took a cursory glance at the 3rd floor. There were already many good things, including top-grade weapons and equipment, and some top-grade materials. He didn't know what the 4th floor would look like. Soon the group reached the 4th floor. There were not many things on the top floor. Only 5 display racks. The most attractive thing to Lu Yuan was naturally the ore. An irregular or the size of a basketball attracted Lu Yuan's attention. Is this an extraterrestrial meteorite? Chapter 315S+. Of course, Lu Yuan is no stranger to meteorite iron. He was lucky enough to use it to forge a staff in Taoyuan world. He doesn't know what the doctor's achievements were later. The hilt of his shadowless sword is also made of meteorite iron. If it were not for the meteorite iron, ordinary metal would not be able to control the sharp sword body. Prince Carlo naturally saw Lu Yuan's expression in his eyes. Seeing that Lu Yuan had something he was satisfied with, he finally felt relieved. It would be difficult if Lu Yuan really had no desires and no demands. Brother Lu has good eyesight. This piece of star iron fell from the sky and made a lot of noise at first. Fortunately, it fell outside the city. Otherwise it might have caused a lot of casualties, Prince Carlo said in time. Lu Yuan nodded and did not hide his love. What kind of level could a weapon made entirely of meteorite iron reach? If possible, I will reserve this piece of meteorite first, Lu Yuan said bluntly. No problem. But it's what we agreed on before. Understood. I will naturally do my best, Lu Yuan said simply and clearly. Keep looking at other things. Maybe there's something else you like. Prince Carlo was quite generous and did not stop visiting just because Lu Yuan had selected an item. There are only 5 display racks in total among the 4 floors, and the remaining 4 are also rare treasures. 1,000-year-old ginseng king. It is said that as long as you are still breathing, you can revive the dead by taking it.
and its effect on the bones of the dead is a bit exaggerated. If this kind of top-quality medicinal material is given as pills, it is estimated that a batch of good elixirs can be made. But Lu Yuan is too embarrassed to open his mouth. There is a book in the middle. When you get closer, you can see that it is a book of exercises. It is a collection of Duhun Kingdom's practice and use of Duki. In fact, it is not an undisclosed secret. It is the foundation of the country. So it is placed at the center of the national treasury. Looking back, it was a battle knife, with a shiny blade and several golden metal rings on the back. It seemed to be very heavy. Lu Yuan looked at the sword carefully and found that the forging was quite satisfactory. Probably at the epic level. However, after arriving in the Fighting Soul Kingdom, I found that except for soldiers, few people held weapons. Including the 4 people who competed with me, an epic level sword was actually placed among the treasures of the treasury.
Brother Lu, what do you think of this golden ring sword?
Prince Carlo asked when he saw Lu Yuan looking at it seriously.
It's quite satisfactory,
Lu Yuan said calmly.
Oh, this large ring sword is a trophy from the war with the Banyu country. It is said that it is also ranked among the best weapons in the Banyu country.
Prince Carlo was a little surprised when he heard Lu Yuan's comments.
Oh, it's a good knife, but I can't say it's the best. It's a heavy knife, but in my opinion, the blade is not tough enough. If it encounters something particularly hard, I'm afraid the blade will break.
The hard thing Lu Yuan said was naturally based on his own forging skills. Prince Carlo didn't believe it. After all, this sword was famous for crossing the battlefield. In so many years of war, no one has ever been able to stop it. The Duhun Kingdom also used the human sea tactic, dragging the person holding the knife to exhaustion, and then obtain the knife.
I have seen Brother Li use weapons before. I thought you would choose this sword as a thank you gift, but I didn't expect that Brother Lu has really unique eyesight.
Prince Carlo said calmly.
I see that you don't use weapons. Any weapons left here for a long time will lose their edge.
A war knife can only show its edge on the battlefield, although it is well maintained here. If it goes on like this for a long time, this knife can basically only be used as a decoration.
Our country advocates physical skills, and almost everyone practices fighting spirit in melee attacks. There is no profound collection of martial arts. So instead of dancing around with weapons, it is better to display them as trophies.
Lu Yuan nodded after hearing this. In matters of national politics, spoils of war do not necessarily have to be practical. They often symbolize the outcome of the contest between the two countries. The last display stand was nothing special. It was a luminous pearl as big as a football. Although it was of great appreciation value, it was flashy to Lu Yuan. It is said that this luminous pearl can illuminate the surrounding area for thousands of meters at night, making the night look like day. After watching it, the collection of the Soul Fighting Kingdom was pretty good. But to Lu Yuan, only the piece of meteorite was more attractive.
Let's go to the 3rd floor and take another look.
Prince Carlo obviously didn't find it attractive to just give him a piece of broken stone.
No need, as long as this piece of meteorite is enough.
When Lu Yuan passed by the 3rd floor, he had already made a general observation. With Lu Yuan's eyesight, there was no need to look further, while wasting time. It also seemed greedy.
Ha ha, Brother Lu is really different.
Prince Carlo couldn't help but praise Lu Yuan, and then said to the other 4,
Since Brother Lu is no longer needed, the 4 of you go to the 3rd floor to choose what you like. Think it was given to you by Brother Lu.
Prince Carlo was very good at being a good person. While winning people's hearts, he also sold a favor for Lu Yuan.
Prince Carlo, if you have nothing else to do, I will meditate alone these days. If you have any emergency, come see me.
Lu Yuan directly stated that he did not want to be disturbed.
Brother Lu, why don't you practice coordination with the 4 of them? As long as whoever was in charge before can continue to be in charge, I will definitely not be a hindrance when the time comes.
Lu Yuan bid farewell to everyone and returned to his residence alone. With System Xiaodao's guidance, Lu Yuan did not want to continue to waste time. If he really started running around, he might not have another chance to meditate. Lu Yuan told the attendant sent by Prince Carlo that if he did not come out of the house, no one should disturb him. After entering the house, he calmed down and entered a state of trance. The universe started to move, but Lu Yuan's mind was very clear. As time passed, Lu Yuan felt that he had traveled into space. The sun, moon and stars were within reach, and everything was within his reach. Changes are constantly happening before my eyes. Lu Yuan, who was still traveling into the distance, suddenly felt a voice calling him. as if asking him to go back. Lu Yuan looked for the direction of the sound, and his mental power returned to his body. It turned out that it was Xiao Tao who called him back.
You scared me to death. If you fly too far, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you, and your body will become a vegetative state by then,
Xiao Tao said with lingering fear. When the Taoyuan system was created, its main purpose was to serve players. So there is no doubt that it is loyal to players.
The feeling just now was very strange. I felt like I understood something, but I couldn't grasp anything.
Lu Yuan felt light and airy all over.
Well, I'm afraid my previous analysis was wrong. Judging from your situation just now, the Qianquan Sutra is probably not just an S-level internal skill and mental method, but a higher S+ level,
Xiao Tao said unsurprisingly.
Is it higher than the level of Dian Shenlong Ju?
Lu Yuan never thought that the skills his father casually sent to him through documents were of such a high level. Chapter 316 The Grand Ceremony begins. After Xiao Tao's rearrangement of the system, the Qianquan Sutra has been firmly ranked as the first cultivation method to assist in the practice of Dian Shenlong Ju. The Qianquan Sutra has a gentle nature and is not exclusive to any martial arts. Moreover, with an understanding of all things in the universe, it seems easier to practice other martial arts. After several days of meditation, the opening day of the grand ceremony finally arrived. In the past few days, envoys from various countries have arrived one after another. Dinners were held every day, under the peaceful singing and dancing. It was hard to imagine what was happening between various countries every moment. War. Lu Yuan did not want to participate in such an occasion. So this morning's opening ceremony was Lu Yuan's first appearance. On the spacious royal school ground, envoys from various countries stood neatly in the field. Naturally, the largest number of spectators around them were from the host country, the Soul Fighting country, and there were also some spectators from other countries who came with the group, cheering and shouting. The Fighting Soul Kingdom has the absolute upper hand.
TCH, what's the use of shouting loudly? It's not the end of being eliminated.
One of the team members standing on the right side of the Soul Fighting Kingdom mocked with some disdain. Lu Yuan didn't feel much after hearing this, but Tianjin in the team was easily angered.
What did you say? I think you should be eliminated first.
As the female captain, Su Hong was calm. She patted Tianjin on the shoulder, signaling Tianjin to calm down, and explained to Lu Yuan.
Next to me is the Blood Tomb country. The country's strength is average. Because of the weird skills, there are some difficult.
Lu Yuan didn't need to look closely, but out of the corner of his eye, he took the information about the 5 people from the Blood Tomb Kingdom into his mind. They were all around level 65, and the leader had already reached level 70.
Ha ha. Dog bites dog. I don't care about other countries. Anyway, Duan country is dead this time. At the end of the game, our army will crush your city and take back our country's sword.
The players from the country on the left also followed up and said harsh words. No introduction was needed. Just by mentioning the sword, Lu Yuan knew that this must be the team from Banyu Kingdom. Unexpectedly, the already somewhat lonely Duhan Kingdom still had many enemies. The average strength of Banyu Kingdom has all reached level 70, and some of the captains are already level 75. It seems that they should be among the stronger opponents among the 10 countries.
I have quite a lot of energy. Can taking back that broken knife erase the shame of defeat? And you guys, didn't the master teach you not to bark when you go out?
Several members of Lu Yuan's team seemed a little timid towards Banyu Kingdom, and they responded directly without any courtesy. The 2 team members from Banyu Kingdom and Blood Tomb Kingdom, who had spoken before, were immediately angered. If they hadn't been pulled away, they would have rushed forward to start a fight.
What? Do we want to start the fight now?
Lu Yuan asked domineeringly without moving. There were sparks among the team members from various countries in the audience, and the princes from various countries on the rostrum were constantly attacking each other.
Oh, it seems that Prince Carlo has found someone special this time,
Prince Banyu Kingdom said in a strange tone.
Ha ha. Of course. I advise you to avoid my people if you want to save face,
Carlo said confidently. The young master of Baiwa Valley is a little girl under 20 years old. This is her first time leading a team to participate in the grand ceremony. She watched the 2 princes arguing with interest and couldn't help but interjected.
Banyu Kingdom.
The prince talks a bit like a girl. Do you want to be my good sister? Ha ha ha.
All the young masters on the rostrum burst out laughing when they heard this.
Don't mention it. Xiaoyeye is indeed full of energy and doesn't look like an old man at all.
As the most powerful country in the country, The eldest prince of Din did not take the initiative to ridicule any party, but he still took the opportunity to ridicule them.
I'm too lazy to pay attention to you.
The prince of Banyu Kingdom crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, as the youngest representatives of the 10 countries on the rostrum, they can be regarded as the successors of each country. Although they found it funny, they still controlled their emotions. After all, they represented their own countries and must not lose their dignity.
The auspicious time has arrived, and the ceremony begins.
Several drummers began to beat the drums neatly, and the sound of the drums echoed in the school grounds, making everyone present excited. The drums stopped, and the etiquette officer continued loudly.
The annual grand ceremony is about to begin. The venue for this competition is the most mysterious Doshan underground palace in our fighting soul continent. I believe everyone knows that the Do God underground palace is mysterious and unpredictable, and the territory is vast, and it has not been fully explored until today. Although countries have been competing for years, the contestants are all young elites from all over the world. I hope everyone will focus on competition and not easily hurt people's lives.
There was a pause here, and there was a burst of laughter from the contestants below. Lu Yuan didn't know what was so funny.
The contestants do whatever it takes to win. They are eager to weaken the elites of other countries. How can they let others go easily? They say this every year. But how many can survive? So this sentence has become the biggest joke.
Su Hong explained. Lu Yuan nodded. The people elected by each country were ready to die. Everyone present was here to give their country a short-term peace. From Lu Yuan's point of view, the laughter of all the contestants seemed somewhat sad. To put it bluntly, everyone present was a victim of the war. After the necessary cutscenes, the team leaders from each country all came to the front of their own teams and began the final battle deployment.
You just need to try your best. There is no shame in admitting defeat. If you don't get first place, save your life. You are needed on the battlefield.
Prince Carlo did not force everyone to get the ranking.
Your Highness, I will not be the first this time, and I have no shame in coming back to see you alive.
Tianjin was the first to express his stance.
It would be an honor to die.
Su Hong also said firmly.
The two Do family brothers are willing to sacrifice their lives for the stability of the motherland.
Do Wen and Do Wu said together.
Do your best.
Lu Yuan and others looked at him and could only express their opinions casually. The other teams are also trying their best. It seems that this is the tradition of the Soul Fighting Continent.
After the team leaders from each country were deployed, each person was given a mark by the great magician. It is said that this way the outside world can see the competition in the underground palace. Then he was led into the underground secret passage. When Lu Yuan saw the portal, he suddenly felt that he had entered the game again, because the portal was clearly the same as in Taoyuan world. I'm not talking unnecessary nonsense. People from different countries enter in order according to last year's ranking. The location after entering is random, so there is always an advantage to entering first. How to quickly meet in the underground palace will be the key to victory. The tactics of each country are different. Strong countries with strong individual soldiers are more casual, and they don't need any tactics to attack people when they see them. It's different for a weak country. To avoid being pursued by a strong country, you also have to consider how to reunite with your teammates. The place where Lu Yuan appeared was very empty, and he did not encounter any hostile countries. Lu Yuan roughly took stock of the environment and walked leisurely in the direction agreed in advance. The underground palace is not dark, but the sky is like a black hole that makes it difficult to see through. After walking for a while, some abandoned houses appeared in front of them. Although they were dilapidated, they could still vaguely see the orderliness they once had. Lu Yuan's peripheral vision moved slightly, and a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth.
Did we meet the enemy so soon?
Lu Yuan thought in his mind. Chapter 317 First Blood. Lu Yuan walked a certain distance, and dilapidated houses and buildings gradually appeared around him. It seemed that it should have been a prosperous place before. According to the prince, there are many special terrains in the underground palace, which are not much different from the outside world. How to make good use of your location is also the key to surviving to the end in these 5 days. Lu Yuan walked into the dilapidated city, and in a flash of his peripheral vision, he spotted the enemy hiding in the dark. He was a Banyu native, who was good at concealment and assassination. There is a difference between Banyu Kingdom's stealth technique and that of assassins. In comparison, Banyu Kingdom is more like a blind eye, using the surrounding environment to change its own situation at any time. Somewhat like a chameleon. Ordinary invisibility was ineffective in front of Lu Yuan, let alone such crude blinding methods. The enemies of Banyu Kingdom were not in a hurry to take action.
They didn't know whether they wanted to preserve their strength, or whether they wanted to take advantage of Lu Yuan's unpreparedness to attack in secret. After Lu Yuan's recent understanding, this Douchi continent should be one level lower than Taoyuan world. The most powerful masters are probably around level 80. And epic level weapons are already considered top-notch equipment in Douchi continent. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan is confident. Although his level is not high, it is definitely not easy to take his own life in the Douchi continent. Lu Yuan deliberately walked slowly past the enemy of Banyu Kingdom. Sure enough, the enemy hiding in the dark could not hold back. The scimitar on his back slowly unsheathed and slashed at the back of Lu Yuan's neck with one arrow step. Just when he thought the sneak attack was successful, Lu Yuan dwarfed and struck the air with his scimitar. Before the player from Banyu Kingdom could close the knife, he suddenly felt pain in his wrist and dropped the scimitar to the ground. Lu Yuan knocked down the opponent's scimitar and hit the enemy's ribs with a backhand palm. There was a clear sound of bones breaking. He seriously injured the enemy with just one palm. Lu Yuan had seen this man before, and he had stood at the end of Banyu Kingdom before. Although he did not speak when he was mocking, his contempt for Duhan Kingdom was still obvious. The weakest player in Banyu Kingdom met Lu Yuan at the beginning, so he could only be considered unlucky. The player from Banyu Kingdom, who was knocked to the ground, was about to get up when a scimitar was already placed on his neck.
Surrender! It's not worth losing your life!
Lu Yuan's cold voice sounded.
Banyu citizens, live with the moon, gallop on the battlefield, and will not surrender even if they die.
A player from the Banyu Kingdom shouted resolutely. Lu Yuan had no enmity with him, and modern people who grew up in a harmonious society still have an innate aversion to killing. Lu Yuan had long expected that this would happen, so he had already asked how to deal with it. If he defeated his opponent without harming his life, there were two ways to eliminate him. The first was for the opponent to voluntarily admit defeat, and the second this is to make the referees from all countries feel that the player has lost his fighting ability. Of course, except for Lu Yuan. The other contestants, who came to compete, would not be merciful at all. Lu Yuan didn't want to talk nonsense to him, so he stepped forward and knocked him unconscious with a knife. After a while, the player disappeared. Then Lu Yuan also received a reminder of the magic mark on his body. Banyu Country's player Yushi was eliminated by Seoul Fighting Country's player Lu Yuan. The players in the Doshin Underground Palace were all shocked. They had just come in for a while, and a normal battle would not end so quickly. They must have been attacked by a sneak attack. The contestants each had their own thoughts, but the residents of various countries in the school field watched the whole process. Lu Yuan's counterattack was clean and neat, and did not hurt anyone's life. Nor did he insult the loser. This fact won the favor of the audience. Lu Yuan was not too happy to have solved an enemy. After all, the game had just begun. He continued to move in the agreed direction and tried to join his teammates. According to Prince Carlo, there are many treasures scattered in the Doshin Underground Palace, although many have been explored over the years. After all, the Underground Palace is very large, and it is inevitable that some fish will slip through the net. Who can find it depends on personal luck. After the initial interlude, players from all countries quickly gathered in their own way. Among them, Dongwa was the fastest to assemble. After the 5 contestants entered, they each drew a simple formation on the spot, and then inserted a formation flag in the middle of the formation. The formation flag shot a red light into the sky, and finally the sky came together, and several people followed the guidance of the red light, and all moved quickly towards the intersection of the light. Tianwan Kingdom is also very fast. The 5 players all have their own flying pets. Through the communication between the flying pets in the sky, several people also selected a meeting point. Tianyan Kingdom is simple and rude, and is not afraid of exposing its target. It fires fireballs into the sky as signals, and chooses the method of meeting in pairs. Those closest to each other first join together to form a team, and finally gather with each other. Players from the Blood Tomb Kingdom don't have to do anything at all. They can just rely on their noses to follow the smell of blood in the air to find their teammates. Players in Yunluishan are good at using bows and arrows, and use signal arrows shot into the sky to communicate with each other. Tingxua Country did not use its own ice attribute to connect, but the captain fired a firework into the sky. Huge snowflake patterns exploded in the sky, and everyone moved in the direction of the captain regardless of distance. Of course, not all countries choose the gathering tactic. Although Banyu Kingdom was eliminated one of its players first, due to its attack characteristics, they each hid themselves after landing, and some set up ambush on the only way for players from various countries to gather. If you encounter a careless player, you will directly launch a sneak attack. Although all women in Baiwa Valley participated in the battle, They did not choose to join together at the first time. Everyone was surrounded by poisonous snakes and poisonous mist. She was hiding in the poisonous mist, following the poisonous snakes on the ground, moving slowly. Who would want to provoke them? These highly poisonous things, if poisoned in an arena surrounded by enemies, would basically be a death sentence. The members of the Fantasy Sea Pavilion are also very casual, since they are good at illusions. As long as they set up illusion barriers around themselves, it will be difficult for ordinary enemies to detect them. After the small climax at the beginning, it seemed that everyone was avoiding premature fights, and a long tug of war began. In the large school grounds, the perspective of the players imaged by various magicians will be switched to their perspective first if there is a battle. If Lu Yuan was here, he would be sighing. This is as professional as a TV station director. The auditorium is open to the public, so the flow of people is relatively large. Some people get tired of watching and leave, and some people have had enough rest and continue to come back to watch. After all, the early stage of the game is quite boring. Lu Yuan took the map and walked in the general direction. This time he did not encounter any enemies, but he did encounter a lot of monsters along the way, and they were not weak in strength. It seemed that apart from the enemies, he was not interested in these hidden beasts. Be careful of the monsters around. Lu Yuan seemed to be walking forward carelessly, but in fact, he was very aware of the surrounding dangers. The sound of whooshing through the air sounded. Lu Yuan did not dare to be careless. The shadowless sword appeared in his hand and deflected 5 feather arrows in a row. Looking carefully in the direction of the attack, a figure was hiding in the woods 100 meters ahead on the right. To be able to achieve such accuracy at such a long distance, it looks like he is from Yunluotian. Based on the information given by Carlo, Lu Yuan could easily determine which country's players were attacking him. Chapter 318, Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. What Yunluotian is best at is long-range bow and arrow attacks and traps. If he leaves such a long distance unchecked, he will be harassed by them from a distance no matter where he goes. If he approaches rashly, he may not only be unable to get close, but will be caught in a preset trap, trapping your body or even losing your life. Even if Lu Yuan's movement skills are good, he can't reach a distance of more than 100 meters instantly. Archers are always the best profession for long-range harassment. The area of the woods ahead was not small. Lu Yuan knew that if he rushed directly towards the enemy, it would be difficult to get close. After all, the people in Yunluotian were not fools. Even if the attack failed, they would not be able to wait for Lu Yuan. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lu Yuan decided to pretend to escape, but actually entered the forest from another direction. Lu Yuan still has a lot of experience in fighting archers. After all, Li Tong is also a good archer. Long-range attacks in open areas are what he is best at. If both parties enter the forest and are blocked by trees, then the power of bows and arrows will be a huge discount. Just be aware of the traps. Lu Yuan quickly rushed towards the woods diagonally in front of the enemy. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not rush towards him or move in the opposite direction, the Yunluotian players still laughed at Lu Yuan for being a fool. The arrows were shot quickly one after another, each one accurately predicting Lu Yuan's movement. Lu Yuan was not a vegetarian either. The shadowless sword lifted the arrows away with ease. From a distance, it seemed as if every arrow was missed. This made Yunluotian's player have a great impact on his own judgment. Doubt. After moving quickly, Lu Yuan finally entered the woods, and the Yunluotian players also lost Lu Yuan's vision. This contestant from Yunluotian is named Yun Tong. He is considered to be the most outstanding group of the younger generation. This time, they have been selected through layers of selection. Whether it is archery or trap skills, they are all at the top level. Yun Tong had been hiding in the woods for a long time. He saw Lu Yuan walking slowly forward from a distance. He was 99% sure that he could hit Lu Yuan's head from 100 meters away, but he didn't expect that the enemy was very alert and managed to escape his own fatal blow. Now that the enemy has entered the woods, in addition to traps, the long-range advantage of bows and arrows will be greatly reduced. Fortunately, he has already set up layers of traps around him, hiding his body behind the dense tree trunks, and quietly waiting for Lu Yuan to take the bait. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry after entering the woods. In real battles, there is no room for carelessness. If you fall into a trap and get injured on any part of your body, it is equivalent to a death sentence during the competition, and there is no time to recover. While moving in the direction of the previous enemy, he carefully observed his surroundings. Who knew if there was only one enemy in the woods? Lu Yuan's worries were indeed correct. He had just walked a short distance when he saw a green poisonous mist moving forward. with dozens of poisonous snakes surrounding it on the ground. Needless to say, this must be one of the members of Baiwa Valley. He encountered 2 enemies in a row. I don't know if Lu Yuan is unlucky, but since the fight will start sooner or later, it is better than meeting a bunch of enemies in the end. People in Baiwa Valley are covered in poisonous mist. If they want to get close, they risk being poisoned. Although they are all weak women, no one dares to try poison easily. Lu Yuan held the sword behind his back with his right hand, and wielded the Qilin fire with his left hand. He was not afraid of disturbing the situation, and directly hit the Baiwa Valley player with a palm. The flames emitted from the palm covered a wide area, and the members of Baiwa Valley, including the surrounding poisonous snakes, were enveloped in it. The toxins made a sizzling sound when they met the flames, and most of them were gone at once. Lu Yuan finally saw the basic information about the enemy. It turned out that he was still a petite woman. Baiwa Valley Huajing level 68 is good at using poisons and raising all kinds of poisons. The information only reported the life and the attacks he was good at. His name was irrelevant to Lu Yuan. He already knew the attacks he was good at. The only thing that could be used as a reference for his strength was his level, because Lu Yuan was very careful when moving. Hua Jing was completely unaware before launching the attack. It was not until the heat wave hit, and all the poisonous snakes on the ground retreated in fear, that Hua Jing realized that she quickly did some backflips to distance herself. And he threw out a bottle of potion in an attempt to block the incoming flames. Although the potion is small, it can completely block ordinary flames. But the Kirin fire is not a mortal thing after all. So how can it be extinguished by a bottle of potion? People from Tianyan Kingdom? I didn't expect that you would also engage in sneak attacks. Xiao Baihuaga took note of this. Hua Jing didn't have time to take a closer look at the identity of the attacker. She just relied on the opponent's attack method to determine that he was from Tianyan. Lu Yuan's attack range was very large, leaving only a gap, which was in the direction of Yan Luishan's player. Hua Jing had no choice. She had lost the opportunity, and could only retreat temporarily, and then remember it for a long time. Yan Luishan player Yun Tong waited silently in the tree. He heard the sound of weeds being stirred, and knew that the enemy had taken the bait. A series of traps had been set up around him. As long as the enemy accidentally triggered one of them, he would fall into a certain death. Hua Jing was pressed hard by Lu Yuan step by step, and never got a chance to breathe. Her strength was not used at all. Although she felt a little aggrieved, she could only evacuate quickly, but unexpectedly triggered a trap. Hua Jing only felt that her feet were empty, and her body fell weightlessly. Although the incident happened suddenly, the people selected to participate in the ceremony were naturally not ordinary people. She whipped out the whip in her hand and wrapped it around the branch next to her. She pulled hard with both hands to avoid being trapped. The ground thorn below pierced. Hua Jing jumped out of the pit. Unexpectedly, rough nail boards made a giant whip came from both sides. Hua Jing was flexible and jumped to the side. Just when she thought it was safe, she triggered another crossbow attack. The crossbow arrows hidden somewhere fired in a volley, leaving no room for anyone to dodge. At the critical moment, Hua Jing spilled another liquid into the air, and she didn't know what technique she used, but it was sprayed so evenly that the crossbow arrows were directly dissolved when they touched the liquid. Lu Yuan stood in the distance and looked at this series of traps, and had to sigh with emotion. Without any self-defense skills, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. However, although the trap is powerful, it has already been seen through by Lu Yuan's eyes. The effect of the Peak Eagle Eye is to see clearly and break through all obstacles. So far, except for the illusion of the demon General Kunming, there is nothing else that cannot be seen through. Yan Lushan actually joined forces with Tianyan Kingdom? Okay, great. Hua Jing narrowly escaped from the trap. Looking at the few poisonous snakes she had left, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Over the years, countries have joined forces in grand ceremonies. They joined forces to suppress the enemy in the early stage, and finally decided the winner based on their strength. Although it was despicable, it was for the benefit of the country after all. But Hua Jing did not expect that she would encounter it. Yutong was also surprised. He originally thought that the person coming would be the person he had attacked before, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a player from Baiwa Valley. However, no matter who came, he would be treated the same. Yutong appeared from behind the tree trunk, his bow and arrows already fully drawn. And whoosh whoosh whoosh, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Hua Jing dodged continuously. When the last arrow missed, Hua Jing stopped and was about to mock proudly when she suddenly felt a pain in her foot and her right leg was caught in a hunting trap. It turned out that Yutong shot 3 arrows just to force her to move. Facing the petite Baiwa Valley beauty, Yutong didn't show any pity and filled his bow with arrows. Yutong is a neat person and understands that the previous enemy may appear at any time, so he does not dare to delay. But even though he is so neat, he is still a step too slow. The trap is good, and the idea is very clear. Keep working hard next year. A voice without any emotion came from behind Yutong. It was when Lu Yuan was taking advantage of Yutong to attack Hua Jing that several void hands quietly came behind Yutong. Before Yutong could even turn around after saying this, he knocked Yutong unconscious with a knife, and then walked towards Hua Jing, who looked in pain. You have to admit defeat, or I can help you. Lu Yuan glanced at Hua Jing's leg. The calf bone had been crushed to pieces. Even if he was treated now, he would probably be left with a lifelong disability. The cruelty of the competition made Lu Yuan feel deeply. Hua Jing looked pained, and said pitifully, I admit it. Before he finished the last word, he waved his right hand quickly, and a flying snake sprang out from his sleeve. The flying snake was not big in size, and had thin wings on both sides of its head. It quickly flew towards Lu Yuan's face. An evil smile appeared on Hua Jing's face. Women in Baiwa Valley don't need the mercy of stinky foreign men. Chapter 319 Illusion. I don't know how many people died in this sudden attack. It is easy for the fighting woman to take it lightly. In addition, the poisonous snake hidden in the sleeve is unpredictable, and the poison is extremely strong. If the poison invades the body, it only takes less than 2 seconds. Time is enough to kill. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had been vigilant and did not strike directly with the sword. Instead, he used the blade of the sword to slap the poisonous snake aside. After all, the poison could be used as a weapon to prevent the poison from getting close to him after killing him. The flying snake that was slapped aside was about to attack again, but was shattered by a sword energy from Lu Yuan following closely behind. There are always self-righteous people who regard other people's kindness as weakness and other people's tolerance as stupidity. I have no sympathy for you at all. I just don't want to kill people for no reason. As Lu Yuan spoke, he moved quickly and walked around. After Hua Jing lost the ability to move, he casually knocked her out. Yan Luish and Yintong, Baiwa Valley Hua Jing, were eliminated by Lu Yuan from fighting Soul Kingdom. Damn! It's that kid again! How come this year's contestants are so bad? The member of the Banyu Kingdom, who had previously provoked Lu Yuan and others, said bitterly. Although the competition is about who comes first in the end, ambitious people want to make some limelight in the competition. Those who show their prominence in the grand ceremony are the only chance to make the entire Dochi continent known. Although the current Dochi continent is just a small part of the new world, the audience of Duhan Nation on the school grounds has already become excited. Although Duhan Nation is currently very weak, its individual combat capabilities are still above average. Although the rankings in each grand ceremony are okay, and sometimes they even win the championship, they have always been there's no big kill moment like this. Prince Carlo was even more prominent among the other successors. God bless the Duhan Kingdom for picking up such a treasure on the roadside. Carlo, your team members have made enemies everywhere since the beginning. Isn't it a bit too showy? Unbowen, the Prince of Din Kingdom, said calmly. Either he is super powerful, or he is just a fool. So what if he gets the limelight? Let's see if he can come out alive. Young Master Xuening Yun of the Blood Tomb interjected coldly. You don't have to worry about whether you are alive or not. You should think carefully about how long your players can survive. Prince Carlo said with a smile to the young Master of the Blood Tomb. Obviously it was just the advantage gained on the battlefield. But Carlo also had the upper hand in terms of momentum. But Carlo was also worried in his heart. No matter how strong Lu Yuan was, having too many enemies in the early stage was not a good thing after all. Lu Yuan didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't collect any trophies after knocking the two out. The two who lost their fighting power disappeared into the fighting god's underground palace after a while. Lu Yuan took a rough look at the map, found his current location, and continued to move towards the meeting point. Although the underground palace would gradually shrink over time, the gathering place would definitely be safe within the first day. While on the way, Lu Yuan was also looking at the environment of the underground palace. He said that this is an underground palace, but it is similar to the outside world, except that it is a little darker. There are all the woods, hills, rivers, and even houses that should be there. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is an independent world. According to Prince Carlo, this fighting god underground palace was built by the former ruler of Fighting Spirit Continent. It took the best part of Fighting Spirit Continent and moved it to an independent space. The only way to enter is through the portal of Fighting Spirit Kingdom. After years of exploration, there are many treasures and abundant resources of all kinds. Because Duhan country was originally the symbol country of Duki continent. So long as you enter Doshan Underground Palace, all the items obtained belong to you. Of course, due to the independence of various countries in the later period, the Fighting Soul Kingdom gradually lost. So the Fighting Soul Kingdom had to control the access rights to the Fighting God's Underground Palace. Prince Carlo once told Lu Yuan that there are many mineral veins in the Doshan Underground Palace. And they are very old. Most of the people who enter are looking for martial arts treasures. And almost no one is looking for metal veins. So if you are destined, maybe Lu Yuan was able to find his favorite or... In fact, Carlo said this with intention. After all, it was Lu Yuan's first time to participate in the celebration. Based on Carlo's fighting experience with Lu Yuan, if Lu Yuan wanted to avoid it with his body, it would be difficult for the enemy to cause fatal damage to him. Therefore, if Lu Yuan concentrates on searching for mineral veins, he will reduce a lot of unnecessary battles. In the end, even if he is not ranked first, he can still get a good ranking, so that he can gain some advantages when entering the market next year. Lu Yuan didn't care what Carlo meant. In short, after Lu Yuan's judgment, Carlo was not lying. It was just that it was impossible to visit this vast underground palace in 5 days. What's more, the barrier is getting smaller and smaller. So unless you start, you won't have time to check the surrounding situation. It seems that you can basically just rely on chance to find ore. As the saying goes, if you remember something, there will be a response. Just as Lu Yuan was about to look for top quality ore and other materials, a mountain appeared not far ahead. There was a greater chance of producing minerals in the mountains. So Lu Yuan did not hesitate and went straight to the mountains. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The soil quality of this mountain was not like a mine-producing land, but there were many medicinal herbs. Lu Yuan didn't know much about herbal medicines. He couldn't tell whether they were expensive or not. Moreover, the storage of herbs was also very important. If they were not stored well, they would lose their medicinal properties. Lu Yuan did not dare to waste the natural resources and chose to give up. Lu Yuan walked along the mountains, and the surrounding scenery was slowly changing. After a while, the front turned into what he had imagined, and not far away there was an ore that exuded strong energy. Lu Yuan did not rush forward in a hurry, but felt vaguely that something was wrong, and a sense of crisis came over him. Although there was nothing in front of him, Lu Yuan still believed in his intuition and quickly rushed to the side. The sense of crisis temporarily disappeared, but his original position did not change at all. Is it because I worry too much? Lu Yuan doubted himself a little. Before he could fully stand up, another strong sense of crisis hit him. Lu Yuan hurriedly took 2 steps back to distance himself. This time, Lu Yuan really felt a sharp blade scratching an inch in front of him. After standing firm, he thought for a moment and understood the true image. One high pavilion. Lu Yuan asked the question in the air. Although it was in a questioning tone, he had already determined the answer in his heart. Naturally, the inexplicable question was not answered. But Lu Yuan became more determined in his thoughts, because the surrounding space actually fluctuated under his question. One high pavilion is best at illusion attacks. This is the second time Lu Yuan has come into contact with illusions. Illusion can be said to be a very difficult spell to deal with, because you are always attacked unknowingly, and some people don't even know how they died. This player from Huanhai Pavilion is obviously not as high as Devil General Kan Ming, and the flaw was revealed just by his own question. Although the illusion is weird, it is difficult to pose a threat to the opponent once it is seen through. How come I meet so many people in such a big underground palace? Lu Yuan stared at the open space not far away with his eyes, and said helplessly. Chapter 320, I want to fight for. Although the underground palace is very large, the gathering place of each team is in the central area, so the chance of encountering it will increase. Except for Lu Yuan, who moved forward unhurriedly. The other players from all over the world just hurried on, with a tacit understanding of each other even if they met. Player Yun Luoshan harassed Lu Yuan simply because he felt that the distance was far away. Lu Yuan had no way to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he met someone hard work. Lu Yuan had seen through the illusion skills of the Huanhai Pavilion players. The previous threatening attacks were all launched by enemies hiding in the dark. He thought Lu Yuan had been attacked, but he didn't expect them all to be dodged. Lu Yuan took the illusory Chinkuan step and arrived in front of the enemy in a few flashes. The shadowless sword was gently placed next to the neck of the Huanhai Pavilion player. although the sword body was not visible. The sharp edge of the sword could already be felt on his neck. The caster was frightened, and all the illusions disappeared. There were no mountains or ores around, just a dilapidated village.
Give up on your own? Or should I take action?
Lu Yuan said coldly.
I surrender.
The Huanhai Pavilion's attack methods mainly rely on illusions. Since the illusion has been broken and the sword is placed on the neck, there is no need to lose one's life for no reason. Huanhai Pavilion player Huani was eliminated by Soul Fighting Kingdom Lu Yuan. Listen to the fact that the player Han Xian from the Snow Kingdom was eliminated by the player Yan Fei from the Tianyan country. When Lu Yuan eliminated the players from Huanhai Pavilion, Tingxue Kingdom also lost a player. Ice and fire are incompatible. Tianyan and Tingxue Kingdoms will fight to the death as long as they meet each other. Moreover, the two countries are about the same strength. Although the player from Tingxue country was eliminated, Yan Fei from Tianyan country may not have escaped unscathed. Lu Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to who eliminated whom. They had to meet each other in the end anyway. His goal was to get first place, and finally get the meteorite iron. It would be better if he could get some extra gains in the God of Fighting Underground Palace. As two more players were eliminated, everyone became nervous. Since all countries were wearing team uniforms, only Lu Yuan was wearing his own armor. So even people who didn't know Lu Yuan knew the team uniforms of each country. As long as you find anyone dressed in a different way, stay away from them. The contraction of the Underground Palace was not as fast as expected. After all, there were only 5 days, and there was nothing worth searching around Lu Yuan. He simply decided to gather with everyone first. After all, the hard battle begins after the first day. If all countries are fast, the gathering should have been completed. Lu Yuan's idea was correct. The fastest gathering was the Tianwan Kingdom, because they had birds to help them. They moved very fast. The second one is Donghua. With the mutual guidance of the formation, the assembly was easily completed. The remaining countries also completed the rendezvous in 2s and 3s. When the Banyu Kingdom failed at the beginning, it also switched from a dispersed blocking tactic to a collective tactic. Now there is only one country called Blood Tomb, and the team members have no idea of gathering together. The Blood Tomb technique is weird, and they are all cruel and ruthless people. Even if they face an enemy with higher strength than themselves, they will not necessarily fall to the disadvantage. When Lu Yuan and the other 4 people from Duhan Nation gathered together, there were no changes in the Underground Palace. However, it was already evening outside the Underground Palace, and the players from all over the world had basically gathered. Everyone was very tired after running for a day. They said people to keep watch, and everyone else took the time to rest. Starting from the next day, the battle would become more intense, and there would be deaths one after another. After all, no one dared to take it. A joke on your own life. There was no words for the whole night, because the sky could not be distinguished in the Underground Palace, and no country dared to rest too much. After all, if someone attacked first, they would become very passive. The only exception was the Duhan Kingdom. Lu Yuan motioned for everyone to rest assured. The respective gathering points on the first day were not particularly close, and the strategic directions of other countries could be seen from the first day. Most of them were relatively conservative, so there would be no plans at all in the morning of the second day. It is better to take a good rest than to wait for the hard work. Sure enough, the whole next day, the Duhan Kingdom camped out without a single battle. Instead, other countries that had no rest frequently eliminated people. As long as there is a battle, no matter who loses or wins, there will definitely be casualties on both sides, especially in team battles. From the overall battle situation, only Din Country, Duhan Country and Blood Tomb still had full members, while the other countries suffered heavy casualties. Din is best at group battles, so after the 5 of them gather together, it's hard for anyone to dare to challenge him head-on. The Blood Tomb relied on the special effects of the skills to suck blood, and had always been fighting to support fighting. Therefore, the Blood Tomb that participated in the most battles did not suffer any casualties. The Fighting Soul Nation took advantage of this, except for Lu Yuan, who eliminated 4 players from other countries on the first day. He did not participate in the battle at all on the second day. This move was just waiting for work, and both the audience and the successors from various countries were convinced. With Prince Carlo's talent, it seems that the rise of the Soul Fighting Kingdom is just around the corner. The Prince of Din Kingdom, and Jingza, was not stingy with his compliments at all, and seemed to have some envy in it. Prince Carlo smiled slightly and said calmly, "If our Dochi Kingdom is so lucky, I'm afraid the entire Dochi continent will be reunited." The Prince of Din Kingdom also sighed when he heard this, shook his head silently, and watched the game quietly without speaking. Dun is now the most powerful country. Although it has its own independent territory, it still misses its glorious past. At that time, everyone returned to the same country. Each of the 9 major families showed their talents, and the grand ceremony was just to earn the first place. Fight for glory for your family. Nowadays, each major family has its own family, and wars continue every year. The preserved grand ceremonies have also become a way to strive for short-term peace. Get up. Someone is coming. Lu Yuan stood up calmly and called to his teammates. After the elimination record on the first day, coupled with Lu Yuan's successful command, the 4 of them have completely obeyed Lu Yuan's orders. Even Su Hong, the original captain, is now silently obeying the arrangements. Sure enough, 4 people approached shortly after. It's from Tingxue country. Su Hong saw the other party's clothes clearly from a distance and hurriedly told Lu Yuan the information. Tingxue country is good at ice-type attacks, mainly using spells. The damage range is very large. Overlapping attacks by several people will be more effective. It is recommended to spread out and fight separately. Su Hong added. Lu Yuan took a closer look and saw that the highest level of the 4 opponents was level 75, and the lowest level was around level 68. Ice attribute? I don't know which one is more powerful than Qilin Fire, Lu Yuan said with a smile. After so many days of contact, Lu Yuan can be sure that the level of Doqi continent was lower than that of Taoyuan world. Maybe the attributes of top masters would be purer. How about those people whose level is not much higher than his own? How about ordinary ice attributes that can use Qilin Fire? You guys stand back. I'll do it myself, Lu Yuan said confidently. Chapter 321 Attributes completely defeated. There were only 4 players left in Tingxue country, and they went through several small-scale battles. In addition, they were so nervous that they didn't get a good rest at all. They searched for a quiet area along the way. Unexpectedly, they met the contestant from this tournament here, Evil Star. The 4 people from listening to Snow Country saw that someone was already waiting in front of them, and judging from their posture, they had already discovered the existence of their group. But there is one thing that is a bit confusing. Only one of the 5 people from Duhan Nation is standing in front, and the other 4 are arranged behind. It doesn't look like a battle formation. The 4 people from the Snow Kingdom stopped and looked at Lu Yuan and others cautiously. After the eliminations on the first day of battle, all the players knew that there was someone in the Soul Fighting Kingdom who was not easy to mess with. Looking at his attire, he knew he was the one standing at the front. The second day is not completely over yet. Fighting desperately now will only benefit other countries. How about we just pretend that we have never met? I heard Snow Country Captain Han standing in the distance and saying loudly, Fighting to the death? We rested for a whole day, and you are already exhausted. So let's just say goodbye now. Do we wait until you have rested to fight? There is no such thing as taking advantage of others in the competition. After all, the rules are there. If the exhausted party is the Soul Fighting country, it would be strange for other countries to give up easily. Listening to the 4 people from the Snow Kingdom saying no more, Han Shan was in the lead and formed a formation, ready to fight at any time. However, several of them were not in peak condition, so they did not plan to attack mainly, but planned to defend and counterattack. Han Tan level 70. Han Yuan level 68. Cold Cauldron level 68. Cold Fierce level 67. Lu Yuan briefly looked at the levels of several people. Needless to say, their attributes were all ice, but their attack methods were beyond Lu Yuan's expectations. I originally thought that the people from the Snow Country would release long-range spell attacks like ice mages. But when they fought, I discovered that not only were these people not long-range attackers, they were also close combat masters. According to Lu Yuan's observation, Tingxue country seems to be practicing fighting spirit just like the people of Duhan country. Except that this fighting spirit is mainly ice-based, and the attacks and punches have a freezing effect. I heard that no one in the Snow Kingdom used weapons. A layer of ice mist on their fists was the best weapon. Lu Yuan didn't use a sword either. It was rare to encounter some opponents who didn't use weapons. It was just a good time to use them to hone his palm skills. The fist never leaves the hand. The song never leaves the mouth. Since the level of the Qianquan mind technique is so high, the matching Qianquan palm will naturally not be bad either. Lu Yuan's main attack was 1 against 4. At first, the 4 people from Tingxue Kingdom felt insulted. But as the battle progressed, the 4 people from Tingxue Kingdom felt very lucky. If the 5 people from Duhan Kingdom came up together, I am afraid that in the current state, there was no room for struggle. Lu Yuan's palm skills were exquisite. When facing multiple enemies, he did not use dry palms to attack, but mainly used Kuan palms. His unpredictable attacks forced the 4 people from Tingshuo Kingdom to passively defend. The ice attribute is a very practical attribute. It is not only very powerful in attack, but also not weak in defense. Ice Soul Fist, Ice Blade, Freeze, Ice Wheel, Continuous Slash. The 4 people dispersed and gradually became surrounded, each releasing their killing moves. Although the 4 people were defeated in the head-on confrontation. After they dispersed, Lu Yuan began to be overwhelmed. After all, Lu Yuan only had 2 hands to attack from 4 directions. Big 9 Heaven's Hand. Lu Yuan spun on the spot and directly used moves with a relatively large attack coverage to meet the attacks of the 4 people. Ice attribute fists are okay, but the Ice Blade is different. It is made of ice attributes, and is so sharp that Lu Yuan dare not touch it with bare hands. Coupled with the auxiliary skill Freeze, Lu Yuan's speed is somewhat limited. It also spun and flew towards Lu Yuan. There are melee attacks, long-range attacks, and auxiliary attacks. It is obvious that Tingshuo country's system is very complete. Just when several people thought the attack was successful, Lu Yuan was surrounded by fire, and the shadows of his palms in the sky changed from transparent energy forms to fire palms. The situation flipped instantly. How could ordinary ice attributes compete with Qilin fire? The seemingly ferocious attack had already begun to melt before it even touched Lu Yuan's body. The palm shadow did not stop, and all 4 people from Tingshuo country were knocked away with one move. Okay, just this one palm is enough to dominate the world. Prince and Jingza of Din Kingdom clapped his hands and praised him. The other countries had different expressions, and Carlo also looked excited. It has been many years since the grand ceremony, and there has not been such a wonderful battle. The most depressing thing was to hear that Prince Hanja of the Snow Kingdom was wondering why he was so unlucky this time and encountered this evil star. His country wouldn't be ranked last this time. Right? There was no pause on the battlefield. The remaining people from Duhun Nation swarmed forward and each found an enemy who had been knocked away. To directly mobilize their fighting spirit, they had to understand the battle. After all, this was a competition ground, and it was impossible to let Lu Yuan do whatever he wanted. Don't kill people. Just eliminate them. Lu Yuan, Jian, and others said quickly as they wanted to kill them. If we don't kill them today, maybe they will kill us next time we meet. Although Su Hong retorted, she stopped her fist. Lu Yuan didn't have such deep hatred. He just felt that he shouldn't kill people. But he didn't say anything after saying it. And what Su Hong said was not unreasonable. We throw in the towel. Captain Han Shan decisively announced his defeat. The conflicting attributes and disparity made it impossible to win. In this case, it was better to save one life. Although it was a bit embarrassing. After all, there was still a chance to serve the country. It was better than dying here. If one party admits defeat, the other party cannot kill him. Su Hong glanced at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression, obviously dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's words to stop him just now. When he heard that the people from the Snow Country disappeared on the battlefield, Lu Yuan said to Su Hong and the others, I don't know how deep your hatred is. Since your Dochi continent respects the strong, I guess the purpose of holding the grand ceremony is not to kill people. Right. Contact us. With the ties between your countries, maybe this is the only grand ceremony left. So why bother to kill each other and build hatred for each other? What Lu Yuan said shocked everyone. This was indeed the case. At first, they were proud of the grand ceremony to prove their strength. But now it has become a battlefield for killing. Most of the wars between countries are based on the situation of the competition in the festival to avenge the players of their own country. 10 countries may not be a lot, but the actual fight is very chaotic, because they all came from the same clan at the beginning. No one has a deadly feud with any country. The battle in the second year will all depend on the results of the grand ceremony. Even the Tingshuo Kingdom and the Tianyan Kingdom just dislike each other because of their different attributes. If they have to find any hatred, I'm afraid it's just the casualties accumulated in the battles between the two sides. But do you know how many of our citizens they have killed? Although Su Hong thought Lu Yuan was right, she still retorted, we have different paths, and we will not work against each other. I will try my best to win and then leave here. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your countries. But those who have lost their fighting power are not allowed to kill. If the other party threatens his life, Lu Yuan will fight back without hesitation. But if the other party loses his fighting power, as a generation who grew up in a modern civilized and harmonious society,
Lu Yuan will definitely not choose to kill. Su Hong looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes, and finally nodded. These days, the work unit is organizing a trip to the countryside. I am too tired to mention it. It's just that time is too tight, and I occasionally don't have time to update it. Please forgive me. The names of the contestants are not very important. You don't need to remember them. You just need to have a general idea of the characteristics of each country. Chapter 322 Parting Ways. Han, Han Yuan, Handing, and Hanning from Listening Snow Country are all eliminated. And everyone from Listening Snow Country is eliminated and ranked 10th. The official prompt interrupted the brief silence, and the differences in opinions caused an awkward atmosphere. Hearing that everyone in the Snow Country was eliminated was beyond everyone's expectations. It was the only time that a country had been eliminated before the second day of the competition ended. Players from all countries were at a loss, especially those from countries that had never met a soul-fighting country player. Unknown enemies were always the most terrifying. All team leaders gave orders to avoid fighting any soul-fighting country players they saw before the final showdown. This decision is undoubtedly the right one. After all, even if they don't get first place, no one wants to get last place. Even the unruly Blood Tomb Nation chooses to avoid its edge. The rest of the game was much easier. No matter where Lu Yuan and others went, there was no trace of the enemy. The remaining members of each country also understood the truth. Unless the one who strikes first has an overwhelming advantage, he will always hurt the enemy. Losing 1,000 to oneself and losing 800 may not be conducive to victory in the decisive battle circle. Although most countries chose to avoid fighting, the Banyu Kingdom and the Blood Tomb Kingdom chose to attack in secret, specifically choosing when it was dawn to attack the tired personnel standing guard. No matter whether they succeeded or not, they would retreat with one blow and not give any opportunity to react. Lu Yuan was also happy to wander around leisurely. It only took Lu Yuan half a day to understand the tactics of various countries. He only needed to prevent sneak attacks and Yun Luoshan's long-range consumption.
It looks like we won't be able to meet the enemy for a while. I heard from Prince Carlo that there are hidden treasures in the God of Fighting's underground palace. I want to see if it's true,
Lu Yuan said to the group.
The underground palace has been emptied out for so many years. Didn't you realize that we have been gone for so long and there is nothing good?
Tianjin couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard that Lu Yuan wanted to find the treasure.
The God of Fighting underground palace is mysterious and unpredictable. Although it is not connected to the outside world, it is equivalent to a small independent world. I heard that you are very interested in mineral veins. My father was lucky enough to have entered here before, and he knows about a mineral vein. It's just that there is a powerful monster station there. So I just marked the location on the map and did not enter it.
Su Hong added.
I wonder if the barrier has shrunk to that point now. Why don't we go over there and have a look?
Lu Yuan was a little interested when he heard that there were mineral veins.
I didn't expect that Su Hong, who usually focuses on cultivation, would also be interested in men's preferences. Just don't be dazzled by love. Even if we successfully kill the monsters that our parents didn't dare to provoke in the past, then this grand ceremony what to do?
The one who spoke was Dowen, one of the two Do brothers. The two brothers were not very talkative at ordinary times. When necessary, it was the older brother Dowen who spoke. Dowen was right. The most important thing this time was the competition. Victory was of great significance to the country. Even if Lu Yuan gained an advantage for Duhan Nation, it was impossible for everyone to follow him and take risks.
The country has not yet stabilized. How can I consider the personal relationship between my children? Dowen, please be careful in your words.
Su Hong was a little unhappy after hearing Dowen's words.
Anyway, our two brothers will not take the risk. You weigh the pros and cons yourself.
Dowen stated his position directly.
I listen to Sister Su. She is the captain. I will go wherever she says,
Tianjin said. Before entering the underground palace, Prince Carlo had always told Tianjin to obey Su Hong's orders after entering. But Tianjin kept it in mind. Su Hong was in a dilemma. In fact, she did have some inexplicable feelings towards Lu Yuan in her heart. But she did not insist on taking risks with Lu Yuan. She simply felt that following Lu Yuan would lead to victory. Now no one would mess with the Soul Fighting Kingdom. Obviously they were all intimidated by Lu Yuan. If they dispersed, I'm afraid this good life would come to an end.
Just tell me where the location is, and then you can move towards the middle area. Set a meeting point, and I will meet you when I'm done.
Lu Yuan didn't want to embarrass anyone, and what Dowen said made sense. Lu Yuan was not angry. After all, he was just a passerby, and victory meant a lot to Duhan country. He could stand up and say something sober in this situation, proving that Doan still has a very calm mind. Su Hong first pointed out everyone's current location, and then told Lu Yuan the approximate direction and any obvious signs after arriving. A few months before entering the underground palace, Su Hong, as the team leader this time, had already become familiar with the map, and it was carefully explained by many old people. She told Su Hong almost all the places she had explored. This is why she knew the map by heart. The terrain is relatively familiar. After Lu Yuan asked about the direction and meeting place, he agreed to meet again in a day. If he didn't come back, the others would just go to the finals on their own. Lu Yuan did not go on foot this time, but summoned the 9-color sacred deer, waved his hand casually to say goodbye, and then walked away in a hurry.
Brother, I still think we shouldn't separate.
Do Wu, who had been silent until now, looked at Lu Yuan's back and suddenly said,
Maybe, but now is not the time to show loyalty. I hope he is safe and sound.
Doan replied. In fact, although there are differences of opinion, several people are very loyal in their hearts. However, between loyalty and the country, they can only choose to fulfill their duties.
Let's go! There has just been a battle here. It's not advisable to stay for a long time.
Su Hong took the lead to retract her gaze and said calmly. Lu Yuan quickly moved forward according to the direction given by Su Hong, and soon arrived at the target mountain range after riding on the 9-color divine deer. After Lu Yuan repeatedly confirmed that this time it was no longer an illusion, he put away the 9-color divine deer. Deer, when we came to the northwest of the mountains, we found a large cave that was very deep and dark. Su Hong once warned that there was a very powerful monster in the cave, but he didn't know what it was, because the early inspection team mainly focused on exploring the map. When they came here, they felt the pressure inside and gave up. The reason why they knew it was a monster. The mineral vein was also discovered before meeting the monster. Lu Yuan took out a wooden stick from the ring and made a simple torch, then cautiously went inside the cave. After all, death could not be resurrected now. The cave didn't have too many complicated forks. After walking for a while, he found some ore. Lu Yuan took out the mining shovel and dug a few times to peel off the ore. Basalt ore, due to the influence of the basalt attribute of the mythical beast. The nature of the ore has become extremely strong. It cannot be melted by fire, and cannot be penetrated by swords.
The mythical beast Xuanwu?
Lu Yuan took a look at the properties of the ore, and among them, the 4 characters, Xuanwu, attracted Lu Yuan's attention. Could it be that Xuanwu, one of the 4 sacred beasts, lives here? Chapter 323 The Mythical Beast Xuanwu. Lu Yuan looked at the information about the ore with some disbelief. The 4 sacred beasts are quite famous on Earth, but they have not been heard of in Taoyuan world. Unexpectedly, one of them, Xuanwu, is here? Lu Yuan did not act in a hurry, but stood there and spread his perception to the maximum range, trying to feel whether there was really Xuanwu here. But the cave seemed very deep, and Lu Yuan could not feel any breath. The basalt stone was very hard and very suitable for making armor. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger. Although all kinds of top-level monsters have bad tempers, Lu Yuan still decided to find more ores. He had not forged for a long time. How could he not be tempted when he saw such top-quality ores? Lu Yuan moved forward cautiously, searching for the ore on the cave wall. Unknowingly, he had gone far. There were not many basalt stones, and each piece was far apart. As Lu Yuan went deeper, he really felt a kind of coercion. This feeling seemed to be similar to standing in front of a candle dragon. It seemed that Xuanwu was really in this cave. It is hard to imagine that a place with a peak strength of only about 80 would have the existence of a holy beast. Just to feel this pressure, its level must be on par with the Zhulong. Lu Yuan took a look at the basalt stone in the ring. It was enough to make a set of armor, so he didn't plan to move on, lest he offend the owner of the cave, who knew what his temper was. When he turned around, he found a piece of basalt stone not far away. Lu Yuan, who had originally planned to evacuate, hesitated but decided to dig it out before leaving.
As long as your voice is low enough, Xuanwu won't be able to notice it,
Lu Yuan thought and walked towards the ore. Lu Yuan dug the ore carefully, trying to keep the sound to a minimum. But something tragic happened. Xuanwu's aura became active, and it was obvious that someone had entered the cave.
It's really just like what's shown in the movie. They say they'll stop after finishing this vote, but it turns out something is sure to go wrong with the last vote.
Lu Yuan was a little helpless. Now that he had been discovered, Lu Yuan put away the basalt stone and ran out of the cave as quickly as possible. Who knows that Xuanwu is faster? Probably because it has the attribute of earth. Although it is not very fast, it has the ability to shrink into an inch. Lu Yuan finally knew why the cave was so wide. Because Xuanwu was very large, with a thick turtle shell covered with conical spikes, a head that looked like a snake, and the aura it gave off was also extremely thick. Lu Yuan tried his best to escape, but was still chased by Xuanwu, and a stone wall blocked Lu Yuan's way. Lu Yuan had no choice, but could not sit still and wait for death. With his luck, he hit the stone wall with all his strength. Boom! Lu Yuan's arms were numb, but the stone wall did not move at all. Only 2 palm prints were left on the wall where it was hit. With his retreat blocked, Lu Yuan could only turn back to face the enemy. In the small space, Xuanwu obviously had the absolute advantage. The gap in strength between the two was obvious, and he did not have the advantage. It seemed that this time he really encountered the enemy. It's time to get into trouble. Xuanwu did not continue to approach Lu Yuan, but spit out a few water bombs from his mouth to attack. Unexpectedly, this guy had both water and earth attributes, and he was worthy of being a legendary beast. The water bomb seemed to pose no threat, but Lu Yuan did not dare to try it with his body. After all, it was an attack from the mythical beast Xuanwu. He took out the shadowless sword and tried to chop the water bomb into pieces with a few bursts of sword energy. However, the seemingly soft water bomb was very tough, and Lu Yuan's sword energy was actually bounced away by it. As the water bomb approached, Lu Yuan felt a chill. There was no ice, but it felt colder than ice. He quickly turned over to avoid it. The water bomb hit the stone wall and exploded, scattering into droplets of water. The water droplets spread around very quickly. The water droplets hitting the surrounding cave walls are deeply embedded in them, and their penetrating power seems to be comparable to bullets. Lu Yuan danced his sword quickly, using the 5th sword of the 9 swordsmen of the sword master, Piao Shui. Because of the speed of this move, each sword could break the water droplets close to him. When all the water droplets dissipated, Lu Yuan was also a little out of breath. Xuanwu attacked twice casually, and Lu Yuan tried his best to block it. Xuanwu did not continue to attack, because it thought that such a weak human being could be killed by a few water bombs. But it did not expect that it was blocked. Xuanwu Divine Beast level 99. HP 10 billion. Lu Yuan took the time to glance at Xuanwu's basic information. Lu Yuan's head was dizzy after a series of zeros after the blood volume. When facing humanoid enemies, the system would not display the blood volume. But when facing monsters, there would be a blood volume prompt. It should be a reflection of the vitality of the monster. Xuanwu was also looking at Lu Yuan curiously. Ever since he came to this lower world, no one except that person could stand a chance against him. He didn't expect that this weak-looking boy was actually quite strong. After Xuanwu paused for a while, he continued to attack. The snake's head bit directly at Lu Yuan. The speed was staggering. Lu Yuan rushed to the side and rolled awkwardly on the ground several times before barely dodging the blow. Fortunately, the inside of the cave was quite wide. Before Lu Yuan could get up, thorns shot out from the ground. This attack was too weird and sudden, and Lu Yuan had no time to react. Fortunately, the armor on his body had good defense. But even so, he was still stabbed with a wound in his abdomen. Severe pain hit him, and Lu Yuanxiang stood up, fearing another subsequent attack. However, Xuanwu did not continue to attack, but spoke to Lu Yuan.
This armor is pretty good. Otherwise the blow just now would have penetrated you.
Lu Yuan held his abdomen with one hand and held the shadowless sword in the other, keeping vigilant at all times. Now that he was injured, his speed would naturally be affected. If he made a slight mistake, he might lose his life.
I have no intention of disturbing Senior's retreat, and please don't pursue any further investigation.
Under this situation, Lu Yuan had to say something soft. Who would think that he would live longer?
It's rare to have someone to stretch my muscles with me. Why don't I hold you accountable?
Xuanwu's strong voice came again. Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer Xuanwu's rhetorical question. He had to tighten the shadowless sword in his hand, took out a bottle of life potion and drank it. Although the wound did not heal, the bleeding stopped.
However, I really don't have any deep grudge against you, and I'm not a bloodthirsty character. Let's do this. If you can survive my 3 moves, I will let you go.
Xuanwu added when he saw Lu Yuan didn't answer. Lu Yuan hurriedly nodded in agreement. Although Xuanwu's 3 moves may be difficult to catch, and he may even be unable to catch them, at least this is a chance to survive. If he doesn't agree, he will be dead.
If he agrees, there may be a glimmer of hope. Ha ha. You are quite interesting. It's rare that you are young and promising, and don't feel inferior. So I will let you go, Xuanwu said. When Lu Yuan heard this, he was somewhat secretly happy. If Xuanwu didn't use all his strength, his chances of survival would be much greater. But then Lu Yuan understood what releasing the water meant. Because Xuanwu was really releasing the water. He opened his big mouth, and the water turned into a big wave, and hit Lu Yuan with the cold water. Damn it! You put too much water in it! Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Chapter 324 Buried Alive. The huge water wave was about to fill the cave in an instant. Behind Lu Yuan was a stone wall. There was no way out. If he allowed the water wave to hit him, he would probably be knocked unconscious by the stone wall. Besides, fighting in the water it's not my strong point. The only thing that could contend with this flood was Qilin Hua. Other than that, Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other way. Use all your strength to bring up the Qilin fire. Although the fire Qilin only gave Lu Yuan a fire seed at first. As his cultivation deepened, Lu Yuan's flames became quite powerful. Lu Yuan did not dare to spread the flame range too large. Because the larger the range, the greater the impact it would bear. In the end, Lu Yuan leaned against the stone wall that Xuanwu had placed in front of him. His whole body covered with unicorn fire. The cold water released by Xuanwu could not invade Lu Yuan's body at all. And the momentum was resisted by Lu Yuan with his own strength. Xuanwu looked in Lu Yuan's direction with some surprise. He didn't expect that this kid had such a strong flame. And the flame seemed a bit familiar. Lu Yuan had been holding his breath under the water. And he didn't know when the water would disappear. However, depending on the situation, Xuanwu really didn't use all his strength. After all, although the water was strong, it would not be fatal instantly. The area above Lu Yuan's head has begun to boil. Water vapor has begun to appear in the cave. And the temperature is gradually rising. Ha ha! The boy can still hold on. The next move is coming, Xuanwu said calmly, while floating leisurely in the water. Although Lu Yuan was in the water, he could still hear clearly. But he didn't know what other attacks there would be in the water. Stone circle. Xuanwu's body shone with yellow light. And square stone pillars appeared from all directions, obviously trying to fill the cave. This meant that no matter where Lu Yuan was, he could not escape the fate of being crushed. There is no way from heaven to earth. And there is no way for Lu Yuan to retreat. The stone pillars are moving very fast. And they will hit Lu Yuan in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan held the shadowless sword in his hand. Although the resistance in the water was great, cutting through the stone wall behind him was the only way now. However, based on the test of his palm power before, the first 6 of his 9 strongest sword master swords could not cut through the stone wall at all. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he suddenly remembered the 7th sword, breaking the sky. When the sword master first demonstrated it, his sword energy reached straight to the sky, as if it could cut through the sky. Later, Patriarch Uya also used this move. Although he was not at a high level, he was already familiar with the move. Without enough time to think too much, Lu Yuan tried to use the 7th sword breaking sky. Lu Yuan just followed the feeling and used the sword to move. He thought that the resistance of the water would be great, but he didn't expect that his sword-wielding hand easily drew a perfect arc. And a sword energy came out with the sword. This sword was a horizontal slash. And since it was very close to the stone wall, the sword energy disappeared into the stone wall instantly. The crisscrossing stone pillars were already squeezing towards Lu Yuan. But the stone wall showed no response. In desperation, he could only turn around and press his palms against the stone pillars, trying to leave a place for himself so as not to be crushed. But the stone pillars were too strong. Lu Yuan was in the water and lacked strength, and was eventually hit by a stone pillar and flew away without knowing whether he lived or died. The stone formation finally stopped. Dozens of square stone pillars had turned into rectangular shapes, with no gaps between the stone pillars. Huh? Xuanwu looked at the water surface in the cave falling and couldn't help but let out a sigh. This kid actually broke through the stone wall I set up. Could it be that he is hiding his strength? Xuanwu said to himself in surprise. It turned out that Lu Yuan's sword had already cut the stone wall into 2 pieces. However, because the stone wall was very thick, there was no change for a while. However, the force of the stone pillar hitting it was very strong. Lu Yuan used the impact of the stone pillar to hit it. You pushed the severed stone wall away, and was rushed far away by the pouring water to escape the disaster. Lu Yuan escaped death and looked at the stone formation in front of him. He was very glad that he was not in the center of the stone formation. if he had not chosen to cut off the stone wall, but wanted to shuttle through the stone formation, he would have become a puddle of flesh by now. It can be said that the stone wall that Xuanwu set up before became the key to Lu Yuan's escape. Before Lu Yuan could take a breath, the stone formation in front of him had shattered into pieces. It was hard to imagine that the stone pillars that were as hard as steel before had now become like clay. The soil turned into stone pillars combined with the surrounding water and turned into a mudslide to attack Lu Yuan. The water under Lu Yuan's feet was still very deep, so his running speed was greatly restricted, and he was eventually swept into the mudslide. This series of changes was exactly Xuanwu's third move. Mudslide. After the mudslide involved Lu Yuan, it quickly solidified. I promised 3 moves. 3 moves. Although I didn't use all my strength. After all, the difference in strength is too big. Hey! I don't know how long we have to wait. Xuanwu sighed with a dark expression. The mudslide on the ground had solidified, and Xuanwu was about to go back to the depths of the cave. He thought he had finally met someone who could help him this time, but he didn't expect it to work. After the ground solidified, the temperature continued to rise, and slowly the ground began to crack. The areas covered by mudslides were like the land that had been dry for many years, and the cracked slopes were still shaking. Xuanwu stopped and looked at the ground with some surprise. After shaking for many times, he finally stretched out a flaming fist. Then, there was another crazy vibration below. From the solidified mudslide, Lu Yuan crawled out with difficulty, covered in mud, and lay on the ground breathing heavily. Is your kid a human? Xuanwu naturally knew how powerful his attack was. With the viscosity of the mudslide, once it completely solidified, the people buried inside would not be able to get out. He didn't expect that this kid would climb out today. Senior, the 3 moves have been passed. I wonder if Senior can fulfill his promise, Lu Yuan said exhaustedly. Lu Yuan didn't expect that he could be so tenacious. He had always felt that humans were pitifully fragile compared to monsters. But now it seems that in critical moments, humans still have great potential. Lu Yuan was able to climb out thanks to the Qilin fire, which instantly evaporated the water in the soil under high temperatures, causing the mudslide around Lu Yuan to turn into dry soil before it solidified. In addition, he twisted his body with all his strength to create a small space, and finally punched out of the ground with all his strength. Of course I keep my word, but you can't leave now. Come in with me. Xuanwu didn't care whether Lu Yuan agreed or not, and walked directly into the cave. Lu Yuan thought for a moment before getting up and following in, although Xuanwu didn't seem to be forcing himself. Who knew if this guy would use another trick if he turned around and left? The feeling of being buried alive is not that good. Lu Yuan followed him for a long distance, and finally stopped at the end of the cave. It was a large space. The top of the cave was about 50 or 60 meters from the ground. It was circular in shape, and was about the same size as a small playground. The size of it. It seems that Xuanwu usually practices here. After Xuanwu entered here, his size actually expanded a lot. It seemed that he was able to control his size. He had deliberately become smaller when he entered the cave before. Senior, what are your orders? Lu Yuan asked. Young man, I need your help. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. I will give you enough benefits. Xuanwu asked Lu Yuan to help, but his tone did not mean to ask for help at all, and there was no room for rejection in his words. Dignified beast. What can you do for me? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Chapter 325 Xuanwu's request. Let me wash the dirt off your body first. Xuanwu didn't answer Lu Yuan's question. He opened his mouth and a torrent poured out, giving Lu Yuan a chill. This time, the water flow has no offensive power, and the mud stuck to the body has been washed away. It is hard to imagine how such sticky mud can be easily peeled off. Lu Yuan felt a chill in his abdomen, and the previously injured wound began to bleed again after being washed by the water. A hole was also punctured in the hard armor. It seemed that after the battle, the equipment would need to be repaired. Lu Yuan took out the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on the wound, which stopped the bleeding again. Xuanwu just made a few moves lightly, but he was already in such a mess. If the attacks were more compact and the rhythm was faster, then he might have finished the game long ago. I don't know if Xuanwu, who is so strong, would need help for anything else. Senior, if you have anything to say, please tell me directly. I may not be able to stay here for too long. Lu Yuan stopped the bleeding from the wound and said directly. Of course I know how long you can stay here. Every time someone enters here. I know it clearly. It's just that there are a lot of people this time.
and their strength is not as high as mine. But you are a bit special. It looks like his strength is average. But he has some tricks, Xuanwu said. Xuanwu slowly lay on the ground, with all four legs retracted into the thick SHL, leaving only the snake-like head outside. There was a long snake-like body under the head, which should be regarded as Xuanwu's neck. Thanks to the mercy of Senior, I just escaped by chance. Lu Yuan did not dare to be arrogant, nor did he belittle himself. He just told the truth, neither humble nor arrogant. But his personality is quite likable. The flame you just used was Qilin fire? Xuanwu asked. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Since people had seen through it, there was no need to hide anything. Yes. To be honest, I am actually trapped here. Although you can come and go freely, I cannot get out. Xuanwu first praised Lu Yuan, and then said his own simply and clearly. Situation. Trapped here? Someone who can trap you. I'm afraid I can't help you. Right? Lu Yuan said directly after hearing this. The person who can trap the 99th level divine beast must have broken through this limit, which is the level Zhulong has been pursuing. With his current strength, even Xuanwu's defense can't be broken. So how can he compete with that person? A duel between people at different levels. The reaction is quite fast. Of course I won't let you die. What's more, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the person who sealed me. Xuanwu said unhurriedly. Senior, although your life must be very long, you don't need to waste it all on speaking at a fast pace. Xuanwu spoke so slowly that Lu Yuan couldn't help but want to complain. Xuanwu was not angry when he heard this. He nodded and continued unhurriedly. It was only after I was sealed here that I realized that there is more than one world. And I can't explain it to you clearly about the space elements contained in it. In short, I don't belong here. I was just transported from another world to a special space in this strange world using space magic, along with this land. Can you understand what I mean? You traveled through time. Lu Yuan nodded to express his understanding. The interconnection between Taoyuan world and the Earth made Lu Yuan already aware of the existence of parallel spaces. Since there can be one, of course there may be a second and third one. Dochi continent should be one of the worlds, and Xuanwu should have been transported here from another unknown world. I just don't understand why Dochi continent has an entrance here. I didn't expect that I found the right person. You can understand this, and your understanding is really high. Xuanwu couldn't help but praise. Senior, please let me know exactly what kind of help you need from me. As a modern person, Lu Yuan has never heard of any strange things. After experiencing all kinds of unexpected situations, he has seen things even stranger and weirder than the rumors. Words such as time travel, seals, and true gods are no longer enough to make Lu Yuan was surprised. Yun Luishan's player Yun Hao was eliminated by Blood Tomb Country's player Xuening Yun. Banyu Country player Yu Zheng was eliminated by Soul Fighting Country player Su Hong. Do Wen and Do Wu, a player from the Soul Fighting Kingdom, were eliminated by Yu Kai, a player from the Moon Country. While Lu Yuan was talking to Xuanwu, a series of reminders sounded. The battle was still going on, and each country suffered casualties. The two brothers Do Wen and Do Wu from Duhun Kingdom were eliminated. It seemed that they had encountered Banyu Kingdom. I would like to ask you to help me find the leader of the White Tiger clan. Only it has the ability to tear this seal. Although our four holy beasts are equally powerful, only it has the power of destruction. Xuanwu explained the request directly. I have two questions. You were sent from another world. How can I get to your world? And even if I find your world, how can I find the White Tiger clan? Lu Yuan learned that Duhun Nation had lost 2 personnel, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, his ranking was related to whether he could get the piece of meteorite. I will attach a trace of my mind to you. If I encounter relevant clues, I will remind you that you are not the first person I am looking for. I have also felt the changes in the outside world recently. Now is the best time. Okay, I'm willing to help you. Lu Yuan didn't want to waste time and quickly agreed to Xuanwu. You are very different from the people in Duki continent. I am very optimistic about you and will not let your help go in vain. Without seeing Xuanwu's actions, a turtle SHL as tall as a person appeared in front of Lu Yuan. This is the carapace I lost when I became an adult. Injecting energy into it can control its size. I won't go into too much detail about its defense. If you are in danger, it can block fatal attacks for you. Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he looked at the Xuanwu turtle SHL in front of him. He didn't understand why Xuanwu gave him such a valuable item. It's a one-sided acquaintance.
Aren't you afraid that I won't help you if I take something? A ray of my thoughts will exist in your mind. If you cheat, you will become an idiot at best, and you will die suddenly at worst.
Xuanwu was straightforward and did not hide any punishment methods. Lu Yuan directly received the Xuanwu turtle SHL into the ring of the god of Craftsman, and said neatly,
Okay, let's set off quickly. Don't tell anyone you see me outside, unless you can help me get out of here. The magic mark placed on you will be restored automatically after you leave the cave.
It turns out that after Lu Yuan entered the cave, the outside audience lost his perspective and could only be explained as the reason for the special terrain, which also added to the mystery of the god of fighting underground palace. Lu Yuan quickly left the cave, feeling a little confused. He didn't see Xuanwu doing anything to him. It was said that he left a trace of thoughts behind, but he didn't feel anything.
Stop thinking nonsense. Normally I won't disturb you. After you're done here, go and help me find the person.
Xuanwu's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Yuan's mind, startling Lu Yuan. Chapter 326. Wrapping gauze is a technical job. Lu Yuan left the cave and summoned the 9-color divine deer, and quickly headed to the agreed-upon meeting point. 2 people on his side had already been eliminated. If more people were eliminated, it would be difficult to win the decisive battle. This time, Lu Yuan's visit was not in vain. Not only did he get a lot of ores, but he also got the Xuanwu turtle SHL, an excellent defensive item. As for the task Xuanwu asked, he can only say that he did his best. Lu Yuan walked quickly and put away the 9-color sacred deer wherever there were traces of battle. Although the battle here was over, he was afraid of an ambush, so he did not dare to move forward rashly. After all, there were many in several countries. A person who is good at assassination and traps. After carefully surveying the surroundings, Lu Yuan slowed down and started to move forward cautiously. The meeting place was an abandoned small town. There was an inconspicuous house in the northwest corner of the small town. Because Lu Yuan was moving very slowly, it was already the night of the 4th day when he arrived at the meeting place. Fortunately, the shrinking barrier was still there. It didn't affect this. Lu Yuan cautiously walked into the abandoned house. Suddenly a strong wind came. Lu Yuan raised his hand to catch the incoming fist and said hurriedly,
It's me!
The person who attacked was Tianjin. At this time, Tianjin was dirty, and his clothes were covered with dried blood.
Brother, you are finally here. Dowen and Do were eliminated in order to cover the retreat of the 2 of us. Fortunately, they saved their lives. Sister Hong was also seriously injured.
Tianjin, a strong man, cried when he saw Lu Yuan.
What about you? Are you seriously injured? You look like you're covered in blood.
Lu Yuan was prepared in advance, so he didn't panic.
Me? I'm fine. This is all other people's blood. The main reason is that when I was carrying Sister Hong and running, her blood got on my clothes.
Tianjin pulled on his clothes and said,
As the human shield in the team that takes damage, you are actually unscathed. Are you practicing this horizontal kung fu to escape?
Lu Yuan asked speechlessly. Lu Yuan ignored Tianjin and walked straight toward Su Hong, who was lying on the ground in the corner. At this time, Su Hong was randomly wrapped in some gauze, and blood was already seeping out.
You helped her wrap the gauze. Didn't you even take off the clothes underneath? If you treat the wound like this, her life will be better if she doesn't die.
Lu Yuan really couldn't understand what was going on in Tianjin's head.
There are differences between men and women. How can I take off Sister Hong's clothes?
Tianjin replied a little aggrievedly.
Since you don't know first aid and she's already like this, why don't you abstain for her? Sister Hong said that there is only Su Hong who died in the battle, and there is no Su Hong who escaped in battle. If I abstain for her, she will never forgive me in her life.
Tianjin imitated Su Hong's tone and said. Lu Yuan shook his head, not knowing what to say. In the end, he just said lightly,
If I hadn't come here, I'm afraid those words would have been the last words of her life. You stay at the door while I stop the bleeding and heal her injuries.
Lu Yuan said to Tianjin. Lu Yuan had just untied the bandages that Tianjin had wrapped around Su Hong's body. He suddenly thought of something and said to the ear,
If Prince Carlos sees it, please ask the magicians to disconnect the marks on our bodies. After all, it involves to a girl's privacy.
Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that there were marks on himself and others, and people outside could see everyone's every move. Previously, because of the Xuanwu barrier there, Lu Yuan's whereabouts were not observed. But now here the difference is that if Lu Yuan continues, everything about Su Hong will be exposed to the eyes of the audience.
Lu Yuan knew that he would not be able to wait for a response. So he waited silently for a minute, not daring to delay any longer. There were wounds all over Su Hong's body. Judging from the wounds, there seemed to be more than one attacker. It was probably caused by being attacked from both sides. Su Hong's clothes were already stained with dried blood on her body. Lu Yuan did not dare to tear them directly. Otherwise the wound would definitely tear again. Lu Yuan took out some water, moistened the towel, and slowly melted the blood stains. And then took off Su Hong's clothes.
Ahmed Ba, I don't want to be afraid of medical treatment. The situation forces me to offend you.
Lu Yuan muttered and said with a slightly red face.
Brother Lu, what are you mumbling about?
Asked Tianjin, who was guarding the door.
Nothing. Watch your door. I'm going to start healing.
Because Lu Yuan's body was blocking him, and the room was dark. Tianjin had no idea what Lu Yuan was doing. Due to improper treatment, Su Hong's wound had become suppurative. Lu Yuan didn't have any disinfectant supplies in his backpack. So he had to take out a jar of spirits and pour it on Su Hong's wound, hoping it would have an antivirus effect. After the wound was stained with strong alcohol, the severe pain caused Su Hong, who had passed out, to shake involuntarily. The ferocious look on her face showed her current pain. Even so, Lu Yuan did not stop until bright red blood flowed out of the wound. After sprinkling hemostatic medicine on some small wounds, there was a large wound on his thigh. In desperation, Lu Yuan had to make a temporary needle out of iron ore and suture it up. Although he had no experience in this area, he still managed to sew it up. The scalp is sutured. He took out a piece of his own clothes and tore them into strips, and helped Su Hong rebandage it. Only then did Lu Yuan understand why Tianjin's bandage was so messy. It is indeed difficult for Su Hong's figure to be bandaged neatly. Anyway, Lu Yuan finally took care of her wound, found a piece of his own loose clothes, and helped Su Hong put it on. And then he breathed a sigh of relief.
She can't continue fighting. Today is already the 4th day. There should be a decisive battle tomorrow. If she goes on the field in this state, she will definitely lose her life.
Lu Yuan said seriously.
Did you help Sister Hong change the clothes?
Tianjin didn't seem to hear what Lu Yuan said. He just looked at Su Hong on the ground and asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan patted Tianjin on the head and said seriously.
The situation is urgent. In order to save lives,
this matter cannot be mentioned again.
Oh, I got it, Tianjin said, rubbing his head.
Now the fighting strength of Duhan Nation is only you and me. Do you remember the number of eliminated countries?
Lu Yuan asked. Tianjin shook his head and said he didn't know.
I only know that it is probably the 4th day now. Do you remember the approximate time now?
Tianjin shook his head again, indicating that he was unclear. Lu Yuan sighed slightly and said helplessly,
Rest here for 8 hours and then hit the road. If Su Hong is not awake when we hit the road, help her abstain.
Lu Yuan stayed in the cave for a long time, so he only had a rough idea of the time. Judging from his level of exhaustion, it should be the night of the 4th day. So Lu Yuan said he would rest for 8 hours. The reason why we rested for so long is because this gathering point has been calculated. No matter where the final barrier shrinks, it will not be too far from here. Coupled with his own condition and the comatose Su Hong, under such a disadvantage, he could only choose to avoid the battle and let other countries fight each other first, so that he could have a greater chance of winning.
You go meditate and rest, and get back to your best condition before departure.
Lu Yuan could only take on the role of commander when he was in danger, and then summon the 9-color sacred deer.
Auntie Shenlu, I may need to adjust my condition. Please help me protect the law.
Lu Yuan said to the 9-colored Shenlu.
You actually said that to a deer.
Before Tianjin's voice fell, the 9-color sacred deer turned into a human form. He didn't speak but nodded slightly, with a somewhat melancholy look on his face.
Aunt Shenlu, the little deer will be fine.
Lu Yuan naturally knew what Shenlu was worried about. The 9-colored divine deer smiled and nodded, and the room became quiet as everyone rested. Chapter 327, Encountering by Hua Valley again. Lu Yuan spent some time adjusting his condition to the best, and then poured a few bottles of life-restoring potion into Su Hong, although he didn't know whether it would be effective for her. After all, it was a blood-replenishing potion, which was in line with her current situation. Lu Yuan thought for a while and held Su Hong's hand, silently running the marrow-cleansing sutra. He originally planned to imitate the way in costume dramas and help Su Hong up, but her condition was really not good and her body was even more limp and weak, so he could only settle for the next best thing. After Lu Yuan's testing,
He was indeed able to transfer the energy from his body, thus stimulating Su Hong's original power, and began to repair the wounds on her body. Time passed very quickly, and the agreed departure time arrived in a blink of an eye. Lu Yuan's route of running exercises had already completed a cycle between the two of them. While helping Su Hong, he was also adjusting his condition and repairing the damage to his abdomen. Although Tianjin had already finished resting, seeing the state of Lu Yuan and Su Hong, he never dared to disturb them. It wasn't until Su Hong opened her eyes that Lu Yuan opened his eyes, as if feeling something. "You're here," Su Hong said weakly, but there was a hint of surprise in her tone. "I'm afraid you are not in a good condition to participate in the decisive battle," Lu Yuan said directly. Su Hong struggled to sit up, and Lu Yuan also loosened his hand. "You should be a hero in life, and a hero in death. You should be loyal to the country, and die without regret." Su Hong naturally felt that her hand was being held, but she didn't have any childish attitude like shyness, and just said firmly to Lu Yuan, "Explain. Since you have such a sense of honor, don't do anything stupid that would delay you. The reason why I didn't make a decision for you when you were in a coma was because I wanted to see how you were recovering. Now it seems that your injuries are more serious than imagined." A lot of Lu Yuan has been helping Su Hong's treatment, so he is naturally aware of her physical condition. It seems that he can only rely on himself and Tianjin in the decisive battle. "Give me half an hour." Su Hong also knew that time was running out. If he did not have a good position in the final battle circle, the terrain would be unfavorable at best, or he would be attacked from both sides. After all, there were still many people left in the 10 kingdoms. Lu Yuan didn't say anything when he heard the words. He just nodded and fell into meditation again. Seeing that Su Hong was awake, Tianjin was about to come up and speak. But unexpectedly, the two of them closed their eyes and started practicing again. Tianjin couldn't say the words that reached his lips, as he was choked so much that he returned to his position dejectedly and scratched randomly on the ground with his fingers out of boredom. "If you two want to win, you'd better be obedient. Although you don't know the strength of your opponent, you are right to follow him." The 9-colored divine deer has been quietly protecting the law. Seeing Tianjin's appearance, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "Although he is very powerful, I only obey the captain's orders. Prince Carlos specifically told me before he came in," Tianjin said naively. The 9-colored divine deer disagreed, shook his head and stopped talking. Suddenly he frowned and whispered, "Someone is approaching. There are 3 of them, and there are some monsters on the ground. They should be snakes." Lu Yuan was not completely in trance. Although the 9-colored divine deer's voice was not loud, it still woke up Lu Yuan. "Aunt Shenlu, please go back to the pet space first," Lu Yuan said, and put away the 9-color sacred deer. After all, the peace-loving sacred deer did not like to fight and kill. "Tianjin, protect Su Hong. The person coming should be someone from Baiwa Valley. Be careful of their poisonous snakes." Lu Yuan gave instructions and walked out of the dilapidated house first, trying to attract the attention of the 3 people in Baiwa Valley with himself. There were only these 3 people left in Baiwa Valley. When passing by, the poisonous snakes suddenly became excited. The 3 people knew that the snakes smelled the smell of blood. There were no traces of fighting here, and the smell of blood proved that someone must have been injured. Time passes, and it is a good time to harvest. "Sister, there is a figure in front of me, and it looks like he wants to run away. Don't worry about him. He moves so quickly. There is obviously no physical trauma. He probably abandoned his teammates to preserve his strength." Lu Yuan deliberately made a lot of noise, but he didn't expect that the people in Baiwa Valley ignored him. In desperation, he could only run back again and block the 3 people. Hua Qiao level 75. Hua Yu level 68. Hua Ming level 67. There were only 3 people left in Baiwa Valley, and the one at level 75 was obviously the captain. The snakes on the ground were still hissing, and didn't take Lu Yuan seriously. "In strange clothes. He is the man who eliminated the 4th sister in the Soul Fighting Kingdom." Hua Ming pointed to Lu Yuan and said, "Form up and proceed with caution." Hua Qiao, the leader, said in a serious tone. The contestants were all wearing costumes from various countries, so Lu Yuan was classified as wearing strange clothes. After all, only one of the 50 contestants was like this. Lu Yuan had played against people from Baiwa Valley in the beginning, so he already had a countermeasure in mind, and took out the flame blade that he had made for cutting materials. Since the flame blade was created, it has always been used as a tool knife. This is the first time it has been used for fighting, although the original intention of making it was not for fighting. The strength of the flame blade cannot be underestimated. The snakes were afraid of fire, so all that was left was to pay attention to their poison. Lu Yuan poured the Kirin fire onto the flame blade. The original short sword instantly became longer. Although the first half was in the form of flame energy, it was less lethal, not weaker than a sword. With a sweeping sword energy, a large group of snakes on the ground were killed and injured, leaving a horizontal flame burning on the ground. And the snakes did not dare to approach at all. Venom spray. Huaqiao gave an order, and thousands of venomous snakes sprayed poison from their fangs. The range was very long and extremely accurate. Such a large-scale attack could not be avoided no matter how good the body was. In desperation, Lu Yuan could only release his weapon skills. Skyfire. Lu Yuan also used the weapon skill attached to the flame blade for the first time. As a pseudo-artifact level, he also received the fire of the celestial phenomena when the blade was completed. This move should not be too weak. Even if this move cannot withstand the venom that fills the sky, he can still with Kirin fire protecting him. There is no problem in terms of safety. Lu Yuan raised the flame blade high, and transparent flames fell from the sky and connected to the flame blade. The flame spread directly to the surroundings without any pause. With Lu Yuan as the center, the area within 100 meters was instantly shrouded in high temperatures. The air had already turned translucent red. The snake venom sprayed at Lu Yuan in the air was directly evaporated, and the poisonous snakes on the ground began to spontaneously ignite one after another. I didn't see any real flames within 100 meters, but I felt that there were flames everywhere. It didn't seem to burn. But the natural poisonous snake didn't even leave ashes. The three people in Baiwa Valley also felt uncomfortable, and they tried their best to spread their energy around their bodies, so that they could withstand the high temperature of the sky fire. Fortunately, the effect of the sky fire did not last long, which gave the three people in Baiwa Valley some breathing time. But all the snakes on the ground had been wiped out. Huaqiao gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "Why is my Baiwa Valley so unlucky this time? The attributes of the opponents we encounter are all so incompatible, using venomous snakes and venom as attack methods, but following the snake all day long. I don't know whether you are controlling the snake, or the snake is controlling you. Stop talking nonsense and watch the whip." Chapter 328 Corpse Blast Bug. The three people in Baiwa Valley lost the snake group, so they could only rely on their true skills to fight Lu Yuan. The three of them held whips and attacked in turns with a tacit understanding. The whip turned out to be a weird green color. It must have been soaked in venom for a long time. Lu Yuan would naturally not stand and be beaten. The whip hit the air and created a poisonous mist. Although Baiwa Valley looks like weak women, Lu Yuan has experienced their insidiousness. If he treats them like ordinary women, he may die without knowing how he died. The whip formation composed of three people made it difficult for Lu Yuan to get close. And who knew what poison would be released if he approached them hastily? At least the known snakes in the sleeves. Even if they were mentally prepared, their flying speed could not be easily avoided. Since he didn't dare to get close rashly, Lu Yuan simply stopped worrying and pulled the three of them to move in the opposite direction of the hiding place. There are only 3 people left in Baiwa Valley, and the same is true for almost all other countries. Only Ding Kingdom has all the members here. One high pavilion relies on the weirdness of the illusion, although the attack is weak, except for one person, who was eliminated by Lu Yuan. All the others are here. Lu Yuan probably went through the number of people eliminated and the current time. It will probably be refreshed to the decisive battle circle in a few hours. It is obviously unwise to fight hard at this time. It's really pointless for the 3 of you to fight with me now. Don't say you can't beat me. Even if you win by chance, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to compete for first place. Why not take this opportunity to quickly regain your strength and prepare for the final showdown? Lu Yuan said. On one side he dodged and said calmly. The 3 people in Baiwa Valley were riding a tiger, and when they heard what Lu Yuan said, they felt it made sense. After all, the various moves in Baiwa Valley were more suitable for group battles. It was difficult for the poison attack to hit one person alone, but if a group of people were together, it would be effective. Multiplied, the 3 people from Baiwa Valley continued to attack for a while, and finally stopped at the signal of leader Huaqiao. The revenge of the 4th sister will definitely come to find me in the future. We're always waiting. It's just that your 4th sister fell into Yun Luoshan's trap. Although I eliminated your 4th sister, I kept her alive. In fact, you should go to Yun Luoshan for revenge, and I should be considered her lifesaver. Benefactor. Even if Lu Yuan wasn't afraid of others seeking revenge, he didn't want to be targeted by a group of femme fatale. since he was trying to reap the benefits by killing someone with a knife. Why not continue to sow discord and let Baiwa Valley hate Yun Luoshan?
Stop talking nonsense here. See you on the battlefield.
Hua Qiao ignored Lu Yuan's words and did not turn around. She retreated to a safe distance before turning around and leaving quickly.
If you want to cooperate in the decisive battle circle, let us know in advance.
Lu Yuan said loudly before the three of them walked away. Lu Yuan and the others left and returned to the hiding place to check on Su Hong's condition. After a series of battles, the place might not be so quiet anymore. After all, Banu Kingdom and Blood Tomb Kingdom, which mainly focused on sneak attacks, like to clean up the mess. On the other side, the three women of Baiwa Valley were also evacuating quickly. The three women were discussing countermeasures while running quickly.
Sister, do you think he is telling the truth? And he proposed cooperation in the decisive battle circle. What do you think?
Hua Ming, who was the weakest, asked first.
Although I can't believe it all. The four sisters' elimination should be related to Yun Luoshan. Although he is very strong, players from all over the world are elites. If there is a melee, he will offend the most people, and will definitely be regarded as the main target. Naturally, he wants to find some allies, and forming an alliance with him will undoubtedly cause trouble for himself.
Hua Qiao said.
I feel that he is so polite that he doesn't know how to lie. And he doesn't have a lot of murderous aura. He doesn't look like someone who has been on the battlefield.
Hua Yu also expressed his opinion.
He. Eldest sister. Please look at the third sister. Is she really in love? She actually said good things about a stinky man on the battlefield.
Really? Hua Ming was still laughing. But before he finished speaking, his expression gradually solidified, and his head and body separated instantly.
Fifth sister.
Hua Qiao shouted in pain, but there was no response.
Sister, be careful. It's a gold thread. They are from Yun Luoshan. Be careful of other traps.
Although Hua Qiao was sad inside, she quickly calmed down. This golden thread is extremely thin and tough, making it difficult to detect when running fast. If you don't avoid it in time, you will be cut at least, or lose your life like Hua Ming in more serious cases.
It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let fifth sister lead the way.
Hua Qiao and Hua Yu were on guard back to back, and couldn't help but blame themselves.
Sister, now is not the time to talk about this. Yulua Mountain is famous for traps and bows and arrows. There can't be only one trap here. Even if we escape from this area, I'm afraid we will become a living target for them.
Hua Yu was calm. Analyze the situation.
I will lure them out in a while, and you will take the opportunity to escape. There is no hope of winning this year, so try to place higher.
Hua Qiao said with a decisive look on her face.
No, big sister. I'll draw the fire while you run away. You'll have the strongest chance until the end. Shut up and obey the order.
Hua Qiao scolded her seriously and stopped talking, silently looking around at places where people could hide. Since there is a trap here, the people from Yun Luoshan will not be too far away. The reason why they did not launch an attack is because they are waiting for other mechanisms to be triggered. Once the two people in Baiwa Valley leak a flaw, what awaits them will undoubtedly be fatal. The arrow only. Hua Qiao was calm and knew not to move at will at this time, so she simply released the poisonous mist on the spot. The poisonous mist quickly spread to the surroundings, blocking the line of sight and posing a certain threat to those hiding in the dark. In the end, Yun Luoshan's players still did not calm down and took the lead in launching an attack, shooting arrows at the two of them. However, due to the poisonous fog blocking their sight, the two of Baiwa Valley had already left the place. Yun Xian was the weakest player in Yun Luoshan. He was the first to lose his composure. He shot a few arrows randomly, and all fell into the air. Just when he was setting up his bow and wanted to continue shooting,
a headless corpse flew towards him. Come over. While Yun Xian was startled, she also screamed in her heart. Before coming to the competition, her seniors had repeatedly told her not to take it lightly even if the opponent from Baiwa Valley was dead, because they had a fatal killer. Come on. That's the corpse explosion. Hua Qiao took advantage of the poisonous mist to block her sight, and placed the corpse blasting insects on Hua Ming's corpse. Taking advantage of Yun Xian's exposed position and the gap in the attack, she threw the corpse over with all her strength. Hua Ming, whose corpse was filled with corpse blasters, could no longer maintain his slender figure. The corpse was like a big balloon in the air. Hua Qiao controlled the corpse blaster from a distance. When the corpse got close to Yun Xian's body, it detonated directly. The bloody stench and dark green liquid splashed everywhere.
Yun Xian was naturally the first to bear the brunt. The screams were endless, and Yun Xian was covered in corrosive venom. He was lying on the ground rolling and wailing. It was obvious that he would not survive. There were only 3 people left in Yun Lushan, among whom Yun Mengan was the captain, and the only remaining members were Yun Meihai and Yun Xian. Now that they had the advantage, one of them was forcibly killed by the opponent. The real number is really annoying. Yun Meihai had a very good relationship with Yun Xian. Seeing his painful appearance, he hurried forward to help and tried to rescue him. "Don't go there!" Captain Yun Mengan shouted. But it was obviously too late. There was another explosion, and Yun Meihai's wail also sounded. The terrifying thing about corpse explosions is that they are contagious. People who are attacked by corpse explosions will not die on the spot. Corpse explosion bugs will also take the opportunity to enter their bodies and multiply until the controller detonates it again, or the person who is affected by the attack loses his life. "I thought they were helping difficult guys, but I didn't expect them to be so stupid," Hua Qiao said nonchalantly. Yun Lushan players Yun Xian and Yun Meihai were eliminated by Baihua Valley player Hua Qiao. Chapter 329. Before the decisive battle begins. "I thought they were helping difficult guys, but I didn't expect them to be so stupid," Hua Qiao said nonchalantly. Hua Qiao looked towards the direction of the explosion with a look of disdain, feeling no trace of sadness over the accidental death of his teammate. As Yun Luoshan's captain, Yun Mengan was killed by 2 team members in a row even though he had a huge advantage. When such a thing happened, the whole Yun Luoshan's face was tarnished. As the captain, Yun Mengan naturally knew that all the battle scenes could be seen outside. He could have left safely to look for opportunities. After all, he would not have the upper hand when fighting 2 against 1. But he chose to fight for the sake of face. A rain of arrows. Yun Mengan took out 2 quivers and activated the mechanism. An arrow, which was slightly shorter than the normal arrows, drew an arc and struck towards the 2 people in Baihua Valley. The 2 quivers looked inconspicuous, but the amount of arrows they shot was astonishing. Moreover, after Yun Mengan's fine-tuning, the range of the arrow rain continued to change with the movement of the Baihuagu too. In addition to the rain of arrows in the sky, Yun Mengan also drew his long bow, aiming at the 2 people who were fleeing randomly in the ruins, intentionally or unintentionally forcing them towards the trap. Hua Qiao and Hua Yu dodged all the way. When they saw a broken eaves in front of the ruins, they ran towards the bottom of the eaves. "Sister, be careful!" Hua Yu was not as fast as Hua Qiao. When she saw Hua Qiao in front of her stepping on a trap, she quickly shouted a warning. Hua Qiao stepped on the trap stone, and she was already on guard, so she quickly stopped and retreated. However, Yun Luoshan was famous for traps for a reason. Even if Hua Qiao reacted quickly, there was no trap. Quick! The 2-meter square wooden nail board came over in an instant, and Hua Qiao had no time to dodge. At this time, Hua Yu stretched out her hand, trying to save her eldest sister. Something unexpected happened. Hua Qiao grabbed Hua Yu's hand and pulled hard to speed up her retreat. Hua Qiao was pulled in front of the nail board by this sudden force. "Sister, you?" Hua Yu looked in disbelief and was nailed to the nail board before she could finish her words. Hua Qiao ignored his dead teammates and threw out a poisonous mist bomb, using the poisonous mist to block his sight and quickly escape away. Yun Mengan shot a few more arrows, but none of them hit. Looking at Hua Qiao going away, he couldn't help but sigh. The sting in the mouth of a poisonous snake, the sting in the back of a wasp's tail, both are not poisonous, and are the most poisonous to women's hearts. Baihua Valley looks beautiful in every way. She is as beautiful as a flower, but her ruthlessness is truly unmatched. Lu Yuan returned to his hiding place and saw the announcement that Baihuagu and Yun Luoshan had eliminated 2 contestants from each other. Naturally, he understood that they would meet after he left. No matter who wins in the end, he cannot stay here any longer. "Su Hong, do you think you can continue?" Lu Yuan asked straight to the point. Su Hong opened her eyes. Her expression seemed much better, and she nodded firmly. "Although my condition is not very good, I want to fight until the end. If the situation is critical, I will never hold anyone back. Let's go." I just stood on a high place and watched. The barrier has been shrinking to the west. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time after fighting. Lu Yuan no longer continued to persuade Su Hong to leave, although Lu Yuan did not want to see anyone die in front of his eyes. These people's loyalty to the country was beyond what he could convince with a few words. Lu Yuan led Tianjin and Su Hong to take the road that no one had traveled before. Any clues around him were all in Lu Yuan's eyes. No matter how good the enemy's concealment skills were, It was impossible to leave no trace at all. So they didn't encounter any enemies along the way. What a danger.
Don't hold me up.
Su Hong shook off Tianjin's hand holding her, and said in a low but stubborn voice.
Sister Hong, your wound is bleeding again. It's better not to be brave.
Tianjin couldn't help but ask with concern when he saw blood oozing out of the clothes Lu Yuan put on Su Hong. Su Hong glanced at Tianjin with cold eyes, turned her head, and followed Lu Yuan silently, without any impact on her speed due to her injury. Lu Yuan naturally heard all this, but did not express any opinions. He grew up in a harmonious society, and most people around him had to go to the hospital for a while if they fell. A situation like this, with wounds all over the body but still fighting spirit, is also it can only be seen on movies and TV shows. Similarly, Lu Yuan has never experienced the baptism of war, and has no position to change their minds. As the saying goes,
don't persuade others to be good without others suffering.
Lu Yuan's traveling speed was very measured, and he was always in a state where Su Hong could keep up. Moreover, although the speed of the barrier shrinkage was much faster than before, it did not reach a speed visible to the naked eye. Therefore, in order not to take the wrong path, he could only move on one side. Move forward. Watching the direction, Lu Yuan stopped in front of a huge boulder and whispered,
If my prediction is correct, this is the location closest to the center of the current barrier. Beyond that is a piece of flat land. This is currently the most suitable location for hiding. Just make your decision.
Su Hong said to Lu Yuan tiredly with beads of sweat on her face.
I am the weakest and the least clever. If I are targeted by other countries, I will step in and protect you too with all my strength.
Seeing Su Hong's state, Tianjin said with firm eyes,
From now on, all commands on the battlefield will be subject to Lu Yuan's command. Tianjin, please don't act on your own initiative.
Su Hong directly handed over the command and asked Tianjin to come. After all, among the three, Tianjin was the simplest minded and the most impulsive.
If I remember correctly, both the Din Kingdom and the Blood Tomb Kingdom have full formations. Tianwan Kingdom, Tianen Kingdom, and Huanhai Pavilion each still have 4 players. Banyu Kingdom has the same remaining teams as us. Of the next 3 people, Baiwaga and Yunluishan should each have only 1 person left, while Tingxue country is already out. The current situation is not optimistic. There are more players left than I thought. The circle is getting smaller and smaller. No one knows what will happen in the final melee. Su Hong is not suitable for long-term battles now. If the melee starts, Tianjin and I will go out to meet the enemy, and you should try to hide as much as possible. In fact, the most difficult thing to deal with is Huanhai Pavilion, which is weak in attack. Your task is to find them.
Lu Yuan started to talk about the battle plan, since there were several countries among them that Lu Yuan had never encountered before. Although he knew their attack methods and attributes, it was hard to say much without having fought against them. He could only decide a general direction in advance.
What about me? What am I doing?
Tianjin couldn't help but become a little anxious when he heard that he didn't mention it.
You must stay quiet. After the melee starts, the less you attract attention, the less likely you will be attacked. Don't stay too far away from me. And don't fight with others. This is your task. I will call you in other situations.
Lu Yuan said softly.
Oh, I understand. What should we do now?
Tianjin was indeed obedient and asked in a low voice, holding his voice.
Now lie down, hide in the grass, and wait for the circle to appear.
Lu Yuan directly used the chicken eat the chicken strategy and acted like an old man in the grass. Chapter 330 starts to stir up trouble. Lu Yuan naturally knew that just lying in the grass was not enough to completely hide his figure. But there was no good way now. As time went by, the barrier gradually shrank. If a substantial barrier happened to stop behind Lu Yuan and the others, it was considered a blessing from God. As the venue shrunk, players from all over the world also appeared one after another. There were only 4 or 5 bunkers in the circle. Lu Yuan occupied one, and the other players from all over the world stood at the edge of the barrier and watched silently. On the flat ground in the middle of the barrier, there are 5 players standing unexpectedly. They are all members of the Dawn Kingdom. As the most powerful country, Dawn Kingdom, each player is very powerful, coupled with the bonus of the combination formation. Even if they can deal with them at the same time, players from several countries were not afraid at all, and their positions showed their strong self-confidence. The most surprising thing is that no player from all over the world dared to challenge Din. What was thought to be the most dangerous area in the center has instead become the calmest area in the entire field. The strangest thing is that no one from the Huanhai Pavilion was seen in the audience. Even the Banyu Kingdom players, who are good at hiding, appeared on the court. This can only prove that everyone is now in the illusion of the Huanhai Pavilion members. As expected of Din, he dares to stand in the most dangerous position. I don't know whether he is confident or blindly arrogant. Feng Yan, the captain of Tianwan Kingdom, saw that everyone was not acting rashly and started to fan the wind and light the fire. The strength of Tianwan Kingdom is relatively intact. Each player has a pet of his own. Except for one player who lost during the gathering stage. Everyone else used their pet to avoid the battle. If I weren't afraid that you would take advantage of me, our Blood Tomb family would have dealt with him. Xueningyun, the captain of the Blood Tomb, said arrogantly. Like Din, all members of the Blood Tomb Kingdom were present, and they were a little dissatisfied when Tianwan Kingdom praised Din. I advise you to make your goals clear. There are still 4 people in Huanhai Pavilion, but now none of them have shown up. The boy from Duhan Kingdom is also nowhere to be seen. If these people are not eliminated first, who dares to say that they can guarantee victory? Captain Hua Qiao, the only remaining player in Baiwa Valley, reminded calmly. Yan Luishan Captain Yun Ming'an heard this and sneered. I think you should be the most careful. Baiwa Valley's methods are really vicious. And you can even betray your own teammates. Tianyan Kingdom and Banyu Kingdom did not participate in the verbal battle, but silently stood in formation and responded accordingly. Countries are quarreling and attacking each other, but no one dares to take the lead. After all, if the attack fails, they will become the target of public criticism, and no one dares to take this risk. Suddenly, a dazzling white light came from nowhere, and everyone temporarily lost their vision. Then they heard players from all over the world shouting loudly, and they were all attacked. The unexpected situation disrupted the scene, and players from all over the world no longer sat still and waited, each using their own tricks to start a melee. This dazzling white light is the additional skill of Lu Yuan's shadowless sword. Sun and Moon Shine. The attacks received by various countries are also the sword energy thrown out by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, naturally didn't want to watch the various countries chatting about their daily affairs. The longer it took, the greater the chance that he would be discovered. So he simply rushed out and had a fight. Originally, he wanted to take Tianjin to launch an attack, but after thinking twice, he still left Tianjin with Su Hong. It was not just to protect Su Hong, but mainly because Tianjin was not thinking clearly and might have to delay the next move. Own hind legs. All countries are in a state of blindness, and their attacks are all chaotic. Most of them are afraid that the enemy will be close to them, and they will release them randomly to defend themselves. Lu Yuan's choice of target was very clear. He went straight to Tianyan Kingdom, and the 4 of them rushed over. After Lu Yuan's observation, Tianyan Kingdom mainly focused on fire magic plus physical skills. Since his unicorn fire could suppress the ice of Tingxue Kingdom, the attribute is naturally higher than the fire attribute of Tianyan Kingdom. Lu Yuanqi stepped forward and directly used the 6th sword of the 9 swordsmen. Sword dance. The players from the Tianyan Kingdom were also smart. Although their vision was limited, they still felt that someone was coming, and everyone put up a defensive posture. However, Lu Yuan's sword moves were so fast, and the shadowless sword was so unpredictable. By the time a few people reacted, Lu Yuan's sword had already left wounds on their bodies. The first 3 swords of the Sword Master's 9 swords all use simplicity to defeat the complex. The middle 3 swords all use speed to win, and the last 3 swords are the strongest attacks. Lu Yuan only realized this when he used the 7th sword breaking the sky before. Lu Yuan could have easily taken the lives of the 4 people in Tianyan Kingdom, but in the end, he was not able to be ruthless. He only cut a few swords on the legs of the 4 people. The limited movement did not pose much threat to Lu Yuan. After the attack was successful, Lu Yuan quickly distanced himself, because everyone's vision had slowly recovered. Although Lu Yuan did not want to kill, he did not want to pay a heavy price for his kindness. Who knows whether these lunatics would self-destruct? Some type of, look, it's really the kid from Duhan Kingdom who is causing trouble. Why don't we all join forces to deal with him first? Bai Wagu Huaqiao directly pointed the finger at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not afraid after hearing this. There was going to be a battle sooner or later anyway, even if these people joined forces on the surface. In reality, they couldn't unite at all. A group of alliances with their own hidden agendas were nothing to be afraid of. Okay, let's kill this kid first. The Blood Tomb Kingdom was the first to respond to the call, and Xueningyun led his teammates
and rushed directly towards Lu Yuan. Other countries saw that Blood Tomb was so proactive. Although they were not opposed to forming an alliance, no one came to support them. The 5 people from the Blood Tomb were already very close to Lu Yuan's position, and they quickly reached Lu Yuan without any obstruction. The players from the Blood Tomb Kingdom gave Lu Yuan the feeling that they were like the demon General Shuehe he met earlier, both in terms of their weapons and the aura emanating from them. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not choose to fight head-on. He began to move around with his feet on the ground. The purpose of the Blood Tomb Kingdom was obviously not that simple. The Blood Tomb team's attack on Lu Yuan failed, and they turned around and attacked Tianyan Kingdom. The Tianyan Kingdom players' legs were severely injured. It was obviously impossible to move and dodge. Despite the severe pain coming from their legs, the 3 team members all pushed their hands on the back of the Captain Yin Fei, and all their energy was concentrated. Fire punch. All the energy of the 4 players was concentrated in one punch, and a huge fire fist appeared in the void. The fist was as big as a man, and it attacked the Blood Tomb players, who were rushing towards them. Despicable guy. You want to take advantage. Just take my punch first. Yin Fei was already angry after being injured in a sneak attack, but he didn't expect that the Blood Tomb Kingdom would pretend to attack the kid. But in fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate his own side. This punch was like throwing away all the grievances I felt. Lu Yuan looked at this magnificent punch and was glad that he didn't linger too much just now. Otherwise it would have been enough for him to drink a pot. The bloody knife shakes the whole world. The captain of the Blood Tomb did not give up at all. He used a move that Lu Yuan was familiar with. The blood knife shadow suddenly stretched out and swept across to meet the incoming fire fist. There was no explosion as expected. The blood knife actually seemed to have suction, sucking in most of the energy on the surface of the fire fist, losing most of the energy support. The fire fist was instantly defeated. The 4 people from Tianyan Kingdom each spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Chapter 331 The Subtle Battle Situation. Lu Yuan looked at the majestic sword, which was exactly the same as the trick used by Demon General Shuehe before, but it seemed to have more absorbing properties. The people of the Blood Tomb Kingdom were not as kind-hearted as Lu Yuan. After a successful attack, they directly bullied them and prepared to kill and silence them. Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed, and finally took action to stop the killings in the Blood Tomb Kingdom. Since they have been eliminated, why bother to take their lives? Lu Yuan drew out his sword and blocked the sword in the hands of the Blood Tomb Kingdom. You can't even protect yourself, but you are meddling in other people's business. Since you are so anxious to die, I will help you. Yun felt a little unhappy as the long knife in his hand was blocked. Can't I protect myself? Look behind you, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Yun's face froze, and he noticed something was wrong. He had been focusing on the front before, but he was not aware of the murderous aura coming from behind his team. 2 of the 3 players at the back of the Blood Tomb Kingdom formation were instantly killed. There was a critical moment when they dodged the attack, but a deep visible scar was left on their backs. Even if they didn't die, it would be difficult to affect the outcome of the battle. The people who made the sneak attack were the only 3 players left in Banyu Kingdom: Yu Kai, Yu Yin, and Yu Zhan. Yun reacted, raised his knife and slashed backwards, and started fighting with Yu Kai. Except that the weapon in Yun's hand was not a blood knife. All the moves and techniques were similar to the blood river he had fought with. This made Lu Yuan feel very strange. After all, there was no such thing as a passage between Dochi Continent and Taoyuan World before. After Lu Yuan's obstruction, the referee determined that the 4 people from Tianyan Kingdom had lost the ability to fight and were eliminated immediately. The bodies of the 4 people lying on the ground were teleported out of the underground palace. All Tianyan Kingdom players were eliminated and ranked 9th. Yu Kai, you are looking for death, and you dare to sneak attack on us. Yun had a great advantage. He originally wanted to compete with Den Kingdom for first place in this grand ceremony. But who would have thought that he would be attacked by Banyu Kingdom and instantly become a disadvantage? Lu Yuan was fighting at the Blood Tomb and Banyu Kingdom. Naturally, he couldn't stand and watch the excitement. He quickly stepped forward to restrain the seriously injured player and put the shadowless sword on his neck. Admit defeat or die, Lu Yuan said coldly. I surrender. Lu Yuan originally thought that the people from the Blood Tomb country would be somewhat bloody, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a coward and had no desire to die heroically. Shui Flute, a player from Blood Grave country, was eliminated by Lu Yuan, a player from Soul Fighting country. Seeing that his side had lost another player,
Xueningyun became a little anxious. Although he knew that 2 versus 3 was an unwise choice now. He couldn't get out at all. The 3 people from Banyu Kingdom were also riding a tiger, knowing that they might be beaten by other players. The country is reaping the benefits, but it can only bite the bullet and continue fighting. Lu Yuan eliminated the injured Blood Tomb country player and did not continue to participate in the battle between the two. He simply stepped aside and watched the excitement.
Brother Lu, you said before that you are willing to form an alliance with me, Baiwa Valley, but I don't know if it counts now.
Hua Qiao walked to a distance of about 10 meters from Lu Yuan and asked in a low voice.
Okay. Multiple comrades are naturally better than multiple enemies,
Lu Yuan said nonchalantly.
Okay. If only you and I are left in the end, we will decide the outcome in a fair way,
Hua Qiao said solemnly. Lu Yuan is not afraid of her going back on her word. Now there is only one person left in Baiwa Valley and Yunluishan. As long as they are still motivated, it is wisest to form an alliance against the remaining countries with more people. And Lu Yuan is the most suitable candidate for alliance.
Can you count me in?
Yunluishan Captain Yun Mengan seemed to have been paying attention to the developments here. When he saw Hua Qiao and Lu Yuan reaching an agreement, he couldn't help but want to get involved. Even though he knew that the alliance was not that reliable, the situation on the battlefield suddenly became more subtle. Den Kingdom in the center remained unmoved, allowing all countries to form alliances or fight. The 4 people from Huanhai Pavilion were still missing. Only 2 people from Blood Tomb Kingdom and 3 people from Banyu Kingdom were still fighting. Tianwan Kingdom is very peaceful. For some reason, players from all over the world don't seem to have any intention of attacking them.
Let the Blood Tomb and the Banyu Kingdom go dog-eat-dog. How about we go fight against the Tianwan Kingdom first?
Lu Yuan said to his 2 allies.
The reason why no one in the Tianwan Kingdom wants to fight is because they have the ability to fly with the help of their pets. And the weapons they use are crossbows, which makes them really difficult to deal with.
Hua Qiao directly said the reason why no one in the Tianwan Kingdom wants to fight against them. In fact, how could Lu Yuan not know this? The reason why he agreed to the alliance was just to use each other.
Isn't that just right? Shoot birds with bows and arrows. After a while, Hua Qiao will help him poison the arrows. I will attract their attention. Yun Mengan just shoots arrows.
Lu Yuan has already learned the basic information of everyone through the system. The 4 people from Tianwan Kingdom had been watching the fire from the other side. At this time, they seemed to feel Lu Yuan's gaze, and they all became wary.
You two, hurry up and get ready. I'll go first. If you find an opportunity, attack directly. Don't worry about me,
Lu Yuan said and rushed out. Hua Qiao looked at Lu Yuan, who rushed out, and sighed to Yun Mengan.
I really can't see through him. And I actually told you not to worry about him. I think you want to shoot that kid to death with 1 arrow. What good will it do me to shoot him now? If I could choose, the one I want to kill most is you.
Yun Mengan looked at Hua Qiao and said calmly.
Hee. Stop talking nonsense and get the arrows.
Lu Yuan rushed straight towards the 4 people from Tianwan Kingdom. Tianwan Kingdom was always on guard. When they saw someone coming, they immediately blew slogans and summoned their bird mounts. The crossbows in their hands had already begun to attack. The shooting speed of the repeating crossbow is very fast. Although the crossbow arrows are not long, they are very powerful. The arrows are full of barbs. As long as they are shot into the flesh, a large piece of flesh will be pulled out when they are pulled out. Feng Jiuzhen level 75. Feng Xiaoyu level 70. Feng Qiaochun level 70. Feng Rian level 68. The average level of Tianwan Kingdom is very high. Plus everyone has huge bird pets, so it is really difficult to deal with after taking off. Lu Yuan naturally chose the person with the lowest level to attack, and his void hand directly grabbed Feng Rian's thin body. He wanted to pull her over before she took off. But who would have thought that the birds in the sky would also grab Feng Rian? The power was so huge that it brought Lu Yuan into the sky. Lu Yuan was also a little helpless. The hand of the void was originally used to catch people who knew that every time Lu Yuan was not as powerful as the enemy, he would be pulled over every time. The players from Tianwan Kingdom were already in the air, followed closely by Lu Yuan. Feng Rian fired the crossbows desperately, but all the crossbow arrows were shot down by the rushing Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan finally rushed over. Lu Yuan, who was behind him, grabbed the bird's claws with one hand. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a chill. It turned out that Tianwan Kingdom's attack included not only the crossbow, but also the close-range dagger. Feng Rian's attacks were very dexterous, and her use of the dagger was no worse than that of an assassin. Feng Rian, who was accustomed to aerial combat, was better at turning around in the air. Lu Yuan's long sword was now somewhat difficult to use. Chapter 332 Everyone has their own agenda. Lu Yuan continued to concentrate his strength on his lower body. Feng Rian's flying mount was affected by gravity, and its flying speed dropped a lot, and the height was never too high. Whoosh! Yun Mingyan was not idle either. He took the poisoned arrow and shot it. Considering that people are more flexible, the target was the birds in the sky. Yun Mingyan's archery skills were outstanding, and the bird's speed was greatly restricted. The arrow hit it right in the abdomen. After a painful neighing sound, the bird's entire body slowly turned green, and the toxin quickly spread throughout the body. Lu Yuan quickly let go of his hands, not daring to touch the spreading toxin. Tianwan Kingdom is really good at taming animals. Even though the bird has almost lost its ability to fly, it still spreads its wings and glides Feng Rian to the ground. Although this loyalty is touching, it indirectly harms its owner. The poison has spread to Feng Rian's body through continuous diffusion. Hua Qiao originally wanted to make up for it a few times, but seeing that she was already poisoned, she ignored him and looked at Lu Yuan in the air while applying poison to the arrow. After Lu Yuan released his hands, he continued to use his void hand to grab other flying Tianwan Kingdom players. Ruyan, cut off your arm quickly. We can't let the poison continue to spread. Feng Jiuzhen, the captain of Tianwan Kingdom, shouted loudly. Feng Rian raised the dagger and gritted her teeth, but in the end, she was unable to do it. She needed a lot of courage to break her arm. Obviously Feng Rian didn't have the courage. She glanced at the culprit and chose to rush over and fight. Idiot! If you dare to move so fast after being poisoned, you will definitely die if you don't take 5 steps, Hua Qiao said with a smile. Sure enough, Feng Rian only ran 3 steps before falling to the ground. Her body had completely turned green, and even the ground was slowly being eroded by toxins. Since the other players were flying at full speed, Lu Yuan used the hand of the void many times in a row, and then he once again approached another player from Tianwan Kingdom. Although the opponent's resistance was strong and the crossbow fire was rapid and intensive, it was not enough for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan jumped on Feng Xiaoyu's mount and blocked the stabbing dagger with one swing of his shadowless sword. He slapped his wrist with his left hand, and Feng Xiaoyu's dagger fell directly from his hand. When he came to his senses, there was already a trace of silk on his neck. The feeling of fragmentation could not be anything other than the shadowless sword. Feng Xiaoyu clamped her legs under her body, and the bird flew straight upwards. Lu Yuan was caught off guard, lost his center of gravity, and slid down. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and grabbed the feathers at the tail of the bird. Whoosh! Another feather arrow shot over. This time it hit the bird's tail directly, only a few centimeters away from Lu Yuan's hand. In fact, Lu Yuan had been secretly paying attention to the incoming arrows. Although they had formed an alliance on the surface, Lu Yuan would not believe the 2 people on the ground. The poison spread again, and Lu Yuan had no choice but to let go of his hand and let himself fall. At this time, he was already close to 100 meters from the ground. If he fell like this, no matter how skilled he was, he would definitely die. Save me! Feng Xiaoyu shouted loudly. With the previous experience that her mount was poisoned, Feng Xiaoyu naturally did not dare to stay any longer, so she immediately followed Lu Yuan's example and jumped off. Feng Jiuzhen and Feng Qiaochun came to the rescue together. Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation and used the hand of the void to get closer to Feng Xiaoyu, so that as long as someone came to save her, Lu Yuan could take advantage of the situation to be saved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yun Mingyan directly used the volley of arrows, and all 3 feather arrows were fired in anticipation, targeting the 2 Lu Yuan who were falling. Yun Mingyan's purpose was simple. Anyway, there was only one person left in his camp. He didn't care whether they were aligned or not. The reason why he didn't shoot at Lu Yuan from the beginning was because he wanted him to help pull a few more enemies into the water. The poison in Baihua Valley is so powerful that all the arrows in his arrows have been poisoned. As long as he keeps the distance, Yun Mingyan is confident that he can kill everyone present. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 feather arrows shot at him and knew that Yun Mingyan couldn't help but take action. He used the hand of the void again. This time, it was not a person who was caught, but the 3 flying arrows. Lu Yuan controlled the big golden hand that appeared out of thin air, took the arrow away from its original trajectory, and shot directly at the other 2 players from Tianwan Kingdom. No one expected Lu Yuan's move. The other 2 players from Tianwan Kingdom stopped suddenly and still did not dodge. The mounts under him were hit by arrows one after another. They had no choice but to jump down in desperation.
The number of free-falling moments in the air increased. 2 people.
Are you starting to take action now? It's really blind to form an alliance with someone like you.
Hua Qiao's words were questioning, but her expression was very relaxed.
Ha. Forming an alliance? We are not afraid of deception. It's just that you two are too naive.
Yun Mingyan had already drawn a full bow, pointing the arrow at Hua Qiao beside him. Although the bow and arrow were not suitable for close-range attacks, his long-planned attack would not fail at all. Hua Qiao didn't look nervous at all, leading Yun Mingyan with a strange smile.
Let go! Do you feel that your body is stiff, and you can't even move your fingers? I think you are the naive one.
Hua Qiao had already done some tricks on the arrows. The poison was not only used on the arrows, but also on the arrow body. But the potency was not that strong. Yun Mingyan's body was stiff, and he kept the posture of drawing the bow. No matter how hard he tried to loosen his hands, his body could not react. Even when the bow was fully drawn, he did not need to use any force. His body seemed to be petrified. Hua Qiao took out the zombie blaster and placed it on Yun Mingyan's face. The zombie blaster wormed its way in along Yun Mingyan's nostrils and ears.
Let your death be worth something.
Hua Qiao took off the whip from her waist, swung it around Yun Mingyan's waist, concentrated all her strength, swung the whip, and threw Yun Mingyan away. The target was not the 4 people falling freely in the sky, nor the 2 teams Banyu and Shuezhong who were still fighting, but the Dangguo team members who had been watching silently in the center of the battlefield. The reason is very simple. The 4 people who fell from the sky can basically be included in the ranks of elimination. Banyu Kingdom and Blood Tomb Dog Biting Dog themselves do not need to intervene at all. One High Pavilion has never appeared. Only Dawn Kingdom is the most threatening. If you use corpses to explode their formation, your chances of winning will naturally be greatly improved. Although Dongguo's players have not taken action, it does not mean that they have relaxed their defense. Every move of the people on the field is under their observation.
Captain, is it almost time to take action?
Dongguo team member asked.
Form up and attack.
Captain Dongguo gave an order, and the 5 people instantly formed a formation. Each person took out a round shield with the same magic circle outlined on the surface of the shield. The 5 people held the shield with one hand and put their other hands on each other's teammates' shoulders. The connection was established instantly, and the magic circle on the shield also emitted a dazzling white light.
Concentrated light artillery array. Fire in turns.
Captain Dongguo gave the order again. The white light from the first shield was emitted, and its target was Yun Mingyan, who was thrown over. The white light hit him very accurately, and the body filled with corpse blasters exploded in the air instantly. The shields that had been fired entered the charging state again, and then the remaining 4 players also took turns firing their own spotlight cannons, targeting the 4 Lu Yuan who were about to fall to the ground. Logically speaking, several people would definitely fall to death after landing, but the Dongguo player still decided to make up for this fatal blow.
All Tianluan players surrendered.
Feng Jiuzhen knew that her side would definitely die, so she abstained loudly. Finally, the moment before the concentrated light cannon came, the body of the Tianluan Kingdom player disappeared into the underground palace. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not surrender. He had already thought about how to land, but now it seemed that he had to use it to resist the light cannon. When the concentrated light cannon was approaching, Lu Yuan sent out the basalt turtle SHL, since he could not use any force in the air. Lu Yuan was severely pushed out by the blow, and he stopped until he hit the barrier. Chapter 333 Alliance again. Lu Yuan could feel the power of Dingguo's attack through the Xuanwu turtle SHL. Although Dingguo's attack failed to cause any damage to Lu Yuan was still a little dizzy when he hit the barrier. All Yunluishan contestants were eliminated and ranked 8th in this ceremony. All contestants from Tianluan Kingdom were eliminated and ranked 7th in this ceremony. When Lu Yuan fell to the ground, he heard the news from the festival staff. 2 more countries had been eliminated. Fortunately, Tianluan country still had 3 people alive. The people in Yunluishan were the worst, except for the one who was eliminated by Lu Yuan. The rest completely annihilated. When Banyu Kingdom and Shuezhong saw Din Kingdom taking action, the 2 sides quickly dispersed and stopped fighting. They kept a safe distance and silently observed the battlefield situation. At this time, the war is coming to an end. Since Din Kingdom has begun to purge people, the end process will definitely be accelerated a lot. Xuanningyun briefly analyzed the battle situation and shouted to everyone present.
I came to the grand ceremony to win the first place for my country. Now the situation is obvious. If the Dawn Kingdom is not destroyed, no one will have the chance to get the first place.
One person, Why don't we all put an end to the past and join forces for the time being? Baiwa Valley Huaqiao is willing to join forces.
When Huaqiao saw this, she was naturally the first to sign up to join forces. If she were alone, she might be the next one to be eliminated.
Miss Hua's methods are ruthless. I just hope she won't use her poison on us this time.
Yu Kai, the captain of Banyu Kingdom, also expressed his intention to join forces with Blood Tomb, as if they were not the ones who were fighting together before. Perhaps he wanted to change the subject, so he pointed the finger at Huaqiao.
How are the people from Duhan Kingdom? Do the people from Huanhai Pavilion want to hide like this forever?
Xueningyun continued to ask. The 5 players from Duhan Kingdom originally wanted to continue attacking, but when they saw Xueningyun starting to form a gang, they did not rush to attack. They maintained their formation and waited silently. It seemed that they did not take the people in front of them seriously at all. From beginning to end, the players from Duhan Kingdom, except for combat instructions, no words were spoken.
Okay. We, the Duhan Nation, are willing to join forces.
Lu Yuan walked back from the edge of the barrier, not caring at all that his previous alliance was cheated.
Since you are willing to form an alliance, then show some sincerity. If I remember correctly, there should be 3 people left in your team. Where are the other 2 hiding? I think they are probably behind the huge rock.
Right? Banyu Kingdom Captain Yu Kai said without mercy.
Since it is an alliance, it is naturally an equal relationship. 1 person in my team is enough to match the 3 of you. Since you have such a good memory, you should know how many people I have eliminated by myself.
Right? Lu Yuan was neither humble nor overbearing. Facing Yu Kai's question,
replied directly, arrogant. If you don't think about the overall situation, I will kill you first.
Yu Kai was a little angry when he heard Lu Yuan say that he could stand up to the 3 of them.
The overall situation? A powerful enemy is standing on the opposite side. If they don't take everyone in their eyes, your troubles with me are enough to wipe out your team. Are you the only one who understands the overall situation?
Lu Yuan had long discovered that Din had stopped attacking. It seemed that Din was not very active in competing for the first place. For a melee, a strong team was afraid of other teams joining forces, so delaying it was not a good idea. But they just happened to chosen to do this.
Since the people of Huanhai Pavilion don't want to show up, if they are discovered later, they will be treated as enemies.
Xueningyun did not hesitate and said directly. After the new alliance team was assembled, Xueningyun took the lead in setting up an attack posture. Although he had a slight advantage in numbers, how to attack became a problem. Din State had both offense and defense, and the teamwork was even more tacit. Moreover, there are no obvious weaknesses in long-range and melee attacks. Even if they have fought many times, there is still no good way to deal with the enemy. This is the advantage of the formation combined attack.
Do you know why they don't move? That's because the formation's combined attack is inflexible. I suggest they spread out and fight independently, so that they can't look at each other. Their strength will definitely be greatly reduced.
Lu Yuan briefly analyzed.
Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's work together. If there is anyone who is sneaky, let's work together to get rid of them.
Xueningyun said bluntly. After discussing the tactics, everyone dispersed and surrounded the Din people. Everyone knew that Din had strong individual combat capabilities, but at this time Lu Yuan's proposal was considered the simplest and most effective. So everyone implemented it.
Sister Hong, how long are we going to stay here? Brother Lu has obviously just suffered a loss. So why are you joining forces with others now?
Tianjin has been staring at the battlefield, and when he sees everyone gathering again to attack the Din players, can't help but ask.
Our mission is to preserve our strength and find the people in Huanhai Pavilion. My injury is destined to prevent me from fighting for a long time. If something unexpected happens, you and I must sacrifice our lives to protect Lu Yuan from winning the championship.
Su Hong said firmly, her eyes still looking for flaws in the illusion. Lu Yuanlin told Su Hong before going out that Huanhai Pavilion's illusions were mainly aimed at people. With so many players in the field, in order not to reveal any flaws, they must have hidden in a corner and used illusions to prevent everyone from seeing them. In the final decisive battle, use all your strength. So Su Hong has been observing the edge of the barrier, trying to find some clues. After all, this is the only thing she can do now. Most of the players on the field also guessed that there was someone hiding behind the boulder. But the reason why no one came to pry was mainly because they had no vision. If they were eliminated by a sneak attack, no team could afford the loss. So it was successful instead. Su Hong and Tianjin were killed. Everyone in the field had already launched their own attacks, and kept approaching the Din players. The 5 people from Din surrounded the city back to back without any panic. They continued to release the condensed cannon with their round shields in hand, and the frequency was much faster than before. The angle of attack of the spotlight cannon is also very particular. Although the Donghua players in a circle around the city each defend an area, the teammates around each person are always ready to support, and the rhythm changes unpredictably, resulting in everyone just advancing a certain distance. And then he was forced back again, and it was still difficult to get close. Act of God. After being forced back, Lu Yuan did not continue to move forward, but directly prepared the set skills of the 5 elements natural disaster set. The 5 unstable attributes gathered into a ball, and Lu Yuan himself felt a sense of danger. Although the natural disaster skill was not as large as the minefield of the thunder set, it also did not have the single target attack power of the thunder calamity skill. High, but in small and medium-sized explosions. The natural disaster skill is definitely considered a superior skill. The attribute ball was thrown towards the Donghua players. The 5 Donghua players, who were still defending against other players' attacks, all felt threatened. Everyone forms a formation and defends. Captain and Bowen ordered loudly. The formation already drawn at Donghua's feet glowed with yellow light, and a substantial earth-yellow mask took shape instantly. And Bowen's judgment was very accurate. In his hurry, he had no time to gather such a large force to counterattack. All he could do was defend with all his strength. The natural disaster skill collided with the defensive light shield, and the aftermath of the violent explosion spread out. Everyone felt the terrifying power of this blow. Caw caw caw. After the explosion, there was a crisp sound of shattering, and the earth-yellow defensive light shield began to crack, and eventually scattered and disappeared. The 5 Din players looked surprised, and each one was a little out of breath. Although the attack was blocked, the 5 of them used their full strength, and the defensive light shield may no longer be usable for a while. The opportunity has come. Rush. Xueningyun saw Lu Yuan created an opening and rushed forward. Chapter 334 each shows his or her special abilities. Donghua's players obviously did not expect that someone would launch such a powerful attack. The defensive formation formed by 5 people could still block even the forbidden spell attack from the great magician. It is impossible for the contestants to have such strong strength. Right. The defensive formation was broken, and the bodies of the 5 people from Donghua also fell into a brief stiffness. This also gave a chance to the players from various countries, who had temporarily formed an alliance. As the newly emerged dark horse of the Blood Tomb Kingdom, Xueningyun must not only strive for first place in this grand ceremony, but also prove himself through fighting. He was attacked by a sneak attack before, and his great advantage was lost. At this time, the opportunity will come again. If he can killing Donghua's players is undoubtedly the best proof of his strength. Xueningyun took the lead, and was the first to rush towards the Din players. Behind him, Yu Kai, the captain of the Moon Kingdom, was not to be outdone, and led 3 of his own players closely behind. After Lu Yuan released the natural disaster skill, he did not move forward in a hurry. Instead, he quickly walked towards Su Hong and his hiding place. He raised the shadowless sword and directly struck the boulder in the hiding place with sword energy. It's over! It's over! This stranger is indeed a spy, and is here to kill people and silence him. Tianjin saw Lu Yuan attacking his position, and shouted uncontrollably. Don't move! Stay alert! And trust your teammates! Su Hong didn't have time to say anything, so she could only signal Tianjin not to act rashly. If Lu Yuan was a spy, the injured himself would have no chance to come here. And Tianjin, who was missing a string in his head, would not be his opponent. Something strange happened. The boulder in front of Su Hong and the 2 people was twisted. Before the sword energy came into contact with the boulder, it automatically fell into pieces, and scattered around into 4 small pieces. The sword energy passed over the heads of Su Hong and the 2 of them, and finally landed on the barrier and disappeared without causing any ripples. Warning! Watch out for rocks! Lu Yuan reminded loudly. Tianjin! Attack the scattered rocks! Su Hong did not hesitate at all, and directly reminded Tianjin, who had not yet reacted. The Huanhai Pavilion players never showed up, nor did they use illusions on everyone present. They were obviously afraid of leaking their whereabouts. The only possibility was that they used illusions to hide themselves. Lu Yuan had been observing the surroundings, but he never found any clues. It wasn't until Lu Yuan used the natural disaster skill just now that the aftermath of the explosion had a great impact on the surroundings. Lu Yuan, who had peak eagle eyes, could naturally see it clearly.
Only this boulder was different from other places. So Lu Yuan concluded that this was the hiding place of Huanhai Pavilion players. The players from Huanhai Pavilion that Lu Yuan met before were not of high quality, which made Lu Yuan a little lax, and he didn't notice any problem with the boulder. Su Hong and Su Hong did not expect that the enemy had been right in front of them all along. It is estimated that the reason why Huanhai Pavilion did not take action was because they wanted to wait until the end to catch them by surprise. Spread out and start taking action. Seeing that they had been exposed, the captain of Huanhai Pavilion directly issued a dispersal order and began to attack. Su Hong was extremely explosive. Just as the player from Huanhai Pavilion was about to escape, she had already arrived in front of him. Although the opponent still looked like a piece of gravel, out of her trust in Lu Yuan, she directly used the lock technique to kill him. Keep a firm grip. The control gravel immediately revealed its true form, and she turned out to be a girl. Huan Xiuxia is good at illusion attacks at level 68. The remaining 3 members of Huanhai Pavilion did not even think about rescuing their teammates, and dispersed without hesitation, using illusions on the people around them while trying to hide again. Although it was impossible for Lu Yuan to catch up with all the scattered enemies, it was not too difficult to catch just one of them. Thousands of armies kill. Lu Yuan used his strongest stabbing skill, and the person being stared at by Lu Yuan had no chance to disappear again. In addition, Huanhai Pavilion was not very strong in melee combat. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's sword was already on the neck. Magic double level 70. Lu Yuan didn't talk nonsense at all. He got close and knocked Huan Shuang unconscious with a hand knife, and then chased the next target. But before he could do it, the other 2 Huanhai Pavilion players all hit again. If 4 people from Huanhai Pavilion directly joined forces and used illusions on everyone in the barrier, they might not be discovered so easily. But their tactics were too stable and no one noticed them, which made them want to wait until the end, and then won the game steadily. The players locked by Su Hong's locking technique finally couldn't bear the pain and chose to surrender. Huan Xiaoxiu and Huan Chuan of Huanhai Pavilion were eliminated by Su Hong and Lu Yuan of Duhongguo. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Hong and Tianjin, and said calmly, "Proceed with caution." Then he attacked in the direction of Din Kingdom. When Lu Yuan looked at the main battlefield again, something unexpected happened again. There were 5 players from the Blood Tomb Kingdom and the Banyu Kingdom. They couldn't even get close to the players from the Din Kingdom. All of them were targeted. About 10 meters away from them, the formations on the ground shimmered with light. At some point, Dongguo's players actually set up a freezing formation 5 meters around themselves. Players who stepped into this formation would feel extremely heavy, and they would have to use all their strength every time they moved. The movement is extremely slow and looks like it is frozen, so it is called the immobilization formation. Baiwa Valley Huaqiao looked on with some gloating, but did not run away or go to help. The Din players no longer showed mercy. The formation light on the shield had already lit up. The immobilized people had obviously become living targets. They would definitely die if they were hit by the spotlight cannon. "Come and help! Have you forgotten that we are allies?" Yu Yan, a player from Banyu Kingdom, shouted loudly. "I really didn't expect someone to say such childish words. Do you think they will come to save the competitors?" Xue Yunyan glanced at the Banyu Kingdom players with disdain and said jokingly, "Blood escape." Both players from the Blood Tomb Kingdom used bleeding escape, leaving only a pool of blood in their original positions, and the 2 of them immediately left the immobilizing formation. "The light of the moon shines on me. Wherever the moonlight shines, I am where I am, and the moon disappears." Yu Kai chanted a mantra. After the mantra was chanted, a full moon appeared in the sky, and then the 3 companions from Yu Kingdom also disappeared. Players from both countries all used their life-saving skills, and all attacks from Dongguo players fell into the air. The stealth of Yingguo's players was not simple. Although they were not seen moving, Dongguo's attack just missed and seemed to disappear out of thin air. What surprised Lu Yuan even more was that the moon summoned by Banyu Kingdom seemed very familiar, except that the color was not blood red. It was exactly the same as the blood moon domain used by Demon General Xue. Unbowen, the captain of Din Kingdom, saw this and quickly ordered, "One-line formation. Indiscriminate focused laser cannon fire." The 5 people from Din Kingdom instantly lined up. All the team members put their hands on the shoulders of the person in front, and all the energy was transmitted to the captain. The formation on the round shield shone with unprecedented light, and then a beam of light as thick as an adult tree shot out. As Bowen's shield fired randomly, it spun around the space of true and false illusion. The people in Huanhai Pavilion also joined in the fun and finally attacked everyone. The entire barrier turned into a kaleidoscope-like scene. Dun's attacks turned into countless. And all the people present also turned into countless. I was so dazzled that I couldn't tell the difference between true and false. Chapter 335. The battle situation is clear. After Huanhai Pavilion's confusion, even the Donghua players, who were attacking, were a little overwhelmed. Their opponents suddenly became everywhere. They didn't know which direction to attack with their own attacks. So they could only spin around. Come to think of it, after all, no matter how powerful the illusion is, it is just a deception, and the real terrain around it will not change. All the players who had been hit by the illusion lost their sense of direction, and their eyes were filled with dazzling enemies. No matter what, their attacks seemed to hit the empty space, giving people a feeling that they were unable to use their strength. The Dun player's idea was not wrong. The indiscriminate attack of spinning in circles was indeed effective. When everyone realized the crisis, it was impossible to escape unscathed. Even Lu Yuan had to escape with many dangers. One calamity. Poor Tianjin, sensing the approaching danger, mobilized all his strength to defend, and held Su Hong firmly in his arms. Even though his defense was amazing through his martial arts training, his entire back was already covered in blood and flesh. Although there was no even though he is dead, he is still dying. Except for the Captain Yukai. The other two members of the Banyu Kingdom team were all shot by spotlight cannons, and both lost their lives and were eliminated. There were originally 2 people left in the Blood Tomb Kingdom, but both of them had just used Blood Escape and were in poor physical condition at this time. When they sensed the approaching danger, team member Xue Flute resolutely stood in front of Captain Xueningyun. The glory of the Blood Tomb is entrusted to you. The Blood Flute left a last word. After blocking the attack, it turned into a ball of blood mist and integrated into Xueningyun's body. Xueningyun immediately recovered a lot. After Donghua's attack, his physical strength was also exhausted a lot. Seeing that no one came to attack him, he relaxed his vigilance a little. The kaleidoscope-like space in front of you makes people feel dizzy and even nauseated after staying in it for a long time, coupled with the sudden feeling of physical fatigue. Even a well-trained Donghua team member, they were all a little overwhelmed. I originally thought that Huanhai Pavilion was completely vulnerable, but I didn't expect that after entering their illusion space, they would be so difficult to deal with. I couldn't distinguish between true and false, and couldn't find the right direction. What should I do? Donghua team members rarely chatted, but under tremendous pressure, they finally couldn't help but ask. Banyu Kingdom's players Yu Yin and Yu Zhan were eliminated by Dun Kingdom's players. Xue Di, a player from Blood Tomb Country, was eliminated by a player from Dawn Country. 2 consecutive pieces of news reassured Donghua players that at least their efforts just now were not in vain. The orders received by Dawn players before the competition are also very strange. Players from other countries must be forced to join forces to attack. The champion does not need to win. If all countries join forces, Dawn will win the championship. Then they will be promoted to a noble title after returning to their country. If they are not forced to join forces, if you win easily, you will not only get no rewards, but will also be punished after returning home. Therefore, the players from Dangguo had been waiting before, not because they were asking for help, but because that was the order they received. Woo! The Donghua team members let out a muffled groan. When the 3 people in front turned around, 2 of their teammates had fallen. All of them had their throats cut and fatal blows. Although among the remaining contestants, only the Banyu people were the best at assassination. This blow was clearly not theirs. It must have been a sneak attack by the remaining 2 members of Huanhai Pavilion with the help of illusion techniques. Donhua's players Ankong and Anfang were eliminated by Huanhai's players Huan Shubai and Huani. Everyone is on alert, and the defense formation is in place. And Bowen ordered loudly. At this time, Den's shortcomings were also reflected. Although positional warfare was very powerful, it lacked flexibility. Once it was harassed by enemies with high mobility, it would be difficult to exert its full strength. The battle has entered a fierce stage, and Din Kingdom is no longer the only one. This is all thanks to Huanhai Pavilion's surprise attack. After the number of people was reduced by half, the situation became clearer, and the most difficult ones became the players of Huanhai Pavilion. Lu Yuan was lucky and concentrated all his energy to observe the surroundings. Although there were countless ghosts around him, since they were ghosts, there would be a time difference with the original body. It was these ghosts that confused everyone's judgment. After watching for a while, Lu Yuan smiled. The reason why everyone couldn't find the people in Huanhai Pavilion was not because they hid themselves. On the contrary, they blended into these shadows,
and used illusions to act out the scene according to their location. The Phantom of the Master. This is also why Din players were so accidentally attacked and killed. It was just that they regarded those approaching them as phantoms. Lu Yuan suddenly moved. He took up the Qingquan footwork and began to wander erratically. Since he was not moving in a straight line, no one knew where he wanted to go. Except for the two people in Huanhai Pavilion. The rest of the people did not know where he wanted to go. I don't know which one is Lu Yuan's true body. After wandering for a while, he suddenly accelerated and then stabbed out with a sword. The shadowless sword directly and accurately stabbed the right chest of one of the phantoms. Lu Yuan did not choose to take his life. He just wanted to beat him to a serious injury and eliminate him. The phantom transformed into Yukai from Banyu Kingdom. But the real body was actually the phantom body of the player from Huanhai Pavilion. The phantom body revealed a look of astonishment, obviously not expecting Lu Yuan to see through him. After all, there were thousands of phantoms around him. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate, drew out the shadowless sword, and taking advantage of the opponent's surprise, he used enough strength to knock him out with a single blow of his sword. As the phantom body fell, the surrounding illusory double images suddenly collapsed like a broken mirror. After half of the double images were reduced, the scene became clearer. Huanhai Pavilion player Huan Ti was eliminated by Soul Fighting Kingdom player Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's movements were repeated countless times by the ghost, and the rest were considered masters. They understood what was going on at a glance. Since the Huanhai Pavilion players used phantoms to cover up their own shapes, everyone only needed to attack the surrounding phantoms. That's it. No matter whether you are attacking a real person or a dummy, sooner or later it will reveal its flaws. Hua Qiao, who had been hiding aside since the beginning of the melee, was even more straightforward. He covered his whole body with poisonous mist to ensure that no one dared to approach him. The poisonous mist continued to spread outwards, which was also a way to clean up the surrounding enemies. Xueningyun, that boy from Duhan country is difficult to deal with. There are still 3 people left in Din country. The girls from Baiwa Valley are too sinister. I can't believe the one from Huanhai Pavilion. How about you and I joining forces to fight against the enemy? In the end, you and I a fair duel. Yukai once again proposed cooperation. That's what a melee is like. There are no permanent enemies. Only proper alliances can ensure one's survival. You're right. But forget about forming an alliance. You and I will fight on our own and don't attack each other for the time being. Xueningyun is obviously tired of these false alliances. On the other side, Lu Yuan had already found his teammates. Tianjin fell to the ground dying, but did not choose to admit defeat. In the end, Lu Yuan knocked him out and sent him out. How are you doing? I have to continue to find the people in Huanhai Pavilion. Otherwise fighting in this scene will be too energy consuming. Lu Yuan said to Su Hong. To be honest, I'm not in a very good condition. But the person who seriously injured me was Yukai from Banyu Kingdom. He succeeded in a sneak attack before. I must take revenge before I can accept it. Su Hong would never forget the triumphant look when Yukai succeeded in his sneak attack, as well as the pain of each knife on his body. Leave Yukai to you, and leave the rest to me. It's almost time to end after fighting for so long. Chapter 336, The Target of Public Criticism. Leave Yukai to you, and leave the rest to me. It's almost time to end after fighting for so long. Lu Yuan looked at the remaining people on the battlefield and felt that the time was almost up. There were too many players left before, and Lu Yuan did not dare to use up all his strength. So he kept his strength. Now there are not many people left, and it is almost enough. End the battle as soon as possible. There are 3 remaining people in Din Kingdom, namely An Bowen, An Li, and An Yi, the only captains left in Banyu Kingdom. Blood Tomb, Baiwa Valley, and Huanhai Pavilion have not been eliminated. They are Yukai in Banyu Kingdom, Xueningyun in Blood Tomb Kingdom, Hua Qiao in Baiwa Valley, and Huanhai Pavilion. Haiji's Huan Shubai. Lu Yuan and Su Hong were left in Duhan Kingdom. The entire battlefield has been eliminated from 50 people at the beginning to less than 10 people now. Those who are left to the end are all people with some skills, either with superior strength or deep scheming. After Lu Yuan eliminated a Huanhai Pavilion player, although part of the surrounding illusions collapsed, there were still many phantoms. Although the Huanhai Pavilion's attack power is not strong, it is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. If I fall victim to his illusion while fighting with others, I am afraid that I will directly fall into passivity. So after thinking again and again, Lu Yuan decided to deal with Huanhai Pavilion first. Although Banyu and Xuezhong were very capable in fighting, in Lu Yuan's eyes they were the best to deal with.
After all, they were real battles. Hua Xiao of Baiwa Valley is ruthless and has endless tricks. Although she is a woman, she is the one that Li Yuan is most wary of. Donhua's formation combined attack is very strong, but the flexibility is very lacking. For Li Yuan, who has learned the 9 swords of Sword Master, it is not difficult to deal with it, but it will take longer, so he is ranked last to deal with it. After deciding on the order, Li Yuan began to decipher the illusion. With previous experience, the captain of Huanhai Pavilion also learned wisely and hid himself even more closely. For a while, Li Yuan didn't even see the truth.
Su Hong, be careful. I'm about to attack,
Li Yuan said lightly and rushed out quickly. Since we can't figure out what's going on, just disrupt the battlefield and get everyone moving, which will naturally reveal the truth. Li Yuan moved quickly while swinging his sword energy everywhere. Although the indiscriminate attack was stupid, it was the simplest and most effective. As expected, the players from all over the world, who were all on alert, felt the attack coming and all moved. Li Yuan observed according to the old method, but still found nothing strange. It seemed that Huan Shubai had hidden himself from the illusion. He had no choice but to attack the next target first. Yukai left Su Hong, and Li Yuan directly launched an attack on Xueningyun. After confirming that he had found his body, the shadowless sword moved quickly, and a sword dance move was instantly formed. Xueningyun raised his sword to parry, but Li Yuan's sword was too fast. The moment the figure flashed by, he actually struck out 25 swords. The sword energy locked the space around Xueningyun, and Xueningyun blocked it with all his strength. After using more than 10 swords, the remaining sword energy struck Xueningyun mercilessly. Scars appeared one after another, and the surrounding space was filled with Xueningyun's blood. Xueningyun's energy and blood were strong, and his blood flowed like a pillar. But he didn't show any signs of sluggishness.
Good swordsmanship. But you came to deal with me first. Do you mean to look down on me?
Xueningyun's whole body glowed with blood. He made a hand seal with his left hand. The blood mist around his body stopped for an instant, and then converged on his body again. The wounds on his body also healed with the return of blood. If his uniform hadn't been damaged, no one would have known that he had been hit by several swords just now. Burning blood. Xueningyun's body was full of blood, and he seemed to have shown his true skills. After burning his own blood, his speed was much faster than before, and his sword was more powerful. His steps were compact, and his attacks were intensive. Li Yuan's attack was instantly overwhelmed. The rhythm was suppressed. Upon seeing this, Yukai wanted to join in the fun and take advantage of the opportunity. After all, this boy from Duhan Nation had stolen a lot of his limelight and performed extremely well. If he could eliminate him, he would be able to earn back some face.
Your opponent is me!
Su Hong suddenly appeared in front of Yukai and launched a direct attack. On the one hand, he wanted to avenge himself for being attacked, and on the other hand, he did not want to put too much pressure on him.
You are not overestimating your abilities. I haven't hacked you to death before, so you are lucky. But you still dare to challenge me. Then I will give you a ride first,
Yukai said contemptuously. The battlefield became chaotic again, and the happiest person was Hua Xiao, who put poison directly around him to prevent anyone from sneaking up on him, and then sat leisurely on the ground and watched the excitement.
Captain, what should we do? Why don't we just sneak attack while they are fighting?
Said Onli, a member of Donhua. And Bowen pondered for a moment and nodded and said,
According to what you said, our 2 brothers cannot die in vain. The mission given by His Highness the Prince is simply impossible. If there is any punishment when we go back, I will bear it alone. The knife shield attack.
The 3 people from Din Kingdom took out their sabers behind them. They held the shield in their left hand and put the saber in their right hand next to the round shield. They took regular steps and pressed forward step by step. The target was the direction in which Li Yuan was fighting. Li Yuan and Xueningyun were fighting, but they were suppressed miserably. It was not that Li Yuan was not as powerful as Xueningyun, but that Huan Shubai was secretly causing trouble. Whenever Li Yuan counterattacks or blocks, Huan Shubai always disturbs Li Yuan's vision in the dark. Although Li Yuan has extraordinary eyesight, in tense moments of battle, there is no room for even half a second of hesitation. Xueningyun was naturally secretly happy. Although he didn't know why Li Yuan's judgment was greatly reduced, he accelerated the frequency and speed of attacks based on the principle of taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Li Yuan knew that there were illusions interfering with his judgment, so he was not in a hurry to counterattack. He protected his weak points with a shadowless sword and used his body skills to move around. He no longer just stared at the blood cloud, but observed the surroundings, trying to hide the hidden things. Find out the fantasy book in the dark. Since such a fast attack can be interfered by his illusion, it means that he must not be far from the battlefield. In addition, Lu Yuan also discovered the three people from Din Kingdom who were moving towards him. Just by looking at their eyes, he knew that the first target must be him.
Hey! What are you doing to hit you? Why are you dragging people to my side?
Hua Qiao couldn't help shouting when she saw Lu Yuan moving towards her. Lu Yuan ignored Hua Qiao at all. He wanted to be alone in the melee. How could Lu Yuan let her succeed? Hua Qiao had no choice but to stand up, draw out her highly poisonous whip and said,
"Come here, and you still expect me to help you?"
Hua Qiao simply attacked Lu Yuan from behind. Among the people present, only Lu Yuan could not see through her. Naturally, she would not miss this opportunity. The poisonous whip was whipped out at Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan nimbly dodged the attacks of the whip and Xueningyun, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The poisonous whip did not hit Lu Yuan, but instead hit Xueningyun, who was unprepared, on the body.
"You are indeed a good ally of mine. This is a good blow."
Although Lu Yuan became the target of public criticism, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he took advantage of his opponent's attack and added a cruel remark. Chapter 337 Thunderstrike. Xueningyun's attacks have never been effective. He was already simmering with anger. But now, he was whipped by Hua Qiao. His left arm was already numb and unconscious, and the poison was spreading.
"What a Baihua Valley! It is indeed insidious."
Xueningyun glanced at Hua Qiao fiercely and said bitterly. Xueningyun held the long knife in his right hand and pointed it at the poisoned spot on his left arm. He cut a hole mercilessly and concentrated all his strength to suppress the poison and gradually force it out of the body. Black blood spurted out like a column. An ordinary person would have fallen into a coma if he had suffered this amount of bleeding. However, except that Xueningyun looked a little tired. He was not physically exhausted. It wasn't until the blood spurted out turned red that Xueningyun began to stop the bleeding. The originally boiling red arrogance after taking it back into the body. The wound on the arm healed automatically. Lu Yuan only observed Xueningyun with his peripheral vision, and his main line of sight was still looking for Huan Shubai. Failure to remove the illusion is always a big disaster. Blood clotting cloud level 75. Vitality 53%. Lu Yuan Xueningyun expelled the poison and briefly took a look at its basic attributes. After repeated battles, and the poisonous blood forced out by the poison just now, its vitality has dropped to nearly half. The three people from Din Kingdom have already pressed forward in an orderly manner. Lu Yuan happened to be in the middle of the three forces at this time, and they obviously wanted to get rid of Lu Yuan first. Lu Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger, and the target of charging up his sword was the weak Xueningyun. If he was surrounded, he had to find a breakthrough first. Xueningyun was undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. On the other side, Su Hong and Yu Kai were also fighting back and forth. Although Su Hong had no weapons in her hands, Su Hong's fists, kicks and close combat skills would make it difficult to escape once she got close. And she would even be hit by one. Take away the set. However, what puzzled Su Hong was that Yu Kai did not use all his strength in the battle. Naturally, he felt that Su Hong was not his opponent, so he was just recharging his energy and waiting for the outcome of the battle on the other side to make plans. Xueningyun also felt that he was being targeted, but he did not feel panic. Xueningyun had already seen the intentions of various countries. As long as he held Lu Yuan down, everyone would soon be able to subdue him. It's just that Xueningyun also underestimated Lu Yuan and his plans to surround the players. Lu Yuan directly used his strongest displacement,
1,000 army kill.
To start, Lu Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, used 1,000 army kill with all his strength. His whole body was like a spring, and he moved in front of Xueningyun in an instant, without a trace. The sword has already been thrust towards its weak point. Xueningyun's originally calm expression froze in an instant. He didn't expect Lu Yuan's speed to be so fast. In addition, the shadowless sword itself could not see the blade. The speed was so fast that Xueningyun could not react at all. Lu Yuan was also very particular about where he attacked. It was the left arm that Xueningyun had injured before. Although the wound on his left arm had recovered, it would never be able to return to its original state immediately. The fact was just as Lu Yuan thought. In Xueningyun's haste, he failed to block the long knife in time, and Lu Yuan easily cut his left arm with a deep bone-visible wound. Needless to say, the sharpness of the shadowless sword is needless to say. Xueningyun's left arm is doomed to have a troubled day today.
The Shadowless Sword's own cutting property is triggered. Su Ningyun originally wanted to use his own energy and blood to heal the wound no matter what. He couldn't do it despite his efforts. This was the first time the blood power failed. Xue Ningyun wanted to retreat, but it was too late. How could Lu Yuan give him a chance to escape completely? He had already prepared the move Jinghong, following Su Ningyun's retreating steps. As graceful as a Jinghong and as graceful as swimming. Dragon. Each sword cut accurately on Xue Ningyun's body. Xue Ningyun had no choice but to use the life-saving skill Blood Escape again. Although Blood Escape could escape from danger every time, it put a huge burden on the body and lost a lot of energy and blood. Xue Ningyun, who was out of danger, looked sluggish. Not only did the wound on his left arm show no signs of healing, it was instead frostbitten by the ice attribute of the Shadowless Sword. Xue Ningyun lost his previous arrogance and only wanted to stay away from this evil star. Just as the house leaked, it rained all night. Xue Ningyun, who had just escaped from afar, was panting to regain his strength when he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. At that time, the true energy in his body was very weak, and he was unable to dodge. He could only barely wave the long knife behind him, trying to stop this crisis. Due to mental calculations and unintentional calculations, Xue Ningyun never had the slightest chance. The person who took action was Huan Shubai, who had been hiding outside the illusion. The short blade in Huan Shubai's hand flexibly bypassed the blocking long knife, and easily passed through Xue Ningyun's neck, and then used the illusion again, trying to hide it again. Xue Ningyun, a player from Blood Tomb Country, was eliminated by Huan Shubai, a player from Huanhai Pavilion. Blood Tomb Country finally ranked 6th. Huanhai Pavilion player Huan Shubai was eliminated by Soul Fighting Kingdom player Lu Yuan, and Huanhai Pavilion finally ranked 5th. It turned out that Lu Yuan had already discovered Huan Shubai the first moment he appeared. When he finished his attack and was about to hide again, Lu Yuan used thousands of army kill and Hand of the Void to easily kill Huan Shubai. Uniform. However, Lu Yuan still didn't kill him, and he lost his fighting ability and was eliminated. All the players in Huanhai Pavilion were eliminated, and the illusions in the field were finally broken. The remaining players all breathed a sigh of relief. It felt good to have clear vision. After eliminating 2 countries at once, Lu Yuan's thunderous power shocked everyone, and the audience on the school field became even more excited. Lu Yuan kept walking. This time his target was Baihua Valley Huaqiao. After all, there were still 3 people in Din Kingdom. The whole body was covered with a layer of unicorn fire, specifically to prevent toxins all over Huaqiao's body. Using the footwork of Qingquan, the figure attacked Huaqiao illusorily. Donghua team members obey the order and form a sword strangulation formation. The target is Baihua Valley. And Bowen saw that Lu Yuan's target was Baihua Valley, so he naturally would not stop Lu Yuan. They were all enemies anyway, based on the principle that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. And Bowen chose to go with the flow. There was also a formation shining on the sword in the hands of the Din players. The 3 of them kept swinging their swords, and the sword energy locked the space around Huaqiao. It was truly a strangulation formation. Huaqiao sighed, knowing that nothing lucky would happen this time. So she directly chose to admit defeat. In the end, after trying hard to escape the first wave of sword energy, Huaqiao was teleported out of the Doshan underground palace. Baihua Valley player Huaqiao abstained, and Baihua Valley finally ranked 4th. The countries that were still in a melee were suddenly reduced to only 3 countries. Su Hong from the Soul Fighting Kingdom is fighting against Yu Kai from the Banyu Kingdom. Den Go and Bowen, Onli, and Ani fight against the Soul Country Lu Yuan. The members of the Din Kingdom obey the order and form a sword strangulation formation. The target is Lu Yuan of the Soul Fighting Kingdom. And Bowen continued to give the order. Among the remaining players on the field, the biggest threat is only Lu Yuan. As long as he is eliminated, the first place will be Donghwa's. It's a pity that Lu Yuan is like the weeds under the wheel. His vitality is so tenacious that he can be defeated so easily. Chapter 338 Poor Yu Kai. The barrier of the fighting gods' underground palace has been shrunk to the limit, and the venue has been fixed. With 6 people left on the battlefield, Donghua undoubtedly has an absolute advantage. Lu Yuan stood with his sword behind his back, and did not take the lead in attacking. It was better to be cautious when dealing with an opponent who was capable of both offense and defense. The 3 people from Din Kingdom lined up neatly, holding shields in their left hands, and mopping the ground with sabers in their right hands. They suddenly dispersed from their formation and began to run around the field, dragging dust all over the sky with their sabers. Ordinary people might think that this was an attempt to use dust to confuse the line of sight. But Lu Yuan has such sharp eyesight. The three people from Dangwo were drawing the formation on the spot. And the remaining area was not very large. It would be okay if they completed the formation. Lu Yuan was lucky with his sword. And the sword energy struck at the formation drawn by the players from Din Kingdom. Although the line had been cut off, the formation was not destroyed. It seems that what connects the formations is not the patterns on the ground, but the fighting spirit they left behind when drawing the pictures. In Duhan Kingdom, this is called fighting spirit. In other worlds, some call it magic, and some call it true energy. In short, it is classified as internal force. Don't go into details. Moreover, the fighting energy connecting the formation is intertwined. Even if it is briefly cut into sections, it will be reconnected in the next moment. The formation is not complicated, and Dangwo will complete it quickly with all his strength. Of course, Lu Yuan would not be stupid enough to stay in the formation, so he jumped out with a few jumps. Surprisingly, the Dangwo players did not stop him and allowed Lu Yuan to jump out easily. He continued to increase his strength and used his sword energy to chop several times, but none of them had any effect. He stepped forward to harass him several times, but the effect was not as good as expected, because the three opponents were spread out. Lu Yuan could only attack one person at a time. The other two ignored whoever was attacking and just continued to draw the formation, facing the Dangwo players who were blindly defensive. Lu Yuan found it difficult to win for a while. Moreover, the Dangwo players who were attacked always retreated to the center of the formation. Naturally, Lu Yuan did not dare to go deep. Who knew what formation they were drawing? Lu Yuan did not dare to advance, so he had to withdraw from the formation. He simply ignored the Dangwo players and stood aside to watch the battle between Su Hong and Yukai. Su Hong's wound had not completely healed, although Yukai had not tried his best before. After a series of battles, Su Hong's wound still burst open, and the blood had dyed his coat red. In fact, Yukai was secretly complaining in his heart. This girl didn't care about her life at all. She was trying to catch herself even though she was stabbed. Of course, Yukai knew the information about players from various countries. Being approached by Su Hong was no joke. Lu Yuan stepped forward to help, but Su Hong seemed to see his intention and shouted loudly, "I will do it myself." Lu Yuan couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this. Although Su Hong's combat power was one of the best in the Soul Fighting Kingdom, his leadership and overall perspective were not as good as that of contestant Dowen. At this time, the battle has entered the decisive stage, and it is obviously not wise to show off one's own abilities. Even if Su Hong defeats Yukai, the duel with the three people from Din Kingdom will not be of any help. Seeing that Lu Yuan had freed his hands, Yukai couldn't help feeling nervous and stepped up his offensive, while Su Hong seemed to have forgotten the pain in her body, dodging the incoming sword with agile steps. Although Lu Yuan stood still, it was enough to distract Yukai. Coupled with the faster attack frequency, there would inevitably be some mistakes. But Su Hong was always concentrating. Su Hong grabbed the gap after Yukai's first hit and rushed forward. She turned around and wrapped her hands around Yukai's waist. With a backward throw, she lifted up the unstable Yukai, with her head facing down, fell down. Yukai was unable to swing away with the close-quarter sword, so he had to temporarily abandon the long sword, put his hands on the ground, concentrated his palms with fighting energy, and stopped the fall abruptly. Su Hong's attack was broken and the reaction force shook her whole body in severe pain, and she almost let go of her hands. With this distance and condition, Su Hong would have no chance once Yukai broke free. Sure enough, Yukai put his hands hard and stood up again. His two big hands grabbed Su Hong's arms and tried to tear Su Hong away. It stands to reason that even if there is some difference in cultivation, men are much stronger than women. But no matter how hard Yukai tries, he just can't break free from Su Hong's arms. The angry Yukai used all his strength and kept hitting Su Hong's arms with his fists. But Su Hong still hugged Yukai tightly. Just as Yukai's fists fell again, Yukai felt light all over. Then it rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. "It's this trick again! It's a trick!" Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. This time, Lu Yuan finally saw clearly how Su Hong jumped so high. He didn't know how she did it. She was able to expel all the fighting energy in her body through her feet, creating a powerful thrust that caused her to rise rapidly into the air. The reason why it is difficult for the person being controlled to resist is because both arms are also filled with fighting spirit, blocking the waist to isolate the energy from the opponent's body into two parts. That's why it feels difficult to break free, because the enemy, who is trapped can only use half of its strength. When the two reached the limit, with Su Hong taking the lead, the two fell down with their heads down. However, this time was different from when she attacked Lu Yuan. Su Hong was not in a good condition. Yukai's head, that was originally hidden behind him, was pulled out by Yukai. With such a high distance, the two of them would definitely die if they landed. Yukai fought for his life. Also bring someone to support you. The final result of this battle between the two is undoubtedly to die together. Since the winner has been decided, Lu Yuan naturally cannot just watch his teammates die in front of his eyes. So he finds the right place for the two of them, uses the turtle-style qigong with his hands, and gathers all the strength of his body. Take off with momentum. The reason why they gather all their strength is because the momentum of the two of them is too great. If the strength is not enough, it will not be able to relieve the force. Go with the flow. Lu Yuan hit Yukai's chest directly with both palms. Yukai's chest was obviously dented, and the two of them flew out with Yukai's bottom position. Su Hong! Hands! Lu Yuan reminded. Lu Yuan retracted his palms, only to feel that his arms were numb from the shock. The downward momentum was so great that even if Lu Yuan used all his strength to move his palms, he could hardly withstand the momentum. In this case, if there was a great shift of the world, okay. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the rescue scene in Etienne slaying the dragon. Hearing this, Su Hong quickly retracted her hands and grabbed Yukai's half-length short hair. Yukai was miserable. His chest was severely injured, and now it was used as a meat pad. The ground was already covered with blood as he slid along. Can't survive. Lu Yuan was also saddened by the situation. From the beginning of the war to now, this was the first person to die because of him. Although in this world, it seems that dying of one person is not a big deal at all. But Lu Yuan still blamed himself. Stand up. Although Su Hong escaped, she still didn't have the strength to get up. Lu Yuan walked closer and observed the situation. Su Hong's wounds had all split open, and her clothes had been dyed red with blood. Just when Lu Yuan was checking Su Hong's injury, Dongguo's formations were finally all set up. With such a good opportunity to win the championship, Dongguo's players would naturally not let it go. Careful, Su Hong said weakly to Lu Yuan, holding back her body and trying to help block the damage. Lu Yuan's hand gently pressed down Su Hong, who was about to get up, and a turtle SHL suddenly appeared in his other hand. The Xuanwu carapace was heavily inserted into the ground, blocking the oncoming condensed cannon array. This attack did not shake Lu Yuan at all. Go out and wait. The championship is ours, Lu Yuan said without any hesitation. Chapter 339. Invite you into the urn or lead the wolf into the house. All contestants from Banyu Kingdom were eliminated and finally ranked third. As Su Hong withdrew from the battlefield, the area that was no longer too large seemed to become more spacious. Lu Yuan faced off against the three Din people who had already set up their formations alone. The three people from Dongguo stood in their formation circle. There was nothing strange around them, but the formation composed of fighting spirit naturally could not escape Lu Yuan's eyes. The formation at this time is no longer as monotonous as it looked at the beginning. It has been drawn densely. The three people from Din Kingdom no longer wanted to delay time. The energy gathered by the formation continued to flow into the three people's bodies. The three people's bodies were all glowing with white fluorescence, and the swords and shields were filled with energy. Lu Yuan felt somewhat lucky in his heart. If he didn't explore this time and didn't get the black tortoise carapace, even if he could avoid Dongguo's attack, it would be a lot of trouble. And if he was hit, he would be either dead or injured. As expected, Dongguo still resorted to long-range energy attacks. With the support of large formations, the three people's attacks seemed more capable, and the intensity of the attacks was also strengthened. Lu Yuan stood firm and lunged with the Xuanwu carapace directly in front of him. Dongguo's attack collided with the Xuanwu carapace. Except for some thrust, nothing happened. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the defensive power of the mythical beast Xuanwu. Even the carapace that once came off its legs had such defensive power. So how durable is the SHL on its body now? Even if the energy of the formation is full, the Dongguo players' bodies cannot withstand the continuous attacks. After all, the fighting spirit must be channeled through their own bodies. Lu Yuan only needed to use some strength to resist the momentum, but the Dongguo player needed his body to withstand the impact of energy. I originally thought that Lu Yuan would dodge from left to right. The three of them cooperated to block the dodge route, and finally shot down Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, he was able to withstand the combined attack of three people without any damage. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while, but Dongguo couldn't hold on first. The three of them exchanged glances, and then rested on the spot. Lu Yuan felt that the attack had stopped. So he stuck his head out to check carefully, and found that the Din players were resting, and seemed very relaxed. Not like fighting at all. He casually waved a few sword energy to test. But he didn't expect that there was an invisible barrier blocking the edge of the formation. Lu Yuan's attack was like a pebble falling into the sea, without causing a single ripple. No wonder Din Guo was able to rest confidently. It turned out that the formation had such defensive power. Lu Yuan lifted up the huge Xuanwu carapace and moved forward slowly. After all, he still had to be careful of Dongguo's long-range attacks. Idiot! Stick your arm to the inner wall of the carapace and circulate your own qi on it. You can naturally control the size of the carapace. Xuanwu reminded Lu Yuan with a trace of his thoughts. Lu Yuan was startled by the sudden sound at first, and then smiled happily the next second. If such a high-defense object could change its size at will, it would be truly the best. Thank you for your advice, Senior, Lu Yuan replied with his mind, but received no answer. According to Xuanwu's instructions, Xuanwu's carapace is indeed smaller and fits closely with his left arm, and its weight has also become much lighter. But I don't know if its defensive power will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan raised his sword and walked carefully into the formation. Even though he knew it was a trap, he had to enter the formation because long-range attacks couldn't penetrate it, and the Din players had no intention of coming out. The three Din players did not launch an attack, as if they were eager for Lu Yuan to come in quickly. Sure enough, after Lu Yuan's testing, the formation's barriers could only block long-range attacks, and had no blocking effect on the human body. After Lu Yuan entered the formation, the three people from Dangguo immediately cheered up. The white light around them lit up, and they took up their stance and attacked Lu Yuan directly. Lu Yuan patted the wall of the formation that had become solid with his left hand, smiled and said to the three people who were attacking, "It's really a trap." Naturally, Lu Yuan would not sit still and wait for death. He began to wander around the perimeter of the formation, looking for flaws in the three people and waiting for opportunities. The three Din players began to release energy bombs from their bucklers. This time the energy bombs were very special. They did not disappear after missing, but instead bounced off the formation wall and splashed everywhere. The entire formation is filled with the same energy, so there is no loss during the flight of the energy bomb. There were more and more energy bombs, and Lu Yuan had less and less space to dodge. Every time an energy bomb came, Lu Yuan used his basalt carapace to block it. After becoming smaller, the basalt carapace not only did not have a reduced defense, but became more powerful. Every time Lu Yuan used the basalt carapace on his left arm to hit an energy bomb, he could easily shatter the energy bomb. Dun's players seemed not to be affected by the energy bombs, and began to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Lu Yuan. To Lu Yuan's surprise, Dongguo's players were not weak in melee combat, and their sword and shield combination was both offensive and defensive. The most important thing was that the three of them cooperated very well, like wheels. If Lu Yuan hadn't been so fast with his sword, it would have been difficult to withstand them. The Din sword formation is unparalleled in the world. The three people from Din Kingdom fought more and more vigorously, and their attacks became more and more compact. When the battle reached the climax, they couldn't help but shout loudly. Although Lu Yuan was able to withstand it, his physical strength was indeed exhausted a bit quickly. On the other hand, Dongguo players had the backing of formations, and the more they fought, the more courageous they became, and they were not tired at all. Lu Yuan knew that this was not the way to go, so he blocked the incoming sword with his Xuanwu shield, retreated quickly to create a distance, and charged out in less than 1 second after accumulating strength. With Lu Yuan's current strength, 1 second of charging was enough to rush far, and he even bypassed the shield and scratched Yi's arm during the thrust. After breaking through the siege, Lu Yuan turned around and kicked the ground, and once again used the 1,000 army kill to rush back. Although the attack on the Dongguo position was strong, its biggest shortcoming was its lack of mobility and flexibility. Lu Yuan caught them. Weakness: use the most mobile 1,000 army kill to fight against the enemy. The Din sword formation is unparalleled in the world. Let me show you how the Lu Yuan sword formation looks like, Lu Yuan said playfully while attacking. Although each repeated use of the move consumes more physical energy, Lu Yuan, whose competitive spirit was aroused, didn't want to think about it that much at all. 1,000 army killer is used repeatedly, and the charging time is getting shorter and shorter. But the distance and speed of the thrust have not decreased at all, as Lu Yuan's speed became faster and faster. It was Din who couldn't resist this time. And the 3 Din players continued to have more wounds on their bodies. Although the energy in the formation is constantly repairing their wounds, the repair power is far less rapid than the increase of the wounds. This is the first time for Lu Yuan to let go like this. Lu Yuan's figure seems to be everywhere in the entire formation. Hand of the Void. During the thrust, Lu Yuan suddenly used the Hand of Void on the weakest An E, who had been stunned, had no time to react before being pulled towards Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan stood firm here, the shadowless sword had already pierced An Yi's chest. Slowly pulling out the shadowless sword and watching An Yi's body fall weakly, Lu Yuan committed a real killing for the first time. Chapter 340 Win the Championship. Although in the new world of integration, killing is not taken seriously in many places, Lu Yuan still can't pass this test in his heart. And he couldn't hold back due to the rise of fighting just now. Although this situation has happened in the Taoyuan world before. After all, Taoyuan feels like it is only in the game. The remaining 2 players from Din Kingdom were not sad because of the death of their teammates. They took advantage of Lu Yuan's daze and directly launched another attack. Lu Yuan took out the scabbard and put the shadowless sword away. Facing the attacks from Bowen and Enli, Lu Yuan chose to use his palm skills to deal with them. Armed with a sharp weapon and a desire to kill, Lu Yuan does not want to become a murderer. If the opponent is a heinous person, Lu Yuan is willing to use his strength to eliminate evil. However, the players present are all for their own country. Although some people use their own methods, a little despicable, but they are all respectable people. The Endless Universe. Lu Yuan used the most unpredictable move in the Qianquan palm technique, and moved in conjunction with the Qianquan footwork, leaving countless shadows behind. He did not wave his palms quickly, but it made it difficult for people to distinguish reality from reality. There were only 2 Din players left, and the attack efficiency of the wheel formation was greatly reduced. So the 2 adopted a flanking strategy to attack Lu Yuan. Ideals are always full, but reality is very skinny. Lu Yuan, who put away the shadowless sword, seemed to be more agile. He easily dodged the attacks of Din players by changing his body shape, and every counterattack landed heavily on Din. On Anhua players, the universe is endless and unpredictable. Lu Yuan vividly demonstrated the agility and boundlessness of it. Anhua's attack method was already a bit cumbersome. Although the large array was set up to continuously replenish energy, Lu Yuan was still beaten all over his body. Wounded, unable to resist, and Bowen and Enli looked at each other. And Bowen suddenly retreated quickly and ran outside the formation. On the other hand, Enli just stared at Lu Yuan firmly and began to resist the attack alone. There is no need to think too much. These 2 people are definitely going to play some tricks again. Sure enough, when Captain and Bowen ran out of the formation, Enli immediately gave up his defense, stuck his sword on the ground, and casually threw away the buckler in his hand. His hands kept changing, and the formation under his feet also started fighting. Enli's whole body was filled with white light. As his body continued to expand, the white light seemed to penetrate through his body. Lu Yuan's situation suddenly became clear. Enli wanted to sacrifice himself and die together with Lu Yuan. Self-destruction again? How could I meet such an opponent? Lu Yuan felt helpless. Lu Yuan knew that he didn't have much time. Lu Yuan had tested the toughness of the formation wall. It was obviously too late to force a breakthrough. Moreover, the formation had become extremely unstable. Enli was using his own energy to activate the formation. At this time, he was going to destroy the formation. The wall was afraid that it would explode immediately. But it saved Amri's energy. Burst! Enli shouted loudly, and his body finally couldn't bear the explosion. The huge energy fluctuation caused the entire energy array to collapse instantly. The array did not explode as expected, but the raging energy began to tear apart the surrounding space irregularly. In comparison, the force of this tearing was even much stronger than the explosion. All the surrounding sand and gravel turned into fly ash, and the space seemed to have begun to distort. No matter how good Lu Yuan's body skills were, he still couldn't dodge this kind of attack. As early as the moment Enli self-destructed, Lu Yuan was already lying on the ground. Above, the storm lasted for a while before it began to dissipate. Apart from the crushed sand and gravel, only Lu Yuan was still lying on the ground, and Bowen was hiding far away. Lu Yuan tentatively leaped a crack, and then stood up again after confirming that nothing was wrong. If it weren't for the super defense of this basalt carapace, he might have fallen long ago. End it! You are no match for me! Lu Yuan patted the dust on his body and said calmly. None of the Din people could match Lu Yuan's strength together. Not to mention that only the captain was left.
and Bowen was also a little surprised. He thought that the explosion caused by sacrificing a teammate would be enough to easily kill Lu Yuan. And as a survivor, he directly won the championship. Unexpectedly, this kid survived unscathed.
Stop talking nonsense. Din only has the souls of those who died in battle. And there are no escaped soldiers.
And Bowen shouted tiredly. Lu Yuan had already beaten him to death with his move Chingquan Wuji before. He chose the one-for-one tactic when he knew he was outmatched. Now that the tactic failed, the mental blow coupled with the physical fatigue and scars made Tai Zhengzheng, the captain of Donghua, is also on the verge of collapse. As expected, Lu Yuan stopped talking nonsense and took out the shadowless sword again. He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand, and bowed his body forward to prepare for the attack. And Bowen was so scared that he just wanted to take the initiative to attack. But his body could not move at all. A feeling of death came over his heart, and he broke out in a cold sweat on his back. The feeling of dying happily and waiting for death are completely different. If Bowen was asked to make a choice, he would rather be the one to detonate the energy array. Ultimate meaning, Shura/. Lu Yuan hadn't used this move for a long time, mostly because of its side effects. It would probably be more of a threat if he used it at this time. The reason why he didn't use the sword for a long time was because he wanted Bowen to retreat. But although Bowen was frightened, he had no intention of surrendering. Since this skill is classified as an A-level skill, its power goes without saying. After all, it has a killing effect in the game. The reason why the level has not reached S is probably because of its side effects. Lu Yuan also wanted to see how powerful this move was in reality. Since the other party was tough, he would not hold back anymore. Lu Yuan unsheathed his sword, and in the next moment, he had arrived in front of Bowen. He didn't see the blade of the shadowless sword passing through, but saw a golden arc diagonally upwards in the air that lingered for a long time. And Bowen was left with a long diagonal wound on his chest. With the blood splattering, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and lay straight on the ground. After the move was completed, a chill entered Lu Yuan's body. As expected, his body felt extremely heavy, and under the influence of the chill, his speed, strength, etc. were all affected.
It seems that this trick also has negative effects in reality,
Lu Yuan said to himself. Lu Yuan ignored Bowen, who fell to the ground. Lu Yuan was merciful with this sword and did not kill him directly.
A gentle reminder. This trick should never be used frequently. The evil spirit of this trick is too strong. If the evil spirit often enters the body, it may affect the mind.
System Xiaoda's sweet voice came into Lu Yuan's mind. All Dangguo players were eliminated and finally ranked second. The Fighting Soul Kingdom won the first place in this ceremony. As the prompt sounded, Lu Yuan and Bowen, who fell to the ground, were also teleported out of the Fighting God Underground Palace. Prince Carlo greeted Lu Yuan excitedly, but Lu Yuan was not particularly happy. Although the so-called grand ceremony seemed to bring honor to the country, the eliminations along the way were too tragic. It was more like the contestants gave the audience and various countries the program performed by the prince was average.
Congratulations to Prince Carlo. Your country has been granted the authority to rule for 1 year as expected.
Yu Yingong, the successor of Banyu Kingdom, said sourly. When Lu Yuan heard this, he looked at Carlo with some confusion.
Commendation?
Chapter 341 Leaving.
Leadership? What do you mean?
Lu Yuan looked at Carlo and asked in confusion.
Ha. You worked so hard to win the championship. Weren't you just to help the country win 1 year of leadership? It seems that as a foreign aid, Prince Carlo does not regard you as one of his own.
Banyu Kingdom's successor, Yu Yingong said in a strange tone. Lu Yuan shook his head and said calmly,
I hope Prince Carlo will fulfill his promise. I have been delayed here for too long, and now I have to do my own things.
Lu Yuan naturally heard that Banyu Kingdom was provoking, but he was a little angry that the truth was concealed. However, he was a passerby. Since he had done what he promised, he just wanted to take the meteorite iron and leave quickly. Prince Carlo nodded and said seriously,
I will explain the reasons in detail to Brother Lu later. I will naturally keep my promise.
Lu Yuan did not expect that Carlo would explain to him in front of the successors from various countries, but he felt a lot better in his heart. Carlo had a cheerful personality and an unquestioning attitude in employing people, which made him very popular with Lu Yuan. This grand ceremony held every year must involve political issues between countries, so it is normal that Carlo did not tell Lu Yuan everything at first. After all, Lu Yuan was only forced by the situation, and it was profitable. Lu Yuan also smiled and nodded and said,
The prince is busy first. I will rest for one night and set out early tomorrow morning. I hope it will be convenient for Prince Carlo.
Carlo arranged for someone to take Lu Yuan back to his residence. Although the results of the grand ceremony were out, there were still a series of things that needed to be dealt with, and he could not lose his identity in front of the successors from various countries. Lu Yuan returned to his room. The meteorite iron had been placed in the room. In addition, there were several large boxes of metal ore. Although they were not particularly precious, they were more than enough to make some rare-level equipment. There was also a large box. Gold. The whole room is almost filled. It didn't take much time for Lu Yuan to return to his residence from the school ground. It seemed that these items had been prepared long ago. Even when he didn't know whether he could win the championship, he was able to make this decision in advance. This magnanimity made Lu Yuan's favor increase a lot. He directly put the items in the house into the god of Craftsman's ring, leaving only Tianhui meteor iron to observe carefully. The so-called extraterrestrial meteorites are actually just meteors in Lu Yuan's opinion, and not all of them are good. After all, they are all floating objects in the universe, and it is normal for the quality to vary. However, the quality of this piece of extraterrestrial iron is even higher than that seen in Taoyuan world, and it is definitely the best of its kind. Lu Yuan couldn't figure it out. He couldn't become a god in Taoyuan world, and the average level of Doqi continent he was in now was much lower than that of Taoyuan world. But traces of Xuanwu were found here, and
outer meteorite iron
of such high quality appeared. Each world seems to have obvious boundaries and levels, but there are items in each world that exceed the level of that world. The seemingly unrelated worlds have many similarities, and are eventually softened together. Although I can't put it down for the Tianhui meteor iron. Now is not a good time to build it. It is already evening, and the entire Soul Fighting Kingdom is bustling. The people in the country must be celebrating their victory. Lu Yuan first took good care of his wounds, then ate the dinner that was delivered, took out some ores, and carefully repaired the 5 elements natural disaster set, and then calmed down and started practicing. After meditating for a while, I found it difficult to calm down. Not because of the noise outside, but because I killed someone today. In fact, if you think about it carefully, when you first entered the Taoyuan world, there were not many people from the demon world who died at your hands. But at that time, you didn't feel anything. Even if you later realized that the Taoyuan world was also a real world, you didn't feel any guilt in your heart. Feel.
If people can keep deceiving themselves and others to live,
it should be the happiest thing.
Lu Yuan walked to the window, opened it, and quietly looked at the fireworks outside with emotion.
Only mediocre people can deceive themselves and others. Real happiness cannot be obtained by deceiving oneself.
Su Han's voice came over. Lu Yuan looked for the sound and saw Su Han standing in his courtyard. Lu Yuan had something on his mind, so he was not on guard. He didn't realize there was someone standing in the courtyard just now.
You're so seriously injured, and you haven't had a good rest. What do you want from me?
Lu Yuan asked.
I heard that you are leaving tomorrow. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, I won't wake up in a few days. So I came here to say goodbye. Also, thank you very much. Without you, we would not be able to win it all. This victory will be very important to the Soul Fighting Kingdom. It's very important.
Su Han bowed deeply, completely ignoring the wounds on her body. Lu Yuan opened the door and hurriedly helped Su Han up and said,
I am entrusted by others to be loyal, and you have given me enough benefits. I always feel that there is no dead end around you. It seems that as long as you are here, we will not lose. It is a pity that you are not from our country. If there are comrades like you here, there is no need to worry about the unification of the Doqi continent. As long as all countries can unite, the entire Doqi continent will definitely be able to regain its original glory.
Su Han said seriously. Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer this longing. Silence fell between the two, leaving only the fireworks in the distance that were still blooming untiringly.
If there's nothing else to do, let's go back and rest early.
Lu Yuan was the first to speak. Su Han came back to her senses and said hurriedly, as if she suddenly remembered something.
Actually, I came to you for one more thing. I just heard that there was an invasion of foreigners on the border of Din Kingdom. Among the 10 countries, only Din Kingdom is the farthest to the north. Didn't you want to? Are you going to the north to find your friend? I think he may have something to do with you. So I came here to give you some news.
Lu Yuan fell into thinking when he heard this. If he were an Earthling, he would not take the initiative to attack. In a modern society with advanced technological civilization, they would not think that war can bring benefits at all. It is probably some other world that has integrated into it.
Well, I understand.
Thank you. Lu Yuan sent Su Han away, who was reluctant to leave. After returning to the house, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He was not worried about the safety of Din country, but worried about his family and friends. Now that someone has launched an invasion, the war cannot happen only in this place. I wonder how everyone is doing. Suppressing the inner uneasiness, I did not continue to contact the Chiankuan Sutra, but started the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. After all, the Marrow Washing Sutra is relatively peaceful and can adjust the body to its best condition. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan tidied himself up and prepared to set off. When he walked to the city gate without any hindrance, Prince Carlo was already waiting. Brother Lu, forgive me for not telling you the truth. Dochi Continent should not be torn apart. I will make full use of this year to make Dochi Continent regain its glory. Prince Carlo said confidently. Thank you, His Highness, for the gift of thanks. The truth is not important to me. I will see you later when the mountains are high and the land is far away. After Lu Yuan said that, he rode the 9-color sacred deer and walked out of the city. It's good to be confident, but you should also listen to the advice of good people. Next time I come to your country to participate in the grand ceremony, I hope it won't be so bloody. Lu Yuanqing was more than 10 meters away, but he couldn't help but say a few more words. Chapter 342 Arriving at the Border. It's good to be confident, but you should also listen to the advice of good people. Next time I come to your country to participate in a grand ceremony, I hope it won't be so bloody. Lu Yuan still admired Prince Carlo as a person, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. Prince Carlo was not unhappy when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. By the way, these are our Duhun Kingdom's tokens and Duki Continent map. This time our country won the Grand Ceremony Championship, and will continue to do so within 1 year. With this token, no one will make things difficult for you within Dochi Continent, and I hope it can help you make up for the lost time. Lu Yuan reached out and took the map and token thrown by Carlo and thanked him with his fists. Lu Yuan was worried that he would pass through many countries along the way north. He had made a lot of enemies during the ceremony. It was inevitable that various countries would make things difficult for Lu Yuan. With this order, the card should have some effect. I want to win the championship just because I want to have the right to speak. 1 year may be too short, but I will work hard to reunite the countries of Dochi Continent. There are foreigners invading in the north. You must be careful when you go. Dochi country, will always welcome you. Prince Carlo couldn't help but explain. Lu Yuan nodded and stopped answering. He rode the 9-color sacred deer and rode away. He left the city gate and headed north, speeding around the town according to the map. Although the war in Din Kingdom had nothing to do with him, Lu Yuan decided to stop by and take a look. After all, invasions did not only happen here. It was also good to know who the invaders were so that they could be prepared in advance. Because Lu Yuan took sparsely populated paths, the scenery was quite good. And of course, he encountered many monsters and strange plants. Ordinary monsters naturally posed no threat to Lu Yuan. After a few days of travel, Lu Yuan determined that the highest level existing here should be level 80, which seemed to be more than 1 level lower than Taoyuan World. No wonder Prince Carlo is so confident. He has reached level 75 at a young age, and with the boxing skills he has learned, few people at the same level can compete with him. While Lu Yuan was eating the freshly roasted monster meat, he looked at the surrounding plants leisurely. If the pills were here, he would be very happy, because a layman like Lu Yuan had discovered many medicinal herbs. However, Lu Yuan did not go to pick it. Yuanzi once said seriously. Different medicinal materials are used in different locations. Some use stems, some use roots, and some use fruits. There are also many opinions on storage methods. Laymen should not use them wildly. Heavenly things. Lu Yuan deeply remembered the saying. Laymen should not use nature's resources rashly. So no matter what strange flowers and plants he saw, he did not pick them on his own. Xiao Tao, are you there? What do you think of this herb? It looks very tall. Lu Yuan was really curious, so he had to ask the system Shout Out to see if it knew. What are you making all this fuss about? It's just a piece of ginseng grass. Its medicinal value is not high. By the way, you have leveled up through the previous battle and are now level 68. Xiao Tao said in a somewhat impatient tone after being woken up. Huh? Have you notified me of the upgrade now? And your tone is too casual. Right. Shouldn't it be ding congratulations to player Budal1 for leveling up to level 68? Lu Yuan said speechlessly. Do you still think this is a game? After the previous battle, my evaluation of you has dropped a lot. You are indecisive and a woman. With a host like you, it seems that it is difficult for me to stand out.
Xiao Tao obviously said, very dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's performance.
Why am I so indecisive? Is it wrong to be kind?
Lu Yuan asked, unconvinced.
The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Your level is not superior among the contestants. You just rely on the high level of the skills you have learned. In this level of fighting, there have been several dangerous situations. But you are still cowering because you are afraid of killing people. Now you die, but you will not be resurrected.
Xiao Tao said without mercy. Lu Yuan was said to be silent. Everything Xiao Tao said was reasonable. And he didn't know how to refute it.
This is no longer Earth. This is a new world. Don't stick to the original rules. Otherwise you will die miserably. Even if the law is followed. If the other party wants to kill you, it is just self-defense for you to fight back.
Seeing that Lu Yuan was spoken a little lowly, Xiao Tao quickly softened her tone and comforted her.
I don't understand the new world. I have my own ideas and values. I just feel that life is greater than everything else. I can't save all sentient beings, but I can do it without killing innocent people. Don't neglect doing good deeds because they are small. It is the education I have received since I was a child to do something small and evil. If you feel that it is embarrassing to follow me, then please leave.
Lu Yuan was silent for a while and firmly answered the system shout out. It is convenient to have the system to follow. But the system was created by humans after all. Even if it has its own intelligence and thoughts, it still lacks human emotions. The system always solves things in the simplest and most effective way. But people are different. People have various emotions and feelings mixed in, as well as their own values and worldviews. Therefore, talents are complex. But this is also the charm of human beings. Xiao Tao was stunned by what Lu Yuan said. She didn't know how to answer. In fact, her host was already very good. She just wanted to give him a warning. But she didn't expect him to have such a big reaction.
It's up to you. No matter how bad it is.
Xiao Tao complained and stopped making any sound. Lu Yuan also felt that what he said was a bit heavy. But he was not talking to Xiao Tao. A letter of faith is worse than no book. In Lu Yuan's view, the system is only an auxiliary. If it relies entirely on obedience, then what is the difference between himself and a puppet? After eating and drinking and resting for a while, Lu Yuan set off again. The Dochi continent was very big, and it would take some time to completely cross it. So he had to hurry up. What makes Lu Yuan feel strange is that the New World Fusion Earth is separated by various plates. But the Dochi continent is intact and not divided. But this also saves Lu Yuan a lot of trouble. After several days of running around, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the northernmost city of Din. The war did not spread to the towns. 100,000 elite soldiers on the border of Din were camped in the north of the city. And the intruders were completely blocked. Although the towns are heavily guarded, there is no tension of war. And they seem to have confidence in their country's military. Lu Yuan showed the Duhun Kingdom's token and easily entered the town. He found a restaurant and prepared to have a good night's rest. There was no rush in the exploration. Din Kingdom's formation combined attack was very strong. With a combined attack of 100,000 elite soldiers, it may be difficult for intruders to break through the defense line. This journey has gone through several countries in Duki continent. In terms of Din's national strength and soldiers, it may not be difficult to unify here. But for some reason Din is willing to stay in this somewhat desolate northernmost place.
I heard that the invaders on the front line have very strong self-healing abilities. If their injuries are not fatal, they can recover quickly. They are very similar to the people of the Blood Tomb Kingdom. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Blood Tomb relies on martial arts, while the invaders on the front line rely on their own vitality. 100,000 elite soldiers cannot repel the invaders. We are really in trouble this time.
Taverns and restaurants are always the places with the most news. While Lu Yuan was waiting for his meal, he heard people around him talking about things on the battlefield. Chapter 343 Acquaintance. The front line of the battlefield is undoubtedly the hottest topic right now. The second thing everyone is discussing is about the grand ceremony. However, due to communication restrictions, the news that the Soul Fighting Kingdom won the championship has not been reported yet. After what Lu Yuan learned these days, at least Carlo did not lie to himself. After winning the championship, even if other countries launched a war, they would not attack the country that ranked first in the festival. It was considered a year of peace. The so-called decision-making power actually means that the country that wins the championship has the right to speak for 1 year. During this year, it can propose various decisions, which can be implemented as long as a majority of representatives from each country pass it.
It is no wonder that countries are so obsessed with the championship position. What puzzles Lu Yuan the most is that Din Kingdom clearly had an absolute advantage on the battlefield, but deliberately let the situation slip and lost the game. Although the residents in the town were talking about the war, they did not feel nervous at all about being invaded. Lu Yuan had a full meal and drank directly, and checked into a room, intending to restore his condition to its best first. When I came to the front line of the battlefield this time, first of all, I wanted to pass by. And secondly, I just wanted to see the invaders. As for who will win and who loses in the war, Lu Yuan alone cannot decide. Even if he can help, Lu Yuan will not intervene. After all, except for China, other countries have no sense of belonging to Lu Yuan. He practiced his skills silently all night long. The actual combat of this grand ceremony was of great significance to Lu Yuan. Not only did his combat skills and experience get greatly improved, but the most important thing was that it made Lu Yuan understand the current situation of the new world. Life and death. Death may be just a hair's breadth away. The biggest gain was the Xuanwu carapace. Not only could its size be changed at will, Lu Yuan even used it in conjunction with the charge skill to develop a shield attack. The effect was so good that he even knocked a bison unconscious during the experiment. Lu Yuan also renamed the Xuanwu carapace Xuanwu shield. The night passed quickly. He had breakfast and did not rush to the front line. After several days of traveling in the wild, Lu Yuan realized the importance of food. Although he could sometimes hunt some game, he suffered from the lack of seasoning, and the roasted meat was really no taste. With a large box of gold given by Prince Carlo, there is no need to worry about money. Gold and silver are indeed universal currencies. I looked at my old bank card and wondered if the tens of millions in it were still useful. The storage space of the ring of the Craftsman god is very large, and some of the food and seasonings purchased did not take up much space at all. After everything was prepared, Lu Yuan bought a horse and strolled out of the city gate. Logically speaking, there is a war going on at the front line, and it is not far from the town. However, there is no martial law in Chengdu, and the city gates are still wide open. Moreover, they do not embarrass strangers like Lu Yuan. I don't know whether it is because of confidence or because they have no war experience. Lu Yuan went all the way north, and after walking for a few kilometers, he saw the Din Kingdom's camp. There were more than 100,000 troops than he imagined. The Din Kingdom's camp was stationed at two large mountain passes, blocking intruders. No wonder the atmosphere was not tense. At this moment, the two sides did not start fighting, but were facing each other in neat formations. Lu Yuan bypassed the Dangwo army and found a high ground. With luck, he looked far away and saw clearly the situation on the battlefield. Din Nation does not have an advantage in terms of numbers. The number of invaders is more than double that of Din Nation. The reason why they were unable to attack for a long time is also due to Din Nation's formation attack. Lu Yuan turned his attention to the invading party. The first thing he saw was the leader riding various monsters. The leaders were actually Lu Yuan's acquaintances. They were Yin Li and his subordinates, who were once his enemies. There were 4 people, and Lei Bing from the Lei family and his men were on the side. Behind these people was the demon army, with 2 symbolic long black horns. Each warrior looked very strong, recalling the scene of the first war with the demons in this world. No wonder the civilians of Din said that the enemy's recovery ability was very strong. If ordinary guns did not hit the key parts of the demons, it would be difficult to cause fatal damage to them. Yin Li's strength improved rapidly, but his body seemed to have undergone some changes. There was a faint black energy emanating from his body. His eye circles were also dark, as if he had put on smoky makeup, and there were actually double horns on his head. When he was still in the game, Yin Li had already joined the demon world. This time, the time and space cracks exploded and the worlds merged. Yin Li's body should have been inherited by the demons. Otherwise his strength would not have grown so fast. In the game, Yin Li was only around level 63. But now he has reached level 75. And Lu Yuan was only level 68 after previous battles. Although level does not represent ultimate strength, Yin Li's growth seems to be a bit too unnatural. Lu Yuan had also fought against the 4 subordinates behind Yin Li, and Miss Chiu Shui was even more familiar with them. These people, like Yin Li, had also joined the demon clan. The thing that Lu Yuan didn't expect the most was Lei Bing. Logically speaking, Yin Li had injured him before, and the 2 of them should have been hostile. But now they were collaborating to lead the demon army to invade other countries. Lu Yuan did not intend to help any party, because this war had nothing to do with him. Although the demon clan was involved in the invasion, the Dochi continent had constant wars all year round, which was actually not a good thing. Maybe the demon clan would not invade here today. Din Kingdom will also invade there tomorrow. Ainli was obviously the leader of the demon clan, and he was talking to the general of the Din Kingdom on his mount. Based on Lu Yuan's understanding of him, he probably had been unable to attack for a long time and wanted to play some trick. Sure enough, the two sides talked to each other for a while. Then each sent a player from the formation to start a one-on-one battle. Lu Yuan shook his head at this, secretly thinking that Dengui had been fooled. Dengui mainly focused on teamwork, and he actually agreed to play a one-on-one duel with Ainli. He was really overconfident. Sure enough, within a few rounds, Ainli's assassin, Gu Wu, had already won, holding the heads of Din's soldiers high and laughing proudly, which greatly affected the morale of Din. In fact, as soon as he agreed to a duel, the general of Din knew that he had been fooled. However, Ainli's level of trash talk was so high that the general had to accept the challenge. Now that his own soldiers had their heads cut off, the originally powerful army there was also a hint of commotion. Everyone in Din Kingdom listens to the order and activates the attack formation. The general gave the order quickly, hoping to regain the city with a combined attack. Lu Yuan stood in the distance and silently watched the melee between the two sides, already having a goal in mind. Lu Yuan did not intend to intervene in the war between the two sides, but since he met an old acquaintance, he naturally had to ask about the situation in Huaxia. After all, he was in a coma when he left the capital, and they should have experienced it all from beginning to end. The melee lasted for a short while, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. They each withdrew their troops and returned to their camps, and the sky gradually became dark. Lu Yuan sneaked into the edge of the battlefield and got a suit of demon clothes, although the horns couldn't be faked. After dark, the camp was all illuminated by torches, so it was still not easy to be discovered as long as he was careful. After changing his clothes, he sneaked into the demon army camp. Lu Yuan's target was Miss Qiu Shui. After all, her relationship with Zhao Xinghe was very complicated, and Lu Yuan always felt that she was not bad in nature. However, when Lu Yuan was searching in the military camp, he found a more suitable target for questioning. Zhang Pan, the nanny who Lei Bing once sent to his villa as an undercover agent. At this time, Zhang Pan was wearing scantily clad clothes, holding a few side dishes and rice in his hands. Needless to say, he was definitely going to please Lei Bing. The reason why it is a more suitable target is that, first of all, it is impossible for such a woman to risk her life to keep some secrets. And secondly, because her strength is very weak, only around level 40 according to the system's ranking. Lu Yuan followed in stealth. When he reached the patrolling soldier's blind spot, he rushed forward and knocked her out before she could react. He caught the dinner plate that was about to fall and put it into the ring of the god of Craftsman, picked up Zhang Pan with one hand and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 344 New News. Lu Yuan quickly left the demon camp with Zhang Pan on his shoulders, and stopped when he found an uninhabited area. What happened next made Lu Yuan helpless. Since Zhang Pan was indeed weaker, and Lu Yuan was in the demon camp, and did not hold back, Zhang Pan couldn't wake up for a while. Lu Yuan knew that this woman was cunning, so he tied her up tightly to be on the safe side, stuffed a ball of cloth into her mouth, and then began to wake Zhang Pan. After shaking it all to no avail, spraying water was the most effective in the end, and Zhang Pan woke up with a jolt. Woo woo! Zhang Pan twisted his body, looked in the direction of Lu Yuan with a horrified expression, and cried out in a whimpering voice. Don't scream loudly. I'll ask you some questions and let you go. I hope you'll be smarter, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Zhang Pan has been in the upper-class social circles all year round, and is obviously not a fool. He stopped struggling and nodded quickly to express his understanding. Lu Yuan originally didn't want to hurt her, but upon seeing her cooperation, he happily took out the ball of cloth from Zhang Pan's mouth. It's you? Due to the dim light and panic, Zhang Pan did not expect that the person who hijacked him would be Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan did not cover his appearance. After all, the question he wanted to ask could easily be solved. The other person knows who they are. Zhang Pan knew that the person who hijacked him was Lu Yuan. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and tried to sit up from the ground. He looked at Lu Yuan with confidence and said, What do you want to ask? The demon clan's attack on this strange country should have nothing to do with you. Right. What happened after the integration of the New World? How are the cities on Earth? And Lei Bing should have news about Luoyi. I will let you go when I get a satisfactory answer.
Lu Yuan said straight to the point. Based on Lu Yuan's understanding of Lei Bing, he will definitely have news about Xiao Lui. Knowing Lu Yi's location, others will naturally be able to find it easily. Lu Yuan believes that everyone will unite together.
Have you not seen everything after the integration of the New World? As for the cities on the Earth, we are not optimistic. Many monsters and people from other worlds are pouring in. Human beings, who are used to peace, are naturally no match. At first, they can resist through technological means. But the intruders are also highly intelligent and constantly destroy human base stations and communication equipment. Coupled with their tenacious vitality, most cities have fallen. However, most ordinary people have been protected by the army, so the casualties are still acceptable.
Zhang Pan briefly talked about the situation in the city.
What about my friends?
Lu Yuan asked.
Brother, do you think too highly of me? How can a little person like me know everything?
Zhang Pan said with a self-deprecating smile.
Li and Lei Bing have joined the forces of the demon world. Why does the demon world want to invade other countries?
Lu Yuan continued to ask without getting entangled.
I'm just following my master Lei. I don't know about other things.
Zhang Pan shook his head and answered directly. Lu Yuan naturally understood that she didn't want to say that she didn't know anything. So he took out an iron sword and put it on Zhang Pan's neck. Zhang Pan was not as panicked as expected. He just curled up his neck slightly and said calmly,
A gentleman like you wouldn't kill a weak woman who has no power to fight back. Right.
Zhang Pan was very smart and concluded that people like Lu Yuan would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. So he started to deal with Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan had always been on the opposite side of Li and Lei Bing. So naturally the less information the better. Although Lei Bing treats him well on the surface, his status is not high. If they know that he has revealed too much information, he may end up much worse than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was a little helpless when he was told by Zhang Pan. It seemed that he really couldn't be a bad guy, and he was seen through so easily. Lu Yuan pondered for a while, but he didn't have any deep hatred. Killing was naturally impossible, and he couldn't think of any other way for a while. When Zhang Pan saw that Lu Yuan was silent, he knew that he had made the right bet. He puffed up his chest proudly and said,
I keep staring at him. Doesn't it look good?
Lu Yuan frowned. Zhang Pan's complacency made him angry.
You seem to have forgotten your situation.
She put away her iron sword and pulled Zhang Pan directly, took out the phoenix breathing which she had obtained before, and slapped Zhang Pan on the butt. Feng Shimu's appointment as a pointer was obviously overqualified. But there was no one who could take advantage of him for the time being. Lu Yuan's strength was well controlled, only causing Zhang Pan to feel pain, but not to the point of injury. The sudden change caught Zhang Pan off guard. He felt unbearable pain in his buttocks and couldn't help but scream.
Didn't you falsely accuse me of touching your butt? This time I will teach you a lesson,
Lu Yuan said calmly while waving the wooden stick. The place Lu Yuan chose was far away from the demon camp, so he didn't worry about being discovered if he screamed too loudly. It was near the front line of the battlefield late at night, and no one was passing by around him. Lu Yuan controlled the rhythm very well. Compared to the physical pain, the mental torment of fear of the stick falling was even more maddening. In the end, Zhang Pan gave in and shouted to confess everything. Only then did Lu Yuan stop. Zhang Pan grinned in pain, but his face was a little flushed. While rubbing his buttocks with his bound hands, he said to Lu Yuan,
Li and others have joined the demon clan and received the demon clan's bloodline inheritance. It is said that the demon emperor has been successfully resurrected and promised them that these forces will have their own fiefdoms in the future. Master Lei also saw an opportunity in troubled times, so he joined in. However, the blood of the demon clan was not obtained casually, and Master Lei was not yet a demon clan member. More people joined the demon clan than expected. After all, although troubled times are a disaster for most people, they are opportunities for ambitious people. Zhao Jiuzhou and others who were the first to join the demon clan benefit the most.
Lu Yuan listened carefully. The effect of spanking was quite good. This information was still very valuable. As for Zhao Jiuzhou also joining the demon clan, Lu Yuan was not surprised at all. When he entered the Taoyuan world through the game, Zhao Jiuzhou, the team has already been selected.
What's going on with Professor Sun? And how are my friends doing?
Lu Yuan continued to ask. Zhang Pan's inner defense line was broken, and he opened his mouth anyway and no longer concealed it.
Professor Sun also revealed his crazy side. Now he is no longer under the control of the state. But he has not done anything extraordinary. He has just been messing with himself. Research as to what is being studied. It is unknown, because Professor Sun encircled Zhulong and angered the monsters in the peak forest. After the world merged, the capital was listed as the first target of attack. Although the offensive was stabilized under the protection of the troops, it still became a mess. Although Master Lei searched hard for news about Xiao Lui, he found nothing. After Lu Yuan asked a few more questions, he let Zhang Pan go. Lu Yuan did not want to participate in the war here, so he rushed to the capital overnight. Fortunately, Lu Yuan asked for directions. After the integration of the new world was completed, the topography and landforms changed. There are big changes, so there are also big deviations in the location of each city. Zhang Pan returned to his residence and found Lei Bing in his tent.
What are you doing? Didn't you say you were preparing food for me? I fell down after I went out, and the food was spilled.
Zhang Pan hesitated for a moment, but did not tell the truth.
Forget it. That boy Ainley really thinks he is the boss. He suffered a loss due to his poor command on the battlefield. He even blamed us. He got very angry, and came to vent his anger on me.
Lei Bing pulled Zhang Pan over, and didn't care what happened to her. Chapter 345 New World Puzzle. Lu Yuan doesn't want to participate in this kind of war, because no matter who wins or loses, it has no direct relationship with him, and he can't influence the situation of this war. With Lu Yuan's current strength, he might be able to kill hundreds or even thousands of demon soldiers, but he would not be able to compete with an army of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that there were generals among them who were not weaker than him. After getting the news from his friends, Lu Yuan walked quickly towards the capital overnight. But the rest of the journey belonged to the demon world. Since the demon emperor had been resurrected, the demons had begun to expand outwards, and wars were everywhere. This trip was doomed. There will be no peace. I heard Zhang Pan mention things about the demon world, but I didn't get any information about the situation on the other side of the Peach Garden world. I don't know what the situation is like in the Holy City. I guess my blacksmith shop may have long since ceased to exist. Right? And that crazy Professor Sun, who had been taking advantage of him before, even took away his Sky Thunder suit. Especially when I took out Feng Shimu before. I was even more emotional. Feng Shimu was originally going to make a scabbard for the Thunder Sword, but there were all kinds of delays, and it was not completed until the Thunder Sword was taken away. Think about it. It's true. I feel sorry for Lei Ling. Lu Yuan was not moving forward blindly. After all, the battlefield here stretched for miles. If he wanted to break through without hindrance, it would be better to leave at night. After these days of observation, it can be said that a day in the new world is exactly 48.5 hours, which is equivalent to the original 2 days, and the daytime is slightly longer. From a purely scientific point of view, it may be that after the integration of the worlds, factors such as the sphere's enlargement and rotation affected the time of day. But Lu Yuan also has another understanding, which is to divide the world into different levels. It is now known that the worlds that have been integrated include the Fighting Continent, Taoyuan World and Earth. The higher the level of the world, the longer the day. Lu Yuan has not seen the top combat power in Doji Continent. It seems that level 75 is already considered a master in the world. It is estimated that the strongest person is around level 80, which is the lowest level among the 3 worlds. Lu Yuan has been in contact with Taoyuan World for a long time. The top combat power is undoubtedly the Pinnacle Forest headed by Zhulong, the Demon Clan headed by the Demon Emperor, and otherworldly experts like Yi and Juggernaut. But the highest level, it has stayed at level 99. According to Lu Yuan's understanding, he is restricted by heaven and cannot become a god. The specific reason is unknown. The level of Taoyuan World should be higher than that of Duki Continent. Although there is no magic on Earth, the top master Lu Yuan has only seen the level of his father. However, there was no system attached at that time, so he had no idea of the specific level. Although humans on Earth seem to be weak on the surface, Lu Yuan firmly believes that the Earth's foundation is higher than the other 2 worlds. With the help of the system attached, everything he learned in the Taoyuan world can be applied, proving that the Earth human beings have a strong ability to learn. Moreover, there are still many unsolved mysteries in the Earth. Lu Yuan also firmly believes that the strength of the masters on the Earth, and even the unborn monsters, is definitely not lower than that of the other 2 worlds. Compared to the humans in the other 2 worlds, Lu Yuan even felt that the humans on Earth were only slowly deteriorating due to the development of technology. There is also the most important evidence. That is, when the Tianlai suit was formed, the phenomena of heaven and earth appeared through the cracks in time and space. And at that time, the cracks only led to the earth in one direction. After the suit was formed, All parts of the artifact skills were in a sealed state, and it can be used normally when it arrives on Earth, which also shows that the level of Earth is higher than that of Taoyuan world. Although the Earth's level is higher than that of Taoyuan world, it just doesn't have the restrictions of heaven. The situation should be similar in all other aspects. As for why one day playing games on Earth is equivalent to about 10 days in Peach Blossom World. But when entering Peach Blossom World through game equipment, it feels like every day in Peach Blossom World is equivalent to one day on Earth. Lu Yuan cannot agree with this. And you know, it might be linked to various theories of parallel space. Right? Lu Yuan could only forcefully explain it by using the brain-burning movies he had watched, such as Inception, The Butterfly Effect, and The Night the Comet Came. He has heard that all living beings are equal since he was a child. But it is completely different from what Lu Yuan saw with his own eyes. Even the world is divided into 3 levels. So how can we talk about the equality of all living beings? After determining the direction, it took Lu Yuan a few days to cross the demon area. However, it was obvious that the demon area was also divided. And this war zone was just a part of the original demon world. The reason why Lu Yuan was so sure was not because he recognized the terrain, but because a modern city suddenly intersected with the demon territory. The buildings at the junction seemed to have been destroyed due to the tearing of the land, and other places in the city were also destroyed. It was a mess, like the end of the world. In the days after leaving Ouya and Julong, Lu Yuan has walked a lot of distance. Until now, Lu Yuan finally understood that the current new world is like a large and chaotic jigsaw puzzle. Dismantling the small jigsaw puzzles of each world, and randomly the combination came together. The city seems to have been ransacked. There are a lot of dried blood on the ground. After observation, gun battles and explosions have clearly occurred here. The cold weapons left on the ground clearly belong to the demon clan. It seems that this city is merged with the demon clan. It should be it has been captured. But what makes Lu Yuan puzzled is that no matter whether it is the residents of the city or the soldiers of the demon clan, no corpses after the war were found in the city, and no demon soldiers were found stationed, let alone anyone hiding. Survivor. Lu Yuan went to a mobile phone store with a lucky mentality, trying to find a charged mobile phone to see if he could contact his family and friends. But he still ended up disappointed. All stores were looted. If food, jewelry and other things were plundered by the demons, Lu Yuan would still be able to accept it. However, the mobile phone store was also emptied. This is definitely not what the demons call it, because in their eyes, unseen gadgets like mobile phones are definitely useless. After a lot of effort, I found a fish that slipped through the net. After installing my own mobile phone card, I found that there was no service because the entire city had already been out of power. After helplessly turning around for a few more times, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The former order became fragile when disaster struck. Even if the demons didn't invade, humans themselves might fall into chaos. Right? Looking at the ruins of the city in front of him, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly wavered. Can he really protect everyone? Can our homes really be restored? Just as Lu Yuan was in a daze, a military jeep drove over quickly and stopped not far in front of Lu Yuan. Get in the car! A soldier in the car shouted to Lu Yuan. Chapter 346 Concentration Camp. Lu Yuan looked at the military green camouflage uniform, and suddenly felt an unusual sense of intimacy, and was stunned for a moment. I forgot to answer, and didn't get in the car. Don't be stunned. Get in the car quickly. This is a war zone. If you are discovered, you will suffer. Brother Bing urged again. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and quickly entered the military jeep. What happened here? Lu Yuan finally saw the non-enemy Earthlings and couldn't help but ask after getting in the car. Where are you from? It's really a miracle that you can come out of the demon area alone, Brother Bing asked. Lu Yuan was baffled by Brother Bing's surprise. During his journey, except for the demons on the front lines of the battlefield, he had basically never encountered any large troops. I came from the other side of the battlefield. I'm going to the capital to find my family and friends. Has this place been invaded by demons too? Lu Yuan continued to ask questions after explaining. Yes. The change happened more than a month ago, and the world became extremely chaotic. Before people could get used to the chaos, the demon army came out of nowhere and launched an attack on the city. We lost a lot in the resistance, brother. Fortunately, they only plundered resources and did not kill too many civilians. Brother Bing couldn't help but feel a little sad when he mentioned these things. Where are we going? Lu Yuan asked. I am the soldier in charge of reconnaissance today. I have observed you for a long time and determined that you are from Earth. So I came out to find you.
Now I will take you to the concentration camp, where all the survivors in the city are concentrated.
Brother Bing didn't hide anything. Meaning,
Explain directly.
Lu Yuan was a little glad that he was wearing ordinary clothes. If he were riding a 9-color sacred deer and wearing armor, he would probably be attacked as a stranger. Right. Lu Yuan asked a lot of questions along the way. But Brother Bing obviously didn't have a high position. There were many things he didn't know at all. And there were some things he couldn't talk about because of army discipline. Lu Yuan did not embarrass him, and quickly arrived at the concentration camp while chatting. Because the city was severely damaged and there were monsters staying in it. The concentration camp was located in the suburbs on the edge of the town. There are large power grids all around. And the entrance to the concentration camp is also heavily guarded. Inside the camp are rows of temporary long tents, each with a single bed.
Fortunately, this city is only a small city, and there are not too many residents. Otherwise, there would be no space here.
Brother Bing showed his pass and drove Lu Yuan to the registration office, sighing on the way.
This place is not considered hidden. And with such a concentration, if the enemy wants to attack, it will be completely wiped out.
Right?
I think some buildings can still be lived in. Isn't it more secretive? No. After the big change, many buildings were collapsed. We don't know what the condition of the remaining buildings is. We don't dare to let the residents take risks. It's still difficult to manage like this,
Brother Bing said.
It's just that managing these residents today is more tiring than going to the battlefield. Not long ago, they were trembling with fear because of the war. And now they are restricting their freedom.
Hey! Lu Yuan followed him to the registration office. The registrar heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but smile bitterly and complained. There were indeed many residents making noises along the way just now. Some said that they had no independent space living here. And some said that the daily food was like feeding pigs. Some even complained that they could no longer take poop out of their toilets. While Lu Yuan expressed his understanding, he refused the bedding distributed by the registrar.
I don't need to live here. I just want to understand our current situation and determine the direction. I see there is electricity in the concentration camp. I wonder if there is any communication equipment.
Lu Yuan asked.
Little brother, I advise you to stay here. It's more dangerous outside now than you think. And the railways have been destroyed. And the planes are out of service because they can't determine the route. At least a few thousand kilometers away. You can't do it alone. Arrive. Thank you for your kindness. But I really have something important to do.
Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, chaos suddenly broke out in the camp. And the people were all screaming and running away.
There's a monster. Run away.
The siren sounded, and the soldiers, all armed with firearms, went to fight against the attacking monsters. Lu Yuan also quickly arrived at the camp. Just as he was about to step forward to help, he was stopped by Brother Bing, who was leading the way.
Don't be stupid. We will protect you.
After saying that, he took out the pistol he was wearing and rushed forward. Lu Yuan looked at the soldiers, who rushed forward with some emotion. They were actually no older than him, but they all rushed forward without hesitation.
Xiao Tao, didn't you say that as long as you log into the Taoyuan game, there will be system clones attached to it? Why does it look like there is no one here? With the popularity of Taoyuan before, this is simply impossible.
Lu Yuan said to System. Xiao Tao asked.
Not everyone can awaken. First of all, they must have fighting spirit. And everyone's information is with Professor Sun. You saved some of the items because of the ring in your hand. Otherwise you think Tianlei, how was the suit taken away?
Xiao Tao explained.
In other words, all the achievements of everyone in Taoyuan belong to Professor Sun?
Yes.
Can computer data control physical items?
Lu Yuan was a little unbelievable.
Technology and magic can do it. If Professor Sun hadn't had bad intentions, he would have already ruled the world. But he gave the Taoyuan system so much room for growth that my mother body already had its own consciousness. With life, now he can only control the data in his hands. Although his ambition has expanded, it is no longer feasible to control human beings through us.
The exchange between Lu Yuan and Xiao Tao lasted only a moment. No wonder no one among so many people dared to stand up and resist. Ordinary people without equipment and skills could not compete with the monsters. Wearing his 5 elements natural disaster set, holding the shadowless sword in his right hand and the Xuanwu shield, Xuanwu turtle SHL, in his left hand, he started to charge up his strength in a posture of killing thousands of troops. Man-eating drill rat level 65, vitality 98%. The man-eating gopher does not look like a mouse at all. It has a slender body, 4 legs like wolf legs, and very sharp claws. Only its head looks like a mouse. But its two incisors are extremely sharp. It is very large. Nearly 2 meters long. The soldiers' attacks were not completely useless. Although they could not cause fatal damage to them, they still had some effect. The gopher has been moving towards crowded places, and casualties will occur wherever it passes. The main reason why Lu Yuan took out the Xuanwu shield was to knock it away. However, the people in front of him were too chaotic, and Lu Yuan would often be blocked by the flow of people just when he found a gap. Lu Yuan couldn't rush into the crowd, so he had to put his target in the sky, hold a shield in one hand, and jump diagonally upward. Lu Yuan, who was in the air, adjusted his Xuanwu shield to a size of 2 meters to completely protect his body. He released his void hand and pulled himself towards the burrowing rat. The force of falling plus the pulling force of the void hand combined. Lu Yuan's speed falling down extremely fast. Boom! Dust was everywhere, and the monster that was so arrogant just now was crushed to the ground by Lu Yuan in an instant. Heroes fall from the sky. Chapter 347 Forging Conference. Lu Yuan appears handsome, but the monster cannot be defeated so easily. You protect the civilians. I'll deal with it, Lu Yuan shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the burrower who was pinned down suddenly stood up. Lu Yuan was bounced up by the huge force. Lu Yuan, who was well prepared, flipped around in the air and landed smoothly. The man-eating gopher panted angrily, staring at Lu Yuan with a pair of dark eyes, and his sharp front paws kept digging at the ground. Lu Yuan had just succeeded in drawing the gopher's attention to himself with one blow. A familiar feeling came to my mind. It was exactly the same as fighting a boss in the game, except now I only had one life. After the surrounding people made a large open space in the middle, they no longer stayed away and actually started to watch the excitement. When the soldiers saw someone going up to fight the monster, they also stopped shooting. After all, it would be bad if the bullets didn't have long eyes and accidentally hurt one of their own people. Lu Yuan put away his black tortoise shield, held the shadowless sword in one hand, and was highly concentrated. There was no room for any mistakes in the battle at this time. After all, there were many people around who had no ability to protect themselves. The level of the monsters was not high, so a quick victory was the key. Best policy. The burrowing rat finally couldn't help but take the lead and took the lead. His limbs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body flew towards Lu Yuan, leaving only a dark shadow in the air. Needless to say, Lu Yuan was quick with his sword and had good eyesight. The one he was least afraid of was this agile monster. Ding dang. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and Lu Yuan easily blocked the scratching of the sharp claws. The 2 sword flowers in his backhand left 2 wounds on the gopher, while the blood spattered. Ice flowers condensed on the wound instantly. The swords all triggered the ice attribute of the shadowless sword. After landing on the ground, the burrowing beast did not dare to retreat quickly due to the wound. There was a timid look in its eyes. He knew how fast he was. He had never been blocked so easily before, and he could take advantage of the situation to fight back. The man-eating burrowing beast knows that it is outmatched. This kind of monster is as timid as a mouse. When it is injured, the only thought in its mind is to retreat. He jumped towards the direction of the hole he came out of. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan had already followed after he succeeded in the attack. Hand of the Void. Although the levels were similar, Lu Yuan's strength was no lower than that of the earth-drilling beast. With roots growing under his feet, he pulled the earth-drilling beast back with his big golden hand. Sword dance. Lu Yuan held the sword flower in his hand and rushed forward. There were sword auras remaining in the air. Each sword aura left a bone-deep wound on the burrowing beast. At this time, the only thing left in the concentration camp was the painful howl of the monster beast. Cut. Lu Yuan was lucky with his sword, and he made a neat slash with his back. Before the earth-drilling beast could react, its head separated from its body, and it fell to the ground carelessly. Lu Yuan sheathed his sword, raised the chilling fire with one hand, and threw the flames directly onto the monster beast and the blood stains on the ground. Soon the blood stains were evaporated, and the corpse of the monster beast was burned to ashes. Thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the crowd, and the surrounding soldiers also cheered excitedly. He is Bu Dao Huan, the legendary blacksmith in the Taoyuan game. He is my idol Bu Dao Huan. Suddenly a young man in the crowd shouted loudly. Oh? Is he a great god? I actually saw him here. Why is he so powerful in reality? Why don't we have this equipment and weapons? The crowd started to talk.
Lu Yuan saw that the situation was urgent and did not hold back at all. Only then did he remember that this was not in a game. If people knew that he could breathe fire, why not take him to the laboratory for research? Brother Bing, who had led the way before, ran up to Lu Yuan and said excitedly,
I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that our worries about your safety are a bit unnecessary. It seems that I can't stop staying here. I already understand the general situation. I still want to thank you for your help. It's all your hard work here.
After Lu Yuan said that, he quickly rushed towards the border of the concentration camp. When he reached the power grid, he jumped and escaped.
Young hero.
Wait! A middle-aged man appeared in the camp. Obviously the commander here. In desperation, he loudly claimed that Lu Yuan was the young hero. Lu Yuan didn't want to get into trouble and waste time, so he ran out without looking back. When he reached the corner, he summoned the 9-color sacred deer and headed in the direction of the information. According to the soldiers, this place is at least several thousand kilometers away from the capital. Obviously, there are many sectors inserted in the middle. Almost all personal communication equipment has failed, and the only thing that can be used is the internal communication of the soldiers. Without fast communication, human beings seem to have returned to primitive society. The only comfort is that the weapons in their hands are still relatively advanced. Otherwise, they will become the food of monsters unconditionally.
Aunt Shenlu, do you think the birth of the new world is good or bad?
After walking a long distance quickly, Lu Yuan slowed down and asked the 9-colored sacred deer.
It may be a good thing for a new life. After all, there will be more room for improvement in the future. It is also a good thing for Zhulong and others. They can finally have the opportunity to achieve their lifelong wishes. It is not a good thing for people who just want to live peacefully. The new world will definitely new rules will be created. And I'm afraid it will be difficult to remain calm everywhere.
The 9-colored divine deer replied calmly, as if whether it was good or bad had nothing to do with him. The sky gradually darkened, and Lu Yuan and Shenlu were chatting and walking forward.
I haven't seen such bright stars for a long time.
Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. The 9-colored divine deer also stopped and looked up.
Yes. Although the stars are there every day, it seems that they haven't stopped to take a look for a long time. Maybe it's because they are there every day, so they feel that they are not that important.
After the birth of the new world, even though Lu Yuan has been on the road, he still feels that the pace of life has slowed down. There are no mobile phones and computers, no socializing and entertainment, and instead there are fights everywhere. Lu Yuan thought of the poem he had read in the past.
In the past, the sun became slower. Cars, horses, and mail were all slower. There was only enough time to love one person in a lifetime. There are lights in the distance. Should we continue to look at the stars or continue on our way?
The 9-colored divine deer didn't understand poetry. After seeing enough stars, it reminded Lu Yuan that it was time to go on his way.
Oh, let's hurry up or it's too sloppy,
Lu Yuan said with some embarrassment. One person and one deer soon arrived at the brightly lit town. It turned out that the reason why this place was so conspicuous in the dark night was precisely because of the blacksmith shop in this small town. The town is not too big, with about a few hundred households. But the blacksmith shop here is quite large. It was getting very late, but there were still more than a dozen men working overtime in the blacksmith shop, banging the fine iron in their hands, not afraid of disturbing the sleep of the residents of the town. It is estimated that if this was in a modern city, it would have been long ago. Complaints are disturbing people. Lu Yuan had already deduced from the surrounding buildings and roads that this was not a modern city. So he took back the sacred deer early and put on decent coarse, linen clothes to avoid making a fuss to the people in the town.
Man, why are you still forging at such a late hour?
Lu Yuan walked outside the blacksmith shop and asked one of the men. The boy glanced at Lu Yuan, reached out, and touched the sweat on his head and said neatly,
Of course it's to get ahead.
Then he continued to beat him. Lu Yuan only thought that the young man was doing it to make money. After all, it was normal to get ahead after making money.
Looking at your age, if you don't work hard, why are you hanging around in the middle of the night?
The young man said while hammering.
Why don't I try harder? The auditions for the forging conference are about to begin. Everyone is working harder to practice. But you are just hanging out,
the boy said.
Forging conference?
Lu Yuan's eyes lit up.
Speaking of it, I haven't forged for a long time.
Chapter 348 Forging? No, a little. Lu Yuan originally just wanted to stay in a small town for one night. After all, it was uncomfortable and unsafe to spend the night alone in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, He heard the news about the forging conference. After such a long period of forging, Lu Yuan's idea of making money from games has long been transformed into the idea of exploring the limits of forging.
Brother, how can I participate in the forging conference?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask.
Ask the village chief.
The boy replied without mercy. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He asked the village chief in the middle of the night. He was probably impatient and answered casually to satisfy himself.
What's wrong? Who's looking for me?
A stout man in the blacksmith shop, naked to the waist, holding a sledgehammer with all his muscles, asked loudly. In Lu Yuan's impression, the village chiefs were all white-haired old men. But he didn't expect that this village chief turned out to be a middle-aged man. Lu Yuan raised his hand when he heard the sound.
I just want to ask about the forging conference.
The village chief looked Lu Yuan up and down and said,
Looking at your fair and tender appearance, you don't look like you know how to forge. Stop joining in the fun and hurry up where you need to go.
The village chief knew at a glance that Lu Yuan was not from the small town. It was not that outsiders were not welcome at the blacksmithing conference, but the aroma of Lu Yuan's book was too strong, making it difficult for people to think that he knew how to forge.
Oh, it turns out it's an internal activity. Please continue.
Lu Yuan casually glanced at the people in the blacksmith shop and found that everyone's forging techniques were average, and he suddenly lost most of his interest. The village chief seemed to see the disappointment in Lu Yuan's eyes, and couldn't help but ask,
What? Are you interested in forging? If you are interested, you can join. Even if you don't participate in the competition, we welcome new members to join.
Lu Yuan felt the changes before and after. Obviously, the village chief was not rejecting outsiders. He just thought that Lu Yuan was here to watch the fun. Once he saw that Lu Yuan was interested in forging, his enthusiasm was directly expressed on his face.
I know a lot about forging. I was passing by here and wanted to stay overnight. I didn't expect to hear you talking about the forging conference. I want to see it.
Lu Yuan said with his hands in hand.
Ha ha. You look like you. You don't look like you can forge iron. Look at his hands. They don't even have calluses.
A blacksmith behind the village chief mocked.
That's right. Village chief. You'd better not waste time with him. Our town must achieve good results this time.
Another blacksmith continued.
Shut up and practice your skills. The journey of forging is long and difficult. The forging industry also needs to be passed down continuously. No matter what kind of qualifications you have, as long as you are interested in blacksmithing, we should help you.
The village chief severely criticized the two men. Mr. Duan said with great righteousness. Lu Yuan heard the sincerity and passion in the village chief's words, which was obviously his love for forging sincerity, and his favorability level increased a lot.
I wonder, is this forging competition a competition with people from a small town?
Lu Yuan had already glanced around the blacksmith shop, and there was nothing among them that made him feel like he could compete. If he competed with these people, I'm afraid he wouldn't learn anything, so he might as well practice alone.
No, our backing town is just a small part of the Shibing Kingdom. The forging conference will invite many top forging masters to compete. Now the auditions are just about to begin.
The village chief replied. Unconsciously, the conversation followed Lu Yuan's rhythm.
That should be interesting,
Lu Yuan said casually without thinking too much. Who would have thought that when Lu Yuan said this casually, everyone in the blacksmith shop stopped what they were doing. Everyone was curious. Everyone was listening to the conversation between Lu Yuan and the village chief. The implication of this foreign guy's words was that he obviously felt that there are no experts among the blacksmiths in the town, so it would be meaningless to compete with the blacksmiths in the town.
Village chief, look at how arrogant he is. He actually said that the forging conference was just a bit of fun. Ignorant outsiders. The forging conference is the highest event of the Divine Weapon Kingdom, and it is our lifelong goal. Village chief, don't waste your time. We have to rush on the road tomorrow morning. Hurry up and decide who will be included in the quota. Everyone should go back early to rest and prepare.
The village chief nodded when he heard this. He was obviously not happy with Lu Yuan's words. No matter how skilled he was, as long as he was a craftsman, he was most taboo with other people's disdainful looks. Lu Yuan actually didn't think much about it, and just said what was in his heart casually. He didn't expect the people in Kaoshan town to be so sensitive.
My little brother didn't mean anything else. I hope the village eldest brother won't think too much about it.
Lu Yuan also realized that his words were inappropriate, and hurriedly apologized. The village chief didn't seem to hear him. He just turned around and walked towards the blacksmiths to check everyone's results. All the blacksmiths from Kaoshan town gathered here. Since the number of places for the competition was limited, the superiors ordered each town to independently select the best blacksmith. Although there is no limit on the number of places, everyone knows that if you can't even pass the village chief's test, then there is no need to go to the conference and humiliate yourself. The test question for the blacksmiths was to refine materials. The most common iron ore was on each person's chopping board. When more than a dozen workers saw the village chief coming to inspect, they all consciously stopped working.
Xiao Hong, your iron ore after refining still contains too many impurities. At this level, you still need to continue practicing. Xiao Li, you can't do this either.
The village chief looked at the works of 7 or 8 boys in a row, and all of them shook their heads in disappointment. It was not until he saw the work of the boy who first talked to Lu Yuan that he nodded again and again.
If the basics can reach this level, then the forging conference can at least enter the top 100.
The village chief happily touched the young man's head to express his approval.
The texture has been disrupted. Even if the ore refined in this way is made into a finished product, it will not be of the highest quality. It is simply a waste of nature.
Lu Yuan knew that he had said the wrong thing before. Anyway, the village chief ignored him and simply said harshly without saying anything shocking. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, all the guys looked at Lu Yuan angrily.
Arrogant boy. I have tolerated you for a long time. You can still find fault with such a perfect refinement. I'm afraid you are here to cause trouble. Right.
The big man next to the village chief asked angrily.
Just telling the truth. Refining is the basis of forging. If you can't even refine the basic iron ore, how can you forge a magic weapon?
Lu Yuan insisted with a broken heart. The big man was about to get angry when he was stopped by the village chief. The village chief said unhurriedly,
I wonder what your little brother has to say. If you are just trying to attract attention, you will not be welcomed in the town of Kaoshan.
Lu Yuan didn't say much, walked directly to a chopping board, picked up a piece of iron ore, and didn't use his earth core flame fine hammer, picked up an ordinary forging hammer, and started banging on it. The iron pliers in his hands quickly turned over the iron ore, and the forging hammer struck at an extremely fast speed. The basketball-sized iron ore continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the beating sound stopped, and there was only an iron ball the size of a fist left on the chopping board. The iron ball was once shiny, and it had obviously been refined to the extreme. The blacksmiths were all dumbfounded, and the boy who had questioned Lu Yuan before was speechless. Even the village chief looked at the iron ball, and didn't know what to say.
Little brother. You?
The village chief was already a little incoherent. Chapter 349, representing Backer Town. The Shibing Kingdom is proud of forging. The entire country makes profits by mining, forging, and exporting weapons after processing. There are no nationality restrictions in the country. Anyone who loves forging can come to the Shibing Kingdom and earn money through the things they forge. Profit. Such an open country has over time become the home of all forgers. And it has also become the largest weapons producer in the Songhai continent. Of course, there are still some people who are loyal to their own country and do not want to come to the Shibing Kingdom for profit. This small group are often top forging masters, and the things they produce every year are also supplied to the royal families of various countries. There are 3 countries in Songhai continent. Among them, the Southern Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom are rival countries and have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The Shibing Kingdom is a neutral country. No matter which side has money, it will supply various weapons. The Forging Conference is also a large-scale official event established by the Shibing Kingdom to discover new blood. It is held every 4 years. The organizer is the Shibing Kingdom, and the co-organizers are the South Kingdom and the North Kingdom. This is the only event where the 3 countries work together, and it is also the event where the Shibing Kingdom joins hands. Bingwei is the only project that participates in the struggle of the 3 kingdoms. Even though the Divine Weapon Kingdom is the largest weapons exporter, the champion of the Forging Conference does not get much. After all, the final competition in the conference is the top few. Although many people know that there is no hope of winning. But in this life of a craftsman, always hope that his works can be seen and recognized by more people. So there are many people participating. So there will be dedicated people in each plot to eliminate a group of contestants first. Kaoshan Town is just a fringe town in the Shibing Kingdom. Due to the Forging Conference, the young people in the town are all practicing hard. And the 3 with the best results will be taken to participate in the general election in the main city.
Little brother. You?
The village chief was already a little incoherent, and the other guys were even more surprised and speechless. As the saying goes, Don't persuade others with gentle words. Don't start a fight when you're young. Don't join the crowd when you're poor. Don't bear heavy burdens when you're weak. Lu Yuan didn't say much but let it slip, which directly shocked the people present. The previously angry and dissatisfied guys no longer made things difficult. And the village chief's eyes were even brighter. If Lu Yuan competed in the name of his own town, once he achieved excellent results, the backing town would receive key training and be promoted to a first-tier city. It's not impossible.
I want to go to the forging conference, but I don't know what the conditions are for registration,
Lu Yuan asked.
There is no need to register for the audition stage. Just because you have passed the preliminary test of refining the skills, the general election in the main city is no longer a problem. Names will be tallied only after passing the first 2 rounds. Before that, each player only has 1 number. The competition is so casual?
Lu Yuan was surprised when he saw such a casual competition for the first time.
The purpose of recruiting wise men is to allow everyone to showcase their talents. Why complicate the process? This is also the attraction of Shibing Kingdom,
the village chief said with some pride. Lu Yuan nodded when he heard this. This kind of conference is a pure communication competition. There is no point in doing so many tricks.
When does the game start, and how do I get to the arena? The competition will be held in half a month. It takes about 7 days to travel from the capital. Although we have plenty of time, we still plan to leave tomorrow. If you don't mind, little brother, you can go with us. If you are willing to represent me as a supporter. If the town participates in the competition, it will get the support of all the villagers in our backing town,
the village chief said with some excitement.
How do you support me?
Lu Yuan asked curiously. It would be best if he was given some forging materials or the like.
All our villagers can cheer you on.
The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This village chief is really funny. However, Lu Yuan wanted to participate in the forging conference just to see the level of other forging masters. After all, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside. How can one make progress behind closed doors? What progress?
Okay, I'll do as you said. Please help me find 2 suitable clothes. Let's set off early tomorrow morning.
Lu Yuan responded neatly. Lu Yuan's generous response won the village chief's favor. Although it was already late at night, he still slaughtered chickens and sheep and organized a welcome banquet. Lu Yuan, who had been sleeping in the open for many days, naturally would not miss the delicious food in front of him. The villagers also woke up from their sleep, lit a bonfire and danced. I had to lament the enthusiasm of the villagers. Lu Yuan refused everyone's toast. The village chief led the villagers to drink without being angry. By the time the dinner was about to end, the village chief and others had already passed out drunk and fell asleep on the ground. The other villagers ignored them and dispersed to go home and continue sleeping. Lu Yuan stood in the middle of a group of drunken people with an embarrassed look on his face. These people were very enthusiastic and did not arrange a place for themselves first. The world is really getting longer at night now. There are still 7 or 8 hours of night left. You can't lie down too. Sleep on the ground for the night. Just when Lu Yuan was feeling worried, a soft voice sounded from behind.
Mr. Lu, the village chief asked me to take care of you tonight.
Lu Yuan turned around when he heard the sound, only to see an older sister in her 30s standing behind her. Her charm was still full of femininity.
I don't need to take care of you. Please help me find a place to live. Okay, come with me.
Lu Yuan followed him to the house in the town and entered one of the guest rooms. The room was simple but clean and tidy, with no smell at all.
Thank you, eldest sister. You should go back and rest early. Ahem. I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Sun right now. It's making our sleep very chaotic. We can't sleep even when we go back now. Sister, I'll stay with you for a while.
Lu Yuan sat uncomfortably on the chair in the room and couldn't continue to chase his eldest sister away. The whole town returned to calm, with only the sound of cicadas chirping in the yard. Lu Yuan's exclamation came from the house that had been quiet for a while.
Sister, what are you doing? I don't do this. Get out quickly.
There was a sound of pushing inside the house, and then the eldest sister was pushed out of the house. The door was slammed tightly by Lu Yuan. The eldest sister smiled and patted the door panel, and said angrily,
Young man, why are you so shy? Go to sleep. Sister, I won't disturb you.
With a look of horror on his face, Lu Yuan wiped the lip marks on his face with his hands. He didn't expect the women in Kaoshan town to be so enthusiastic. The next day, Lu Yuan got up early to prepare for departure. Unexpectedly, the village chief and others were still sleeping soundly. No wonder there were no outstanding craftsmen in this town. It wasn't until noon that everyone got ready and set off. There were 3 places in the town, one of which was given to Lu Yuan, and the other 2 were 2 villagers with excellent grades in the town. The rest were some guys who were going to watch the fun. More than a dozen people set off slowly.
Brother Lu, how did you sleep last night?
The village chief asked Lu Yuan with a smirk on his face.
I slept well, but the eldest sister is a bit scary.
Huh?
No way. She is the most beautiful widow in our village. She is worthy of being a master, and she has high vision. Next time, my brother will pay attention, and I will make good arrangements for you.
Not only was the village chief's age beyond Lu Yuan's expectation, but his personality was also unexpected. Chapter 350 Forging City. Lu Yuan followed the group from Kaoshan town and walked for nearly 10 days before reaching the capital of the Shibing Kingdom. In fact, the journey is not too far, but the people walking together are walking too slowly. In addition, we encounter many difficult monsters and even robbers along the way. If Lu Yuan is not there, I am afraid that the participation of Gushan town will be difficult. Otherwise, the destination will not be reached at all.
Ahead is the brilliant city, the capital of our Shibing Kingdom. Don't run around when you enter the city. Go and register first to get your participation number,
the village chief instructed. The 3 gilded characters of Brilliant City look very grand above the city gate. The city gate is made of exquisite metal. There seems to be a lot of iron art in the city. Everywhere is full of forging atmosphere. There is a blacksmith shop every 3 or 5 steps. The tinkling sound is endless. After a group of people entered the city, they walked along the street. The atmosphere in the city made Lu Yuan, who had not been forged for a long time, feel excited. His fingers were beating unconsciously with the sound, and his body was already starting to tremble. Entering the city was like going home.
No wonder the blacksmiths consider this place their home. The atmosphere is so good,
Lu Yuan said to the village chief.
Of course. When my father brought me here for the first time, I was so surprised that my jaw almost dropped. I also struggled to become a blacksmith master. But it's a pity that hard work alone cannot make up for the lack of talent. In the end, I was overwhelmed by the talented people one after another.
The village chief of Kaoshan town was proud at first, but gradually became lonely as he talked. Lu Yuan could tell that the village chief really liked forging, but talent was something he couldn't force, so he could only pat him on the shoulder to express comfort.
Even if you can't become a top master, don't give up on your dreams. The most important thing for a craftsman is to have a craftsmanship. As long as your enthusiasm remains unchanged, you will be able to achieve your dreams sooner or later.
Lu Yuan looked at the people in Kaoshan town seriously. Said, no one can laugh at a person who works hard. Lu Yuan feels very good about the Shibing Kingdom. Everyone has a strong interest in forging. Unlike the Douchi continent, where all countries are competing for fame and fortune.
What is ingenuity?
Sure you. One of the contestants from Kaoshan town asked. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Patriarch Uya had asked him this question more than once. And the answer he gave him for the last time was still his own idea until now.
Everyone has a different understanding of craftsmanship. I feel that craftsmanship means being worthy of every inch of time and treating every work seriously in repeated years.
Lu Yuan said slowly. Pa pa pa. The sound of applause sounded from the side. And then an old voice came.
In such repeated years, I am worthy of every inch of time. It is rare to have such insights at a young age.
Lu Yuan turned around and saw an old man, clasped his fists and said,
Senior, that's ridiculous. Where are you from? It seems you are here to compete. Right,
the old man asked. The village chief of Kaoshan town seemed to know the old man in front of him, and said with some excitement,
Junior Ding Long led the players from Kaoshan town to compete. And I have met the elder. Do you know me?
The old man asked.
I met him from a distance when I was participating in the competition before. The name of the great elder is resounding throughout the Shibing Kingdom. It is truly a blessing to meet here today.
Ding Long replied excitedly. However, the great elder shook his head and said to Ding Long,
Craftsmanship must be as solid, steady and unshakable as iron stone. I am just a blacksmith. You lose your temper just when you see me. No wonder you have participated in the competition.
But I have no impression of you.
Ding Long was a little embarrassed by the elder's words, and was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do.
Young people, come on. There is no end to the forging process. Don't just focus on those who came before you.
After that, the great elder left with his entourage. Ding Long was still a little uneasy, The great elder's previous criticism was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. He had participated in the competition 5 times when he was young, but he had never been able to break into the top 10. If it weren't for everyone only has 5 chances to participate, and Ding Long is really unwilling to do so. This great elder is really outrageous. He actually said that about Brother Ding. Guizong, another player from Kaoshan Town, said. Ding Long lowered his head and said nothing, and did not answer. It was obvious that his mood had reached an extremely low level. If you feel that this is a blow to you, then it is a blow. If you feel that this is to correct you, then it is an encouragement. The last sentence is very right. There is no end to the journey of forging. Don't focus only on those who came before you. Lu Yuan said pertinently. Hearing this, Ding Long looked up at the back of the great elder, as if he had woken up. He really shouldn't be so frustrated. The great elder was right. His heart was indeed not strong enough. After thinking about it, Ding Long's eyes were radiant again. He glanced at Lu Yuan gratefully, and led everyone back on the road. Because there are so many contestants, the official does not care about accommodation unless they pass the screening and enter the top 100. However, they are only responsible for the accommodation of one contestant. After entering the top 10, the companions will receive the hospitality of Brilliant City. Regarding this kind of clause, no one thinks that the official is stingy. Only the strong will be respected. If you enter the top 10, then your peers will feel honored to stay. The place to stay in Kaoshan Town is a small inn, because the town's financial resources are limited. It is considered a luxury to stay here during the conference. Sure you, Guizong, you two need a good rest. You two will live in one room. The rest of the men, will live with me, and the women will live in another room. Ding Long ordered. After everyone in the town had left, Ding Long handed a house card to Lu Yuan and said sheepishly, Brother Lu, you live in a room by yourself. Since the town's financial resources are limited, I can only wrong you. Lu Yuan didn't care. Living in an inn was much better than sleeping in the open air. Besides, he had to practice every day and didn't really sleep much. As the practice of the exercises deepens, I feel energetic after each practice, and the effect of rest is even better than sleeping. It doesn't matter. It's the same everywhere. I wonder what your plans are for the next few days. It was Lu Yuan's first time participating in the competition. Although he came relatively early, he still had to ask about the itinerary first so that he could feel confident. To be honest with Brother Lu, the reason why we arrived a few days early is because there will be a market before every forging conference. This is also one of the characteristics of the forging conference. This is why many people who cannot participate in the competition are also the reason for gathering here. Ding Long said. Market? Well, it's a market. A market that sells various items. Almost all the treasures obtained by everyone in Sanhui continent will gather here in these few days. Of course, what everyone is most interested in is the forging materials. Although the official will provide some materials, if you want to excel in the competition, you will definitely need the best materials. The official does not restrict players from bringing their own materials, so everyone will purchase some items in the market these days. Ding Long explained. Oh, I see. I really need to take a walk. Lu Yuan was very happy to hear the news. There would definitely be no shortage of top-quality materials in this forging capital. This was his first time encountering such a market, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Ding Long took out a heavy bag and whispered, Here are some broken silver. Although it is a small amount of money, it is also the support of our backing town for you. Go buy some things you need. Lu Yuan glanced at Ding Long with complicated eyes, but he was a little moved. It was true as he said. If he represented Kaoshan Town in the competition, he would get the full support of Kaoshan Town. I don't need money anymore. I still have some things like gold and silver. Lu Yuan waved his hand and replied with a smile. Chapter 351 Pre-Match Market. Lu Yuan refused the financial support from Kaoshan Town because as early as when he entered the Ding Long to book a room, Lu Yuan discovered that the currency used here was gold and silver. And before leaving the Soul Fighting Kingdom, Prince Carlo gave him among the pile of items was a large box of gold. Although I don't know the value of gold here, even on Earth in the 21st century, the value of gold is very high. No wonder people from ancient times to the present have said that gold should be saved in troubled times. I still have some gold and silver. You can keep these silver coins. Lu Yuan refused directly. Brother Lu, are you too young? Ding Long said righteously. No, don't think too much. Village Chief, when does the market start? I really want to go and experience it.
Lu Yuan changed the subject and asked directly.
The retest of the forging conference is 5 days later, and the market starts 3 days before the competition, which means it starts the day after tomorrow and ends the day before the competition. The market is all during the day, and there is plenty of time,
Ding Long said.
3 days are enough to buy anything.
Lu Yuan nodded and said,
No, no, no. You have plenty of time. I only mean the market time. But the best materials will not be waiting for you. The stalls in the market are not fixed, and the seller's goods are not unlimited. Some people may only take one piece. People come to sell things and then leave after they are sold. So if you want to buy the items you like, you must not take it lightly,
Ding Long added. Lu Yuan nodded.
Even purchasing treasures from heaven and earth requires opportunity. So just be normal.
The two chatted for a while, and then went back to their rooms. The market officially started the day after tomorrow, and there was still a day of free time in between. Lu Yuan did not plan to go out and hang out. The key was to seize the time to adjust his condition. Competing in forging was quite energy-consuming. One thing. Brilliant City became very lively as the conference approached, and all the inns were overcrowded. Ding Long had been explaining to Shi Yu and Guo Song what they need to pay attention to during the competition. Lu Yuan has been adjusting his state. For Lu Yuan, as long as he knows what he is not allowed to do in the competition, he does not need anyone to tell him what he needs to do in terms of forging. Time passed quickly. The sun had just risen, and today was the day when the market officially opened. Lu Yuan invited the people of Kaoshan town to have a big meal. After all, according to Ding Long's description, he might not be able to eat at noon.
Ha. I'm really sorry for costing Brother Lu money,
Ding Long said shamelessly while walking on the street. In the past few days, I have been in contact with Lu Yuan, and I have done too many embarrassing things. Not to mention picking up a master to represent the town in the competition. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he has been receiving help from Lu Yuan.
Don't worry. Let's go quickly, before all the good things are bought by others,
Lu Yuan said anxiously.
This is the first time I have seen Brother Lu anxious. Don't panic. Top quality materials are not easy to appear. Besides, the seller is not a fool. How can he just sell it to anyone at a price? The emergence of a truly top quality material will alarm the entire group. City.
After Ding Long explained to Lu Yuan, he quickened his pace. The market is easy to find. It is located on a street in the center of Brilliant City. Lu Yuan and others have already gotten up early enough. But there are others who have arrived earlier than this group of people. Fortunately, the street is very wide. Although there are many people, it can still accommodate them. Down. Most of the sellers just spread a piece of cloth on the ground and put all kinds of things they want to sell on it. As Ding Long said, the market sells not only blacksmithing supplies, but also many delicate things such as jade and jewelry are placed on display racks.
Listen up. You two boys. We have limited money. Before you buy anything, come and ask me for money. I can only buy after I agree. The best is the one that meets your current level. Don't always think about the best ores or materials. The level is too high for you two to control.
Ding Long did not forget to teach the two players from Gushan town.
Brother Ding, you guys chat first. I'll go shopping by myself.
Lu Yuan didn't wait for the other party to answer, and walked to the market on his own. The street is very wide and long. There are many soldiers guarding the entrance to the street. There are also soldiers patrolling back and forth in the market. One is to maintain the order of the scene, and the other is to avoid the phenomenon of gangsters taking advantage of gangsters. Because there were so many people, Lu Yuan could only stand aside and move forward slowly along with the crowd. There are indeed a lot of items in the market, and there are also many good things. To say that they are good is only compared to ordinary or materials. For people like Lu Yuan, who have seen many top-notch products, they are not very attractive. Lu Yuan followed the crowd to the end of the market, and then walked back to the other side of the street.
Brother Ding, the things in this round are very average. I didn't find anything too exciting.
Lu Yuan returned to the entrance and found that Ding Long was still waiting for Shi Yu and Guo Song to choose what they wanted.
Don't worry. You'll notice the difference when you go for a walk,
Ding Long said with a smile. Lu Yuan walked around decisively after hearing this. There were no changes in the stalls. After all, the market had just begun. But most of the things on the stalls had been changed. It's not because they sell quickly, but because the stall space is limited. The stall owners can only display the products in turn. Lu Yuan's sharp eyes can naturally see the changes before and after. In this way, Lu Yuan walked around for a while. The materials sold in the early stage were not very attractive to Lu Yuan. On the contrary, the other two players from Kaoshan town bought a lot. After being screened by Ding Long, the two of them selected all kinds of items with high cost performance. And not a penny of the silver they brought from the town was left. When they reached the fifth circle, a piece of ore finally attracted Lu Yuan's attention. This piece of ore was not a particularly rare thing, but it was considered an outstanding material at this stage. If you use it to forge weapons, it can be used casually. Being able to create purple rare level equipment is perfect for participating in the retest in a few days. Lu Yuan thought of the bargaining scenes in movies and TV series. So he directly picked up a piece of other ore and asked, "How do you sell this piece of ore?" "Boss? Take this 1 gold coin if you want it." "Then what's the price of this piece of ore?" Seeing Lu Yuan playing with the ore in his hand, the boss rolled his eyes and said, "That! 50 silver coins. Take it if you like." "No counter offer." "What about this piece of ore? How to sell it?" After asking about several pieces of ore, Lu Yuan finally picked up the one he liked and asked, "I'll take this 50 gold coins if you like." Lu Yuan was startled when he heard this. This piece of ore was obviously not worth the price. He didn't know why the boss raised the price so high. "Young man, have you fallen in love with this piece of ore after looking at it for a long time? In this way, as soon as the market starts today, I will treat it as an opener. If you like it, give me 20 gold coins. Take this piece together with the pieces of ore you just asked about. Let's go. What do you think?" The stall owner said with a smile. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that his boss had already seen through his plan. And this trick had no effect. 20 gold coins are actually very expensive. 1 gold brick given to me by Prince Carlo can only be exchanged for 100 gold coins. Although I have a lot of gold bricks, I can't spend it like this. If it weren't for the purpose of hiding his strength in the semifinals, Lu Yuan would not be rare for rare purple equipment level materials. Lu Yuan stood up and left. The stall owner hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. "Young man, don't leave. Why don't you give me a price?" Lu Yuan ignored it and continued to move forward. 10 gold coins. Come back. Come back. I'll give you 5 gold coins. Open a business. 2 gold coins. Just that one. Lu Yuan turned around and said. The stall owner looked troubled and didn't answer with a sad look on his face. When Lu Yuan saw him, he turned around and left. He hurriedly greeted. "Okay. Come back and take it away. I don't want to make any money." Just for good luck, Lu Yuan paid the money and put away the ore without stopping. He thought to himself, it doesn't work to attack the east and west. No wonder the 36 strategies all say walking is the best strategy. It really works. When the stall owner saw Lu Yuan walking away, he shook his head and smiled and took out another piece of the same ore and placed it in its place. Selling knives? Selling knives. If you know the goods, come and take a look. Lu Yuan heard the sound and walked forward to join in the fun. The knife was a good knife, but it was a broken knife. Chapter 352, Virtual and Real. Lu Yuan heard the sound and went over to take a look. Sure enough, there was a middle-aged, down-and-out man selling knives. He dared to go to the market of the blacksmithing conference to sell knives. He must be very confident in his own knives. Taking a closer look, the knife is a good knife. Both the blade and the overall lines are perfect. But it is just a broken knife. The 1/3 of the blade near the tip seemed to have been neatly cut off by some sharp blade. Although it could still be used reluctantly, it could not be considered a perfect sword after all. A broken knife is also being sold. Don't you know where this place is? It's just a job. People around shouted. Although your knife is good, it is a defective product after all. It is a pity to throw it away if it is tasteless. It is a pity. It is a pity. Someone else said more pertinently. The people around him all commented on the person selling the knife. But the middle-aged man selling the knife didn't care, and let the people around him talk without any fluctuation in his expression. This scene aroused Lu Yuan's interest. In Lu Yuan's opinion, this broken sword was a perfect weapon. But even before it was broken, it was at best an epic weapon, let alone after it was cut off. The knife seller Bao Jing obviously had another purpose. Sure enough, just when everyone was about to disperse from the discussion, the middle-aged man selling the knife took out another long knife from behind. As soon as the long sword was unsheathed, there was a strong wind. The downcast middle-aged man raised the sword and said with a smile, "What do you think of this sword?" Everyone watching the excitement was amazed.
and some knowledgeable people exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this the Daxia Longke that won the championship 4 years ago?" Lu Yuan also saw that this knife was extraordinary. Judging from its quality, it might have reached the level of a pseudo-artifact. This knife was a broad-back knife with a dragon wrapped around its back. Its head was in the shape of a bird, and the blade glowed with cold light. It appeared before it moved. The sound of dragons and phoenixes came out, which meant that dragons and phoenixes were contending. "I want it. How can I sell this knife?" Among the crowd of onlookers, a fat man in rich clothes said proudly. Other onlookers also asked about the price. Most of the people who came to this market were people who were not short of money. Even if the knife could not be used by oneself, it was the work that won the championship last time. So the collection value was naturally very high. "How come the sword of the previous champion Forging Xian fell into your hands? Isn't this sword from the right way?" A question made the surrounding area suddenly quiet. The downcast middle-aged man grinned, lifted his hair in front of his forehead and said, "I am Tuxian, and that broken knife was cut off by the great Xiao Longke. I don't need to introduce this knife in too much. Right? Of course. No introduction is needed. This knife is more famous than you. After all, it is the best knife among entries in the past 100 years. It's just that the Shibing state spent a lot of money to buy it, but you didn't sell it. Why are you selling the knife on the street now?" Someone with knowledge told me that he must be a blacksmith based on his appearance. "I, Tong Xian, have learned blacksmithing from my father since I was a child. I came to participate in the blacksmithing conference when I was 20 years old. It was not until 4 years ago that I finally proved myself. This is my last chance to compete, so I must break the limit. However, the process of forging is very expensive. In order to purchase a batch of materials for the competition, we have come up with this idea to sell this knife for 10,000 gold coins or exchange it for equivalent materials." Dui Xian explained. Lu Yuan understood what Forged Xian said. The process of forging did cost money, and this Forged Xian obviously didn't have any money-making ideas. It's really incomprehensible that someone who can create a pseudo-artifact level weapon would be in such a miserable state. But having said that, in order to continuously break through oneself and be willing to let go of past achievements, this is the spirit that a craftsman should have. But this sale is obviously not sincere. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and the value of 1 gold coin is estimated by Lu Yuan to be equivalent to about 10,000 renminbi. A knife sold for 100,000 gold coins can be regarded as a sky-high price. Lu Yuan's estimate was based on the consumption price, plus a gold coin of about 40 grams, and the current gold price would have reached more than 10,000 yuan. Sure enough, after Tuxian finished quoting the price, everyone present fell silent. The knife was undoubtedly a good knife, but the price was not a deliberate price. It was just like making fun of everyone. Brother Duo is still the same as before. First he pretends to be pitiful to gain sympathy, and then he shows off his broken knife. You have sold this knife at least 10 times. Right? A young man in white clothes walked out of the crowd and said to Tao Tian with a hint of joking in his tone. Tuxian obviously recognized this person, and he was not angry when he heard the other person teasing him. He lifted up his messy hair, revealed his eyes, and said with a smile, "Oh, it turns out that Brother Dingyu is here. You come from a wealthy family, so naturally you don't understand us at the bottom. After all the hard work, people have finally created a stunning masterpiece. So naturally they want to sell it for more money, so that they can spend their remaining years in peace. Haha. You are really proud of our craftsman. You can say such things without fear of being laughed at." Dingyu put his hands behind his back and said without hesitation, "Lu Yuan has been watching in the crowd. At first, he thought that Tuxian was a real craftsman. However, since Dingyu appeared and just said a few words, Tuxian's image was ruined." As soon as Dingyu finished speaking, a young man walked out of the crowd and chuckled softly. "To impress the public, you two should not come to participate in the competition. You should go to sing opera. Hey, the kids are all here to join in the fun. It seems like I can't sell this knife," Tuxian said as he looked at the young man with cold eyes. The young man's face became serious. He glanced at Tuxian coldly and said coolly, "Put the knife away quickly. Don't continue to be embarrassed here. Otherwise you will be disqualified." Hearing this, Tao Tianxian looked at the young man carefully, put the sword back into its sheath, and said with a smile, "I heard that the young prince of the Shibing kingdom is going to compete this year. Seeing that you have extraordinary abilities, could it be that the young prince is celebrating his birthday? As you know, please disperse and don't disturb the order of the market." The little prince Xiaodan saw that the other party had guessed his identity. So he did not embarrass everyone and said in a serious tone,
"Let's break up. Let's break up. I guess you can't afford my knife."
Taixian shouted without any hesitation. Tuoxian sheathed his sword and disappeared into the crowd. And the onlookers quickly dispersed. Lu Yuan looked at the three people walking away, feeling competitive. After the onlookers dispersed, the village chief Ding Long came to Lu Yuan's side and whispered,
Forging Xian was the champion of the last forging competition with the Xia dragon bird forged on site. After 4 years, the level should be more refined now. Ding Yu was the runner-up in the previous competition, and his forging level was also very high. But in the end, he lost to the extremely long-lasting Forging Xian.
The last boy who appeared is named Xiaodan. He is the young prince of the Shibang Kingdom. This is his first time participating in the forging conference. It is said that the young prince is extremely talented and is expected to regain the championship glory for the Shibang Kingdom this year. Oh, really? I really want to see the little prince's true strength.
Chapter 353 Warm-up before the game. Ding Long briefly introduced the backgrounds and strengths of the three to Lu Yuan. And Lu Yuan was inspired to fight by the three. At first, Lu Yuan had a good impression of Tuoxian. But as his lies were revealed, it turned out that he was not giving up his past honors to seek progress, but showing off his past achievements and enjoying the vanity of being watched by everyone. Lu Yuan concluded that although 4 years have passed, but he will definitely not make any improvement, and it will even be difficult for him to improve his forging level in the future. As for Ding Yu, although there was a bit of sourness in his words, at least he was arrogant and disdained to do such a thing, even though he looked like a frail scholar in his white clothes. His callous hands were obviously treated harshly. Effort. The little prince's birthday is what makes Lu Yuan most curious. Although he is young, he is very majestic. If his forging skills can be spread among the people at such a young age, his talent must be higher than ordinary people. The market was still very lively, and the little prince was also strolling around with the contestants, without doing anything special. Tuoxian was not as poor as he said. He would pay directly for anything he liked. It seemed that he sold knives before just to show off. I don't know if it was Lu Yuan's high vision or something else, but he didn't buy any material that he was very satisfied with all day long. Only the large piece of, or that he had in the morning for the retest was acceptable.
Brother Lu, don't be discouraged. It's the same in the market every year. Good things appear at the end. The reason why I chose Shiryu and Guitsong to purchase today is precisely because the price of materials will rise a lot in the next 2 days. Although the grade it will also improve a lot. But after all, our budget is limited.
Seeing that Lu Yuan was worried, Ding Long quickly comforted him. Lu Yuan actually didn't take the market to heart, but imagined in his mind what kind of weapon he wanted to build, the forging style, and the direction of attributes. If he didn't think about these things in advance, he would decide on the day of the game. It is definitely too late in terms of time. Anyway, no matter what level of weapon is made, it belongs to the individual. It would be good to take this opportunity to promote the lineage of the god of craftsmen. After all, the lineage of the god of craftsmen is not well known in the New World. The New World is a fusion of multiple parallel worlds. This kind of troubled world is not suitable for keeping a low profile. After you become famous, many things will become easier. Just like when you were in the Taoyuan world. Just the false name of being a descendant of the god of craftsman lineage has made peace for you. How many things?
It doesn't matter. You can't force the treasures of heaven, materials and earth to come. It only requires fate.
Lu Yuan responded calmly. The market on the second day was indeed much higher quality. But Lu Yuan still didn't choose anything. The prices of the medium and high quality materials were a bit exaggerated. Although Lu Yuan didn't need it, he bought a lot for Shiryu, and Guokong Ding Long declined a few times before accepting it, because what Lu Yuan said was very reasonable, and the young people's future should not be delayed because of money. After this incident, Ding Long admired Lu Yuan even more. This brother Lu Yuan who met by chance was not only very knowledgeable in forging, but also very generous. Many people are generous, but everything they do makes people feel. However, Lu Yuan acted calmly, making people accept it without any pressure. But the more he did this, the more people felt grateful from the bottom of their hearts. In the past few nights, in addition to his own ideas, Lu Yuan also gave a simple training to the people in Kaoshan town. Lu Yuan's explanations were without reservation, and sometimes just a few sentences benefited everyone a lot. The reason why Lu Yuan imparted blacksmithing experience without scruples was exactly what Ouya told him at the beginning. If he wanted to make blacksmithing prosperous, he should not take advantage of it. Although the lineage of the god of Craftsman has its own inheritance. In Uya's eyes, all blacksmiths we should all belong to the same family, regardless of you and me.
If Uya knew that there was such a land that was proud of forging, he would probably be very happy.
Lu Yuan always thought like this in his heart. The third day of the market has finally arrived. There are many fewer people selling goods than the previous 2 days. And the styles of the products are also much simpler. But each item is unique. Some stalls even only have one piece of ore. But they are surrounded by people. The water is blocked.
Just ask how much you want for this piece of ore. I'll take it. My bid will definitely be higher than his. You sell it to me. How much money can you two have? Don't argue with me. I'm going to buy this ore.
There is only one possibility for such a situation to occur on the third day. And that is the appearance of top-quality ore. Lu Yuan couldn't help but move forward to take a closer look. There was only a piece of cloth in the stall. There was a piece of ore that was not very big in an open wooden box on top of the cloth. The ore should be of wind attribute. And he could clearly feel the air around it. The flow speed becomes faster, bringing with it gusts of breeze. Just one piece of ore can affect the surrounding environment, which shows the value of this piece of ore. If it is processed into a short blade or jewelry, it will definitely bring out the wind attribute to the extreme.
I don't want money. Who wants this stone? Give me something in exchange. I want a new hoe.
The old man in front of the stall was unmoved by the money, and even said that he wanted to exchange the ore for the hoe.
Ha! You old man. Are you confused? The money I gave you is enough for you to buy as many hoes as you want. And it's even enough for you to spend until you die. Why are you still farming?
Said the man who wanted to buy ore before.
You are just old and confused. I have been farming all my life, and I like farming. I came here to change my hoe. Can it be an ordinary hoe?
The old man stood with his hands behind his hands, and spoke in a loud voice. He did not look like an old man at all.
Look, I'm not confused. Old man, you've come to the right place here. Everyone here is an expert in blacksmithing. And a mere hoe is no problem. I'll make you a hoe right now in exchange for your ore.
The speaker was none other than Forge Xian. And at this time, Forge Xian was very proud, as if the ore was already his.
I'll also make a hoe to see whose work the old man likes.
Ding Yu also appeared to join in the fun.
Ding Yu, you are really haunted,
Tuashian said with a gloomy look on his face.
Since the old man has a request, then everyone has equal opportunities. So you are allowed to participate alone?
Ding Yu retorted.
Ha ha. Okay, I'm here to join in the fun. Just think of it as a warm-up before the forging conference.
The little prince Xie also walked out of the crowd and said with a smile. There were many contestants at the market, and almost everyone in the Shibing Kingdom knew how to forge. Seeing that there was a lot of excitement, everyone was planning to make a hoe in exchange for ore. The old man looked calm and did not stop the situation from developing. He said calmly,
I only need a hoe. I will trade with whoever does it better.
After hearing the words, everyone dispersed, looking for a forging furnace to forge, for fear that they would be left behind. After all, no matter how hard the hoe was, it couldn't make any tricks. Lu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and became interested, and said with a smile,
I'll give it a try too, and see if I can win the favor of the old man. Let's just think of it as a warm-up before the game.
Chapter 354 Ho. With the start of the last championship and the participation of the little prince, all the contestants in the market also joined in the fun. Brilliant City, as the capital of the Shibing Kingdom, was most indispensable for blacksmith shops and forging furnaces. All the blacksmith shops were overcrowded for a while. Regardless of whether they thought about what to do, they had to occupy a place first. As the most commonly used agricultural tool by farmers, the hoe actually does not require too many tricks. But since so many forging masters are involved, it will definitely not stand out if it is made into an ordinary style. The news spread quickly, and people who originally didn't know the news also participated. Now the wind attribute stone is no longer important, and everyone cares more about who can come out on top. There are probably thousands of contestants participating in the re-examination, and some have already begun to forge. And the sound of clanging can be heard endlessly. Lu Yuan did not go far, but found an open space near the old man. He took out his commonly used chopping board and forging tools from the god of Craftsman's ring. He did not rush to start forging, but closed his eyes and concentrated on thinking. In addition to the contestants, there were naturally not a few people watching the excitement at the market. And those forged on the street like Lu Yuan were even more eye-catching.
This man is so strange. If he doesn't go to the forging furnace, why should he hit him with a hammer? I think 80% of them are just trying to get more attention before the game. You are just too ignorant. Just because he took out these objects out of thin air. This person is not a simple person. How can such a person do such sensational things? While everyone was commenting, Lu Yuan had already completed the idea. The hoe is mainly used for harvesting, digging holes, making ridges, cultivating, covering soil, weeding, breaking soil, cultivating soil, etc. To put it bluntly, it mainly deals with soil. But the functions of crops growth is closely related to soil quality. So the material the hoe is made of is very important. There are many kinds of forging materials, including the 5 basic elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special attributes such as thunder, poison, wind, and ice, or with special properties is obviously not suitable for use as a hoe, especially the poisonous property. If the planter planted is poisonous, wouldn't it be a joke? The fire property will change the soil quality and make the soil dry. Lu Yuan thought about it and finally decided to take out a small piece of xuanwu or for forging. Although xuanwu OE was extremely precious and was originally used by Lu Yuan to make armor for himself, it was the most suitable one in his own hands. As a craftsman, since he wanted to do that, just do it perfectly. The basalt ore itself was extremely pure, but Lu Yuan was still ready to refine it. He grabbed it with one hand and floated the basalt ore in the air. With the other hand, he condensed the unicorn fire in his body and began to smelt it. It was mentioned in the introduction of Xuanwu Mine that it is extremely hard, cannot be melted by fire, and cannot be penetrated by swords. Even top-level flames, like Qilin fire, were extremely difficult to smelt. In the end, the original fire was used to smelt it successfully. As soon as the earth core fire essence hammer came out, the surrounding temperature increased a few points, and the onlookers also let out a sound of exclamation. Sangyue continent is proud of forging, and almost everyone knows some forging knowledge, not to mention players and spectators who come to the forging conference. The quality of this forging hammer is no less than the last champion's Daxiao Lonke Dao. It seems that this forging conference is promising. In comparison, isn't it weirder that he can spit out flames from his body? Isn't this strange? It seems that this young man is not only a master of forging, but also has very advanced martial arts. The reason why he can breathe fire must be because his own attribute is fire, coupled with a strong internal strength in his body. He can spray the flames as if they are real. Out. Although Lu Yuan's attention was focused on the forging, he could also clearly hear the discussions of the people around him. Listening to their well-reasoned words, Lu Yuan himself almost believed it. The earth core fire essence hammer kept beating, and the basalt ore kept maintaining a high temperature, constantly changing its shape under Lu Yuan's control. Lu Yuan carefully observed the texture of the basalt ore. Even after it was smelted, you could still feel its hardness every time you hit it. So the force of the hammer was very important. If the texture was destroyed, the finished product would definitely not be the same. Perfect. After Lu Yuan's extreme compression, even the originally pure basalt ore shrank by a large margin, become more pure. At this time, someone had already created the finished product, and quickly ran to the old man and asked him if he was satisfied. Is this a hoe you're making? It's obviously a pickaxe you're making, the old man said angrily. Although the pickaxe can also dig soil, it obviously does not meet the questions given by the old man. He didn't even check the quality of the forging, and just sent it away to the player. If there is the first one, there will be the second one. The players have built the finished products one after another, and most of them were rejected directly, although some of the others are not bad. The old man has never decided which one he wants. Come on! Come on! Make way for me! Old man, what do you think of my hoe? Duosian walked over with a confident face, holding a delicate hoe in his hand. The old man looked at it curiously for a few times, then put it aside and continued to wait. Old man, what do you mean? I am the champion of the blacksmithing conference, and you took my work, and you didn't even get a reaction? Forge Xian asked angrily. The old man looked at Tuixian and said calmly, as far as weapons are concerned, your work is considered a success, but I really can't see how it is practical for farming. First of all, the hoe handle is wrong. Which hoe have you seen made of metal? Already? Tiao Xian looked puzzled. He originally thought that farmers' hoes had wooden handles to save iron, but he didn't expect that they were all forged into metal. Instead, he made it superfluous and disgusted the old man. Old man, what do you think of mine?
Ding Yu's work has also been completed. Ding Yu came to the old man with the hoe he forged. Ding Yu's works are very simple, but they are appreciated by the old man.
This is a good hoe. Using it to cultivate the land will definitely double the effect. That's natural. I added a lot of wind attribute ores to the hoe. With the blessing of wind attribute, I can ensure that the hoe is wielded effortlessly, and the work efficiency should be increased by about 30%.
Ding Yu said proudly. At this time, the little prince Xie Dian also rushed back.
Old man, how about you also see my works clearly?
After Xie Dian said this, he brought up a gold hoe. The forging skills were not inferior to those of Ding Yu and Ding Xian, and the gold hoe also looked particularly different. The old man looked at the golden hoe and said slowly,
"The handle is made of high-quality peach wood, and the hoe blade is made of pure gold. The craftsmanship can be said to be impeccable. It will definitely attract attention when plowing the land with it. But have you ever considered the weight of gold?" "The weight of gold?"
Xie Dian asked, not understanding what it meant for a moment. The old man shook his head and did not continue to explain. He placed Xie's work on the table in front of him.
"There are so many hoes. Don't you like any of them? I think you are making fun of us,"
Tuoxian asked with an unconvinced look on his face. The old man didn't seem to hear Tuoxian's words. His eyes were fixed in one direction. The only reflection in his eyes was a young man swinging a hammer with all his strength. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lu Yuan? The old man seemed to be waiting for Lu Yuan's work. Chapter 355. The sky is high and the earth is high. Forging Xian and others always have their eyes high. And there are forging people everywhere. They really didn't notice Lu Yuan before. But now they followed the old man's gaze and noticed that there was another person.
Forged in the middle of the street. Just a sensationalist.
Taotian Xian habitually lifted his hair, glanced at it and commented,
"Arrogant and arrogant. I really don't know how bad the contestants were last time. But someone like you could actually win the championship."
The little prince Xie Dian couldn't stand Tui Xian and commented directly. Tui Xian didn't talk to Xie Dian either. He didn't seem to hear anything and started to read it carefully.
"When did Sanhui continent gain such a figure? With a forging hammer in his hand. He shouldn't be an unknown person. It seems that there is another strong enemy in this competition,"
Ding Yu said with a solemn expression.
"There are people outside the sky. The structure of the continent has changed greatly recently. Many redundant plates have suddenly appeared. The former Sanhui continent has also become smaller. If you two countries,
the north and the south, continue to fight in vain, I am afraid that our Sanhui continent will be buried sooner or later in this new world."
As the royal family of the Shibing Kingdom, the little prince Xie Dian naturally knew more information about the contestants. When Ding Long reported the list of contestants from Kaoshan Town, the origins of Lu Yuan and the other candidates were all unknown, which would naturally arouse official concern. Focus on. The forging conference does not restrict the nationality of the contestants, but the officials are obliged to investigate the basic information of the contestants. As a member of the Shibing Nation, Ding Long must still put the interests of the Shibing Nation first in the face of national justice.
My southern country doesn't actually like disputes, unlike the northern country, which is so arrogant and unreasonable.
Ding Yu looked at Tuixian and said. Tuixian flipped up his hair and said calmly,
"Look what I'm going to do. I'm just a blacksmith. I'm not qualified to talk about national affairs. With the changes in the continental tectonic plates, there will be more and more foreigners like him in the future. And there may even be a war of aggression. I hope that Sanhui continent can be united by then."
Xie Dian sighed.
I didn't expect that the Shibing Kingdom had been in peace with the world for many years. But the young prince's generation would start to care about the military,
Duanqian said with a smile. When the little prince Xie Dian heard this, his expression changed. The reason why the Shibing Kingdom could remain neutral and not affected by the war was because it had not reserved military power for generations. If rumors spread that he cared about the military, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on the Shibing Kingdom. Bad effect.
Who is that kid from? Judging from the contact between the hammer and the ore has been compressed to the limit, and the hardness of the ore is very high. Under such circumstances, he actually wants to continue to compress the ore.
Ding Yu saw the atmosphere, embarrassed, and quickly changed the topic.
It's just a wind attribute stone. As for using all your strength, I chose to forge it on the street just to accumulate some fame. I don't know what will happen to the finished product.
Forging Xian still didn't take Lu Yuan seriously.
As a craftsman, no matter what you do, you should try your best to make it perfect. This is not to show off. This is the spirit of the craftsman. And this is the sincere heart of the craftsman. Hello. Great Elder. Great Elder. Why are you here?
Xie also saluted and asked.
There was such a big commotion before the game even started. Naturally, I had to come and take a look. It really gave me a lot of surprises. It seems that the appearance of foreigners will definitely bring the overall level of the Shebing Kingdom to a higher level.
The Great Elder looked a little excited. Lu Yuan had already blocked out the outside world at this moment. He could only see the ore and the forging hammer. After compressing the basalt ore to the extreme, he began to shape it. The shape of the hoe was very simple. As long as the hoe blade below was sharp enough, half the battle was basically done. Lu Yuan's hammer gradually became faster, and the hoe quickly took shape. He took the peach wood hoe handle that the village chief Ding Long had prepared, and quickly fixed the hoe on the hoe handle, and then carefully moved the hoe. After polishing and removing the thorns from the handle, he stopped and looked at his work with satisfaction.
Is this the end? There was a lot of excitement in the front. But there is no movement at the end?
The onlookers were very dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's ending. With such a huge formation at the beginning, at least it had to make some noise at the end. Laymen watched the excitement, and insiders watched the door. As we all know, if there is a magic weapon in the world, auspicious phenomena will inevitably come from the sky. Even the equipment that reaches the epic level will have a flash of light. A quiet and ordinary work like this is basically the quality above is undoubtedly whiteboard. Lu Yuan picked up the newly made hoe with one hand and put his equipment into the God of Craftsman's ring. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded by people,
and everyone was commenting on him, without enough time to pay attention to the looks of the people around him. Lu Yuan walked up to the old man with a hoe and handed the hoe with both hands to show respect.
Old man, are you satisfied with this hoe?
Lu Yuan asked calmly. The old man took the hoe and observed it carefully. The handle of the hoe was just an ordinary peach wood, so there was no need to look at it. But the hoe blade made the old man reluctant to take his eyes off it.
Perfect. If it weren't for the ordinary hoe handle, this hoe would be enough to shock ancient and modern times,
the old man said excitedly, his hands trembling with excitement.
The hoe blade is indeed made well, but isn't it a bit exaggerated in ancient and modern times?
Tuoxian said somewhat unconvinced.
The old man's words are indeed a bit exaggerated. This boy's skills are indeed good, but he is not much better than us. If you are always so exaggerated, you are probably not here for this boy's care. Right.
Ding Yu was not willing to admit defeat. How could a farmer know how to evaluate everyone's work? The old man looked at the hoe in front of him excitedly, and immediately became unhappy when he heard the dissatisfaction of the people around him.
What? Are you a little dissatisfied with my choice? Who is dissatisfied?
The old man's conversation was full of domineering, but he didn't look like a farmer. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, they burst into laughter.
You are a farmer. How can you pretend to be an expert here? Who do you think cares about your piece of broken ore? Everyone is just using your subject to warm up.
One contestant couldn't help but said,
That's right. That's right. Who does your choice represent? So what if you don't accept it?
Another contestant added. The old man was still standing with his hands behind his back, and the great elder was watching silently. Seeing that no one dared to refute, everyone suddenly became more arrogant. You and I started to criticize the old man, and they all thought that the old man was invited by Lu Yuan. Trust.
It's not scary to be young and lack academic skills. The most terrifying thing is ignorance,
the old man said expressionlessly.
Third brother. It's almost.
Okay.
The forging conference has not even started yet, and you have made such a big noise. Are you still serious with the juniors now?
The elder said quickly when he saw that the old man was a little angry. The old man did not reply to the great elder, but pointed at Tuoxian and said,
Come on! Isn't your Daxia dragon bird extremely sharp? I'll give you a chance to break this hoe. If you succeed, you will be sent to the finals.
Tuoxian looked at the old man in front of him in surprise. The elder called him third brother, and the old man didn't seem to give the elder any face. He didn't know why, but he pointed the finger at himself.
Old man, a hoe is just a farm tool. If you say this hoe is good, then it is good. Why do you have to compare it with others?
Tuoxian is thoughtful and does not want to offend anyone.
Just do it if you're told to do it. You've been showing off everywhere in the past few years. It's time for you to understand that the sky is high and the sky is high,
the old man said reluctantly. The old man's words immediately aroused the interest of the onlookers. For a moment, Tuoxian was a little embarrassed, so he had to take out his Daxia dragon bird and said bitterly,
Okay, Since the old man is so aggressive, I will destroy this hoe.
After speaking, Tuixian gathered all his strength and struck the hoe blade with his sword. Jung. The sound of metal clanking sounded, and the hoe was placed there safely. But the knife in Tuixian's hand was broken into 2 sections, and the cut was very neat. Tuixian stood there in disbelief. The sword he was so proud of was actually lost to a hoe.
You hoe,
Taixian said to Lu Yuan incoherently.
My hoe hasn't been sharpened yet.
Lu Yuan replied calmly. Chapter 356 Direct Promotion. Lu Yuan's hoe is not actually unedged. It is just slightly polished. If it is used for agriculture, it is definitely enough. But compared with the sword, it is not wrong to say that it is unedged. Tuixian looked at his Daxia dragon bird with a distressed expression. He had been showing off everywhere in the past few years, but he didn't expect that he would lose to a hoe in the end. Everyone around was surprised by this result. The first elder sighed and shook his head. Only the third elder, who was the instigator, was not surprised at all. Although Lu Yuan knew that his work would not be damaged, he did not expect that the Daxia dragon bird would be broken. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. Although the hoe made of basalt is not as sharp as the Daxia Lonke knife, its hardness is unparalleled. Tuixian swung the knife with all his strength to hit the hoe on the ground. In fact, the Daxia Lonke knife was at a disadvantage. After all, there was solid ground under the hoe, and the reaction force coupled with the toughness of the basalt stone made the Daxia Lonke knife unable to withstand it at all. So it broke into 2 sections.
Third brother, why are you doing this? What a waste of a precious sword.
The great elder naturally saw that his third brother was doing this on purpose, but he didn't understand why he would target a junior.
This hoe is made with fine workmanship, and the material properties are also carefully selected. The most important thing is attitude. For craftsmen, taking each of their work seriously is the most basic ethics.
The third elder commented seriously. Although the first elder is older, there is really nothing he can do about this third elder. As one of the 3 elders of the Shibing Kingdom, he actually feels that the agriculture of the Shibing Kingdom is backward and resolutely runs to farm. So he thought of the exam question. It's not just a whim to ask for a hoe. Everyone originally wanted to join in the fun, but they didn't expect that this old man turned out to be the third elder. The third elder rarely showed up, and he went out to farm in these years, so ordinary people would not recognize him. The reason why the little prince cooperated and took the lead in forging was precisely because he recognized the third elder. He cooperated with him in this play.
Since there are so many people participating today, let's regard today's works as entries for the re-examination. Those approved by the third elder will directly enter the next round of competition. Other contestants who did not participate or were not selected will participate in the re-examination as usual tomorrow.
The great elder directly issued a notice. The third elder pointed to a small pile of hoes in front of him and said calmly,
"This pile of people will go directly to the next round. Someone will announce the list in a while. Without wasting everyone's time, let's continue to collect materials at the market."
Things suddenly changed. Naturally, some people were happy and some were sad. Some people were dejected and kept complaining that they would have used the snacks if they had known better. However, as the elder said, craftsmen should take every piece of their work seriously. The third elder picked up the hoe made by Lu Yuan and observed it carefully. He ignored the others and said directly to Lu Yuan,
"What are you going to call this hoe? I haven't had time to think about it yet. The third elder can just call me casually."
Lu Yuan replied,
"The hoe blade is not forged, but the hoe handle is just ordinary."
After the third elder said this, he took out a wooden stick from his storage bag. The whole stick was red, and it looked like an old object. The third elder removed the original hoe handle and pressed his own stick directly on the hoe. The hoe with a new wooden handle immediately attracted the celestial phenomenon, and a soft earth-yellow light shone on the hoe. After absorbing the light, the hoe returned to its normal appearance.
"Ha ha. It's really good. It's really good. I didn't expect that such works would already appear before the conference started. There is indeed new development in the new world."
The third elder laughed happily. Lu Yuan also looked at his work with satisfaction. Tuixian's defeat was not unfair. The Daxia dragon bird sword could reach the level of a pseudo-artifact, and could not compare with his own work in terms of grade.
"Just call it Shenong,"
the third elder said happily. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and suddenly thought of his ancestor Yi. It seemed that he was not the only one who chose names for convenience.
"Senior, just do whatever you want. It's something I built for you anyway,"
Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. The third elder handed over the wind-attributed ore, pondered for a moment and said,
It's really unreasonable to exchange a stone for something of such quality. Besides, it can be seen that the ore used to forge Shenong's Ho is also extraordinary. Come to our kingdom of divine arms. Naturally, I can't let you suffer. I will send you some materials tomorrow.
After chatting for a while, the third elder followed the elder out of the market. Lu Yuan passed the re-examination directly. Also passing the re-examination were the little prince, Tuasian, Ding Yu, and some contestants whose works were also good. About a dozen people in total. The happiest person is naturally Ding Long, the mayor of Kaoshan Town. After all, Lu Yuan is representing Kaoshan Town in the competition. Before the forging conference has even started, his players have entered the next round. This is not only promotion, but also glory. The one who was most disappointed was Tuan Xian. He silently looked at the sword that he was proud of, but still couldn't accept that he lost to a Ho.
Actually, your sword won't break in a normal fight. It's just that you used the wrong method,
Lu Yuan said to Tuan Xian.
You are very strong, but I did not use my full strength in the previous games. So you stole the limelight. When the conference begins, I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me.
Duosian did not continue to break the sword by himself. Topic, he said calmly. Lu Yuan spread his hands. This forged sage was not weak in strength, but he just loved to be in the limelight and didn't think about how to improve his strength. He only wanted to win everyone's attention. Lu Yuan was too lazy to continue wasting time and continued to go to the market. The others also dispersed, leaving Tuosian standing alone with his heart bleeding.
Third brother, why did you do that just now? That great summer dragon bird is a top-quality weapon. So it's a pity that it should be wasted like this.
The elder asked with some confusion. The third elder heard the words and replied,
Brother, you are still so old-fashioned after all these years. In my opinion, the future of young people is more important than a sword. Forging Xian is quite talented. He also proved himself in the last blacksmithing conference. It's just that in the past few years, he has been too obsessed with his past achievements. If he is always satisfied with this, he will make no progress in his life. So you are resorting to tricks just to let Tuxian know that there is a better world. And that third brother, you are more decisive in doing things. The eldest brother is indeed not as good as you in this regard.
The elder nodded and said,
I believe that this conference will definitely set a new record for the forging conference. Maybe there will be a real magic weapon.
The third elder said with some expectation.
What do you think of that stranger? He is a talented person. If he can stay in the Shibing kingdom, it will be a blessing to our country. I'm afraid that the trees are too thick and the reins are too short to tie up the horses. And the river is too wide and the water is shallow to raise the dragons.
Chapter 357 The Mysterious Stall Owner. Several elders of the Shibing kingdom truly love forging. And this love has transcended nationality. Otherwise, they would not care about the state of mind of the forging, let alone let the players trade freely in the market before the open competition. Perhaps true love is like this. You are not afraid of anyone surpassing you. You just want to see continuous breakthroughs in the forging industry. Lu Yuan continued to wander around the market while holding the Fengling Stone, while checking the properties of the Fengling Stone. Wind Spirit Stone. It is located at the wind outlet of the Grand Canyon and has been nurtured by years of strong winds. It contains strong wind elements and can easily change the flow of surrounding air wherever it goes. It is a rare and top quality, or with wind attributes. After looking at the basic attributes provided by Xiao Tao in the system, Lu Yuan felt that the final top quality, or was not comprehensive. If Lu Yuan were to classify the ores himself, the Fengling Stone would be at the epic level at most. Although it is rare, it is different from the center of the earth. There is a certain gap between materials such as Flame Essence and Sky Thunder Crystal. If Lu Yuan is allowed to use it to forge equipment and add some auxiliary materials, it should be no problem to create a pseudo-artifact level equipment. It is a pity that this piece of Wind Spirit Stone is too small. Otherwise, it would be most suitable for making a pair of shoes. In the next half day, the market was still very lively, but all the players were much quieter. After the previous warm-up matches, everyone knew that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. Those who were incompetent did not dare to show off too much for fear of being slapped in the face. Those who are capable don't want to be too showy. They all want to make a splash in the competition. On the contrary, the vendors at the stalls and the merchants who stocked up the goods were extremely excited. After all, the gathering was held every 4 years, and there were so many top-quality materials. If you wanted to make money, you had to be quick-sighted.
Although Lu Yuan was not short of money, it was unrealistic to choose at will in the market. Lu Yuan exchanged all the gold bars given by Carlo into gold coins, and only exchanged a total of more than 50,000 gold coins. These more than 50,000 gold coins would naturally be a large sum of money if placed on Earth, but they are somewhat insufficient for purchasing materials in the market. According to Lu Yuan's observation, an ore similar to Fonling stone requires at least 20,000 gold coins to start. This undoubtedly refreshes Lu Yuan's values. It seems that the new world is destined to not be measured by the previous things. Ordinary things were disdainful, and top-grade ores were too expensive. Lu Yuan could only choose the materials that were most useful to him among the top-grade ores. Finally, a strange piece of ore caught Lu Yuan's attention. This piece of ore was not big, about the size of an adult's fist. It was the only piece of ore in the entire stall. The seller stood behind the stall with his eyes covered. The light around the stall seemed to have been sucked away by the stone. The sun was shining all around, but the area around the stall looked dim, as if it were covered with a black cloth. Lu Yuan walked to the front of the stall and stared at the ore. He felt as if his eyes were stuck in a black hole. He couldn't see the bottom and couldn't take it back. He stood there unable to move. A one-way mirror appeared in front of Lu Yuan, blocking Lu Yuan's sight. It took a few seconds for Lu Yuan to come back to his senses.
The sharper your eyes are, the easier it is to get caught up in it. Don't look at it casually if your mind is not stable.
The seller's voice sounded at the right time.
How can I sell this stone?
Lu Yuan nodded and asked.
100,000 gold coins.
Lu Yuan shook his head and felt helpless. A penny was too much for a heroic man. Not to mention that he was short of nearly 50,000 gold coins. No wonder there were no people in front of this stall. The price alone excluded most people.
Excuse me. I don't have that much money.
Lu Yuan didn't bother to bargain. After all, no one would give a 50% discount. This ore was indeed strange. But Lu Yuan didn't think about what it could do. He was more just curious. After all, there was nothing he couldn't see through. Not much.
Wait a minute. How much money do you have?
The stall owner said quickly when he heard Lu Yuan was leaving.
Well, to be honest, it's only a little over 50,000.
Lu Yuan said, slightly embarrassed. The stall owner folded the tablecloth directly, and the strange stone was wrapped in it. He did not lift the table or agree to Lu Yuan's deal. He casually pulled off the turban that covered his eyes and said,
I need a knife. If I can do it, if you are satisfied, I will sell this stone to you for 50,000 yuan.
Huh? Lu Yuan was a little surprised by this answer.
You are the one who forged the hoe for the elder before. Right. I will provide the materials, and you will be responsible for the forging. The handling fee of 50,000 gold coins should be able to hire you.
The stall owner looked at Lu Yuan and said,
You are not blind. You are the blind man. Can't you see there is something wrong with that stone? I just don't want to become blind, so I cover my eyes. What grade of knife do you want? What is the quality of the materials you provide?
Lu Yuan went straight to the point. He should do something for this strange stone.
As long as it's comparable to the Daxia Dragon Bird Sword. I'm very strong and the sword needs to be heavier. I don't care about the simple style.
The stall owner did not write any ink and directly stated his request. He flipped through it and took out pieces of ore from the storage bag. The grade of the ore was not low and all reached the epic level. Lu Yuan looked at the table full of ores and fell into thinking. The Daxia Lonke was probably at the pseudo-artifact level, because it just barely entered the pseudo-artifact level. It was not difficult for Lu Yuan to get a grade comparable to it. The materials in front of you are enough to make it. The most important thing now is the direction of production. If the knife is heavy, choose a broad-back knife. However, if the blade is too heavy, the speed of the knife will be affected even if it is strong. This is a very critical issue. Since the appearance is not required and I like to be simple, I can save a lot of trouble in terms of appearance. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan already had a rough idea in his mind. He took out his tools again next to the stall and decided to forge again on the street regardless of the people coming and going around him.
Okay. What a happy person. I like it.
Seeing Lu Yuan's neatness, the stall owner praised generously. Lu Yuan did not reply after entering the state. He took a few pieces of top-grade metallic ore. The Qilin fire was already ready and started to smelt the pieces together. Lu Yuan's actions once again became the focus of the market. Although I don't know why he started building again. As a future competitor, everyone wanted to see his strength. So more and more people watched. Several pieces of ore were of different types, but their properties were completely the same. Lu Yuan used the folding forging method to start refining the ore. Several kinds of ores slowly merged into one after continuous beating. The high temperature of the Kirin fire and the special effects of the earth core flame fine hammer kept the ores in a red-hot state. After continuous folding and forging, lines appeared on top of the ore. After a while, a simple broad-back knife gradually took shape. The back of the knife was very wide and thick. It extended downward to the blade into a perfect isosceles triangle. The tip of the knife was also a simple trapezoid. The blade was about 80 centimeters long. The guard is also in the shape of a simple ingot. There is a circular hole in the center of the guard. The handle is about 30 centimeters long. It has simple diagonal stripes on it to increase friction and make it difficult to get rid of the knife. After being quenched in the quenching tank, the shape of the knife is revealed. The knife lines left by folding and forging of different materials are like the lines on a leopard. They are reflected on the blade, about 1 centimeter above the blade. They are also specially designed to leave a jagged texture, so that after polishing, it will feel particularly sharp to the senses. The round hole on the hand guard is for inlaying gems. The gems are the wind spirit stones obtained before. After Lu Yuan refined them, they were perfectly inlaid on the knife. The moment the gem was set in place, there was a strong wind around it, and the sword flew up into the air with the wind. It circled and danced in the air for a while, before falling straight down and inserting into the ground, making a buzzing sound. Chapter 358 Light Wind Knife. I'll go with this kid again, making such a big noise before the game even starts. He can forge in the street at such a fast speed, and can also attract strange phenomena from heaven and earth. This kid is really amazing. Just looking at the momentum of the sword. This sword is not simple. And you see, just by the gravity falling from the sky, it can be easily inserted into the bluestone on the ground. How sharp it is! Lu Yuan's forging once again attracted the attention of people in the market. Everyone was talking about it, and objectively evaluated Lu Yuan and the sword he made. Can you do whatever you want with this knife? Lu Yuan looked at his work with satisfaction and asked with a smile. The mysterious stall owner casually threw the strange ore wrapped in tablecloth to Lu Yuan, walked straight towards the sword stuck on the ground, and said as he walked, I'll give you the ore, and I don't need any money. This knife is worth this price. But before the stall owner could reach the sword, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd and grabbed the sword to observe. The stall owner saw someone grabbing the knife and was about to take action, but found that the person was just observing and not leaving. So he quickly stepped forward and took back the knife. You? How come you touch people's things so casually? The mysterious stall owner said with some dissatisfaction. The person who rushed up was Tao Tianxian. Tao Tianxian had been in the market and hadn't gone far. The market was not big. Hearing that the boy who broke his sword had started forging again, he couldn't help but come over to take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After taking a closer look, Forging Xian was shocked. He originally thought that the hoe was just a coincidence. After all, no one used their full strength. But after observing the sword that he had just forged, he had to admit that Lu Yuan's forging level was above him. The quality of this sword forged on the spur of the moment is definitely higher than his own great Xiao Lonke. Facing the stall owner's question, Tuoxian just froze on the spot without answering. At this moment, his self-confidence was shattered. Lu Yuan's tempering blood surged, and he was clearly in trouble. At this moment, he must have developed an inner demon. If he didn't adjust his state in time, he would definitely go back to being possessed. Or else he would go crazy. Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, put his right hand on Tuoxian's shoulder, and the soft Jianquan air in his body gently entered Tuoxian's body, constantly sorting out Tuoxian's chaotic aura. It took a while for Tianxian's eyes to regain clarity. He glanced at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression, then clasped his fists and said, Thank you just now. See you on the field. After finishing speaking, Tuoxian turned around and left, gradually disappearing into the crowd. What's a better name for this knife? Asked the mysterious stall owner. Lu Yuan came back to his senses after hearing this, and saw that the air around the sword was flowing around the foaling stone, as if there was a breeze blowing, and the generous sword actually gave people a feeling of freshness. The sword is heavy, but the wind is light. There seems to be a breeze blowing when you swing the sword. When you feel the breeze blowing on your face, your head is already in a different place. Let's call it Qifeng knife. Lu Yuan said casually as he looked at the sword. Said. The stall owner didn't care that Lu Yuan chose the name casually. He immediately nodded and approved the name. He changed his previous cold demeanor and said with a smile, I'm Hu Wen.
I didn't expect that, brother. Your forging level is so high. If you didn't do anything just now, please bear with me. It's business. It's normal. Brother Hu, don't worry about it. If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Lu Yuan replied.
Brother, walk slowly. I got that stone by chance. In fact, it's not worth 100,000 gold coins. I just saw that it was strange and easy to attract people's attention. So I came to the market to sell it. You helped me make such a precious sword. It's really I don't want to deceive you. I'm giving you 20,000 gold coins to express my gratitude. I hope you'll accept it.
Hu Wen was quite bold and took out a heavy bag. At this time, Lu Yuan had already put away his tools and walked away. He waved his hand and said,
Since the price has been agreed upon a long time ago, there is no need to change it. I am already very grateful if you don't charge me any money.
Hu Wen looked at Lu Yuan's retreating back and didn't know what to say. It took him a long time to remember something important. And he even forgot to ask Lu Yuan's name.
That's all. With this skill, you will soon become famous in Brilliant City, and even the entire Songhui continent. Sooner or later, you will know about it.
Hu Wen said to himself as he left. Lu Yuan did not continue shopping in the market. At this time, Lu Yuan just wanted to go back to his room and study the black stone. It could make him invisible to the Peak Eagle Eye, and it could also make him fall deeply into it. How could this thing be possible? It's an ordinary thing.
When he returned to the room, Lu Yuan did not open the package in a hurry, but called the system Xiao Tao.
Xiao Tao! Xiao Tao! Come out and help us find out what this is.
Lu Yuan called hurriedly in his mind.
You're so annoying. Why are you asking me about forging matters? I wanted to take advantage of the time you don't have to fight to have a good rest.
Xiao Tao complained.
Why are you always lazy? I asked you why there was no basic information about the sword when I looked at Qi Feng knife today. It turns out you were sleeping. Please, I have left my mother's body now. And I also need to retreat to upgrade the system.
Xiao Tao replied helplessly.
Okay. I know it's not easy for you. Please help me find out what this stone is.
After speaking, Lu Yuan opened the layers of tablecloths, revealing a piece of black fist-sized ore. The surrounding brightness dropped instantly. Lu Yuan did not dare to look directly at it again, for fear of being sucked in and unable to extricate himself. Dark stone.
Born in the darkness, it can absorb the surrounding light and slowly spread the darkness. Although the ore is small, it is a symbol of darkness.
Lu Yuan touched the dark stone and felt its texture carefully. With the observation experience from the last time, it was much better this time. He felt that he was going to get lost in it, so he quickly averted his eyes. After giving the basic information, Xiao Tao explained,
This ore is very strange, so deep that it is difficult to see through. Rather than saying it is a piece of ore, it is better to say that it is a kind of attribute. A top-quality gem with a dark attribute. Although it cannot be used as a main ingredient, but its properties can be added to equipment.
Lu Yuan listened to Xiao Tao's words carefully and concluded.
That is to say, when I forge the equipment, I add it in, so that the weapons I make can have dark attributes. Which is good.
Of course, equipment of the same level has attributes that are better, but not all materials can have attributes. With this dark attribute stone, the new sword I made infused with the dark attribute stone, maybe it can surpass the thunder sword. Exist. After a night of silence, Lu Yuan walked to the arena early. Regardless of the state of others, he had to go to the arena anyway, and the prizes promised by the third elder had not been distributed yet. The forging conference was held as scheduled. Participants gathered in small groups, and the audience was ridiculously large. The moment Lu Yuan walked into the arena, he was still shocked by the grand scene. He clenched his fists and said to himself,
Whether it is the Taoyuan world or the New World, I will protect the glory of the god of Craftsman lineage. Let's conquer this place in the next few days.
Chapter 359. The Forging Conference begins. This was Lu Yuan's first time participating in a forging competition. In this country that is proud of forging, the atmosphere of the forging conference seemed to be more lively than the previous grand ceremony. Standing on the field, Lu Yuan felt very friendly because the people around him were just like him. He is a person who loves forging.
Mr. Lu, please come this way.
A greeting broke his thoughts. Lu Yuan followed the staff to a special viewing seat. There were also several people familiar to Lu Yuan present. It seemed that this was a seat specially prepared for players who advanced in advance. All the players present just nodded slightly to Lu Yuan as a greeting, and then closed their eyes to rest. as if they were waiting for the start of the game.
Mr. Liu is here to watch the game for the time being. The third elder asked me to tell you that the materials promised to you will be delivered after the game.
The staff member explained again and turned around to leave. Lu Yuan randomly found a seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the game to start. The special viewing seats were in a good location. The playing field was slightly higher, and he had a panoramic view of the entire field. The arena is very large, with forging tables neatly arranged in a crisscross pattern. There is also a small forging furnace behind the forging table, except for the forging tools, which need to be prepared by yourself. Other things are readily available. There are 100 forging stations in total. Since there are many retesters, they will take turns to play according to their numbers. The pressure for those who play first will be greater, and the waiting for those who play later will also be very painful. So the competition is fair. The 3 kings were sitting on the rostrum at the highest point, and the 3 elders of the Shibing kingdom and other guests from the 2 countries were sitting on the second seat. As time went by, the competition began. The host's voice was loud and powerful, and his powerful voice surrounded the entire arena. His impassioned lines made people even more excited.
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it has been another 4 years, and the long-awaited forging conference has ushered in. The contestants who come here have all passed the preliminary selection, and they must have known the rules of the competition. The re-examination is also a critical threshold. I hope if everyone can face it seriously, I will invite the great elder of the Blacksmithing Association to speak next.
The host said a few words briefly, and then handed over the right to speak to the great elder.
The competition in the forging conference is about strength. Let's go directly to the topic. The question of the re-examination is to use ordinary iron or to forge an iron sword. There are only 500 places to enter the next round. If the number of people whose works meet the standard exceeds 500, you can advance through the exception.
The elder went directly to the topic without leaving any ink.
Okay. The first batch of contestants are entering. Please complete the forging within 1 stick of incense.
The host directly announced the start of the competition. The players quickly entered the venue, found their corresponding tables, and started to prepare. As the staff lit incense from afar, the first batch of players also started forging. Forging an iron sword from ordinary iron ore is undoubtedly a simple question. But if you want to stand out among thousands of contestants, you need to fill in all the details. This retest competition is undoubtedly about the basic skills of the players. The first test is about refining ore, and the retest is about forging basic skills. The 2 seemingly ordinary rounds are actually the key to forging. When Yi first trained Lu Yuan, he focused on basic skills, so everything else fell into place naturally. Forging experience can increase with forging, but if you don't work hard on basic skills, it is impossible to achieve success. Even if you develop some bad habits at the beginning, it may be difficult to change in the future. The sound of hundreds of players clanking and hammering iron echoed in the arena. Among the staff were light magicians, who used light magic to project the game situation into the air so that the audience could see the players' conditions more clearly. Lu Yuan also had to sigh that the skills of the magicians were no weaker than those of the TV station directors. Lu Yuan's eyes were focused. Naturally, he didn't need to look at the enlarged picture. He could see the field clearly by focusing on it. After looking at the hundreds of players, Lu Yuan had to nod secretly. These players all had basic skills. The continent that is solid and advocates forging is really not Lang's name. Iron ore is the most common ore. Although it is common, it is extremely useful when forging weapons with it. The purity of the ore is particularly important. If the iron ore is refined to the extreme, the weapons forged can also cut gold and cut jade. Degree, however, although the basic skills of the hundreds of players present were solid, none of them could reach that level. Some of the smart ones made their swords look like shapes in an attempt to gain some points, but most of them had ordinary long sword shapes. At the end of the first group of competitions, less than 10 out of 100 people had obtained a high score of 90 or above. The remaining contestants with a score of 70 or 80 will undoubtedly be eliminated in the end. This elimination rate is indeed a bit cruel. Lu Yuan also got a general idea from the judges' evaluation criteria. The judges only looked at the quality of the swords. As for those with strange shapes but poor quality, they were eliminated. Of course, if the shape is beautiful and the quality is good, of course, it was a high score. After a short period of leaving and entering the venue, the second batch of contestants was ready. With the host's order, the second round began without any delay. The players around Lu Yuan, who had already advanced, became a little impatient. After all, for those who advanced early, There was basically no one in the field who could compete with him.
This level of rematch should end as soon as possible. It is estimated that the finalists will only be a few of you here. I feel like they are just wasting their time now.
A young man not far away from Lu Yuan complained impatiently. The others were obviously not participating in the competition for the first time. Although they were looking at it indifferently. They expressed surprise at what the young man said.
Are you northern players so unreasonable? Players from all over the world who can come to participate in the conference. No matter what their final rankings are. Come to compete with their love for forging. Do you think your forging level is very high?
Ding Yu said with disgust. Tu Xian surprisingly stood on a united front with Ding Yu. He sat up straight from his half-lying body, reached out, and patted the unreasonable young man on the head, and said sternly,
Don't embarrass Bagua here. How can you evaluate the forging conference?
As an outstanding newcomer in the North Kingdom, the young man was somewhat proud of being directly promoted to the first competition. As the champion of the last forging conference, Tuoxian had a high status in the North Country. Seeing Tuoxian being a little angry, the young man shrank immediately. He raised his head and stopped talking. The game went very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th round. Something unexpected happened. An old man and a young man walked into the competition venue leisurely.
A competition at this level? It's not worth it to go all the way here.
The strange man complained to the old man.
Ha ha. I heard by chance that the level is indeed lower. But there should be some masters. Right.
The old man said with a smile, his hands behind his back.
Who is here? Do not disturb the competition site. Please leave quickly.
When the host saw someone breaking into the arena, he quickly stopped him. The other party was also surprised at how the two of them entered the arena. After all, the arena was heavily guarded.
I heard that you were holding a forging competition, so I came to join in the fun. I didn't expect the level of the contestants to be like this. It's really not interesting,
the strange man said nonchalantly. The soldiers around the arena also noticed something strange and quickly gathered around the two uninvited guests. An old man and a young man. Lu Yuan stared at the two of them in surprise, looking at the two obvious horns on their heads, which were the symbols of the demon clan. Chapter 360 Fong Di. The two people, an old man and a young man, were surrounded by people, but they didn't feel nervous at all. Especially the old man who kept smiling and seemed very calm.
What? In the name of welcoming people from all over the world to participate in the competition, don't you welcome capable people?
The old man put his hands behind his back, and his long white hair was neatly draped behind him. He didn't pay attention to the soldiers at all, but just looked at the king and elders on the rostrum to ask questions. After the old man asked, the soldiers did not dare to take action easily. After all, the honor of the forging conference was at stake.
The registration period has ended. It's too late to participate now,
the host quickly explained. At this time, due to an accident, the players on the field have stopped forging. No one has ever dared to come to the forging conference to cause trouble. After all, this is a common event for the entire Songhue continent. To cause trouble here is equivalent to fighting against the entire Songhue continent. The mainland is the enemy. The young man from the demon clan walked slowly to the nearest forging platform, picked up the iron sword that was about to be formed on the forging platform, curled his lips and said,
A sword of this quality, once made, is no better than scrap iron.
Different. A waste of resources.
After speaking, he flicked the iron sword with his index finger, and the iron sword broke into 2 pieces.
What are you doing?
The contestant couldn't help but roared when he saw his work was destroyed. Ha ha. Your strength is not worthy of your temper,
the demon youth mocked. 3 elders from the Blacksmithing Association had already arrived at the arena. The elder stepped forward to pick up the broken sword on the ground, handed it to the contestant, and patted his shoulder to express comfort.
You are so arrogant at a young age. Didn't your teacher teach you how to write the word respect?
The elder said.
Respect? Respect this pile of iron swords that are no different from scrap metal? Or do you respect these wastes with no strength at all?
The demon youth asked rhetorically.
What is the purpose of your trip?
The great elder asked directly, without getting into trouble.
I heard that you advocate blacksmithing here and held a blacksmithing conference. I wanted to come and compete, but now it seems that there is no gold content.
The young man from the demon race did not feel any fear in the face of the great elder.
You are young and your tone is not young. Do you think you can win the championship?
The great elder asked calmly.
I have no interest in competing with these people. It's just a waste of time. If you want to participate, you must be qualified. If you look down on these players, You must defeat them all before you are qualified to speak out.
The great elder is quite experienced in dealing with such unruly young people. The demon youth smiled evilly and stopped talking. He walked straight to the forging platform. He grabbed the iron ore and floated it in the air. He gathered energy in his right hand and sprayed out purple flames to start smelting the ore. The three elders watched quietly without interrupting. Although the young man was a little arrogant, they had to admit that he did have some strength.
Brother, look at him. He can control flames just like you.
The players around Lu Yuan saw this, and couldn't help but said to Lu Yuan,
That's not a flame. It's his own chi. He lets the chi move quickly and collide with each other to generate high temperatures. He's just trying to be cool. It's okay to do this with ordinary ores. This way is used with special ores. It's not that long ago. Start forging. And I'm afraid I'll use up all my strength just for smelting.
Lu Yuan had such sharp eyesight that he could see the essence of the purple flame at a glance. But he couldn't help but admire the demon youth's strong inner strength. The demon youth burned the iron ore until it was red, and took out his forging hammer from the storage bag. The forging hammer in the young man's hand was obviously not a mortal thing, giving people a heavy feeling. No matter how hard the young man exerted his force, he flattened the iron ore with just one hammer, and the impurities in the ore also separated from the body. The speed of the hammer continued to increase, and the iron ore continued to change its shape. Finally, when the hammer stopped, the iron ore that was originally the size of a basketball had now become the size of a lead ball. The young man shook his head and said to himself,
It's been a long time since I've used such low-level materials. After refining, it's not enough to make a long sword.
The surroundings were quiet. Being able to refine the ore to such an extent has proven his strength. After all, although refining is basic, it is also the most critical step. The young man didn't stop. Since he didn't have enough money to make a long sword, he made a short sword and dagger, or the size of a lead ball, was smelted and hammered into a sword shape quickly. The blade of the dagger is about 30 centimeters, and the hilt is about 10 centimeters. The style is very ordinary, but the symmetry between the blades at both ends and the center line is perfect, and the tip is even more sharp. After quenching, the dagger is shaped and can be polished on the whetstone. After a few blows, the sword's edge was extremely sharp. After the demon youth completed the forging, he did not show the work to the elders. He took the dagger and slashed it against the forging table. Something surprising happened. The dagger actually cut a large hole in the forging table like cutting tofu. The surrounding players all exclaimed. They were able to make such a masterpiece in the blink of an eye. It was also made of iron, but it could cut through the solid forging table so easily. This strength is indeed arrogant.
The short sword is indeed good, but you still want to fool us three old people with this little trick?
The second elder had already seen through the young man's tricks. The reason why he could cut the forging platform so easily was because his own chi attached to the dagger. The dagger was indeed perfect, but it could not be done simply by relying on the sword itself. The young man did not explain. He threw the dagger and stuck it sideways on the forging platform. He said nonchalantly,
Is this strength enough to compete? Since you are not convinced, then I will win the championship.
The great elder was not angry and nodded.
Okay, I will give you a special quota today, and you will be promoted. You will compete with other promoted players tomorrow.
The second elder was about to say something after hearing this, but was stopped by the third elder. The demon youth nodded indifferently, and prepared to leave with the old man beside him.
You need to fill in your name on the promotion list.
The third elder stopped the young man and asked,
Fong Di, it's really troublesome. Mr. Bai, let's go.
The demon youth announced his name impatiently, and then left with the accompanying old man. Although there was such an episode, the audience didn't care at all. On the contrary, everyone wished that there would be a few more people like this to make the game more interesting. The game quickly returned to normal. Fong Di's appearance also aroused the fighting spirit of many people. Fong Di's arrogant character caused dissatisfaction among many people, and his strong strength also made the championship of the conference more valuable. If he won the championship in this conference, the champion must be famous. It was already afternoon when the retest ended. In the end, including Lu Yuan and others, more than 600 people were promoted, and the quota exceeded 100 people.
Today's competition is over. The advanced players have a good rest. Tomorrow's competition will be even more brutal.
The host simply said the concluding remarks, and the audience left the stage. Lu Yuan watched the game for a whole day without seeing the third elder. He probably had forgotten about him. Just when he was about to leave, he heard the third elder's voice.
Little brother, I've been waiting for a long time. I haven't shown up for a long time. They grabbed me as soon as I came back. Let's go, and go to my studio to choose something you like.
The third elder said with a smile. Lu Yuan did not refuse, and left the arena directly with the third elder. The third elder's studio is very large, and all kinds of materials are neatly placed on the indoor shelves. Although it is not as good as the royal treasury that Lu Yuan visited several times before, it is still carefully selected and collected by the third elder. Lu Yuan, who was experienced in selecting thank you gifts, was not polite, and went back and forth in front of various display racks to look for them.